we're here today to talk about the foundation of TNA, June 2002. Well, let's start with Liam. Tell me about your relationship with TNA wrestling.
I remember the first episode I ever watched, which was Raven's return to feud with Abyss and Stevie Richards.
So, end of 2009.
Yeah, I remember it being on paid TV service that we had, and I remember like being really into it because it was so different.
Because he threw a fireball in that segment, right?
Yeah, right? So, like, I had seen, at that point, right, I was 12?
You're obnoxiously young.
Yeah, like, whatever I was around that. And I had seen ECW. I had seen, like, early WWE, WWF stuff. But I hadn't seen anything else, really. I think, actually, no, I had watched, like, one Chris Hero Ring of Honor match randomly because he was on Border Patrol. And I googled who Chris Hero was, and I was like, oh, Chris Hero versus Tyler Black. And then I was like, this is 40 minutes. Why wrestling doesn't go this long? And then I kind of clicked off of it, and I was like, wrestling should be like 10 minutes and have Vladimir Kozlov in it. Like, this isn't what it should be.
This Chris Hero guy just doesn't get it. He's going nowhere. This isn't what wrestling should be.
Yeah, you should have seen, like, the mental gymnastics I went through when a Daniel Bryan debuted, and I was like, who's a Bryan Danielson? It was a whole thing.
Yeah, you were listening to Michael Cole, and he's like, oh, this guy.
It wasn't even that. Bryan was the guy that made me actually go and watch indie stuff, right? So that was like... That was more like, I felt like I was in the know. Because, like, you know, for me, like, my friends, we all watched WWE and we knew TNA. That's it. That's all we knew. So, like, I was like, oh, I know this Brian, this before times. I'm so online. Look at me go. But back to TNA, I remember, actually, what's really funny was I would go to class and... I had one friend who had a bunch of TNA DVDs, and he gave them all to me that month because he was getting out of wrestling. And I remember, like, we're talking about TNA, and he's like, "Yeah, I like it, but there's too much talking going on," which is funny as we were all the WWE guys, but when we turned on TNA, we're like, "There's too many angles,"
which is funny given the name of the show is Total Nonstop Action.
Oh, clearly wasn't living up to it at that point. But yeah, for me personally, like, after that, I tried to watch it whenever I could, but it always bounced from channel to channel here, and it was always on at like 10 p.m. So, like, I would get to it if I could find it, if it was on a channel that we still had. But it was actually really good for a while there because SmackDown used to precede Impact on the channel where I'd watch SmackDown. So...
Wait, they were on the same channel?
Yeah.
That's very rare in wrestling, isn't it?
They were on Fox 8, right? And I'd go to my grandparents and I'd watch SmackDown on a Thursday, and then as soon as SmackDown finished, it would go straight into Impact. And so, like, it didn't last long like that. But for a while there, I was like, yo, this is really cool. I get a bit of both. And, like, because I didn't watch Raw, I was only a SmackDown guy. I was like, this is my whole day made. And then after that, Wait,
why were you only a SmackDown guy?
I didn't like Raw.
Well, that's fair.
SmackDown had, like, the better mid-card, I think. Because it had, like, Morrison, Hardy, the aforementioned Vladimir Kozlov. Like, all guys that I was a massive fan of. The Brian Kendrick. So, I was a SmackDown ECW guy. ECW, I think, was actually the show that bumped Impact out of that time slot.
Wow. That's Christian's fault. Christian betraying TNA by jumping to the WCW and then kicking them out of their time slot.
Which was then actually replaced by nothing for a while, and then replaced by real NXT, not like talk show NXT.
Yeah, you never got the reality show?
We did a little bit, but that was mostly online.
And you didn't get NXT Redemption?
I'd watched a lot of NXT Redemption, actually, because it did show up occasionally on TV, but I think that was at the point where I was, like, online trying to watch anything I could, basically. So I watched all of NXT Redemption, and I watched a shit ton of, like, 2010 superstars. So, like, that's my big purview there. You want to talk about some Trent Beretta, Kurt Hawkins matches, I'm your man.
Excuse me, we'll only talk about a couple of Greg Marashulo matches when we get to them in 2013.
Obviously. To wrap it all back up real quickly, but after I had seen those episodes on paid TV, I would... You know what's real? I want to hear a real funny fucking TNA story that I have.
Go on.
At my local... It was some, like, video game store, right? That also sold a bunch of things. they sold TNA DVDs, right? But do you know where they put the TNA DVDs?
Oh no, where?
On the same row as the hentai.
Oh well, that makes sense though. It's total on. It's TNA, Liam. It's
Yeah, so I remember like they had like hentai DVDs and the anime DVDs below them, and then they had like TNA on the top in like the don't touch row. It was very funny.
Do you legitimately think there's somebody there who got a bunch of wrestling DVDs on like, you know, the discount, and they got them in the door? It's like, oh, TNA, oh, that's obviously pretty racy. We got to put that in the racy section.
My assumption is that they thought it was like UFC, like actual fights. You know what I mean? Like I think they thought it was like gory MMA stuff, and like we're gonna put that up on the top row because, you know, who would buy that stuff?
Jeff Jarrett's doing shoot fights.
Yeah, basically, right? Well, he was, so there you go. Yeah, and then I went to Sanity Music, and that's where I used to buy all my TNA DVDs. So I was pretty, like, obviously, you know, not the biggest TNA guy on the podcast, but I was fairly into it from like that. Once I was like 13, I was fairly into it, buying any DVD I could see, watching the hell out of my Best of the X Division DVD until like those CDs were ruined. Yeah, the Best of like the Tag Teams DVD, like, because you gotta remember, Australia internet now is horrific, right? Australian internet in 2010, it was impossible. You could barely watch anything. So that was still very much DVD culture then. Like I was still buying. From like 08 to 11, I was buying my WWE and TNA DVDs, and that was the only way I watched wrestling. And 2013 was like buying every PWG DVD, and that was it. Before, like, I would never torrent things because that's illegal. But if I had the ability to, I would have started doing that a little later.
So when did you fall out of love with TNA, Liam? When did you betray the source of your podcast?
That would have been probably consistently stopped watching it around 2015. As much as, you know, like the last stuff I was really, really into was when AJ left, really.
That broke your heart too much?
Well, I still kept watching, but it wasn't even because of AJ. I just remembered that was the point when, like, he was gone, was when I stopped watching it as much, because before that I was watching it, like, weekly. And then you could honestly say, like, EC3's entire run was when I stopped watching, basically. And it didn't have anything to do with him, but that was just the time period encapsulated. Like most people, I think, I'd parachuted in for anything that was notable, and then that was it.
Yeah, not to skip ahead to January 2014 and the podcast, but I do think that's the point at which a lot of people kind of gave themselves permission to stop watching. Because within 2 weeks of each other, AJ left, then Sting left. And those were the two like most heavily pushed, heavily featured acts along with Kurt Angle for the best part of the last 10 years of the company's history. And they both left within 2 weeks of each other. And I think people were just like, oh, yeah, okay, I'm done. No episode of Impact has been watched by as many people as the last episode that featured Sting. They never did a better number than that episode ever again.
I wonder if there is some relationship with the increase in popularity of New Japan and the ease of availability of stuff like your PWG and your Ring of Honor. I wonder if people started to find their alternative pro wrestling fix elsewhere around the same time.
I don't even think it's those specific companies. I just think it's the change of the internet era where it's not even Ring of Honor you're competing with or New Japan. It's also Progress or Defy or Evolve or Rev Pro. It's literally every company under the sun now is available at your fingertips, most of which are very easy to do so. You can just log onto a streaming service. You can log onto IWTV and watch all the wrestling you want these days. So I think it just reached this stage where, you know, in 2006, it was WWE, Ring of Honor, TNA. WWE, easiest access, TNA, second easiest access, RH. The least easy to access, I suppose, at the time. So,
yes,
like, if you wanted to watch, you know, PWG, you'd have to, as you mentioned, you'd have to buy a DVD, which is a barrier to entry most people aren't going to cross. Whereas now, if you want to watch PWG, it's very easy to find PWG, both legally and illegally, if you'd like. So people just do that instead. And TNA just didn't have enough anymore as they lost Styles, as they lost Sting, as they lost Angle, as they lost Joe, as they lost Rude, as they lost Storm, as they lost all the people that people associated as backbones of the company. People just moved on to different things, and maybe moved on to no wrestling whatsoever. I'm interested. I'd like to do like market research to try and find out just what percentage of AEW's current audience used to watch TNA, because it's probably not insubstantial.
I imagine it's because no matter what, right? TNA lost a lot of, it lost a large majority of its fan base,
which is basically going to be the story of this podcast.
Yeah, it still managed to stick in wrestling people's brains. It was still in the zeitgeist to them because of it was, it left an impact.
Well, hey, cool. It's impossible to avoid. Listen, if there's one thing I've learned, it's impossible not to make impact puns. So get used to them.
Because no matter what, I talked to any of my friends who used to watch wrestling, still watch wrestling. They may not have known of Ring of Honor. They may not have known a New Japan. They all knew TNA. It was firmly planted within their heads of this was the number two company, and it wasn't as good. That was basically what the thing. And I think a lot of that comes from, when people did that large exodus. I think a lot of it came from, we don't want to watch WWE light, and it'll be really interesting to, once we do reach that stage in the podcast of those years, to go back and listen to this episode where we talk about it and see was it as much WWE light at the time as we thought it was? Or was that an over-exaggeration? Was that something to do with WWE being on a fairly decent run? Because 2013, 2014, WWE was pretty good. And then it fell off for a bit and then came back in that 2016 and start of 2017 and then just went crashing down. It's hard to be WWE light when WWE is bad. It's even harder to be WWE light when WWE is actually firing on all cylinders is good, because everything you do is going to be compared, and you don't even have the cynicism of the fan base to back you up.
Yeah.
Because, I think something that, I do look forward to getting into years and years down the track is the whole, everything was compared. You know what I mean? Everything TNA did was an instant comparison, and to be fair, it wasn't entirely not their own fault. But there was also some big, jumps where, Aries was compared to Punk the entire time, right? And Young was compared to Bryan, right? And that whole thing. And it's just, it felt like a lot of people were just I'm going to dissuade this thing immediately because I already have the thing, and you're not providing that alternative. You're just being it.
The Aries example there is dumb, but the Young one is obviously... Young was a direct response to WWE. That one is... It was the week after Daniel Bryan won the belt, or the week of, and it's Eric Young won the belt. Now it's wait a minute.
So I think as soon as TNA ceased being an alternative to everyone, that's when it was oh, we have no reason to be here anymore. It's not the alternative. It's not doing anything different to separate itself. It's just more WWE programming and worse WWE programming. Significantly worse WWE programming. So
before we begin, I suppose I should tell you about my relationship with TNA Wrestling, Liam.
Oh, do you have one?
No, I've never watched it. This is my first time going through all these shows. What a twist that would be. It's just oh no, I've never seen this stuff before.
You're just really good at studying.
I can just check cage match and Wikipedia pages very quickly.
Yeah. So, Garrett Kidney, did you ever watch TNA?
Like all people, I would have grown up watching a ton of WWE. And in 2006 was the closest I was to being one of those people who just stopped watching wrestling because WWE just bored me to tears and there was no one there anymore I liked. And I was maybe I don't watch a ton of wrestling. And it's probably, thinking back, it's probably the year I watched the least of WWE. I'd still watch WrestleMania, because who doesn't watch WrestleMania? But that was the stage where I was teetering on the edge of not being a wrestling fan anymore before I discovered the wonders of TNA wrestling, which I would have watched bits and pieces of before, but it would always have been the dumbest shit from the Asylum era. It would be the Dup Cup, and it's what is this thing and why does it exist? Whereas when I got TV over here, it was on Bravo at the time, and I watched the November primetime special that had a barbed wire cage match, great match, very bloody match. Kurt Angle's debut was on that show, and then you saw people in the X Division like AJ Styles, like Chris Sabin, like Christopher Daniels, and there's actually good wrestling in the world, not just the same old WWE televised bullshit that's, and even like 2006 was broadly, there's good stuff at WWE in 2006, but it's still WWE. There's nothing like not WWE about it. So if you're disenfranchised with that, there's nothing left for you.
06, 07 is like arguably the most WWE is too, because it's pure like just big jacked stars with some edgy content and women doing sexy things and just, big blood, money still. Like, it's just, that is like, it's South Park WWE, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's 100% what that era is.
So that my brother went to Boston with my dad on holiday, and he brought me back as a present the Best of the X Division Volume 2 on DVD, which is the cool DVD that has that like animated cover where all the wrestlers are animated forms. And I watched that DVD like similar to you, like back and forth multiple times, and like that's what I fell in love with. I fell in love with the X Division. I fell in love with Alex Shelley and Chris Sabin and Sanjay Dutt and Shark Boy and P.D. Williams and AJ Styles and Christopher Daniels and Samoa Joe and all those cool wrestlers. And I decided there and then that I would adopt TNA Wrestling Liam as a cause, for better or worse, for what clearly means the remainder of my life until I die. And I've been watching every week ever since, because when I wouldn't have the patience to wait until it aired on TV over here, so I would watch it on Daily Motion in the era when you could only watch in like parts. So it's like Impact Part 1, which is 8 minutes, and Impact Part 2, which is 8 minutes, and then you can't find Impact Part 3 because it turns out it wasn't uploaded properly or it got copyright striked, so you have to go find the third 8 minutes of the show. Kids these days don't know how good they have it, Liam, that they can just steal things easily, as opposed to back in the day when stealing things was actually much harder.
I must be the last era of it, right? Of people who actually had to like hunt for things on the internet to try and find them. These people don't know about the ditch, do they? These kids these days, they don't know about no ditch. They don't know about using weird software that lets you download videos straight from websites.
Or finding those websites, those like weird sites that stream these shows in parts, that like you would always run the risk of having a horrible virus that destroys your computer forever.
And you'd get it.
And it's worth it to watch like parts of The Apprentice or something stupid. As opposed to now you can just download it with the click of a button or stream it on a website legally. It's so much easier these days. Back in those days, back when we had to struggle and suffer to watch things we wanted to watch.
I have another little fun fact about TNA in my formative years of being a wrestling fan. It was the first thing I ever pirated. Was an Impact pay-per-view.
What show was it?
It was the one that had the Brian Kendrick debut and the Mr. Anderson debut.
So Genesis 2010.
Yeah, that was the first show I ever torrented in my life.
I have to report you actually now. I have to take you in for stealing TNA shows. I'm so sorry. Even though I just admitted to doing it myself via Daily Motion. But Daily Motion is that's the fault of obviously the person who uploaded it, not mine.
Yes, yeah. We're just consumers. Well, and by that same logic, whoever uploaded that torrent file, it's not my fault for downloading it. It's their fault for uploading it.
Exactly. So then I would have covered TNA consistently. I started writing about TNA in the summer of 2009, which would have been around the year you started watching. Then I would have started reviewing it weekly from 2012 through 2017, then work for the company. Yeah, that's my journey with TNA wrestling from beginning to now. And I'm interested to go back and watch it all, because like the story of TNA is the story of unfulfilled potential. Even like we're going to talk about these first two pay-per-views that took place in June 2002, and I think that's very much the story of unfulfilled potential in many ways. It's interesting to see the ideas that developed and didn't develop, the missed opportunities, and just you have the distance these days where the dumb stuff doesn't quite make you as mad anymore. Well, there's some stuff that makes me mad on these shows, but for very different reasons. But the bad booking stuff is more funny than like infuriating these days.
You can watch it and go, oh, look at them. They're falling over their feet again, aren't they? But it's like, it's not depressing anymore. Yeah. I think it also helps that Impact is in as good of a position as it's been in as many years now. You know what I mean? It's like, if Impact now was in the dregs, it'd still be kind of sad, but like, they're doing well for themselves now. So it's kind of, you can go back and watch this stuff and go, well, so at least to this point of, the 18th of June 2021, Impact is doing well, so I don't feel bad going back and watching stuff when they weren't.
Yeah, because there was like the era from like 2014 through 2016 where They lost Spike, they moved to Destination America, they lost Destination America, they moved to Pop, and they were on the verge of going out of business pretty much every other week, as opposed to the last 3 years where it's just been stable, which is unlike TNA.
Stable, having a consistent influx of new, exciting talent that they, for the most part, seem to be capitalizing on. And it's good. It's nice that Impact has found its feet, found its place in the wrestling zeitgeist yet again.
So let's get started. Let's teleport ourselves back to the summer of 2001, Liam, when I was a wee 9-year-old and you were a wee 4-year-old.
I hadn't turned 4. I would have been 3.
If you think about that landscape where wrestling was at that stage, WWE had bought WCW, they had bought ECW, Ring of Honor had not been formed yet. Wrestling was in a pretty dire place. It was WWE and everything else was tiny or terrible. And there wasn't a lot of opportunities out there if you couldn't work for WWE, which was a bit of a problem for Jeff Jarrett, given he was publicly fired on the final episode of Nitro, and he held up WWE for 150 grand against China. So he needed places to work. And I think that's the real genesis of TNA. There'd always be there's creating an alternative to give people opportunities in wrestling. But I think push comes to shove. Jeff Jarrett knew he needed somewhere where he could wrestle regularly, and that did not exist in the year 2001, and it didn't exist really in the year 2002 either. We'll talk about a couple of alternatives that popped up and died, but he had to put his money where his mouth is, because otherwise he probably wouldn't have been able to wrestle for the rest of his career. Because obviously he did come back to WWE. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2018 and made an actual in-ring return in the Royal Rumble in, I think it was 2019.
Still has a job there,
and he still has a job there today, indeed. So it wasn't iced out for the rest of his life, but he was iced out from 1999 to 2018. That's a pretty long period of not being able to work there.
Hey, Jeff Jarrett stay winning though. Let's give the man credit where it's...
Yeah, the genesis of TNA really does come from he needed somewhere to work, and as I mentioned, there were a couple of alternatives. There was stuff that popped up to try and fill the void post WCW, which was World Wrestling All Stars, which did a bunch of pay-per-views, many of which were in Australia.
Ah.
Did you go to any of those or hear about any of those?
I was 4.
You might have went to things.
No. Because
it was founded by Andrew McManus, who's a big music promoter. Andrew McManus, by the way, founder of World Wrestling All-Stars, was arrested in Australia in connection with alleged importation of 300 kilograms of cocaine and money laundering in 2015. So...
I'm a fan of that. Fair enough.
Those are the kind of people that were getting into wrestling in the year 2002. So they would have done regular pay-per-views. They would have done weekly pay-per-views, but they would have done big quarterly pay-per-views with big stars like Randy Savage and Scott Steiner and Sting and Jeff Jarrett. And some of them, it was basically a precursor to TNA in a lot of ways. It had a lot of the similar talent, but it was going for these big tentpole pay-per-views as opposed to smaller weekly pay-per-views.
How many shows did they get through?
Oh, I think there was 10. Let me check.
So you're saying it'd be a fine series for us to track down the World Wrestling All-Star shows?
Yeah, sure. I it would be interesting to watch. Those shows look terrible, but I'm sure you could watch them.
I'm sure you could watch them.
According to Cage Match, they had 30 shows, which is more than I thought.
Oh, I think that's way too much then. I'm not committing to that.
No, I think a lot of them were live events. I think that in terms of pay-per-views, they did a lot fewer, because they did the Reckoning, the Retribution, the Eruption, the Revolution, and the Inception.
Revolution?
So, yeah, wow. I think there was 5...
Trendsetters.
Pay-per-views, which, by the way, their first show, the Inception, in Sydney, has a Cage Match rating of 2.5.
That's good. That's good stuff right there. That's what you want to see.
The main event of which was Jeff Jarrett versus Road Dogg in a cage.
I hope they were playing off of the 90s WWF angle.
Probably were. That's all they ever did with Jeff Jarrett and Road Dogg. They also had Hoovy against Psychosis in a ladder match. That's not bad, I suppose.
Hoovy, of course, has a very tepid history with Australia.
Yeah, big fan of Australia.
And Australian law enforcement.
There was a battle royal that 3 of which of the participants are just question mark on Cage Match, and if the Germans don't know, nobody knows.
It was probably Kangaroo Jim, Outback Bob, and Terry.
So, those shows kind of flopped. They did. They'll just leave that there. You can be racist toward Australia because you're Australian. It's fine.
That's how it works.
World Wrestling All-Stars didn't really get off the ground, and Jeff Jarrett wasn't happy with how that was being run. He thought it should be more episodic. He thought there should be more stories, which informed the kind of product he ended up creating.
Man does love stories.
Yes, that does make wrestling better usually, to be fair. Giving just matches. You just want your Ring of Honor.
Yeah. I was actually, like, I don't want to keep taking you off of your thing, just very quickly, but do you ever wonder, like, if your brother had to come back with, like, some Ring of Honor, like, Final Battle 2003 or something?
Some Best of Samoa Joe DVD?
Yeah, would you have been, like, this big ROH guy?
Maybe I would have. Maybe that would have changed the fate of my life forever.
That would have changed the wrestling business forever.
Or maybe I just would have been like, this shit sucks. I would have just abandoned wrestling forever.
Where's my production value?
I would have been like you burying Chris Hero, being like, this isn't wrestling.
40 minutes. All right, I'll now shut up and let you go through the rest of this.
No, you can derail me all you want. That's the fun. There was also the XWF, which was like Hulk Hogan led, but the big problem was they recorded like a full season of TV and then went to shop it around. But by the time they were like shopping it to networks, Hulk had already gone back to WWF. Kurt Hennig was one of their big stars who already went back to WWF. So they were like going into TV meetings with TV executives, showing them these tapes. It's like that has Hulk Hogan on these shows, which I'm sure would have piqued interest. But then it's like, oh, so he's going to be on the show? It's like, he's on this season. It's like, what about other seasons? And it's like, don't you worry about that.
I think I've seen some of this.
Oh, yeah, the DVD's out there. I have it on my shelf here.
Didn't Punk do something with this too?
Well, that would have been very early. It would have been 2001, maybe?
I think maybe it was some undercard stuff. Because it was kind of like another weird proto-TNA thing where it had a lot of indie guys who were like just good wrestlers on the undercard, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I guess like that was kind of the whole thing of the time, wasn't it? It was like, who can we get? Who's available?
Because that's the thing we're going to talk about when I'm talking about the founding of TNA. It's like just that indie scene, which like there is a lot of very promising young wrestlers coming through. Or you have the likes of Samoa Joe breaking through. You have the likes of Christopher Daniels, who's been there for a decade. He's not a young wrestler, but he's breaking through. Obviously, the Ring of Honor cohort, the likes of the Amazing Red, the likes of Loki, the likes of Bryan Danielson. So like there is a new generation that's coming, but like if you look at the talent landscape in the year 2001, which is even pre-Ring of Honor, you're just like, oh god, wrestling is doomed.
Yeah, and also it's like, sure, there's a lot of really good guys on the come up, but like, where are your stars to carry the brand?
That's the other big issue. Like a lot of them were still being paid by WCW, still being paid by Time Warner, so they weren't working anywhere.
And not being willing to drop those contracts in any way. Like, I'm just gonna, or not being able to. It's like, I got, nah.
Well, some of them could. That's the thing. DDP gave up his to go work for the Fed, and look how that worked out for him. So a lot of them, like the Steiners and the Bookers, or not the Bookers, the Stings of the world that didn't take the buyouts, and they're just like, we'll just coast here because Time Warner is paying us out for the rest of our contract. And I can't blame them. I'd probably do the same thing.
Well, it worked out for DDP, so.
Yeah, he had a great career in the World Wrestling Federation. So yeah, XWF flopped. World Wrestling All-Stars flopped. There was no real national alternative to WWE in 2002. Obviously, Ring of Honor was founded in February of 2002. February, right? Yeah, February. And, you know, they had their niche. They had their thing, but it was never remotely in the same league as WWE. And it was never intended to be either. That's the thing. I'm not being like, Ring of Honor couldn't compete with WWE. They weren't trying to. They were doing their own thing. They were doing their small-scale independent. They helped create, like, the boom of independent wrestling, which kind of still lives this day. Let's see how that goes in the next couple of years. So Jeff Jarrett, Bob Ryder, and Jerry Jarrett went fishing in 2001 and pitched this concept of a pay-per-view only wrestling company, because the big issue with World Wrestling All-Stars, the big issue with XWF in the end, was that they couldn't get television and then died. So they were like, how do we circumvent that? We're not going to be able to get TV either, so we're just going to do a pay-per-view only wrestling company, which is a terrible idea. It's just an abysmal, stupid idea, because like the backbone of pro wrestling for the prior like 15 years was, we have our free television on which we will promote live events and we will promote pay-per-view. And that's how you got people to actually watch the pay-per-views. You built the matches on television and then aired the matches on pay-per-view, and people bought the pay-per-view. But without the free television, the free vehicle to promote that pay-per-view, how do people find out about your product? Especially in 2002, where you don't have the hope of gaining internet buzz. Not that the internet didn't exist.
Yeah, because the internet didn't exist, as we all know.
Because we have so many of those posts like, what if the internet existed in 2002?
What if the internet was around when Jeff Jarrett was running a company, huh?
Yeah, he would have been fine. Everything would have went well.
People would have loved it.
Because like so much of the marketing and buzz for these shows did come from the internet. Like you see Jeff Jarrett and Jerry Jarrett and Jeremy Borash doing interviews with the Wrestling Observer, doing extensive interviews with the PW Torch about the founding of this company. That's how they got their word out. But like the internet was not remotely the force it is today. It didn't have social media. Stuff couldn't go viral. If you wanted to get your word out, it's slow and steady, and it's through other people's platforms. That's the only way you could do it back in 2002. So the idea of doing this weekly pay-per-view model where you want to sell a minimum of 50,000 pay-per-views every single week, it was not particularly viable.
Do you think that would be a idea that would function better in 2021? Because, like, you know, a $9 price point isn't the worst.
Well, it's basically like the backbone of the streaming model when you think about it. Like, instead of paying $9 per pay-per-view, you pay $9 a month to Progress, you pay $9 a month to New Japan, and you get all of their shows for the month. So it's more affordable and it's more accessible. So it kind of works now. Like if New Japan, because the New Japan did charge piecemeal per show, if you remember back in the Ustream days, and people paid it, but not in large numbers. I don't think people would pay for each individual New Japan show like on a $9.99 like price tag on a show by show basis. I don't think that would work. I don't think people pay for that. But as in terms of like the here's everything and you get all the archives, that does work, and people can find like viable models on both an independent level and a mainstream level with that these days.
I think it's curious too, because there is some examples of companies doing that now. GCW, each show is a single purchase on Fight, and then you go to go back to New Japan, they do like their G1 or their Wrestle Kingdom specials, right, where you buy not each show individually, but it's some sort of overarching price point that you will get all these shows for. So I think it's funny. That's like for an idea that didn't work then. There is still traces of it in 2021's wrestling production.
Yeah, even if you look last year, that NWA offshoot, was it UWF, the Dave Marquez one, basically did the weekly pay-per-view model.
UWF is Glate.
Whatever it was called, it was something. Well, you know the company I'm talking about, the fake NWA that was on pay-per-view last summer.
Yeah, I'll find it. Give me 1 sec.
So yeah, they literally did the weekly pay-per-view model. They did a pay-per-view every week, and it clearly died a death because they started giving away everything for free like 2 weeks after it ended. So they clearly generated no interest whatsoever, and it didn't work. And like you mentioned GCW, like it is obviously operating on a much smaller scale.
United Wrestling Network.
So UWN, not UWF. I was letter off.
Very different things, though, to be fair.
Hey, if they did shoot fighting between Damian Sandow and freaking Eli Drake, maybe people would have watched it.
You know, I've just clicked on the UWF thing for a little sidebar. A match that happened on UWF Primetime Live 4, Chris Dickinson versus Max Caster.
Well, there you go. Clearly AEW was watching.
Yeah.
Recruiting the UWN talent.
Not the UWF talent. No Minoru Tanaka.
So yeah, they started with the weekly pay-per-view model. I completely forgot where I was after you mentioned Minoru Tanaka. My brain clearly is like, ooh, Minoru Tanaka.
Yeah.
So they decided on that model as like the reason they did it at the end of the day is they had no other option. Like the only other option was to do like a Ring of Honor approach where it's much smaller scale, where it's much more like we're going to build this kind of grassroots promotion from the ground up. It's going to be much more low budget, more based on independent wrestling talent, cheap talent. But they wanted the swing for the fences. They wanted a national company. It was always intended to be a national company. I would recommend there's basically two primary sources now for the foundation of TNA. The one I would most recommend is Jerry Jarrett's book and the foundation and development of TNA, which is very easy to get these days. You can just get it on Amazon. Or like Jeff Jarrett has just done a 3-part series on the foundation of TNA, in which he basically just reads his dad's book and occasionally corrects it, so just buy the book. But I find it interesting. The thing I find most interesting listening to that, aside from the fact that they don't admit basically that the weekly pay-per-view idea was a calamitous mistake that failed very quickly before they were bailed out by Panda. But the thing they don't talk about that kind of drives me mad, they don't talk about what like their actual vision for TNA was supposed to be. We're starting this wrestling company, which is cool. It's a cool idea. You're building this thing from the ground up. You're building this thing. You're creating it. But they had no like clear vision of the kind of product they wanted to offer. There was never like, this is our identity, other than like, we want to be an alternative to WWE. So what does that mean? And if you look at these shows, if you watch these shows, it's like they're not an alternative to WWE. They're a worse version of what WWE did like years before. And it really frustrates me to like, listen, they did like 8 hours of shows, Jeff Jarrett and Conrad Thompson. And at no stage were they like, so, you know, what did you want TNA to be? Like, surely that's one of the most important things you talk about when you found a company, right?
I guess the idea there is that perhaps there was too many people with too varying opinions on what the company was supposed to be.
Which I think it goes to an idea that we're an issue that we're going to talk about, I think, a lot throughout this podcast. That actually, if you listen to that Jarrett podcast, it's very clear that him and Jerry were constantly on different pages throughout like the early development of TNA, because Jerry would mention that they were doing one thing, and like this Jerry Jarrett book it was his journal at the time. He was writing a journal while he was founding TNA, and then he published it as a book. So it's like as primary a source as you get. It's the man's journal thoughts the day they happened. And Jarrett's like, oh, some of that never happened. And it's like, it clearly did. It's just your dad was doing things that you didn't know about, or that he just didn't tell you about, which isn't exactly an ideal way to start the company. But also, we'll talk about this again in 2014 TNA, but Vince Russo was kind of secretly working for the company. It's amazing that 2 separate periods in TNA history, there's like Vince Russo shadow booking the company.
If you have to make someone a shadow booker, they're probably not worth bringing in.
It's amazing. It's like, we want you, but no one will like the fact that we have you, so we're not going to tell people. Like, there's this fascinating exchange in a Wade Keller torch talk with Jerry Jarrett, where he's talking about like, and fair play to Wade Keller, who puts him on the spot. He's like, does Vince Russo work for you or collect a paycheck? And Jerry Jarrett's like, no. But then Wade Keller follows up with like, but does he have any creative input to the product? And Jerry's like, well, you know, yes, but no, but yes. And it just comes back to the fact that obviously Vince Russo is a close friend of Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett's biggest push of his career came from Vince Russo in WCW. So Jeff obviously felt like either he owed Vince Russo something, or that Vince Russo was the best guy to present him on television. And he just couldn't cut him loose. Because like Vince Russo was hired by WWE like days after TNA started. Days after the June 90th pay-per-view. That's when he went back to WWE for like a day before he was fired nearly immediately. But they still couldn't let him go. He's like, he still has to be this foundational part of the company.
He even got a way out.
Yeah, it's like, god damn it.
They still brought him back into the fold.
He could have just been like, oh yeah, Vince, happy for you to go off the W. Because like, if you read Jerry Jarrett's book, we'll get into the quotes because they're later in June 2002. We'll get into the quotes later, specifically about Vince Russo. But he detested Vince Russo.
You know what, Jerry? Me too, man.
He buries Vince Russo 6 feet under multiple times. He's like, this guy doesn't know wrestling. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's stupid. So it's clear that like that friction and that tension existed from the very beginning. That like Jerry Jarrett had this idea of what this company should be, which is like very traditional wrestling. Jerry Jarrett made all his money in Memphis. So that kind of wrestling, that kind of like easy to understand stories, main event guys and main events, opening guys and opening contests. And there'll be some stuff that maybe hasn't aged particularly well that we will talk about when we get to reviewing these shows. That there's some stuff in these shows that are just absolutely vile, honestly.
Which you can also hear our reaction to.
Oh, indeed. Like, go and listen to our on the $10 tier on Patreon, just to hear our visceral reactions to some of the homophobia and racism, because we did a live watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number
and
1.
Ableism. It's all there. It's literally everything that you could hope for.
What do you want? It's literally all in the show. It's clear that like Jerry Jarrett wanted to be more traditional wrestling product. That obviously it ended up being nothing like that, and that ended up actually being one of the key stories throughout the first year of the company: traditional wrestling versus sports entertainment extreme. We'll get to that in months to come. It bled onto the show as a storytelling device. Even the commentary team was apparently kind of designed like that, where Ed Ferrara was meant to be the sports entertainment guy, and Mike Tenay was meant to be the serious sports guy, and they were meant to like argue and clash.
Well, you know what? Despite I don't like Ed Ferrara, I do think he succeeds in that role.
Yeah, he is annoying about pushing sports entertainment on you.
But like, I get it. Like, even from a character perspective, like I think it's fine. Like, if he's the guy who's like, going, oh yeah, I like the angles and the blah blah blah, and that's why I'm here, and I'm gonna put that over, and I'm gonna put the heels over. But it also like intrinsically tells the audience that the sports entertainment stuff is garbage.
Yeah.
Because the guy who is voicing that he likes it is the garbage guy on the commentary.
They're at least nice enough to tell you that.
And that's like even a common theme between these first few shows is that there's a lot of self-loathing on these shows where they seemingly hate their own booking already.
Yep.
They hate the angles they're putting on there. They hate the show, and they hate this might come from what we're talking about with everyone has a different view of it. It's like they're burying their own show from the beginning, and I think that was the most interesting takeaway as I was watching too. I was like, why do they hate everything they're putting out there?
I do wonder, is that like, obviously somebody booked the Gauntlet for the Gold for the world title, and then a bunch of people come out at the start of these shows. Like Jeff Jarrett, it's fine. He's the heel. Him coming out and saying, "Oh, I have to win a 20-man gauntlet match to become champion. That's terrible." And then he's given his comeuppance by being made number one in the gauntlet. That's like that works. That makes sense. That's a heel being a heel and getting his comeuppance. But then like Ken Shamrock comes out and it's like, "Yes, Jeff, I agree with you that this is a terrible idea, but I guess we have to do it." Before then, also Scott Hall comes out, both of whom are babyfaces, by the way, Scott Hall and Ken Shamrock. Scott Hall also comes out and is like, "Yeah, man, it's such a dumb idea that we're doing this battle royal for the title. Oh, it's so terrible." So I do wonder if it's like deliberate sabotage, that like somebody else is like, "Oh, I'm going to script these promos to bury this booking decision that I don't like."
But it's not even specifically that either. Like there's other things on this show that like the commentary is just shitting on.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I wonder if there was certain people in other people's ears like, "Hey, Ed, I need you to really shit talk this segment for me. Hey, Mike, can you really bury the sports entertainment stuff for me?"
It is kind of fascinating to see that play out on air, like in a way that's really tangible and clear to see. And like it may be just like they're setting up this story that they're building toward the sports entertainment extreme stuff, where it still doesn't make for particularly compelling television, that pretty much every segment has somebody telling you that part of it sucks for some reason.
Yeah, there's like you can do that and have subtle story tells, but it's like you don't need to bury the show while you're doing it. Because like, especially, it wouldn't even be that bad if it wasn't on TV. But you're asking people to pay a price point every week while telling them the show is bad.
It's such a TNA thing to do from the very start, isn't it?
It's kind of mind-boggling, like how it's almost the worst start to a promotion you could fucking do.
The entire show spends the entire show telling you that the show sucks and you're a dumbass for spending $10 on it and you should never do it again.
And then ends it with, "And we'll see you next week. Make sure you slap them that $10 to go watch Scott Hall and Jeff Jarrett.
So we can bury you again for showing up and watching all this garbage."
Yeah, there's immediately like a test for for their own viewership. It's very odd.
It's remarkable that like disdain for their own audience was there from the very beginning.
Something that WWE has picked up and carried along the finish line.
That's what people don't understand when like I criticize WWE. It's like, I am very familiar with all of these signs from the downfall of TNA, and they're repeating them like verbatim, and people are like, "Oh, it's gonna be fine." It's like, and WWE are much more insulated from that because they make way more money than TNA ever did. But the problems are still there, and those problems are very hard to fix the longer you ignore them.
I'm curious, like, if you had to do like a direct comparison point, like, could you what era of TNA is the closest to 2021 WWE from that perspective?
It's probably like 2014, where like everybody every week would come out and say how much the show sucked.
So you mean the era when everyone stopped watching?
Yeah, because like every week there'd be a promo where somebody would like, "Dixie Carter, you're running this company into the ground. This company has so much potential, but you're ruining it." And MVP would cut that promo and then turn heel, and then somebody else would cut that promo on MVP, and it would happen over and over again. That's like, everyone knows the show sucks. Nobody is over. Nobody's going anywhere. There's no momentum. Occasionally you get some good matches, but that's about it. And it reminds me so much of 2014 TNA, when the year they got dumped off Spike, which they actually did turn it around the second half of the year. They had some good stuff in the second half of the year, but the first half of that year is just dire. So we talked about the roster. Obviously, they wanted some of the big stars that were available at the time, but couldn't get them. They tried to get Luger. They couldn't get Luger. They approached Bret Hart. There's mention in the Wrestling Observer of a Team Canada that features Harry Smith, TJ Wilson, and Teddy Hart, which like TJ Wilson would have been like 17 at that stage, I think.
I think it's interesting that they clearly had that Team Canada idea from like the beginning.
Yeah, clearly they loved that idea in WCW, the Team Canada that had Elix Skipper in it and Jim Duggan, all the famous Canadians. They wanted to bring it back. They also wanted Randy Savage, but couldn't get him. Sting, couldn't get him either. Steiner was an interesting one in that like Steiner and Jeff Jarrett are best friends. They're huge pals, but they couldn't get him either. Steiner eventually went back to the WWF, or WWE at the time, of course, to beat up Chris Sawinski.
Well, he also had like the Triple H stuff at that point, right? Was that earlier?
No, this was 2002. Steiner was still a free agent. He didn't go back until Survivor Series that year.
Yeah, so he did the World Heavyweight title stuff as well.
Yeah, but TNA would have been long founded by then. But Jeff Jarrett's best pal, he couldn't get him. So like, when you look at the market, when you look at the names they ended up getting, there's like Ken Shamrock, who's an interesting wrestler, an interesting star, but hasn't been around on a national stage for 2 to 3 years at that stage. So he's not like a big relevant name. Obviously, he's a huge name in the UFC at that stage. He has those fights with Tito Ortiz that year that effectively saves the UFC as like, not only that saves MMA probably. The history of MMA is very different without the Ken Shamrock and Tito Ortiz fights, because if the UFC doesn't make it, it's probably not a mainstream thing these days. So Ken Shamrock was a huge star in the fight world at that stage, but not so much in the wrestling world.
At least he was still on like the tip of people's tongues. Like he was still a name for something.
Yeah, he wasn't a nobody, but. Like, I suppose it would be equivalent to, he's not a CM Punk level star, but Punk hasn't been around wrestling for a long time either, and if he came back, it would be a big deal. So maybe I'm being harsh on Ken Shamrock, but he's the biggest star they have. They couldn't get Sting, they couldn't get Savage, they couldn't get Luger. A lot of these people they did end up getting eventually, for one way or another, for one period or another. Some longer than others. Obviously Steiner and Sting had long runs, whereas Luger and Savage did not. But when you take all those people off the table, there's not that much in the way of star power out there anymore. You have Jeff Jarrett, you have Scott Hall, you have Ken Shamrock as people who like people know, and then there's the likes of Rick Steiner and Buff Bagwell, who I think people know but people don't care about.
The Vampire Warrior.
Yes, Vampire Warrior, who wasn't like heavily promoted. He was just announced a few days beforehand as being in the Gauntlet for the Gold, and then never showed up again. Clearly, nobody's a Gangrel fan.
He shot out early, so obviously they can't keep a guy around who can't even obey the rules of the Gauntlet of the Gold.
Shane Douglas, very funny. They were like, Shane, we want you to do the show. And Shane Douglas, Francine was already booked at the time. Shane Douglas was like, it's me or it's Francine. And then they're like, oh, we've already booked Francine, so it's Francine. It's like, the franchise was bragging about that afterwards. It's like, oh, they got Francine, they don't got me. It's like, you just worked yourself out of money there, pal. You're
like
not
in a company that's desperate for stars.
They're literally looking for anybody, and you can talk. So like, you would have been pretty good. I'd imagine they would have taken you, but nope. The franchise at the franchise.
You know, he made his way in eventually.
He did. They all made their way in eventually, except the only one that didn't, that was talked about beforehand, was Bret Hart, who didn't make his way in eventually. But pretty much everybody else did, and. You know, it's a roster. It's such a weird group of people, but it's a group of people.
And to be fair, like there's some stuff in there, you know, even at the early stages. You got the makings of some stuff, but it's definitely a weird assortment of characters.
And like the first person they signed, they signed 2 major wrestlers to long-term contracts, and by long-term contracts we mean 26-day contracts, which at the time was intended to be a 1-year contract, because at launch they intended to do their first show live and then tape a show after that. So that's one date for somebody. So that takes everybody they have signed through a year. And the 2 people they signed were Ken Shamrock, who was meant to be their like big ace name.
To be fair, that's a good signing.
As good as they could probably get. Mm-hmm. And then the second one, even better, the phenomenal AJ Styles.
See, that's some good foresight, right?
To be fair, yeah, there's people who will always say to you that TNA didn't know what they had with AJ Styles. And it's like, he was one of the very, very, very few people they signed to a 1-year contract at the start. Like, basically everybody else was signed to either like a 1-show contract, or in the case of Hall, I think it was something like 4 shows. So like the vast majority of people you saw on the very first NWA-TNA show were not signed to long-term deals. That's the way they set this thing up. Like they very much expressly did not want a lot of overheads. So all of their like production, all of their PR, all of that stuff was outsourced, and a vast majority of of the talent were signed to short-term deals, which was a big reason people didn't have any faith in it, because one, they were like, oh, you're obviously not confident enough to tie people down. But the second one thing was also like, if any of these people catch on, WWE is just going to sign them because you have none of them under contract, which WWE didn't do, because WWE were in a weird place during that era where they didn't sign people like AJ Styles.
It wasn't 2020.
Yeah, where it's just like, we're going to hire Robbie E just so nobody else can have him. It is a salient point that if you don't have people tied down, that WWE can just be like, oh yeah, we'll take him. Great, thanks for making him a star. But yeah, people argue that they didn't know what they had with AJ Styles, and it's just absolute nonsense, given he was one of the very, very few people they actually signed to a deal.
Well, also, like, I think a lot of people may base that because on that, like, especially on that first show, they see AJ first match and losing, and they're probably like, whatever. But it's like, even from the first two shows, you can tell that AJ was clearly a guy that they were really high on.
Yep.
Like, he was in that first match, and he was highlighted in that first match.
Well, by being pinned, but sure.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like, there was story. At least they had tried to establish a story with him. They gave him times to shine throughout the match. They gave him an out with getting hit before he got pinned, and then immediately on the next show, they had him in the main event with the X title and showing off. Basically, like, that entire match was basically just a whole exercise in how to show off AJ Styles to an audience. Mm-hmm. Not a great story for it all, but they clearly liked AJ a lot immediately.
He was clearly intended to be one of the very few people to come out of these first couple shows as like a guy you should actually care about. No, they didn't know what they had with AJ.
Oh, he's already biting it back against the IWC. This is going to be the big feud of this series. It's going to be you taking on everyone online with their tweets on the Twitter machine.
It's basically, this podcast is basically entirely my opportunity to correct the record on people being wrong about TNA.
And then me to, like, be the realist who goes, yeah, there's a lot of bad.
How dare you?
As we'll get when we get into the actual, like, more stuff about the shows.
Yeah, if you look at our star ratings list, it's on the $1 tier on Patreon. Basically, all yours are just slightly lower than mine. It's like, hey.
I think I am curious, like, going off topic from the formation for a second, on, you know, especially Asylum stuff. Like, Asylum to, as we said, like, what, 09, I have very little knowledge base on. So it's coming in from me going in there, basically watching stuff either for the first time or just the second time, really. And you, like, the foremost TNA guy on the internet. So, like, it's going to be like, you know, I think in general, when it comes to wrestling, you're a little less forgiving than I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
But are we going to reach a point where it's like, oh, Garrett clearly has, like, some nostalgia goggles here. And I'm going to come in here and go, actually...
You were the objective star rater.
Yeah. I am curious to see, like, how much that plays into it. But, like, this wasn't... Like, you weren't watching, like, this era of TNA at the time.
No. It is the era of TNA that I would have the least nostalgia for.
So I expect that to be more around the 05, 06 era. And beyond.
So they wanted a bunch of NWA legends for the opening ceremony to get the belt prestige.
And boy, did they get them.
Well, to be fair, they did get a bunch of them. Like Ricky Steamboat, Harley Race, Dory Funk Jr. Those are good level, like, NWA stars, people who have strong association with that championship and with that legacy to kind of show up and tell you how important it is. Mm-hmm. They also had Jackie Fargo, Corsica Joe, Sarah Lee, but sure.
They had Jackie Fargo be there for like 5 hours of the first two shows.
I like the way it's like, Harley Race and Dory Funk are much bigger stars than Jackie Fargo, but Jackie Fargo is a bigger local star, perhaps. But like, Jackie Fargo plays a huge role in that show, whereas, like...
That's because Jarrett likes him.
Jeff Jarrett famously ripped off the strut from Jackie Fargo. To be fair, Steamboat also plays a big role.
Steamboat plays a big role in both shows, too.
They also wanted Dusty Rhodes, but Dusty was like, no, I want a lot of money. And also Dusty apparently was like, actually, you're taping 2 shows at once, so this is 2 bookings, not 1. So I want double the money. Fair play to Dusty.
Always a worker.
Dan Severn becomes a big point of contention on the Jeff Jarrett podcast, where it's like, Dan Severn was NWA champion heading into these shows, and the long-held story, the story that's backed up in Jerry Jarrett's book, is that Dan Severn was double booked on the launch date on June 19th. It was not available, so stripped of the title, and they went into the gauntlet match. And the way Jeff Jarrett goes on about it, he did not want Dan Severn on his show. I've never heard a man have more hatred for Dan Severn in my life.
What happened between Dan Severn and Jeff Jarrett?
I don't know. Conrad kind of pokes at him. It's like, what happened here? Why do you... Because, like, it's not like, we have no interest in Dan Severn. It's like, he's like, Dan Severn was not going to be on my show. It's like, whoa, dude.
Do you think Dan Severn beat him up?
He shot on him, yeah. And like there's such an easy story there because Dan Severn and Ken Shamrock were UFC rivals. So sure, like a really cool match to book would be Dan Severn against Ken Shamrock.
Two pioneers of the sport in the US.
And like maybe it wouldn't be the most charismatic, dynamic match in the world in terms of like promos and stuff, but it's such an easy story that might actually generate some interest.
A Dan Severn versus Ken Shamrock pay-per-view main doesn't sound like a terrible idea for a company trying to get any and all buzz.
Especially on this, like, your freaking pay-per-view main event ended up being Malice against Ken Shamrock. Like,
hey!
And I like Malice, but nobody cared about The Wall, No one was like, oh, The Wall's on the show?
That's why it wasn't pitched as Malice versus Ken Shamrock for the NWA title, was it? Do you have any problem with the Battle Royal for the world title?
I don't. I think it's a perfectly fine way to crown it. Like, I would prefer a tournament. Like, I always prefer a tournament.
Yeah. But if you have to do like a one-day kind of, we got to get it in there and out there. I think I have a less problem with it because it ends in a singles match anyway.
Yeah, the TNA Gauntlet format, which is Royal Rumble, but the last two ends in pinfall and submission.
Which I think might be the best way to do it.
Yeah, WWE should have changed it years ago, but they're too stuck in their ways.
Come on, Casino Battle Royal, just ditch it. Gauntlet for the gold, baby.
Like, realistically, looking at the roster they had, if you were to do a one-night tournament instead of a Battle Royal, the tournament matches would have sucked, You're doing Vampire Warrior against Ken Shamrock.
Malice.
Buff Bagwell against Malice. Rick Steiner against Apollo, I'm trying to put together tournament matches here.
Excuse me, it would be Rick Steiner versus Scott Hall. Jeff Jarrett versus Apollo.
There you go. But like, would you like to see that one-night tournament? I wouldn't. So I'm more on board with the idea of just doing a gauntlet in that case.
I don't know, man. 4 Malice matches is right up my alley.
James Storm and Chris Harris, actually, they were not signed originally. I don't even think they were on people's radar. But on June 1st, on an independent show, they did on a Burt Prentice show, they did a match on that show where TNA were just in the building. They had like Don West and Ed Ferrara there. Jim Cornette also got in a fight with Ed Ferrara on that show for mocking Jim Ross in WCW. But of course.
You know what, that rules actually. Ed Ferrara's getting on my side.
Well, he mocked his Bell's palsy, so it's...
No, damn it, Ed. You couldn't take the high road.
Couldn't just call him a bad announcer or something. But yeah, Chris Harris and James Storm had such a good match on that show. They actually earned their way onto the TNA show and then ended up being very important parts of TNA. So imagine if they just randomly didn't see that Chris Harris James Storm match. I think TNA would be even more dire than it ended up being.
Or if that match was shit. An interesting little factoid about that Storm and Harris match, they actually mentioned it on commentary on the second show.
Yeah. So they were like, these two guys, they're good. And they ended up being good.
Yeah.
So that worked out.
They were pretty good on that second show, actually.
Yeah, they're one of the few redeeming factors about that undercard.
That second show is rough.
We'll get to it. We had the foundation of the commentary team, which Don West was one of the first people brought on. His name was bandied about during the WCW days, but Don West was known as a television shopping network guy. He was at the Shop on Home network where he sold sports memorabilia. He was a pitch guy. He was a sales guy. He was once spoofed on SNL by Will Ferrell because that's how Don West is the most easily spoofable man in the world. But obviously he had never done wrestling before, and I love Don West in this era because he's just so objectively wholesome, and he's so enthusiastic, and he
knows nothing about wrestling.
No, he has no idea what's going on. But AJ Styles does a Hurricane Rana, and he loses his mind.
Yeah,
it's the coolest thing he's ever seen in his life, and it's so much fun to watch.
I think he'll get better at it, but there's very clearly some times in these first 2 shows where Mike Tenay has to be like, all right, you're giving away the show a little bit here, man. We gotta reel it back slightly. when I forgot who it was. It was in one of the matches. I'm just gonna go through the results real quick to see if I can work it out.
Was it when he was shouting, "It's gotta be Malice"?
Maybe. Yeah, that was a great one. There was another one that I can't remember, but it was some match. I'll just say it was the Brian Christopher K Crush match, right? I don't know if it was, but at one point he just goes, K Crush is on the Heat segment beating him down, and he just goes, Brian Christopher's going to come back and win.
I love him working out how pro wrestling works in real time. It's like, oh, this is how this works.
And Mike goes to him, well, that's just your opinion. We'll have to wait to see.
Oh, like, I love Don. It's like, because there's far too much weird cynicism in wrestling commentary these days, where like people who clearly don't like what they're calling or start burying what they're calling, and Don West is just out here losing his mind at literally everything in the most like sincere way possible.
Actually, I don't mind this trio of people at all. I don't like Ed Ferrara in anything other than the commentary, but actual like him just talking shit, I think he's fine.
Scott Hudson was originally considered for play-by-play, but apparently was not available, so they ended up going with Mike Tenay. And also a big thing, apparently Don West was originally supposed to be host of the show, not a color commentator.
You see a bit of that in the first show.
Yeah, because he's actually the first person you see on the first show when he walks out and is like, welcome to the show, blah 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 blah. So Don West's role changed from host to commentator, so I think they knew they needed somebody very professional, very knowledgeable to make up for Don West's lack of knowledge. And like the whole idea was like, it was Mike Tenay bringing the expert perspective, Don West bringing the fan perspective, and then Ed Ferrara kind of like the entertainment guy. So like Mike Tenay calls, tells stories, Don West just shouts and gets excited, and then Ed Ferrara makes some quips and jokes, which is a nice kind of balance. Everybody has a role.
Yeah, I think it works.
And like Mike Tenay is the best. Mike Tenay is so good on these shows, like just so good. And there's people who don't like Mike Tenay, and I will fight them because like he's knowledgeable and he's passionate and he's enthusiastic and like he just nails the big calls and he makes things feel important and he makes like. I think this show would feel a lot more haphazard and a lot less credible if it had an announcer that wasn't as like professional and on it as Mike Tenay was.
Like he's the voice of TNA to me, you know. Like say what like no one else like even above Don West. Like when I like imagine a TNA match, that's the voice I'm hearing in my head.
So while they were building it, they obviously took the NWA tag titles and the NWA World title. The third title they had was originally pitched as a middleweight title. That's what was talked about in the build up before the X division was formally created. It's not about weight limits; it's about no limits, which was there from the very beginning. I like people were always like, I don't get it. I don't understand the X division. It's like it's not about weight limits. It's about no limits. It's like, no, I don't get. It's like, then you're stupid.
Yeah, it's about kick-ass matches. Yeah. Like, what do you want? It's about the guys who go out there and do high spots and kill themselves.
Yeah, it's about good wrestlers doing cool shit. What's hard to understand here?
I don't get how you could even be like confused by that.
Like it's like the Intercontinental title makes less sense. Like explain that title to me.
Well, if you want to go for stuff at the times, like WWE title, World title, like none of these titles make sense. Yeah. Universal title.
It's like this like, what the, like it's a mid-card belt.
But they can't call it the mid-card title, so
the the less significant belt. That's what we're going to name our belt.
The one that like for people who might be something in the future.
But it's very clear from the very beginning. I think they kind of know it and they increasingly lean into it. But like that's what TNA is. Like the X division is the thing that like actively stands out.
Yeah, it's probably also the most consistently good part of the company.
Maybe some would say the only good part of the company. It's interesting to read quotes and booking philosophies because, as I mentioned, they kind of collide and contrast. Because, like, Jeremy Borash was on Wrestling Observer Live and he was talking about how they needed water cooler moments, they needed the shock and awe, they needed fast-paced wrestling and outside features, which is very Vince Russo. But, like, Jeff Jarrett was on Wrestling Observer Live later. He's like, we're not going to do a lot of the Attitude Era stuff. It's going to be more traditional, plain sailing wrestling. It's like, you people don't know what this company is going to be, do you?
Yeah, that's the big problem here, isn't it? It's like there was no unified focus.
No, and like Jeff Jarrett, he says in the podcast that he did, it's just like, oh, it's important that there's one person in charge, or there's one person calling the shots, and that was me. And it's like, that's clearly not the case, pal. When you look at the way this thing turned out, it's actually Vince McMahon was on Bite This, and they actually asked him about TNA. In which he answered, it's an unusual approach and a novel idea, but I don't know how you promote when you have no promotional vehicle. How do you sell tickets in Huntsville? If they're selling them, fine, but I don't know how they promote if they have no platform. That's difficult to do.
That is a relatively thought out and not demeaning answer to that question at all.
Because, like, one, he's dead right, and he ended up being dead right because they barely sold any tickets to the show. But when you think about how he responded to, like, AEW when they asked him on Investor Conference, he's like, oh, that's blood and guts. That's bringing down the industry.
Well, he tried to bury one, and one he was just like, I don't get it, but it was almost like, I don't get it, but sure, do your thing.
If it works, all power to him, but I don't think it will.
I enjoy, like, the human, like, I wish he wasn't like this weird demon man, because I would actually like just to hear his business thought process. Like, Like, I need a Vince McMahon TED talk, but it's like no shtick. Like, I'm legitimately interested in his business acumen.
Like, I've said it as a joke before, but I honestly kind of mean it. That the best content they could ever do is just slap a camera on him for like a week. You know, just follow him.
Yeah.
And just, like, see what this man does. And his weirdness, and his, like, ketchup on steak, and his refusal to sneeze, and all, like, the weird Vinceisms that are charming, and then all the weird Vinceisms that are not so charming. And just like,
we can't talk about those ones.
who is this man? Because, like, he has kind of ascended beyond just being a person, hasn't he? He's like this figure in the ether of professional wrestling who has been ever present for the last 35 years, as opposed to being just a human being. And Vince the human being is very weird and strange, and I'd like to just watch him. Not in a stalker way, but
I also think that, like, I would love to hear this in, like, 02, 03, 04. You know what I mean? Like, 2021 Vince, I don't think I do necessarily want to hear him sit down and talk about business. But, like, 02, he's still rocking at all cylinders to the most part. Like, it's a real unexplored portion of wrestling, because, you know, he's the biggest name. He got the most money. He doesn't need to do any of that shit. And, like, what reason does Vince McMahon have to tell us anything? But it's just, I don't know. I think there's a lot of really interesting stuff under there somewhere. Under the sneezing and the steaks and the not watching anything, not watching movies or listening to music. There's some stuff there, I'm sure.
Yeah, Vince ended up being right. They barely sold any tickets. They were in I believe a 4,000 or 5,000 seat stadium. They only sold 330 tickets with 9 days to go, and by the end, they only had about 400, 500 paid in there. They did end up having about 3K in there, but that was obviously heavily paid for. The vast majority of them who got in there for free. And, like, they were a good crowd. They were a hot crowd.
I was going to say, the one thing I will give both these shows is, you know, the crowd was into them.
Yeah, this crowd was at least interested. It was engaged, even if none of them paid to be there. And, like, I can't blame them. When you look at these lineups, what are you going to see? You going to see T.O. against Hollywood? You going to pay for that?
I mean, I would.
The Dupps against Christian York and Joey Matthews? The Johnsons against James Storm and Psychosis? Like, none of these matches are matches that anybody should ever go pay to see.
Yeah.
And, like, the big idea at the time was, like, oh, we'll have a bunch of NASCAR guys there. We'll have Sterling Martin. We'll have Hermie Sadler. We'll also have Toby Keith. These are big country music stars. These stars should appeal to people in Huntsville, Alabama, but nope.
Yeah, but they want to see the NASCAR guys go broom, and they want to see a Toby Keith concert.
But Toby Keith sang, though, so Toby Keith did go sing.
He sang a song. Like, if you want to do that, you can go see Toby Keith sing, I'm sure, for, like, same amount of money at some other place, and you'll do a full fucking set for you. They don't, like, just seeing someone isn't, like, a draw when they're not in their element.
So that does finally bring us to the Von Braun Civic Center in Huntsville, Alabama, June 19th, 2002. The foundation of TNA Wrestling, as they held their first show in front of about, as I said, 400, 500 paid, about 3,000 in the building in total. Pay-per-view buys will become a reoccurring issue because the people who are providing the numbers did not provide them accurate numbers, and they thought the show was a success, and it really, really wasn't. It did not do remotely near what they needed to. Like Jerry Jarrett mentions in the Torch Talk with Wade Keller, that they need 40 to 50,000 to break even, which when you think about it, that's about 50,000 is $500,000 at $10 each. $10 each is $500,000, of which they get about a split of half of from the pay-per-view provider, which is 250,000 to break even. And they did not get remotely near that, but we'll talk about that in later episodes when that scandal is more relevant. But needless to say, these shows did not do particularly well. But, well, let's talk about them, Liam. Let's talk about NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 1. What did you think of it?
Let's do the good stuff first, right? Flying Elvises versus Styles, Lynn, Loki. It's a lot of fun. Whatever about the booking. T.O. and Hollywood. A banger?
Shockingly good. That match should not have been nearly as good as it ended up being. And it's 3 minutes long, but they, like, just drop a bunch of cool spots there. And they, like, throw shoot punches. It's like, yeah, heck yeah.
Yeah. The Johnsons versus Storm and Psychosis was, like, surprisingly good.
Well, because the Johnsons, the Shane brothers, are actually, like, good wrestlers. They were NWA tag champs before the start of TNA, before they stripped them of the belts. And then they put them in the damn penis costumes and ruined their careers.
It's almost like if you stripped this show of the cringe gimmicks and just had them as, like, regular people in having these exact same matches, the show would be exponentially better.
Because, like, this is legit, because if you remember the Jim and I from WWE, managed by Simon Dean. That's who the Johnsons were. Like, two big, impressive-looking guys who did big, cool suplexes and power moves. If you didn't present them as penis men, they probably would have gotten over.
The gauntlet for the gold fucking stunk.
Yeah, we did talk about that extensively in the watch-along, about how, like, just no thought was put into that gauntlet. None whatsoever.
Yeah, there was not even a second of booking was about the gauntlet for the gold. I will give credit, however, to Malice, who is awesome.
He's just a big guy who chokeslams everybody. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, he's dope. And especially, I'll skip a little ahead, in the second show, I was like, oh, this guy rules. This guy is fucking awesome. He reminds me of, like, Psycho Sid.
Yeah. Except probably a little better as a worker.
Yeah, and he comes in and he beats the shit out of people. Good stuff. The bad everything else.
Yeah.
The bad every single angle that was on this show. The bad everything that had like a semblance of sports entertainment on this show was awful. The racism was awful. The sexism was awful. The homophobia was awful. Just there's like all these like little bits of good in there, and then just the bottom of the barrel trash everywhere else.
Because the show opens with a legend segment, which it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to open with the Flying Elvises against Styles, Lynn, and Loki match. But Cheeks, who appeared on the second show, beating Frank Walker, the actual match that broke the ring, aired on the second show. It broke the ring, so they had to send the Harris brothers out there to fix the ring desperately. There's actually some great audio of it on one of the TNA DVDs. I might throw it in here, actually.
Hey, Mike, it's Don. You got me? You got me? Yes, sir. Go ahead. They're switching around some of the segments back here. It's a little crazy. Basically, what we're going to do is JB is going to do the countdown. We're going to come out and introduce Ed, and we're moving up the Legends thing to give Ron and them guys some more time to fix the ring. Welcome to the world of live pay-per-view, my friend. You ain't kidding. We'll see you out there in a minute, man.
Of Don West just like casually be like, hey Mike, ring's broken, we're rearranging the show, and Mike TNA, like pure pro, he's like, yep, alright, that's live pay-per-view, let's keep going. It's like, well, that didn't even faze you. Good God. You were clearly a very, to be fair, he lived through WCW, so he's probably well used to the chaos.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. That was like the fifth thing I was prepared for.
But yeah, they did open with like, I thought the Legend segment was pretty good. It's like, this belt is meaningful, it's important, until Jeff Jarrett and Scott Hall and Ken Shamrock came out and buried the idea of the match. Because that's the worst part. It's like, oh, this actually makes sense. You know, you have these venerable champions, Dory Funk Jr., Harley Race, Ricky Steamboat, these people who are really like legitimate legends in the NWA, telling you how important this belt is and how we're going to crown a champion and how it's going to be meaningful. And like, great idea, establishing the belt as a big thing from the very beginning. But then you have people come out and bury it. It's like, what are you doing?
It also doesn't help that like after all of this stuff, total non-stop action, first segment is an in-ring talking, everyone come out, music hit, talk about the main event segment.
In their defense, they didn't want it to be that
I know
way.
what you mean, but perception-wise.
Yeah. Curse Cheeks. It's all Cheeks' fault.
I will not have you besmirch Cheeks in front of me, you son of a bitch.
TNA would have been fine. People would have believed the Total Nonstop Action name had Cheeks not changed history.
And then we, of course, go into the big six-man.
Yeah, the six-man tag, which was a great match. Kicked ass.
Yeah.
Von West and Ed Ferraro were in the... And, this show was in 2002, so it is a different, not to excuse it even remotely, but to put it in its cultural context, it
was a different era.
Like, but I'm kind of even going to bury it's a different era, because it's not. You know, it's 2002. Yeah. It's not the Attitude Era anymore. Like, they always give out about standards and practices in WCW. WCW didn't allow this stuff to happen. WCW didn't allow this stuff to happen for a reason, because that's the way society was moving. And it's right that, like, women are degraded and reduced to being dancing in cages at ringside.
That's a hot take, Garrett.
Like, and like you hear the wrestling people desperately cling to like, oh, we need to be edgy and gritty, which basically means like racism and sexism and all the bad stuff and the homophobia on these shows.
Who says that anymore though? Like, who's out there fighting for like that? Who wants the Attitude Era?
You still get the Russo disciples. They're less these days, but they're still there. I had two of them in my mentions the other day.
Yeah, but Garrett, who gives a shit about anyone who listens to Vince Russo?
Those two people do, apparently.
Well, like I'm sorry, I can't even fathom like giving them a second of your day though. It's like, you know who they go to for their news source. Like Russo's below Cornette.
There's a moment again on that Jeff Jarrett podcast, not to rag on Jeff Jarrett, but like where they mention the women dancing in cages, and Conrad's like, why'd you do that? And Jeff Jarrett comes up with this most bizarre excuse that it's like, we were on pay-per-view and we needed transitions between segments. So we decided to put women in cages so we could cut to like 10 seconds of women dancing in cages to transition between segments. As if like pay-per-view was only invented by TNA then, and they're like, we're fixing this problem that WCW, who have been doing pay-per-views for 15 years, didn't have, and WWF, who have been doing pay-per-views for 15 years, didn't have. None of those people need dance. And like Conrad called him out on it. It was such a lame excuse. Like, own up to the fact that this was, it's just, even by 2002, it was like, this is just isn't acceptable anymore. Why are you doing this?
There's a couple things wrong with that, Jeff. One, there was women in cages in the crowd
Yeah.
who weren't shot.
One of them, like, way off to the left, off camera.
And two, the company's name is TNA. So clearly, they weren't just there as a transition.
Yep.
Quotation marks.
Actually, it's the name of the company was meant to be Tuesday Night Attitude, but then the pay-per-view company was like, actually, you're airing on Wednesdays.
Thus, proving my point more.
It tells you how absolutely committed they were to the TNA name and the TNA double entendre, that when they were moved to Wednesdays, they were like, we're just going to come up with a different meaning for the acronym.
You know what? A young Liam, when he first started watching TNA, didn't even get that. Because, like, the whole TNA thing was, like, such an early 2000s bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I just thought it was a cool acronym for a wrestling company, really. I was like, oh, that's cool. It doesn't have, like, there's no W in it anywhere.
Yeah, the point Jeremy Borash always raises, like, on the History of TNA Year 1 DVD, he mentions that he was standing in the middle of the ring on that first show as he was ready to do the countdown, and, like, just organically the crowd just started going, like, TNA, TNA, TNA. At that point, he realized that, you know, actually, this is a pretty good name. It's a very chantable show name, a very chantable company name.
Yeah, see, I really like the TNA name. It's just, I wish it didn't have that, you know, look at us, we're so edgy, tits and ass. Like, I wish it didn't have that all surrounding it, but it's like, the actual name's pretty great.
But to go back to the Wade Keller torch talk, where Jerry Dart was interviewed, he expressly said, we think that to march a naked girl out de-emphasizes TNA instead of enhancing it. Our product will reflect that. To which Wade Keller follows up, but you do feel that having women out there as eye candy, no matter how revealing or provocatively dressed they are, is important. To which Jerry Jarrett responds, yes, it's important to the 18 to 35 male demographic that we are going after. Which honestly makes it worse, that it's just this cynical, desperate play for horny teenagers' attention.
Well, it's like what we said in the live reaction. It was like, this is why we come for wrestling. To beat off.
It wasn't easy to watch at the time. It wasn't good at the time. But watching it in 2021, particularly on the second show with the Lingerie Battle Royal, it's unbearable to watch these days.
It's one of the worst pro wrestling matches I think I've ever seen.
I feel bad for, like, legitimate wrestlers like Mickie James out there. Like, Mickie James.
That's the problem too. You know what? Wasn't even the worst part of this show.
We had the penis costume, like James Storm making his debut as like Cowboy Man, you know, who would go on to become the man who had more matches in TNA history than anybody else. The only wrestler to have more than 1,000 matches in TNA history, James Storm. Debuts losing to the men in the penis costumes. In the same way that AJ Styles debuted losing to the men in the Elvis costume.
I was gonna say, if they weren't wearing the penis costumes, it'd be forgivable too. Like, if they were just dudes.
Yeah, if they were just these two big, beefy dudes, as I said, who did suplexes, look cool, or throwing people around, it would be like, oh yeah, those guys. That's cool. You should push those guys.
You should have just had them come in as the NWA Tag Champions. Why wouldn't you use that to your advantage?
They clearly just wanted to stamp their own identity on all these things.
Yeah, their own identity sucks.
That's very, very true. Well, it's not even that sucks. It just doesn't really exist. It's like a weird hodgepodge of Attitude Era tropes that don't add up. One of the worst segments already in the history of TNA. So Sterling Martin and Hermie Sadler come out there cutting some NASCAR promo, and the crowd are super into them. They're like, oh, NASCAR stars, we're into these guys. Before Ron Killings comes out, and they do this weird promo where Sterling Martin and Hermie Sadler are like, your kind aren't real athletes, we're athletes. It's like, what do you mean by your kind? And they expressly called out like basketball and football, and it's not even veiled racism. It's like, it's just that dog whistling that exists out in the open.
It especially is like, and they start going to the like, look how you're dressed. Look how we're dressed. It's just like, ugh.
And like the worst part of it, the thing that makes it like the puts the cherry on top, where it's like your kind are terrible, our kind are great, but then the defender of our kind is Brian Christopher,
Who looks like an asshole.
He's the dumbest looking human being on earth, with his goggles and his sunglasses and his freaking cow print pants.
It's like, for any other company, that would be the heat.
Yeah.
That the guys who are like, we're cool, have a big dumb idiot representing them. But no, they're the baby faces.
Jarrett said afterward that it wasn't written to be a black-white thing. Like, it wasn't intended to be a race thing, but it just, come on. Come on.
Was it Jerry Jarrett or Jeff Jarrett?
That was Jerry.
There's too many Jarretts.
There is. You always have to specify. Because like he spoke a ton to Wade Keller. I'm shocked at how much he did speak to Wade Keller. Wade Keller had tons of like exclusive scoops and quotes from Jeff Jarrett at the time, and all of those PW Torch newsletters. So go back. We'll actually read some of them because there's some fun gossip after the show. But in an era when wrestling had gossip, which it doesn't really anymore.
Because we know everything.
Yeah, that's true too. Like that segment is just dreadfully it's just not even veiled racism. It's just right there in the front racism.
Yeah, it's like it's just out there in front. Just look at it. It's racism, and the crowd was going nuts.
Which is, and like, there's a fun segment on a Wrestling Observer Radio recently where Lance Storm was talking about Smoky Mountain Wrestling after New Jack had passed away, and about how New Jack would basically weaponize the racism of those crowds in Smoky Mountain to help himself and Tracy Smothers sell Confederate flags in which they would split the profits, which was really quite fun. But like, we're long past the point of like pandering to racism. Even in 2002, that's not a thing you should have been doing, and it's a thing they were doing in a way that's very ham-fisted and very, very, very problematic. The Dups beat the Dups. I like the Dups. They're except no, the Dups are bad in the second show.
You were talking yourself into a fucking corner then.
The Dups were charming for a show until they became horrible homophobes. Which is typical. Like the Duffs, it's like, oh, they're this country bumpkin act, which is a cliche, but you know what, go for it. But then in the second show, it's like, we ain't wrestling nobody with these alternative lifestyles. It's like, no,
just fully in fear.
the gay men will corrupt them, and they're not going to wrestle the gay men. No, why? Like, why? Who is that for? Homophobes?
Well, it's probably for the same people who were cheering the previous segment.
The match was pretty good against York and Matthews.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like this first show, like the matches weren't awful,
No.
except for the main event.
Yeah, and then you had the main event. Ken Shamrock defeated Malice and Gone for the Gold, which had a ton of people show up in it. Brian Christopher, Bruce, Buff Bagwell, Chris Harris, Del Rios, everybody's favorite Scott Steiner impersonator. Mm-hmm. Which we were both furious that they did not do anything particularly notable between Del Rios and Rick Steiner.
Yes. Like, that was a gigantic missed opportunity. But to be fair, they did nothing above anyone in this match at all. So
Devon Storm, Apollo.
Zero thought.
Justice, of course, who would go on to become the Monster Abyss.
Yes.
Kate Crush Conan, Lash LaRue, Norman Smiley, Scott Hall Slash, Rick Steiner, Steve Corino, and Vampire Warrior were all your entrants in this gauntlet for the gold.
Corino was a real big surprise for me.
And he did nothing. He was just thrown out.
He did nothing. He did zero. He did below nothing. Like, Corino must just like come from that era where it's like everyone slightly before him must just hate him. And then everyone after him, like, kind of like weirdly idolized him.
Well, the big reason he never got like much run in TNA was because he was too busy doing Japanese stuff and he wasn't available often enough.
But even so, do you think Corino would have been the top guy in TNA in the early 2002s?
No.
Yeah.
But you never know. Weird people showed up as top guys in TNA. Ron Killings ended up being one of the biggest stars of the first few years of the company, and no one would have predicted that beforehand.
I think that was more so a lack of other options.
Yeah, which, like, racism aside, Ron Killings was good in that segment at least. He was like a man who...
Yeah, he also looked good on this show. It's in the main event and on the next show as well.
So yeah, that's the first show. It's... Like, if you look at up and down this card, it's basically the entire show is meme wrestlers and bits beating real wrestlers. And
honestly, I think this show is like a show you should watch, though.
Look, it's historically important. It's on Impact Plus, of course. It's also free on YouTube. If you just search the first TNA show, you'll find it. It's all, the entire show is up there. If you'd like to experience it, especially today as we put this up, it'll be the 19th anniversary of this show.
But also wait and buy our Patreon and then watch it with our reactions.
Yes, well, you can listen to our audio track of us burying all the things that happened on the show.
Yeah, we did a countdown, right? You can sync it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the first show. It's a show without an identity. It's a show that's clearly like just bizarrely thrown together without any clear like indication of what it's really meant to achieve. Like what's pushing the Dupps meant to do? What's pushing the Johnsons meant to do? Other than it's people in the writers' room find that nonsense funny, and it's sad and desperately pandering to an audience that they didn't even get in the door. That's the thing. It's like, you know, with the freaking lingerie battle royal and the racists and the homophobic stuff. Not that you'd understand it, but like if you were pandering to an audience, you'd be like, oh well, they're doing something there. They didn't even do that. They're debasing themselves and being like just bottom of the barrel entertainment for the sake of absolutely no return whatsoever, and that's really a sad sight to see.
I don't know. It's definitely a weird, dated show, but a show that like you could put on with your friends and go, haha, look at this show. I had a good time watching it with my friend Garrett, but I don't know if I would. I don't know if like at the time watching it I would have gone, well, I'm excited for NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 2.
It's weird because a lot of the ratings in the time were like 5s out of 10s and 6 out of 10s, which I would have said are way too high, and people being far too optimistic based on like this 2 hours of entertainment. But like, it's 2002. Who am I to know what the wrestling mind space was like then? Which brings us to the second show, which like was the first show with all the bad stuff and much less of the good stuff.
This show, like aesthetically, as I was watching, I was like, this is WCW.
Yeah,
this is what it reminded me of. I was like, I felt like I was watching 2000s WCW right there.
And like, it's very clear that was the intent. You know, they were trying to be the replacement for WCW in the market. They were running old WCW markets. They even had a WCW ring, like the literal ring was a WCW ring. So like a lot of the small things in that era were directly catered to the people who had stopped watching wrestling after WCW had died, which it's actually fascinating to think that that's the thing we're kind of still doing. We're still like pandering to the old WCW fan 20 years later. But even then, a year later, they were still like, you know, this is designed for the people who liked WCW. But like WCW is a very broad spectrum of things. The old era of like the Flair and Steamboat and WCW, which is like these big iconic main events and these big matches. Then there's like the weird era between that. There's the Hulk Hogan era, there's the Nitro era, there's the NWO era, then there's the kind of Death era, which honestly TNA more than anything is based on the Death era. But
That's what I meant. Like, that specifically was the era of WCW that this reminded me of.
Where everything is terrible except some occasionally good cruiserweight matches, which is basically the TNA identity. But yeah, I don't even think they did a good job of like finding that WCW audience.
Obviously not, otherwise they would have had an audience.
Yeah, because like when you read like their expectations, like they wanted this show to like tour every 2 weeks in different markets. Huntsville was the first one. They did like 400 people paid, and I think that Nashville was the second. They were doing to the municipal auditorium, where they then started considering Nashville as a home base, which eventually they would do. But like they considered this a touring brand before it utterly flopped as a touring brand. And like, what were they thinking people would come out for? I just don't understand it, because they didn't even announce. Like, Scott Hall and Jeff Jarrett would be a match that would probably get people in the building, but because it was set up in the first show for the second show, they couldn't announce it, so people wouldn't show up.
Hey, you know what they could have announced that for? The first show, if they did Dan Severn versus Ken Shamrock in the main event.
Yeah. You could have had Scott Hall and Jarrett. You could have had some good singles matches, some meaty stuff to sink your teeth into.
But no. I guess they were right when they were burying the gauntlet for the Colt the whole way through the first show. It really ruined the first show.
Maybe they were right. So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 2, as I mentioned. It opened with Jeff Jarrett against Scott Hall. Interesting. Fair play to Jeff Jarrett. He at least lost on both of the first shows.
I thought that was really interesting. But what I thought was more interesting is that Jeff Jarrett's character is apparently just that he is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah, because he's booking himself.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. He's the biggest badass in the room. He's slapping people. He's walking through people. He's calling the shots, starting his match right now. He's like, Jarrett is being presented as a badass here,
choking Jackie Fargo backstage.
Because the Jarrett I know is like, you know, WWF singy man loser who's like trying to cheat to win, really. So I think it's very, or like later on, legend guy who's cheating to win and hiding behind a bunch of people, right? So this like weird middle ground of like Jarrett just being like, I'm the baddest man in the company is so odd to me.
Listen, he finally got control of his own booking, and even though he booked himself to lose, he was not booking himself not to be a badass. Because like even though he's thrown out of the Battle Royal by Toby Keith and Scott Hall, he's screwed there. He's screwed by Toby Keith again here. So like he can't even be beat clean by Scott Hall.
But to be fair, like I also don't blame him because who else?
Yeah.
Who else on this card do you have to be the focused main guy?
Well, it's Ken, and Ken ends up being the focus main guy until Jeff comes
Ken
along.
is the face. Who is the top heel? Like, it's Jarrett. It's the only option you have is Jarrett.
It's obviously Buff Bagwell.
Buff was over on that first show.
That's always the thing with Buff. He could do a good, 60 seconds. Buff for 60 seconds is good.
Should have put Buff in the X division, but only for 60 seconds.
He does, blockbusters and Canadian destroyers and gets eliminated from whatever match he's in.
Yeah. But I actually liked this match. I thought it was...
Crowd was red hot. Crowd was super into it.
I think that's what really helped it was the crowd was fucking molten. And it was just two stars doing star shit. So I thought it was pretty good.
Also, my prevailing thought coming out of this match is Scott Hall is so good.
Yeah.
Every little thing he does, every little detail, every little movement, all his mannerisms, so good. He's a really good wrestler.
Yeah. This match was the second best match on this card by a significant amount.
I did like the way that the show opened with a full 3-minute recap of everything that happened on the previous show.
Yeah.
Mike Tenay referring to Ed Ferrara as the opinionated Ed Ferrara.
Yeah, the opinion. Oh, we've mentioned before, the greatest line to come out of this entire show on the first show. Now this is my kind of sports entertainment.
Oh, God. No! I refuse.
Was it Elektra coming out? Was it Francine?
I don't know.
Now this is my kind of sports entertainment, baby.
Cheeks defeated Frank Parker. You know what I love about this? The whole concept of this show was that Jeff Jarrett came out early and he's such a badass he wants to fight Scott Hall right now. Which means that technically they booked or scheduled Cheeks versus Frank Parker to be the show's opener.
I was absolutely devastated to learn that Cheeks was a heel.
Yeah, you're supposed to boo him.
No! How can you boo that man?
He was with the brown-eyed girl? You a big fan of Cheeks?
He was with the brown-eyed girl!
Yeah?
He had the jacket. He had that shitty top. I love Cheeks.
Well, I'm afraid you're never going to see him again.
I'm devastated. He had the worst music I've ever heard in my life. He had a terrible jacket, the brown-eyed girl, and it was goddamn Cheeks.
I liked when Mike today was like, oh, and he's trained by the Andersons. Cheeks. He's gonna grab a hold.
He should have busted out the sickest spine buster. Also, the commentary team burying this the entire time.
Yeah, even Mike today when he said he's trained by the Andersons, he's like, I wonder if he's gonna, grab a body part and work it over, and they laugh at it. It's like, okay.
They were just laughing at him this entire time. That's why I was like, how is Cheeks a heel?
Frank Parker's apparently the big baby face in this match.
Frank Parker, I'm pretty sure, wrestled again later on this show as David Young.
No, they're two different people.
No, that is the same person.
During this match, and it happened on the first show as well, Alicia Webb, Ryan Shamrock, and WWE came out and collected money from somebody.
Because she was fucking him.
Yeah. Actually, it's quite a good approach to hustle your money out. If someone didn't pay you, it's like, I'm going to walk out on national television and make you do it. I'm going to put you on the spot.
I mean, to be fair, I admire the chutzpah of her to do it and, just swindle these people in front of everyone. It's great stuff.
They deserve it.
But also, why? Why is this happening?
It goes nowhere. It's fine. Legitimately, also, that's probably going to be a catchphrase of this podcast. It goes nowhere. It's fine.
JB is pulling it in these shows. Who knew that Jeremy Borash was TNA's most eligible bachelor?
Listen, it's the very late 90s Backstreet Boys haircut that's doing it for everyone's like, oh,
Apparently
JB.
So. Fair play for JB.
Brian Christopher against K-Crush.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
It's a very
bad,
boring match. It brought us to the Miss TNA Lingerie Battle Royal, which was also just unbearable.
One of the worst things I've ever witnessed.
Absolutely unbearable to watch. It's just
truly awful. Ed Ferrara molesting.
Well, that happened on the first show. He was grabbing.
Yeah, that was Don West.
Oh, sorry, yes, Don West grabbing people on the first show.
But like Don West was like doing it as like a bit for the show. Ed Ferrara just grabbed a full fucking handful and kept it.
Wrestling never changes, does it?
Wrestling stinks.
Apollo defeated David Young.
Oh, in a match between two of the young talents in TNA.
Yeah, two of the hot young prospects, two of the young chippers in TNA wrestling. David Young is actually a very good wrestler. He didn't show it here, really, but...
Of course, being way ahead of their time by having a cuckolding angle.
Yeah, I like the way the entire... Like, going back to everything in the show is actually about how this is just bad. Like, the entire David Young character is that he's just terrible, and his manager hates him. And it's like, what?
I gotta admit, I do love her little, like, post-match segment where she's in the ring celebrating. Actually, before we go into the next match, I want to give huge credit to Goldilocks.
She's great.
She is great.
Like, so good. Top notch. Well done, Goldilocks.
Like, great interviewer for the baby faces, helps carry it, has a personality, and doesn't take shit from the heels.
Yeah. And like, every time the heel is saying something stupid, she's just like rolling her eyes. She's like questioning him on it. It's not the like just robot. It's not the I ask you a question, I put the microphone in front of your face and disappear. It's like, I'm an active participant in this. I'm interviewing you. If you say something stupid, I'm going to say it's stupid.
Yeah, like, great. She felt like an actual part of the show.
Instead of a glorified microphone stand.
And yeah, I wanted to give a good shout out to Goldilocks, who killed it.
The Dops refused to wrestle the Rainbow Express. The worst part of this is like Mike and Don on commentary, were like, who are the baby faces to Ed Ferrara's heel. Like, every time they would do anything remotely gay, it's just like, this is an outrage. They should keep this to themselves. How dare they?
The big babyface commentator's going, listen, I think it's fine when they do it in their own household. But the minute it's in public...
And listen, if you want to point out the double standard, you had Alicia Webb extorting people for money earlier in the show, and they had no problem with that. So,
if you want to point out the double standard, there was the Miss TNA Lingerie Battle Royale earlier on the show.
But no, two men kiss each other. And like the fact that it's all played for gay panic. It's all played for just the worst of instincts. Oh,
you know what I find very funny?
Go on.
That both TNA and Ring of Honor on their first shows had gay panic heels.
Why?
2002.
The match was pretty good. Fine.
Yeah, I was gonna say the match was actually like I enjoyed the match.
You can't go wrong with Chris Harris and James Storm.
Yeah, I was gonna say Proto America's Most Wanted. They're really cool upset too.
It would establish, I think, the tag team division on a much better foot than the Johnsons against Psychosis and James Storm match did.
Also, this was a bit of a course correction show.
But it was taped the same night.
Yeah, but like, you get what I mean though? It's like, there was less of the shtick out there. It was more just the wrestlers. But it wasn't good. Not I want to say that, but like, you know. We didn't have the Johnsons. We didn't have the Elvises. We didn't have the other fucking terrible gimmick that I forgot.
The Dubs. They refused to wrestle. But like most of the matches on the show, you had Jarrett and Hall, you had K-Cross and Christopher, you had Apollo and David Young, the main event, this. They were all just straight wrestling matches as opposed to just dopes doing shtick. Well, actually, most of the matches in the first show were straight wrestling matches as well, but just with shtick and memes.
And I think everything from this point on the show was fucking rocked too. So
yeah, like you see, this is the TNA problem down to a T. Because if this like Ken Shamrock and Malice angle, and particularly the main event, didn't exist, I think everybody could just write off TNA. You know, you could just go like, this is garbage. I don't need to watch it. It has no potential. It has no identity. It's terrible. Whereas you have these two segments at the end that cruelly offer hope. Because it's like, oh, you know, if they actually get their shit together, they have these cool wrestlers. You know, Malice and Ken Shamrock's a cool match. That's a good angle. And then they have these great wrestlers in the main event just having a kick-ass main event match. Showing, like, the potential of everything TNA could be. If they got out of their own way. If they stopped doing too much nonsense. If they stopped trying to be something that wrestling used to be. And started trying to be something that wrestling needed in the moment. this is the kind of TNA that would catch on. This is the kind of TNA that would generate buzz. This is the TNA everybody wanted as an alternative to WWE. And I feel like I'm going to do this exact same rant like 700 different times over the history of the podcasts. And it's almost reassuring to know that it's right here in the first episode too.
Especially like the Malice Shamrock angle, which showed that like it's not just the X Division. They do have the ability to book good wrestling stuff. They don't.
Yeah, they just don't. That's the thing. And they don't for the worst reasons, which I just touched on. Like, they're just trying to be something else. They're trying to pander to what wrestling used to be. They're trying to pander to an audience that used to watch. They're trying to harken back to an old era of wrestling. The time has already, by 2002, begun to move by. Instead of like being like, well, who are we? What do we do? What's cool about us? Which, like, fair play to Ring of Honor at the very beginning. Ring of Honor had that. You know, we're the technical wrestling, we're the honor, we're the respect, we're bringing back tradition to professional wrestling. They had a sense of who they were that the TNA just never did.
Yeah.
This kick-ass Malice segment where Ricky Steamboat's coming out talking to Ken Shamrock about how great the belt is and how important the being champion is, and it's all great, before James Mitchell comes out and he's like, all you crackers out here.
The best moment in TNA history so far.
Where he's like, all you crackers in the crowd, you shut up.
Yeah, he comes out to organs, calls the crowd crackers, and then cuts a promo about his god, not your god.
And he does the little misdirect where Slash comes out and everyone's like, oh, you know, Slash is this guy, and Ken Shamrock's going
Don
to
West
destroy.
didn't believe it for a second.
Yeah, Don West is like, it's got to be Malice. It's Malice. Of course it's Malice. It's like, oh, it's not Malice. And then Malice shows. I actually kind of like that. I like when announcers kind of see through the heels act, because it doesn't quite make the baby face look stupid. Actually, it does kind of make the baby face look stupid, but still.
But like, also, you know, Don was the fan, you know. He's like, oh, it's gonna be Malice. It's Malice. Obviously, it'll be Malice. And then, it wasn't Malice, and he wasn't like, oh, it's not Malice. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was like, oh, yeah, okay then. And then, oh, it was Malice. Like, Don West was vindicated in the end.
Yeah. Which is the most important thing here, that Don West is right. Everyone else being wrong is fine. If Don is right, that's all that matters.
Except when he molested that woman in the
Don't you worry about it. Let's keep moving. And the homophobic stuff. Which, to be fair, I won't put the homophobic stuff on him, because clearly it was the story they were telling.
Yeah, obviously. Yes, we'll give them a big pass.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that one. But
Not Ed Ferrara.
well, to be fair, he was very progressive. He was like, you should shut up, let them kiss each other.
Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. Ed was like into it. And Joel Gardner also completely into it.
Yeah. Which brings us to our main event. Again, the moment of hope, in which AJ Styles defeated Psychosis, Jerry Lynn, and Low-Ki in a double elimination match to become the first X Division champion. And this match kicked so much ass.
And the match type was unique and cool.
Yeah, because there was rumblings that they were going to do a tournament beforehand, which this, I guess, technically is, but it's just a tournament all built into one match.
Tournament of fucking losers.
Yeah, except Psychosis. Actually, no, Psychosis lost the first show too.
Yeah, he lost on the first show as well.
He lost to the Johnsons. They really, and like, there's no excuse. They wrote both these shows back to back. What are you doing? Why are you having all these people lose?
Technically, this match should have been all three of the Flying Elvises and the two Johnsons.
Yeah, to crown the first X Division champion.
Yeah.
Rod Johnson is the first.
Fuck. In a better world.
But yeah, this match ruled, particularly when it got down to the final exchanges between Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles, where it just kicked ass. Like, those two guys just went out there, did everything they could. Crowd was going nuts. It was obviously the best match on both of these shows by far. It was the only match that really got time on both of these shows by far. It's interesting. Both these shows were formatted to have like long 40-minute main events, which I find interesting. It's just like, you know, we'll just finish the rest of the show with a match and get to the finish line.
I thought Styles and Lynn were really great in this. I thought Key was really cool in this, but it's really funny to see like prototype Key before he realizes that he's like a killer.
Yeah.
Even Psychosis was pretty great in this, but he was clearly the fourth man. I thought it was really fun to see like the crowd get into it, because at first they weren't really going for it, but as soon as AJ and Psychosis the first two in?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as they started going, like, the crowd was like, oh shit, alright, we're with this now, which was really fun to watch. I just wanted to mention real quick, this main event had 3 of the worst theme songs I have ever fucking heard in my life.
You see, there's a lot of very good, like, these shows have My World, which is a great theme song. It has Scott Hall's Marvelous Me, which is a great theme song.
Which is the best song of all time.
It's really up there. And the New Church theme, I can't remember, was it the full New Church theme or was it just like
No, it was just the and then silence.
So yeah, it was the intro to the New Church theme, so they didn't quite have that yet. But then every other theme song on the show was terrible.
AJ's theme is great.
Born and raised in the USA.
Loki's theme was terrible.
Yeah.
It started off, like, it was like, started off just going dun, dun, dun. And then, like, he made his way, like, a meter from the ring and it went into, like, a metal riff.
Yeah.
Psychosis sucked. Just bad. And Jerry Lynn's was, like, nothing. It was, like a little, it wasn't even metal. It's Jerry Lynn. You could have just had a guy go...
Which is eventually what his theme would become.
But it's like, yeah, nothing.
But there was 2 good songs.
I'm putting AJ Styles' theme in there as well. There's 3 good songs.
Born and Raised in the USA is a terrible song too.
Born and raised in the USA.
Also, the intro theme is also great, so it has that going for it.
Yeah, that one is, that theme does slap, as the kids say.
And that brings us to the end of the second show where AJ Styles is crowned X Division champion. Mike Tenay has an incredible call at the end of that match where he's like, remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, AJ Styles, the future of our sport has arrived. And it goes back to what we talked about earlier where it's very clear that they are positioning AJ as like the next promising star that you should really pay attention to coming out of these first 2 shows, as opposed to the rest, which is just like weird nostalgia and Jeff Jarrett and Ken Shamrock doing stuff. But like AJ is the TNA guy.
And Malice, come on.
But like all those other guys, like Malice was in WCW. AJ Styles is fair enough. So was AJ, but for like 2 matches. He's the guy that you're supposed to come out of this show feeling like, whoa, AJ Styles, he's special.
Yeah, and I think they did a good job of it.
Yeah,
despite the first pay-per-view.
Despite having him being pinned by an Elvis.
Yeah, but to be fair, hopefully that's setting up... I don't know these things. I legitimately have no clue if that sets up an X title match, but I hope it does.
You would hope so, but... So yeah, that's the first month of TNA history. That is June 2002.
What a year. I mean, what a month. What a day.
A lot going on. It's a weird company already.
It's a very weird company, I'll give it that for sure.
Yeah, it's a company that's just like throwing stuff at the wall and doesn't quite know what it's doing. But you know what? It's trying.
I get this company is all topsy-turvy. I guess you could say it is Malice in Wonderland.
Very good. I see what you did there.
Thank you. That's the end of the goodbye.
There's I love the era of gossip. Like in the take all of this with a grain of salt from the era, but you know the way there's all the stories in TEW games where they're just like, oh, so and so did this and he was bad, and you don't hear about that in modern wrestling. There's a story in one of the Torch newsletters. Observers say Joel Gertner spent most of his day trying to pick up women, bragging about his weight loss, and fishing for compliments for his promo. The Jarretts have made it clear they're not high on his future in TNA. You don't get that kind of gossip anymore, and I'm kind of sad.
Do you think, how many bits of gossip were on the Tony Khan dirt sheet thread?
I want TK being like, I thought this guy was loud.
You know what? I'm going to extend the invitation for Wednesday War Games. TK, you ever want to come on the podcast to talk about TNA? Open invite.
Listen, he's clearly a fan. He put the Christian theme on his show. He loved Christian TNA run. So he's a big... If you want to come and talk about Christian TNA, TK, you're more than welcome.
You can come on for the whole arc if you want.
So we will be back in 2 weeks with coverage of July 2002. Will TNA survive? Who knows?
I'm pretty sure I'm giving it 6 months.
But that's the thing. Jeff Jarrett still does the routine. Like, everyone said we'd just die. Everyone said we wouldn't survive. They didn't. But we'll get to that in future episodes.
Multiple times. They didn't.
If you would like more of us, you can support us on Patreon with the link in the description.
Wow.
We have a watch-along up of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 1 in our $10 tier, a written review as well. And coming next week, next Friday, we'll have Monday War Games episode number 1, where we'll talk about the January 4th, 2010 episodes of Impact and Raw. Also, you can get our show notes for this podcast, as well as the spreadsheet of our star ratings, which is on the $1 tier.
I can assure you, they're already wacky.
Yeah, so you can look at our numbers and see if you want to cherry pick stuff out of these shows. You can see what you want to watch. So you can support us there. We'll see you in 2 weeks in this feed for, as I said, July 2002. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
I don't have a goodbye yet, but I'll work on it.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 2, covering TNA Wrestling in July 2002. Joining me as always is my lovely Liam co-host, Liam. Liam, how are you doing?
Lovely Liam co-host.
As opposed to just regular co-host. You're like the top percentage of co-hosts I have named Liam.
Wow, that is truly a remarkable feat.
I'm a very good podcasting professional.
I'm amped up. I'm ready to discuss some NWA-TNA, specifically episode 7.
So you'll be excited to talk about things in about like an hour and a half, probably.
But isn't that the way with like every podcast? You leave all the good stuff to the end.
Yeah, you see, you can say whatever you want at the end of like a 2-hour podcast because like only your diehards are listening at that stage and no one will cancel you.
Yeah, that's where all the racism and sexism comes out.
Just like NWA-TNA, they waited for later into the month to deliver most of their racism and sexism. There's actually not much racism on these shows, to be fair. Actually, no, there is. There's a whole character shouting about racism.
There's a whole character based around it.
Yeah. So, but like, there's not like actual racism. There's just a character telling everybody they're racist, and he's right.
And also, like, the entire fan base.
How dare you cast aspersions about these people in Nashville?
There wasn't just Nashville.
No, these were all Nashville.
Oh, it was just Nashville.
As opposed to the first shows, which were Huntsville. Every show in July is in Nashville, in 2 different buildings, but we'll talk about that in a moment.
I was going to say, we're getting into the actual discussion of TNA way too early by our standards.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who said kind words about our first episode. We had tremendous feedback, Liam.
Indeed. And you know what they say, any feedback is good feedback.
Yeah, that's the Vince Russo philosophy. If you get a response, that's all you need.
Controversy creates cash.
How dare you invoke a fraud on this podcast?
I invoke a fraud every time I call you on Skype.
That's entirely fair. But yes, we had a lot of people say a lot of very nice things about our first episode. People seem to enjoy it, and a lot of people reached out either via Twitter or the Voices of Wrestling Discord to say very nice things about our debut episode. So hopefully we can live up to the hype, Liam. We won't immediately let people down with a stinker.
No, this is going to be way better.
You see, we'll have ironed out the kinks of the first episode, and we're just delivering high-class quality audio content at this stage.
We've heard your feedback, and we're taking it under consideration.
Yeah, it's all gone to our heads.
And I'm doing one of those corporate speeches where it's like, we hear you, we listen to you, and we're going to learn to be better and to adapt to our current cultural environments.
Also, shout out to our patrons, because I was slightly scared we'd have none, and we have more than none. So that's always a plus.
It's an impact plus.
I see what you did there. I'm always scared to be like, hey, would you like to pay for things? And people are like, nah. And I'm like, oh, well, I get it. I understand. I'm sorry for even asking.
Yeah, we would just silently phase out any mention of Patreon content.
You literally go in and delete it off the episode. It was never there.
And except for the watch-alongs, because they're actually really fun to do.
Oh, well, there you go. If you would like to support us on Patreon, you can go to patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can get, as Liam mentioned, watch-alongs of a show each month. We watched NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 5?
4.
4? Which one
5?
did we watch? 5. We watched 5.
5.
4. 4.
4. I was right originally. Why would I ever doubt myself? I'm always right.
Yeah, we watched 4. You can also get written reviews of the shows. You can get our podcast notes. You can get our star rating spreadsheets, plus a second series where we talk about the 2010 Monday Night War. The first episode is up where we're talking about January 4th, 2010, both Raw and Impact, featuring the debut of Hulk Hogan, the return of Bret Hart. So you can listen to that at patreon.com/kiddingme. And thank you to those who did support. Actually, we've gained a new patron since I last checked, so it's even better. Thank you, patrons.
I guess this would be the appropriate time to say, like, sign up now?
Yes, we would highly recommend sign up earlier in the month, and then you'll get more bang for your buck, to use a Young Bucks reference.
Yeah, that's going to be our next series. Every Young Bucks match.
Yeah, it's Young Bucks against Eric Young and Shark Boy. Young Bucks against Eric Bischoff. And who was he in that match with? I think it was Abyss. Young Bucks against all of the good wrestlers in TNA, like the Motor City Machine Guns.
I don't know about those ones. I just want to see Jeremy Buck versus Max Buck.
Oh, a classic 4-minute television match.
The dream match.
Where they kind of hated each other, but then immediately became friends again.
Well, ain't that just siblings?
Yes, I suppose it is. You know what? You said that as an offhand comment, but I guess that is just siblings.
Oh, you can't. I was nodding then, so like, as if I was like, yes, they can understand that I'm nodding currently to this.
Yeah, doing visual bits on podcasts is always ideal.
I think it helps portray the feeling that I'm trying to express.
So yes, we are covering July 2002. So that's NWA-TNA's pay-per-views 3 through 7. There's 5 shows this month, as Liam was aghast to find out.
Why? Why is there 5 in 1 month?
That's the way the calendar fell, buddy. There were 5 Wednesdays in July.
It's unfortunate for everyone.
So we'll be covering all 5 of those pay-per-views and the broader themes coming out of them, starting with, Liam, the official hiring of Vince Russo.
Yay!
You can tell too. Like obviously he had his fingerprints on the early episodes because he was like chipping in ideas and he was Jarrett's phone buddy. But like he's on board starting as of I think it's July 10th, and you can tell. You can certainly tell.
I was gonna say that makes sense because the first July pay-per-view was kind of absent of bullshit.
And even the second one, which by all accounts he had very little input on, number 4, and it's from 5 on that he starts having input. And 4 is probably the best of the bunch. It's the one we did the watch along. It's actually a very fun show, top to bottom. And then the bullshit starts coming in, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's really funny because you can kind of tell, right? It's like 4, and even I think 5 was like a little bit of it, and then it just kind of shot downhill real quickly.
Because the other point we'll talk about, they went broke, but we'll talk about that as well in a second. But Vince Russo he returned to the WWF in late June, and it was very controversial. No one wanted him there, so he returned to WWF. There was rumors that he'd be like taking over Raw and SmackDown, and he'd be head of creative, and that didn't happen. And he was very, very, very quickly downgraded to just a consultant, where he would just chip in ideas and he would consult and he would read the scripts and he would watch the shows and then like critique them and offer notes while sitting at home. So he wasn't much a fan of that. So like
what everyone else does for free on Twitter.
Legitimately, it seems like a very good gig because Jerry Jarrett wrote in his book, Jeff called and advised that Vince Russo had declined his deal with WWE and come to work for us. WWE was offering him $125,000 per year to stay at home in Atlanta and watch the shows and serve as an advisor. Our offer is $100,000 and come to work full-time in Hendersonville.
That's still so much money for fucking Vince Russo.
I know, especially when you consider this company is broke, which again we'll get into in a second. But this company is out of money, and they're like $100,000 for Vince Russo. That makes sense, right?
I mean, yeah.
But it's very funny that he returned to WWF and was immediately gone. It was like he was there for a week. He went to the offices like twice. Then he went home and he went back to TNA.
It's kind of like, you know, the blueprint for the TNA-WWE relationship moving forward, huh?
And it's quite interesting that there was a note on the website that Jerry Jarrett basically had to justify this hire because no one wanted Vince Russo there. Jerry Jarrett mentioned in his book that, like, reaction to Vince Russo being hired was 95% negative. So, like, there's a whole paragraph on the website. It's like, look, Vince Russo, he did well in the WWF, and he did badly in WCW. But I talked to JJ Dillon, and I know why WCW went badly, so I understand it, and he deserves a shot. He's had 1 win and 1 loss, but the loss wasn't his fault. And I don't think Jerry actually believed this. If you read his book, I don't think he ever liked Vince Russo. I think he was hiring Jeff's friend, but fair play to him for getting out there and trying to make people not hate it.
Are Jeff and Vince still cool with each other?
Yeah. McMahon or Russo?
Russo.
Yeah, Russo. Yeah, McMahon, not so much.
Well, they're obviously cool enough to the fact that they employ him.
Well, yeah, they're cool now, but it took a good, 15 years.
How can you be friends with Vince Russo? Especially, if you've employed him in any way.
Well, because when they worked together in WCW, Vince pushed him. So that does foster friendship.
Yeah, sure. But then he had, 10 years of bad. So maybe that outweighs it, huh?
Well, this wasn't in the 10 years of bad yet, though. This was only a year after WCW.
That's what I'm saying now, 2021. Jeff Jarrett, Vince Russo.
Oh, do you think they're still pals now? I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess they're probably still friends. There's nothing that would make them not friendly.
Besides the decade of terrible booking.
Yeah, but I don't think Jeff is our friendship is over because he writes shitty angles.
I don't know. I would end my friendships if they wrote shitty angles.
It's like, how dare you be bad at creative in wrestling? There's other reasons to hate Vince Russo if you listen to all his podcast content, which, God forbid, why would you? But
says we, podcast all-stars and kings.
Yes, we are the arbitrators of good and bad podcasts. But Jeff Jarrett's like, you booked Jenna Maraska against Charmel. Friendship ended.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the last straw for me, sure.
That's the point at which you will never talk to anybody again.
Mm-hmm. because everyone would have booked that match.
We have Vinny Roo in the fold officially full-time. Another part of the reason Jerry Jarrett was okay with hiring him is, by all accounts, Jerry Jarrett was working very long days writing these shows. And he's like, I can't produce all these pre-tapes. I can't write all these shows. I do need extra help. And there's not a ton of qualified extra help in wrestling because, as illustrated in the history of wrestling, it's the same 10 people get these jobs over and over and over again. So people tend to fall back on the people they know, and they fell back on Vince Russo, who was also kind of already working for the company the whole time anyway.
They should have hired 5-year-old Liam Jones.
Oh yeah, and he can... What would you have booked for TNA? You probably would have still been high on Malice.
Yeah, well, as a kid, obviously, yeah. 5-year-old Liam, really into colors, so probably...
Rainbow Express!
The Rainbow Express on top, yeah. And Jeff Jarrett with these very colourful pants.
Oh yeah, it was his blue combos, and I can't remember any other colors he wore in these shows other than the blue one, but I'm sure he wore other ones.
I think he wore black, so that kind of falls that part. But I imagine very quickly he would have learnt what appeals to the Book of Man. So,
Were you watching wrestling when you were 5?
See, as I've mentioned before on other less successful podcasts of ours, I don't remember like my specific beginnings in wrestling. I kind of just always knew about it. But if I had to think of like some of the earliest things I ever saw, probably would have been a couple years after this at this point. Like I have very vivid memories of early Victoria Stevie Richards stuff.
Oh, of course. Which would have been 03?
Yeah, so maybe just before I had started paying any attention. I could probably work it out via seeing when things started airing here and when, but yeah, I don't really know. I remember as a kid I went to a wrestling show very, very young. So actually no, I probably knew what wrestling was, but maybe not what WWE was.
Because I don't think I started watching wrestling until I was like 7-ish. Because the show I remember most vividly is SummerSlam 2000 as my earliest show, but I would have watched stuff before that. Because I remember Steve Blackman against Shane McMahon and Shane McMahon falling off stages. And I remember TLC. Or was it TLC? Yeah, it would have been TLC at that stage. So that's like the earliest I remember actively engaging with wrestling. But I'm sure I watched bits and bobs before that.
You know, it's going to be really funny.
What?
20 years from now when these kids have podcasts and they're like, I remember the first thing I saw in wrestling was The Fiend and the Fiendess.
No!
And I was hooked from the beginning.
No! It's like the Alicia against Melina Fox tough enough contestant, but it's going to be everybody.
Yeah, but like, you know, everyone gets into it at a certain point, I suppose. It's going to be really interesting seeing the kids who see stuff like AEW for their first experience.
Good wrestling, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be like, that's going to be like, we all think of the immediate reactions to having a major wrestling company again, right? That isn't shit. Mm-hmm. But we don't think about the long-term repercussions of this, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see what those fans end up turning into down the track. Because maybe like not my generation, well, not my generation because I was born in 97. So I guess like kids who were like 10 in 97, right? They would have seen more WCW than WWF here. Mm-hmm. WCW was bigger here. So
they would have been big fans of Goldberg, but not Steve Austin.
Probably because WCW toured here more. And if you ever talk to the older generation about wrestling, especially in Australia, that they will more often than not bring up WCW as like their point of reference than they will WWF.
That makes sense. Why they all do spears? Do they all do spears, Liam? Does everyone do a spear?
I think everyone who's into wrestling does a spear because it's the easiest thing to do and it's dope.
To be fair, if you're thinking about influence, is WCW more influential than WWF in general?
There's probably a case for it.
When you think of the wrestlers people always cite as inspirations, it's always people like Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio, and you very rarely hear people being like, oh, 98 Triple H is the guy I'm really trying to emulate here.
You could also probably say, like, structurally too, like, just from a show's, like, point of view, the idea of, the cool heel, like, probably came from WCW, right?
Mm-hmm. That was kind of what the NWO were.
NWO peaked the highest, and, like, what was around first? Like, heel Vince McMahon or heel WCW authority figure? Eric.
It would have been Eric before Vince, yeah. Eric would have joined the NWO before Vince was, like, a full-on heel on television.
So you could kind of quote like, heel authority figure comes from WCW as well.
Which all bad things do trace back to Eric Bischoff, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so, there's probably a case for it, that, like, wrestling today is more heavily based off WCW than it is WWE. And that could also be said, just with the AEW influence as well.
Oh, can it be said about the TNA influence, though?
I don't know if it's, like, as big of a thing, but, like, TNA definitely does have an influence.
Well, when you specifically look at the X Division, like, the Styles, Daniels, Joe generation probably were more influential than anything that happened in WWF at the time.
Yeah.
Like, to cite a specific example, Will Ospreay. Like, his inspiration is that era AJ Styles. So, what does WWE have?
And you're seeing more and more, like, tag teams come up and cite Motor City Machine Guns.
The women, a lot of them cite, like, the Knockouts as, this is why I saw myself actually doing this as wrestling instead of as, we'll talk about on these shows, sex objects.
Well, it's like, you gotta think about it. Like, if they weren't watching, like, Japanese women's wrestling, the jump in quality was basically like Lita, Trish, knockouts. Because like that middle section wasn't really, flourishing.
You have to get the Gail Kim and Awesome Kong.
It's an interesting dynamic to think about. It's funny that we're like at that stage now. You know what I mean? Like we used to hear everyone have these discussions about, earlier stuff, and then now it's starting to catch up where you're like, the Motor City Machine Guns probably are way more influential than people give them credit for.
They sure are. Even if you take out the wrestling, just in terms of how they look. Like, everyone started dressing like the Guns for, like, a decade.
Everyone bites off AJ and everyone bites off the Guns. Like, look-wise.
People bring back the AJ Styles, like, 02 to 05 look.
The problem is, like, everyone jumped on the long tights AJ stuff.
I know. Everyone wears AJ tights these days. I don't like the AJ tights that much. Well, especially his modern tights. I like his, like, 09 tights. Those are cool.
I liked his tights for the most part up until like mid WWE stuff. Like his later WWE stuff is like pretty bad, but like SmackDown Revival era AJ, sure.
So Vince Russo's back, as we were talking about. All that comes with Vince Russo is also back, as we'll also talk about when we start talking about these shows. The other big talking point coming out of July 2002, before we get into talking show by show, is the fact that the company basically went broke. So they thought they were getting like 80,000 pay-per-view buys. The first show, they thought they did 80,000. They needed to do 50. That would have been a runaway success, making tons of money. Everything is fine. Like, but WWE were like leaking out to the world. It's like, there's not a hope they're getting 80,000. Like, not a solitary hope in hell that 80,000 people bought that show. Our sources are telling us it's closer to 18,000, which would have been dramatically below what they needed. And it turns out WWE were right. Because there was an employee for TNA named Jay Hassman, who was basically their pay-per-view relations and marketing guy. So he would talk to In Demand, he would talk to all the pay-per-view companies and ensure that, everything's running smoothly, they'd get all the promotional material, that all the deals were made, that, TNA aired on the right night with the right content, and it went like, all that went smoothly. That was his job. Turns out, he wasn't doing it.
Damn it, Hassman.
And he was being paid six figures as well. This guy is being paid a six-figure salary, just like Vince Russo, and he utterly, calamitously did not do his job. It turned out all of his pay-per-view estimates were utterly made up. He would fraudulate? Fraudulate's not a word. Is fraudulate a word, Liam?
Fraudulent's a word. I don't know if fraudulate's a word.
But he would manufacture documents from In Demand. He would print stuff out on their letterhead, telling how many pay-per-view buys they got.
This seems super illegal.
It is. It's just full-on fraud. Because by all accounts, he was basically working for WWE as well at the time, so it was an utter conflict of interest.
How does this happen?
He was working for a marketing company that also worked for WWE. So there's people that believe that either A, it was like flat out sabotage on behalf of a guy who was also working for WWE, or like less maliciously, that it's a guy who just knew he had a marketing gig with WWE, so did not care enough about trying with TNA, even though they were paying him six figures.
Someone clearly didn't do their due diligence ahead of time.
But he was working for the company since February. He was one of the early employees. It was Team Sports, by the way, was the name of the company he was working for, that was also working with WWE. So he was that was a full-on conflict of interest. He was forging documents that suggested they were doing better pay-per-view numbers than they did. Because at one stage, one of the In Demand people showed up to one of their shows and was like, "Oh, hey, we got these numbers from Jay, saying we got 80,000." It's like, we haven't talked to Jay in months. Jay Jay's disappeared. He doesn't interact with us. And then they were like, wow, what?
That is definitely a red flag.
Yeah, when the dude who's meant to be like your pay-per-view provider relations is not in fact talking to the pay-per-view providers, that's usually a thing that makes you think, oh geez.
Damn, Jay's at it again.
Yeah, Jay said that, like, oh, we're on Dish Network, we're on Cablevision, everything's fine, and it turns out they weren't. So they didn't have the pay-per-view clearance they thought they had. They had all these press kits that were meant to go out that weren't sent out because he didn't do it. Like, he didn't do anything he was being paid to do.
I hope they, like, sued this dude.
We'll talk about this more next month as well, because they file a lawsuit in August. So we'll talk about the lawsuit against Jay Hassman next month. But we were simply talking about the incompetence of Jay Hassman on this episode.
Jesus.
So from Jerry Jarrett's book, by Hassman's numbers, we thought we had about 175,000 buys for the first 3 shows. Instead, In Demand is projecting us at about 50,000 buys for the 3 shows combined. So basically, the company went broke. They realized they were burning through cash at a rate they could not sustain, so they dramatically slashed costs. Because this company started as like, we're going to tour city to city, we're going to bring the show on the road, we're going to try and get like 3,000-4,000 people in these buildings every week. Nope. Then they're like, all right, we're going to do a residency in Nashville. We're going to go to the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, which was going to be called the TNA Dome.
The Total Non-Stop Action Dome.
Yep, the TNA Dome. So we're going to go there. It's a big building. We'll get people in every week. We can have like this big scale. We'll look like a big major league presentation. And then it turned out, after the Jay Hassman scandal, they were like, all right, we have no money. We cannot afford these big buildings. We cannot afford these bigger crews. We have to slash costs. We have to like dramatically scale back on everything. We have to cut the number of people we're booking. We have to do a lot to save money because we're going to go broke. And they cut it back. Jerry Jarrett says he wants to scale operations back to under 30,000 per show, considering that it was at one stage projected to be about $250,000 per show. That's a pretty dramatic cut down in costs.
It's just funny that this could even occur. But it's also somewhat impressive that they managed to like make it through this.
Well, they didn't, but
there we go.
They did basically go broke, and they were bailed out by Panda. And if they weren't bought by Panda, the company would have closed in September. But we'll get into that when we get to September. But I suppose they did survive. Someone did buy the company. They did find new financing, and they did soldier on. But yeah, this was a point at which they were like, oh geez, everything is going to shit. This is a disaster. Vince
McMahon cackling in his throne.
Because he called Jerry during this period trying to work out what was happening, and maybe he's just like, I'm going to rub it in because I'm sabotaging your company.
Listen, pal.
The week after TNA launched, Vince did his famous Ruthless Aggression promo. And they actually speculated, like Jerry in his book was sending copies of that promo to lawyers, being like, he is actively saying on television he's trying to put us out of business. He is using his monopoly power to take us down.
Should have sued Vince. That would have bankrolled the company at least till September.
So yeah, the company moved from the Municipal Auditorium, the bigger building, to the Nashville Fairgrounds, which would be dubbed the Asylum, become the long-term home of the company for 2 years. It's not quite dubbed the Asylum yet. It'll be dubbed the Asylum in August.
Sure looks like an asylum.
That's the thing. The building, especially for the first week, because it's pay-per-view number 5 that they're there first. The one with red. No, is it 6? It's the one with red and Loki. Yeah, it's 6. That's the show that they're in the Asylum first. And it looks like a terrible building. It's like dark. You can clearly see the costs were cut. Like Don West's pay was cut in half.
Yeah, he couldn't afford those shirts anymore.
Yeah, the audio quality is worse, the visual quality is worse, the stage is worse. You can actively just, because their first week in the fairgrounds, it just looks terrible. It looks grim. It feels like a company that's about to go out of business. And by all accounts, they spent the week like painting the place and trying to do it up and make it a little more respectable on pay-per-view by the time they got to number 7.
Buy the building, or were they just like, hey, we need to renovate this building, please let us renovate this building?
They were like, please let us renovate this building. I'm sure they were like, the owners of the building were like, wait, you want to do up our building and we're not going to pay for it? Yeah, sure if you want to paint the building, sure.
They probably should have just like bought the building at that point.
That would have been too expensive. Maybe you would have saved on rent over time. Who knows? The building probably wasn't expensive to rent anyway.
It looks like an independent.
It does go from like the first, whatever it is, 5 shows look like the real major league. It's a little dated in terms of how it looks. It looks more like late 90s than 2000s. If you compare it to like Raw at the time, it doesn't look like modern and cutting edge. But at least in terms of like the size of the building and the scale of it, it looks like Major League. It looks legit. As opposed to when you get to the Asylum, it does look all a little bit grim and a little bit small. And even the crowds are just kind of dead. Like the enthusiasm is kind of sapped out in the Asylum for the first couple of weeks. And it just feels like a company that's going nowhere at the time.
It looks like it wouldn't have been completely out of the realm of possibility for like Ring of Honor or CZW to run this exact building.
Mm-hmm. It probably would have looked like the lighting is probably above like Ring of Honor level, but just the visual aesthetic, not so much. So yeah, Jay Hassman screwed the company over. And I think the worst thing that happened, if you read an interview with the PW Torch, where Jerry Jarrett, it might be denial, it might be like delusion, but they kind of see this as a moment of false hope, where it's like, we were doing none of the marketing and promotions and we had none of the clearances we thought we had. And that's the reason that we have the bad pay-per-view numbers. Like, they kind of like, they think there's a little bit like, oh, you know, if we can get our marketing up to scratch, if we can get our pay-per-view clearance up to scratch, we'll actually be able to do like a kind of reboot. We'll be able to reintroduce ourselves to audiences, and we'll maybe be able to hit the number of like buys we need to break even. So there's like this false hope that if they can get these things in order, that everything will be fine. And I think if you watch these shows, if you see the decline in attendance from the Huntsville shows to the Nashville shows to the Asylum shows, you can see that it's a company that's not hot whatsoever. It's a company that just did not find an audience at the beginning. And they maybe have some false hope that if they can get these things in order, they might find that audience.
Do you think if they had have had all their ducks in a row ahead of that first episode, they would have come up with like a much stronger start, and that would have sustained them to a longer extent?
But they would have probably made more money. Like, that first show probably would have been more successful. They would have been better marketed. More people would have bought it. But then I asked myself the question, would the people who then bought that first pay-per-view continue to buy the pay-per-views based on what they saw? And my answer would still probably be no.
I was also thinking, as I was watching these shows, do you think a more modern subscription-based payment schedule would have helped?
Oh, 100%. If this company launched in 2015 and was just on streaming with $9.99 a month, it would have been a much like better financial investment, or for fans at least. You know, it's $10 a month for 4 shows, and we can subscribe, and that's what sustains a ton of indies these days. That model, that's what sustains WWE.
How much were these pay-per-views at the time?
$9.99.
So that's the saying. Like, if this had have launched 2002, $10 a month, you get 4 shows.
Well, in 2002, the technology wasn't there to do that, but yes.
I suppose there's no way to actually initiate reoccurring payments, is there?
Well, I'm interested. Like, I don't think they ever did like a season pass, or maybe they did. Maybe they did like, I think they did do some like bulk buys. You can get some for cheaper or some stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's what like seems like the natural progression of this to me is like if we're not getting the buys that we want weekly, we might be able to increase that by offering us a price point.
Well, what they did start doing was they started looking into trying to get some kind of syndicated television show as promotion. They did end up finding it. It's what turned into Explosion. But they started looking for more of a marketing vehicle for it, as opposed to trying to cut the price of the shows or do like mass discounts or something like that. Like, I'm not sure what the pay-per-view technology was at the time, that you could probably bulk buy a number of shows at once, but it's probably not sophisticated enough that you could be like, all right, you can pay $9.99 per show, or you can give us $100 a year and you'll get all our shows. You'll get 52 shows for the price of 10, basically.
I think a lot of people get their money in these like sort of month-by-month systems by people who forget, and they just have reoccurring payments.
That's basically the backbone of all of streaming, yes.
Yeah, so it's like, even if it was a $10 price point for 4 shows a month, you'd still have to have a way of people like actually getting onto their services and purchasing that $10 price point each month, which is just not going to happen to the same sort of extent a reoccurring cycle would.
I'm still paying for Crunchyroll from watching Naruto.
That's what I'm saying. We're bringing it back.
We're freaking paying for Crunchyroll for a year, and we haven't watched a single episode of Naruto, Liam.
Soon to the Patreon.
The Naruto watch along.
Yes.
We'll talk about more about Jay Hassman, I'd imagine, considerably going into the future, especially because the lawsuit is filed the next month. So they start suing each other and they start going to court. Jay Hassman tanked TNA.
The first major heel.
The reason it could work is because like pay-per-view numbers are famously slow to come in. You know, like when someone buys a pay-per-view, by the time the company know exactly how many people have bought it, and by the time like people's credit cards have cleared and the money's been collected and the money's delivered, it's like 3 months down the line before anybody gets money out of the pay-per-view company from the pay-per-view they bought, which is actually that's what contributed to the death of ECW, where ECW had cash flow problems because they couldn't get their pay-per-view money fast enough, and they spent all their money and when they busted, went out of business, and WWE bought them. So the reason he could kind of get away with it is because there's not that instant feedback that there would be if it was like a digital online payment. You know, when you buy a pay-per-view through a digital service like a Fight know exactly how many have they sold immediately because they see in real time, you bought it, you paid for it, this is how many we sold. As opposed to here, it's like 3 months down the line before they have like firm figures about how many people bought these shows. So Hassman could kind of give them like, you know, these are our estimates, these are our early like projections, and he could spoof and get away with it. And that's why it took the best part of a month to find out he was making shit up, because this information does come in slowly. So his fraud at least was built on, you know, firm foundations that he could get away with it for a while.
It was built on a flawed system.
Yeah, he exploited the system.
That's how most, you know, white-collar crime happens, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and you could argue they probably should have, like, worked it out earlier, and maybe... but, like, you know, you have a guy who you're employing who's telling you that...
Yeah, you're paying a guy 6 figures a year. You expect him to kind of deliver on his job.
And by all accounts, he was faking emails and he was faking all kinds of stuff from In Demand. So, like, he was going to lengths to do this.
Yeah, it wasn't just like, I'm just gonna, like, pretend this thing's happening when it isn't. Like, he was actively trying to deceive the company.
Yeah, it's like forwarding emails that tell them about the buy rate, and then In Demand were like, we never sent that email. That's not from us. So, what can you do at that stage, you know?
This is all allegedly.
Yes, well, we'll talk about what was decided in court over time.
Yes, but that's next episode. So for this point, it is alleged and allegedly, and we are all making jokes, and none of this is real.
I don't think Jay Hassman cares about TNA anymore. How much do you think Jay Hassman thinks about TNA? What's Jay Hassman up to?
I think maybe he needs to recoup those losses and come after our big Patreon bucks.
Oh no, we just bragged about all the people who signed up. He knows we've got the money.
I know, I just bought my groceries.
Yeah, you have to go to patreon.com/kiddingme to finance our legal fund against Jay Hassman.
Hassman versus Garrett and Jones. Coming soon.
I like the way you use my first name and your last name.
Kidney and Jones.
I'm like Enya. Just go by Garrett.
J and K.
So yeah, those are the two like big stories. Companies broke, cutting costs. Pay-per-view numbers aren't what they seemed, and Jay Hassman committing fraud. And Vince Russo's back in the fold officially. So those are the two like headline stories from July 2002.
And you know, for a tumultuous outside of the company, the on-air shows sure were stable.
Sure were. Let's get into them, starting with NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 3, July 3rd, 2002, from the Municipal Auditorium in Nashville, Tennessee, with about 2,000 people in the building, about 1,100 of which were paid, which is like 1,100's not a bad crowd.
Sure. I mean, yes, but considering what GLEAT just did, yes, very good a number of people.
What did GLEAT just do?
About 1,000.
You know what? That's a decent number these days, too. There's a pandemic still going on.
Exactly.
Getting 1,000 people in the door isn't the worst these days.
It was a sellout for the allocated seats.
So this NWA-TNA show opened with Jim Miller, NWA president, just randomly handing Mike Tenay a trophy and mugging for the camera for a while.
It's the thank you Mike Tenay trophy.
There should actually, yes, I agree. Everyone should just hand Mike Tenay and Don West a trophy at the beginning of every show, just just to say thank you for their contributions to wrestling.
Yeah, you know what, Ed Ferrara too.
Sure, yes, Ed, you get a trophy. You don't, yeah.
You know what? I'm really turning around on Ed Ferrara. The first episode, I hated him, and like he's like a wart. He has quite literally grown on me.
Well, he's only going to be here for a few more weeks. So
no. Everyone I love leaves, especially in this next match.
Yes, AMW defeated the Johnsons in what I believe is the Johnsons' last match in TNA. They didn't do anything out of this, didn't they?
Well, they haven't done anything in the next row of shows.
So yeah, this is the end of the Johnsons in TNA. Liam, tell me about the Johnsons' run. How do you feel about it?
One of the greatest runs we've ever seen in the NWA-TNA.
They are objectively one of the best tag teams in TNA history at this point, just because there's so few tag teams.
They're better than AMW, I'll tell you that.
How dare you
In the month that I've seen them.
besmirch the good names of James Storm and Chris Harris in favor of the Penis Men.
Yes. This is the segment where the Penis Men broke up with Rob Naylor.
It's Mortimer Plumtree, but yes, they abandoned Mortimer Plumtree and then left the company, I guess.
Damn. Clearly, he was the one who signed their contract to the NWA-TNA.
He's like, you leaving me? You leaving me? Fine.
Yeah, you're leaving your job.
This is a segment that I thought made no sense. So they have Jeff Jarrett, Scott Hall, Kate Rush, and Brian Christopher out there doing brawls, doing promos to set up a match on the show. And like, what sense does it make on a weekly pay-per-view to shoot an angle for a match later in that show?
Get people hyped up.
But no, do the match next week. The way these should work is like all these angles should be angles shot for the following week. You should never shoot an angle for the same show because people have already bought it. This isn't television.
Clearly, no respect for the paying customer over here.
It's literally just a structural thing where it's like if you're doing an angle for a match, the match you're doing should always be the following week.
Garrett, like 10 people bought this show. They had to encourage them to stick around.
No, they've already got their money.
Yeah, but they want to make sure they get their money next week, so they want to give them the best show possible each week.
Yeah, and by doing that, you ensure you get their money next week by shooting a hot angle for a match next week, not one this week.
A hot angle.
Well, this wasn't a hot angle either way, so who cares?
Maybe that's why they did it, because they knew this was a dog shit angle, and they're like, fuck it, no one's going to buy anything because of it.
But my point being, like, when you're thinking about the philosophy of doing pay-per-views every single week, a segment that sets up a main event on that show makes absolutely no sense.
Listen, I don't know. I think they were just hoping to get through the show.
Which is, yeah, legitimately probably what it was. It's just like, well, we have 10 minutes left. Let's just do an angle with the main eventers. That'll fill out the show.
Just got to fill time.
Chris Harris and James Storm were attacked.
I wonder who did it.
It was the Hot Shots, Liam, would you believe?
Oh, damn it. I did know that.
What a weird, like, setup and reveal where it's like, oh, these big, strong tag team men have been attacked. And then you see it's like, oh, they just mentioned offhand in passing a few weeks later. It's like, oh, yeah, remember when they were attacked? It was the Hot Shots.
I'm beginning to think that perhaps it wasn't originally the Hot Shots, and then it was the Hot Shots.
Probably like, we were going to pay for a big tag team to come in and to set up this hot angle with AMW. What's that? We have no pay-per-view buys. I'm sorry, it's the Hot Shots.
I wonder if it was going to be an unmasked The Johnsons.
No, maybe it was. Maybe they'd snapped. The Shane brothers were coming in.
You never want The Johnsons to snap.
Pretty uncomfortable anytime that happens. The alpha male Monty Brown made his debut. He defeated Anthony Ingram in a squash match.
Yep, he has Abyss's music.
He does. He has Abyss's music where it's like doo 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 doo. But also there's vocals over it that are like Omega.
They're kind of great though. I like the vocal version of the Abyss theme.
It should, I insist that it should be Kenny Omega's current Impact theme.
Why?
The vocals of it are Omega over and over again. It's sitting right there. It should be Kenny's theme.
Why? But he's the Alpha. He's not the Omega.
Yeah, it's really it doesn't make any sense. It should be Alpha. Na, na,
Yeah.
na,
My favorite part
na.
about this match here is that like afterwards, Monty Brown's like, "I'm gonna be NWA champion," and then they never follow up on that at all.
Well, he does like interrupt Ken Shamrock later in the show, doesn't he?
Yeah, and then they never follow up on that at
Yeah,
all.
he spins off into a feud against Elix Skipper.
And then run killings.
I don't think the Killings feud even goes anywhere.
Yeah, but it's the part in which I'm most caught up to, Garrett.
All right. This era of Monty is actually weird because like he doesn't last very long, not to spoil it, but he's around for a while, but they realize he's not quite ready, so they kick him away for like 2 years. But like he's still pretty good. He's still like wrecking fools.
Yeah, and like this is the problem with like this early TNA stuff is that 1 week guys will be a heel and then the next week they'll just be faces, and like there's no clear direction on what any of these characters are supposed to be.
Nobody on any of these shows is likable. Nobody.
But it's also like even if they are, they're likable for 1 week before they do something heinous. So it's like you can't get attached to any of these characters, and it's so confusing because even like heels will be like saying heel stuff and getting cheered, and then there'll be heels again, and then there'll be faces the week after. It's there's no like structure to any of this.
Like I think the like clear illustration of that is all of the AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn stuff.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Or like I have no idea who's meant to be likable in that feud. Because Jerry Lynn is this bitter, grizzled veteran who's like, AJ Styles doesn't know any better, he sucks. Who's beating up AJ Styles and jumping him from behind. But then AJ's also like a little turd who's like jumping Jerry from behind. He like, there's a segment where Lynn is supposed to be the heel, I think, where he's like, oh, you don't know anything, kid. And then he turns his back and AJ jumps him from behind. It's like, who am I supposed to root for here?
I get that one a little bit, but I think by the end of it, it's very clear that like AJ's the heel. But it definitely doesn't start that way.
No.
And trust me, we'll get to the part where like they just make up all of a sudden and they're just besties.
It's very strange. Just all of it is just very, very, very strange.
And I think you'll notice that like this dissension in heel and face structure really starts to rear its ugly head around the episode 5 mark. You know, as if perhaps some creative force started to move in.
Rainbow Express defeated Apollo and Buff Bagwell. Afterwards, Buff is like, Buff is no longer the stuff. Buff is saying goodbye.
Yeah, this was like the Vader, I'm a big fat piece of shit moment.
Except in typical fashion, Buff is never seen again.
Yeah. Which is like, fine though.
It's the ultimate payoff. It's like, Buff is like, you know what? I'm not the stuff anymore. I don't think anybody likes me. I'm going away now. See ya. I'm Marcus. I'm not Buff. And then he just disappears. He's just gone.
It's because they gave Sonny Siaki his gimmick like 2 weeks later.
That's true. Buff, Sonny Siaki is the true stuff, except when you can't hear him on commentary.
Yeah, but it's kind of great.
The actual reason Buff left, because he signed a 12-year contract, or 12-year, jeez.
Wow, they really invested. It's like Undertaker in 2020. Got to really invest in these young talents.
Yeah, we got to keep Buff around. No, he signed a 12-day contract, so he should have been around for a while. But he is apparently just a pain to deal with. Jerry Jarrett writes in his book that he's showing up late to pre-tapes. He's burying the story he's supposed to be part of, and Jerry's just like, nah, you're not coming back. Bye.
Do you think Apollo's like real upset that he isn't getting this big Buff program?
Oh yeah, he was meant to get the big Buff feud that was meant to really elevate him, but no. That would have really helped Apollo's career.
I mean, worked out well for him otherwise.
We had another angle to set up a match later in the show, because that makes perfect sense, where Malice beat up Ken Shamrock.
Hell yeah!
Which, to be fair, I'm on board because it is Malice.
Malice absolutely is one of the highlights of all these shows.
He just chokeslams dudes. It's so much fun.
It's dope. It's all you want from him. It's just a big, tattered motherfucker walking into each one of these segments, chokeslamming people, pyro going off, just good times.
Of course, that's set up later. Shamrock fighting against all odds, Liam, to take down the dastardly Malice.
Hell yeah.
Could he survive? Who knows?
Yes. I've seen the shows.
Oh, well, you know, then. Sorry.
And just to give a little preamble to the next segment, the most charismatic guy on the roster is next?
Ah, yes. Todd Stone. Todd Stone showed up.
No. Obviously, I'm referring to Puppet.
Puppet the Psycho Dwarf.
The Psycho Dwarf.
Does, in fact, defeat Todd Stone. Then he grabs a kendo stick after the match, and Don West is like, great job, little guy. Offers him a high five, and he hits Don West with the kendo stick.
Puppet absolutely rules.
But he is like legitimately, you know, there are two, we'll talk about this more later, but there are two badasses on these shows. There's Jeff Jarrett and there's Puppet. Puppet is like the strongest booked person on this show.
And I'll tell you right now, one of those badasses bows to the other one, and I'm not going to tell you which one it is.
Well, we'll find out which one it is when we talk about NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 7.
Yes, which might be the worst show and the best show.
So yeah, Puppet defeated Todd Stone. Puppet, he is like legitimately charismatic, and like he sadly passed away last year, which depresses me.
Aww.
But
I'm legitimately upset about that.
The two coolest people on these shows are Malice and Puppet, and both of them have sadly passed.
God damn.
Depressing. But he kicks ass. He just kicks ass. He's a guy who shows up and beats people up and acts like a badass, instead of Jeff Jarrett, who acts like a badass and gets beaten up.
And, like, obviously, you know, it's not a gimmick that could ever happen in 2021.
Nope.
And understandably so, right? But, like, some of his lines are just so blunt and out there that you can't help but go, oh, when he says them. And, like, it's a recurring theme, but, like, him just saying, I want to see midget blood is so shocking that, like, you sit there and you're just like, oh, Puppet. Like, he's legitimately like a loose cannon out there.
There's Brian Pillman and there's Puppet the Psycho Dwarf.
Yeah.
Puppet does rule. I love Puppet. He's the best. He's like legitimately one of the best things on these shows.
Puppet versus Meatball was one of my favorite matches on all of these shows.
We'll get to that in the next, or in, what is it, number 5. Francine defeated Taylor Vaughn by DQ. I like the way that the theme song for the women in this company is just like a song that's just like, girls, 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 girls,
girls. Yeah. Isn't that Francine's song specifically?
Yeah, that's Francine's theme song. I think they reuse it at some stage because Francine doesn't, as always people on these shows, Francine doesn't last much longer. So I think they do dig it up for other people. But yeah, that's the women's
Taylor
theme song.
Vaughn also disappears for a while.
Ed Ferrara tried to grope somebody, as he tends to do.
He didn't try.
Oh, yeah, he succeeded. He did succeed in groping Francine.
And then, didn't Francine, like it?
I think so? I don't know.
That was the big swerve. There's, they're both perverts.
The presentation of women on these shows is just so bad. It's so irredeemably terrible.
It's not even the worst segment.
That's true. It does get worse from here.
This is honestly, this might not even be the top 5 worst female segments on the shows that we've seen.
The one in which one of the announcers groped one of the performers is not even top 5, and you're probably right.
Yeah.
Shamrock beat Malice to retain the NWA World Title. Match is fine.
Continuing the tradition of Shamrock not getting the main event spot.
Yeah, it's very weird how often Shamrock is just a dude in the middle of these shows. With the exception of the Sabu match, I think, is the only one he actually made events. Of course, the first pay-per-view. But otherwise, he's just a dude in the middle of all of these shows. He's not, in any way the featured act.
It really feels like they had to put it on Ken, but they would have rather not.
And, when you look at the... it's always Hall and Lawler and K-Crush and Jarrett who are main eventing ahead of him. Why not just put the belt? Just put the belt on Jeff, for God's sake.
I think maybe it was the Cody thing, right? Where it's we don't want that perception immediately.
It was 100, that's 100% it. That's and maybe they thought Ken, because Ken's kind of a dud through these shows. Ken kind of sucks. He's just boring.
He's cool in theory, but he just doesn't deliver.
Yeah, his matches are just kind of dull. His angles are just kind of dull. So Ken's not really the guy that they probably hoped he would become on these shows.
To be fair, he probably should have been booked like Jarrett.
He should be hitting everybody with chairs then, is what you're saying.
Yes, that's objectively cool.
AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn defeated... Oh no, Styles had 2 matches. Styles retained the X Division title against David Young in a nice little match.
We get the top rope Styles clash.
Yeah, top rope Styles clashes against David Young of all people, but sure. Go for it, AJ.
But I think it's cool that we're establishing that AJ is this dynamic performer that can win matches from literally anywhere in the ring.
And it's weird that the Spiral Tap was his main finish these days. The Styles clash was more of his secondary finish. It's weird. It's interesting how that flipped. Mostly because the Spiral Tap probably killed him.
It's because he's I can't do this every week.
It's just my back. My back.
I'm also working Ring of Honor at this point, so I'm kind of dying.
There's mention of Ring of Honor on one of these shows where
which is very interesting, right?
Oh, this red hot independent company. The winner of this match will be defending the X Division title. The winner of the AJ Styles and Loki match on a later show will be defending the X Division title on a Ring of Honor show. It's hearing Mike Tenay refer to Ring of Honor as a red hot independent.
And later on, AJ, I think it was AJ, might have been Daniels, defends the X title on a PWG show as well. So it was very clearly a bit of we're allowed to go out there and do things with other companies. Very AEW-esque, huh?
So then, Styles and Lynn became the first tag team champions, defeating the Rainbow Express. Yeah.
I thought you said Styles and Lindemann then.
AJ Styles and L. Lindemann being tag champs together would be tremendous.
Yeah, that should be... AJ should leave WWE and join Strong Hearts.
Him, Shima, T-Hawk.
Onitsuka.
And then invade AEW. AJ Styles leading the Strong Hearts invasion of AEW.
Yeah! Against the Elite, let's go.
Joel Gertner was apparently not particularly liked. Where JB would be writing columns on the website and just shooting on people. It's management has not been real pleased with Joel Gertner. Apparently management feels he has been over anxious when it comes to producing his own character.
JB rules.
But writing that on the TNA website, it's just yeah.
That's cool though.
We're letting you inside. We're showing you all the shooting stuff.
Yeah, well, it really shows how much of the TNA lore and the TNA, I don't know, perception was there from the beginning.
It's just chaos. It's total chaos.
This company was unapologetically TNA from the beginning.
Literally the very beginning.
It's almost respectable though, isn't it? It's you guys just, you were this thing and you never grew out of being this thing. And you somehow managed to be there until the day that I am talking right now.
Fair play.
testament to your ability to survive.
Jim Miller was attacked. He had FU written on him.
He was wailing so loudly. He was in like a third room space away around a corner with a gag in his mouth. And Goldilocks still managed to hear him.
Sensational hearing, Goldilocks. Was it Jim Miller or Bill Behrens was the one that Goldilocks heard? Maybe both.
Could have been either. Well, it was the FU that was heard, so whoever had the FU spray painted on them.
Goldie this is the investigative reporter that TNA needed. She's like, I hear a noise. I'm going to chase it down.
Is so great throughout all of this.
She's like the best. She is the best thing on these shows, like legitimately.
We said it in the watch along, which you can listen to at the patreon.com/kiddingme, where like all of the non-wrestling characters are like perfect. JB, the commentary team, Goldilocks are all fantastic in their jobs and in their roles.
In a way that a lot of WWE people weren't at the time.
Yeah, it's an interesting like dynamic, right?
Or it's because like WWE's announcers were, well, he still had JR and King at that stage, but it was still JR and King slowly like tumbling down the hill. And like they were abandoning the idea of managers. They were abandoning like all the backstage interviewers were just like clones. So you get Goldilocks, who's like the exact opposite. She has personality, like real personality. She reacts. She's a character on the show. She's not just a microphone stand, and that's good.
To be fair, like if she wasn't though, she would have been eaten up in all of these segments. So like she kind of had to be.
Like yeah, there's an entire segment later where Disco Inferno tries to shit on her, and she just basically owns him.
There's also the greatest segment in TNA history,
which we'll get to. Jarrett and K-Crush defeated Lawler and Hall in the main event. Then Lawler turned heel on Hall. He abandoned him at ringside. Tag teams just cannot get along. And then Jarrett transformed into Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett and hit everybody with chairs and beat the shit out of VMTs and pushed Scott Hall off of stretchers and went full Stone Cold.
How is this not like the biggest star in the world? How like he's just doing Stone Cold. And to be fair, I was having this discussion with my roommate. It's like, if you have a company, would you not just book yourself as Stone Cold? Like, it makes sense. If it's your company and you have creative control, you're just gonna make yourself the biggest star in wrestling history.
I can't blame him. No.
Like, that's exactly what you probably should do. Just be a badass who goes and beats people up. Like, especially at a time like this where it's like, you know, we've talked about it before, it's like, there's not like a ton, you don't have a ton of star power on these shows. Like, Jarrett is probably the biggest star on these shows. So why not booking like this? The only problem is he probably should be a face doing this.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. He's like this badass hitting everybody with chairs. He's like the coolest guy on these shows. He never gets his comeuppance. And like he's rejecting authority. He's not going to bow down to Jim Miller or Bill Behrens or whoever shows up. And then, yeah, he's supposed to be the heel?
It actually becomes like a reverse Stone Cold in the end because it's like babyface authority figure Ricky Steamboat and heel Jeff Jarrett Stone Cold.
So yeah, that's pay-per-view number 3. It was
a fun show.
That's probably more generous than I'd go, but sure.
But I find like all of these shows pretty fun, to be fair.
They're interesting historical artifacts.
It's also like, you know what it kind of reminds me of? It's like stoner movies.
Sure.
Where they're not great and they're not cinema.
Right.
But you can watch them and go, ha, look at this shit. And have a good time watching it.
I guess. Yeah.
You get what I mean? Like, they're not good. Like, I've watched a lot of stoner movies in my time, and like, I would never go above 1.5 star on any of them. But I had a good time watching them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the real key here is just get real high when you watch NWA-TNA.
And not just high off the quality of action.
Well, definitely not that.
That brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 4, which, as we mentioned, if you'd like to hear a full watch-along of, is on Patreon on the $10 tier at patreon.com/kiddingme. But we shall go through it. AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn defeated the New Church. They are already not getting along, despite only winning the tag belts last week.
This is truly hilarious. The first on-air tag team champions in company history hate each other.
But even like the other big team in the company, AMW, also hate each other. The Rainbow Express break up, they just disappear. Johnsons are gone. Frickin' Brian Lawler turned on Scott Hall in the previous show. Like, we're just full on. No team in this company. Actually, Elix Skipper throws Monty to the wolves against Ron Killings later in one of these shows as well. Literally every team on these first like 7 shows hate each other.
Well, it really breaks down to like, there's no structure. It's face, heel, face, heel, face, heel. There's no like through line here. like Elix Skipper as a face for 2 weeks with a brief like triple X formation, and then he teams with Monty and is a heel the next week after that. So there's no structure here. It's pure chaos, and not even in the cool kind of way. It's just
Formless.
this formless is a great word for it. It doesn't feel like there's any real structure to anything.
New Church are cool, though.
Yeah, the New Church are cool, and they have great music.
They do. It's the best.
The one thing I do appreciate about these weekly pay-per-views is, like, because it is a pay-per-view, most weeks you'll get, like, at least a couple title defenses.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, like, again, very AEW. It really, like, the comparisons are so apt. It's just one is a good wrestling show on top of it.
As opposed to one having Francine against Taylor Vaughn.
Yeah.
Brian Christopher came down to the ring. And he's like, my dad was never there for me. I'm not sure. He's done a couple of these promos during these shows, so they've kind of blended together.
This wasn't the big one.
But he's just like, I hate my dad, so I'm going to use the Lawler name now as Independence, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that works. That you're going to own your dad by using his name instead of using Christopher? I don't know.
The theory was, I'm going to take the name and I'm going to surpass his with mine. I'm going to make him Brian Lawler's dad instead of me being Jerry Lawler's son.
Yeah, you tell him.
Which would, the most frustrating bit about this is, like, it's never going to pay off. It's never going to, like, the match that comes from this is Lawler Bryan, and that's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Which is, I think Jerry Jarrett complains about in his book, that he's just like, Vince Russo and Jerry's, I actually think this is a quote about the second promo as opposed to the first one, the one on the pay-per-view number 5. But he's just like, this match can't happen. Why are we doing this? And also Jerry Lawler called him to complain about the interview.
Is it because his son called him a pedophile on pay-per-view?
Yeah, I'd imagine that probably contributed to it, because that was in the second one. He did a few of these where he's just like, I left my dad a ticket and he didn't show up because, what was the exact line? Because
I could tell you what it was. It was because he's too busy on Wednesdays hanging out at high schoolers with candy. And then Ed Ferrara goes, what kind?
Yeah, so that's the Brian Lawler stuff going on in these shows.
Yeah, it's like it's interesting to watch a breakdown like this, but again, there's no payoff to it.
Yeah, you can never do the Brian Lawler against Jerry Lawler match.
And, like, to be fair, like, Brian is getting some really good heat off of this.
The crowd are super into chanting Jerry's kid, yeah.
Yeah, and there's nowhere for it to go, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, because who knows, like, if Jerry was in this company, how it would all go.
Yeah, that would be an interesting match. I'm surprised, like, Jerry never showed up in TNA. That feels like a guy they would have went after at one stage.
Well, it's because, like, for what it's worth, he is a Vince guy more than anyone else there. Like, it's just that he's a lifer,
Yeah, Jerry wasn't pleased about his son calling him a pedophile on national pay-per-view.
I like how he did the line about, like, my father had 3 wives that were all younger than me, and the announcers were like, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, no, he means then his current age, you morons.
Yeah, but they were doing the math. It's like, wait a minute, how can you be,
But, like, Ed Ferrara should have been there to be like, I understand this, blah, blah, blah. It's like, come on, guys, get your fucking heads on straight.
Yeah, he was just also like, no, that doesn't make sense. What are you talking about, Brian? Hermie Sadler made his wrestling debut. NASCAR star Hermie Sadler. He defeated K-Crush via reverse decision, Liam.
Sure did.
Yeah, like,
who cares?
Did he look good? No.
He looked like he was having a lot of fun.
Yeah, which I believe is the only metric we measure these days based on Twitter. If wrestlers are having fun doing it, you can't call it bad.
Exactly.
But yeah,
he is a wrestler.
He looked into it. I think the crowd were kind of into it. I think, like, Ron Killings did a very good job of carrying him as best he could for a guy who wasn't particularly athletic. And, like, there was a spot in this match where, Killings did a big jump and Hermie Sadler grabbed him and hit him with a big sit-out powerbomb. It's like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, in that K-Crush powerbombed himself.
Yeah.
But, like, this was as good of, like, a celebrity thing as you could think. It was short. Like, K-Crush really didn't take much offense from him. He, like, beat him up for most of it, and then just, he went too far.
He beat him up after the match, too, just to make sure people knew NASCAR wasn't a real sport.
Which I guess you can eat shit, Sean Cedar. Which makes you just, that's kind of K-Crush's thing, is he goes too far with it.
Even if he's right, which we'll talk about with his later promos.
Yeah, I really didn't mind this as a celebrity segment.
So Takao Mori was there. He was doing his Hindu squats before Alicia Webb, the former Ryan Shamrock, shows up and gets money from him.
Yep.
Which, sure.
Mori had an eventful trip down south.
Do you think he even knew what was happening? It's like, we're not going to explain this to you. Just hand money to this woman. We're not. No, he'd understand the implication, even if.
I think he would have definitely understood the implication. But like, the other two made sense, right? Like, Alicia did it in public to embarrass them. But like, this was just backstage. Could he have not handed her the money earlier?
He was just trying to do his Hindu squats. How dare she interrupt his Hindu squats?
I wonder if like he got ribbed for this when he went back. Like, it was back. Well, he was in Noah at this point, right?
Yep.
I wonder if like he went back and like the boys in Noah are like handing him money backstage while doing Hindu squats or something.
Do you think TNA pay-per-view spread that far? Because like I would definitely do that to somebody.
I think no matter what like it takes, I think the ability to rib the boys travels internationally.
Briscoes had a match with the Hot Shots before Malice killed everybody.
Holy shit! The Briscoes!
Yes, Jay and Mark Briscoe, very young looking, wee lads.
Absolute babbies.
In one of their 2 televised matches. They also had a dark match later, or on one of these other shows. So you have one more Briscoes TNA match to look forward to, Liam.
Hell yeah.
Bizarre to see them in a TNA ring. People, like, that's the thing. Literally everybody, not literally everybody, but pretty much literally everybody came through the doors of TNA wrestling at one stage or another, which is what makes these shows kind of fun. It's like silly to be like, you know, Jasmine St. Clair shows up and does these things and then disappears. Or Buff Bagwell does this angle where he drops the name Buff and then disappears. And Joe Gertner is managing the Rainbow Express but then disappears. And like, it's kind of frustrating in that regard that like they set up all these angles that just go absolutely nowhere because the people involved just disappear. But also, it does add like a fun variety to the show that you just get like the Briscoes showing up for a week or two.
You don't get enough chance to get sick of people. For the most part. I feel like I'm going to get real sick of Disco Inferno, but for the most part, you know, they're not around enough to actually get sick of these people, which is kind of a fun touch, I guess.
And like, there is a core there. There is like the Styles and the Lynns and the Halls and the Jarretts that are on all of these shows, and the Storms and the Harrises.
And the Dups.
And the Dups, of course, who are surprisingly on all of these shows. And then you do just get the people that pop in and out and just do angles that go nowhere, but they're fun in the moment, so who cares?
Yeah.
Malice hits a chokeslam on Jay Briscoe here, where there's like an explosive sound when he hits the ring that sounds absolutely amazing. And I was very upset to find out that it's a work, Liam. I've been worked. It wasn't just a happy coincidence based on like microphones where he hit him in the ring or some nonsense like that. They expressly set off a pyro sound effect to make the chokeslam sound better. So I have been
Got
worked.
a hell of a reaction from the crowd.
Yeah, because it sounded amazing.
Yeah.
More companies should do this.
Especially if you can find a way to make it a little more subtle in our 2021s.
Which, based on the technology WWE uses for the Thunderdome, I have faith in their subtlety.
I'm sure that is a very cool and relevant joke that I just don't understand.
I'm burying how their crowd noise sounds like the fakest thing imaginable. It's the worst. Let's just move on then. Fine.
I'm sorry, I can't. I don't really have a point of comparison. I don't watch anything from the main roster.
How dare you not? You've seen the Capitol Wrestling Center. It's the same thing.
Yeah, but they actually have people there, I guess.
Well, they do now, but they didn't when we watch NXT. So
I erased that from my mind almost immediately after it happened.
The Duffs were taking turns with Fluff. I think that was the entire point of the segment.
Why'd you have to phrase it like that?
That's what was happening on the screen, Liam. I'm only simply reciting what was happening on the screen.
And I will recite the same things I said as our watch along, but I think it's very clear that like Bowed Up and Fluffed Up like must be an item or something because he goes right in on it.
Yeah.
But like old Stand Up is very cautious with where he places hands and faces and such to not make any contact inappropriately.
Maybe we are simply telling the story that Stand Up is the more like passive and the more anxious of the two, as opposed to Bowed Up, who is the more confident.
Are you aware of this little segment later on with Goldilocks?
He's just simply commenting on how nice Goldilocks looks, and there is so... Why are all these shows so bad? Speaking of bad, Jasmine St. Clair shows up, the girlfriend of the Blue Meanie, noted porn star, and she gives JB a lap dance.
The Blue Meanie is a noted porn star?
JB is a porn star, yes.
Ah.
Would you watch a porn movie featuring JB? Would you watch JB do porn?
No.
Do you want to see JB do porn?
I would not watch JB. I would watch the Blue Meanie, however.
Blue Meanie, I wonder, did he do porn with Jasmine St. Clair?
Were they actually a thing, or was this just a bit for the the shows.
I'm pretty sure they were actually a thing at the time, yeah.
He does look like a sleazy porn director when he shows up.
And in typical wrestling fashion, he was the one who trained her to wrestle. So
Fun.
she gives JB a lap dance. Bill Behrens comes out to tries to stop him, which in one of my favorite bits, Ed Ferrara jumps off the announce desk and spears Bill Behrens out of his shoes.
Go!
Like he becomes Bill Goldberg all of a sudden to take down Bill Behrens to stop him from covering up Jasmine St. Clair. He fails, but he tried.
It's truly one of our best reactions as we were watching as well. Like, I love that there's like a camaraderie between JB and Ferrara building.
Yeah.
Over perversion.
They're both filthy perverts who want women to expose themselves.
Like, as Ed was walking back to the commentary table, who was like putting like a reassuring hand on JB's shoulder before he went. I love the little bromance that they have developed.
So at least something good comes out of these segments. A friendship was born, Liam, and isn't that all that matters?
Yeah.
Elvis has beat the Dups.
Sure did.
Most notable for Siaki being above the whole Elvis thing, and Estrada doing most of the match, and then Siaki comes in and wins.
Yeah, it's a good bit.
I enjoy Siaki. He is thoroughly obnoxious, except when they forget to turn his microphone on at the desk, of course, which happened twice.
I have become a big fan of Siaki throughout these episodes, I will say that.
After they had dissension earlier in the show, Jerry Lynn attacked AJ Styles in the roller coaster ride of emotions that becomes their story.
Hell of a beatdown.
And he pile drives him on a box.
And it looks great.
And he did that whip into the rail that AJ did a flip bump for.
Yeah, good stuff.
That's top notch.
AJ almost spiked himself on the roll too.
As AJ is wont to do, overcommitting to things that he really could just take a regular bump for. Shamrock and Amori went to a no contest, which, fun fact, Shamrock was meant to beat Amori until Noah found out. Noah's like, no, he's not losing. So they went to a no contest instead.
Why even bring him in at that point?
Well, he was already brought in. Jerry Jarrett expressly says, like, he wouldn't have done it if he had known that he would have to do a DQ finish. But, match was announced, match was promoted. Shit happens.
I like Amore.
Yeah, like, this match is kind of good for a while. They, like, the first, 2 minutes of this match is good before they settle into doing nothing.
Yeah. We're saying, again, on the watch along, I hate to keep going back to
Patreon.com/kidding me, Liam.
It is our first thoughts on this, so it makes sense. They probably should have done some sort of squash a week before or something, because they were taping 2 at a time at this point.
Well, they did do the segment earlier in the show where Amori saved.
Yeah, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Because the crowd did not give a shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, I feel like if you had have given him a big squash over someone before this match, it would have got a little more heat on it.
The Amori came through Harley Race. That was the connection to Noah. Harley Race has long had connections to Noah, sending some of his trainees over there.
Harley Race, I believe, was also the initial relationship that got Kenny signed to the WWF.
Oh, betrayal.
That was relevant because Kenny went there to go to Japan, but then got picked up by WWF instead. That was the relevance to the Japan connection. It wasn't just a random Harley Race fact that I knew.
Listen, I'm here for random Harley Race facts that you know if you know them.
Harley Race was in that one Australian match that I watched that I talked about.
Oh, very good.
It was a really good match. It was 5 minutes, but Harley Race killed it.
Yeah, Harley Race is
NWA
great.
champ at the time. Yeah, that's one of the few Harley Race matches I've seen from his NWA run.
So that main event, Skipper, Daniels, Kid Romeo, Tony Mamaluke, and Jerry Lynn lost to Low-Ki as Low-Ki became number contender before the Flying Elvis is attacked and laid out the Triple X before X Division people made the save. This is Daniels making his TNA debut, of course, so that's at least historically notable.
Also, Key gets really over in this match.
Yeah, Low-Ki is one of the people that the crowd are super into, and it's funny, there's reports after the show that a lot of the X Division guys are like, Low-Ki's hitting us with stiff kicks. We don't like working with him.
Where? Low-Ki's hitting us with stiff. Good. That's what he does, and it rules. Be thankful that you're not in Special K, okay? Otherwise, you would have had multiple concussions.
Liam has a lot of sympathy for Low-Ki beating up these poor X Division nerds.
I sure don't, because Low-Ki rules. And if you rule, you're allowed to hurt your opponents.
That is the way wrestling works.
If you're bad and you hurt your opponents, then you will get no sympathy from me. But if you're good while you do it, sure.
Yeah, very good main event. Just X Division nonsense. Flipping, guys doing cool shit. What more do you want?
Yeah.
Because it is like, it's interesting to see what they knew people liked, and they knew what was important to who they were, which was like the X Division. They knew it's like, that's what people really like, that's the stuff people are hyping up coming out of our shows, so we're going to do more X Division. But also they still can't get away from doing all like the Jasmine Sinclair stuff and all the nonsense, the rest of the nonsense they do, like Jerry Lawler's being called a pedophile. And it's very weird to see them like work this out in real time, and it is the conflicting, like the Russo sensibilities versus the Jerry Jarrett sensibilities versus the Jeff Jarrett sensibilities, all kind of melding into this weird hodgepodge of an identityless product that doesn't really make much cohesive sense. But they do know the X Division's a big deal, so they're like, yeah, X Division, good. There was talk afterwards, by the way, of having James Mitchell manage Christopher Daniels as part of the new church. You mentioned that on the watch along, so this is a carry forward thing. That was a thing they considered, but obviously didn't do. Before we had our real main event, in which Jeff Jarrett kind of came out, classic Jeff Jarrett. He was complaining, he was moaning, he was being a badass until he got into a pushing fight with the Tennessee Titans, who the Wrestling Observer tells me is Frank Miller and Zach Pillar. Never heard of these people. I'm sure they're real footballers, unless Dave got the names wrong, in which I'm sorry. But those were the Tennessee Titans that were fighting with Jeff Jarrett, and by all accounts this segment was not supposed to go as it went. It was just supposed to be like a little like fisticuffs, a little pushy push, and then they'd go off the air and Malice would come out. Instead, the Titans jumped the guardrail and started like beating up Jeff Jarrett.
Hell yeah.
And like one of the Titans, whoever the one guy that like got into it with Jeff Jarrett, was just like utterly overpowering him and like beating the hell out of him. It was good stuff.
Did you see him call his boys in too?
Yeah, he was just like, Jarrett started making a comeback. He's like, get over here.
The Tennessee Titans not wanting to put over anyone.
Oh dear. Yeah, because by all accounts this caused some consternation within the Titans camp, who were like, they weren't supposed to do this. What the hell? Why were they fighting on pay-per-view? The players got in trouble. It was a big deal.
Do you think TNA was like, yeah, they weren't supposed to?
We did not plan for your boys to get drunk and jump the rail and actually start actively fighting our wrestlers live on pay-per-view.
And beating up our biggest star, you fucks.
Yeah, the guy who we've done everything we can to make look like the biggest badass in the world suddenly gets in there with a couple of footballers and he gets his ass kicked. And then like Malice comes out, and Malice doesn't really know what to do, and he kind of just gets involved, and
Malice kind of helps Jarrett
because this is meant to set up Malice against Jarrett the next week in a ladder match, except because the Titans are too busy beating the hell out of Jeff Jarrett, Malice is just like, help him.
Yeah, it was like the fight or flight, but it was between, do I beat up Jarrett, or is it the wrestler's code of honor that I now need to protect him while I'm out here?
This is just TNA chaos, where it's like, we're going to have a nice little segment where the Titans will have some like pushing back and forth with Jeff, and maybe we'll get some media attention, and no, it descends into chaos where the Titans start brawling with Jeff Jarrett.
It's funny because it's like a lot of this time is like the most TNA things that have happened up until this point haven't even been their fault.
Which is basically the story of TNA history, isn't it?
A lot of the time it does become their fault. These early instances is a lot of bad luck.
To be fair, it got a lot of press for TNA. A lot of the Tennessee stations, a lot of local newscasts covered it, including like outside of Tennessee, like California, Florida, New York. It even made it onto the West Coast edition of SportsCenter on ESPN. So like that's always what wrestling is trying to do. We always mock it. It's like they want their SportsCenter moment, and like they got it. So well done. It went absolutely nowhere because the players got in trouble and they weren't allowed to come back. So like they barely mentioned it on the fifth show expressly because they're like, we can't do anything with this, so we're just going to mention it in passing.
All the wrestlers were like, we have to get them to come back in.
Yeah, there's a hot angle. We got to do a match.
Yeah. Probably would have done well for them too, considering they were based around Tennessee from that point on, right? Or Nashville.
Well, I do wonder, because this show did 1,500 attendance, 800 paid. The next show did 2,000. There wasn't a number for the number paid, but it does say heavily papered. But like there was a jump in attendance of 500 from pay-per-view number 4 to pay-per-view number 5. So I do wonder if there was like a bunch of people being like, oh, this TNA thing, that seems interesting. I'm going to go down to the municipal auditorium and check it out next week.
Are you highlighting the things on the run sheet so that I see them, or is it for yourself?
It's for myself, yes. So my brain is like, this is the number I'm supposed to read now. I'm supposed to be like 2,000 heavily papered. If you would like to read these show notes for yourself, by the way, they're up on patreon.com/kiddingme in our $1 tier, where you can follow along in our show notes.
I like that, like before when I was mentioning the I forget, there's one point that I was mentioning and you highlighted it. I was like, do you want me to stop mentioning it? I was like, is this your subtle way of saying, no, I'm going to bring that up?
No, this is just me being like, my brain needs to go blue.
I need highlights.
But yeah, it got a lot of media attention. So that's pay-per-view number 4. Probably their best show so far, honestly.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun, this show.
Because this is a show that had some like good wrestling. Styles and Lynn against the New Church, the X Division match were good matches. It just had some wacky stuff like Omori and the Briscoes. It's just a fun time.
Yeah. There's a reason it was picked to be the one that we did the watch along to.
And then that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 5 from the Municipal Auditorium. As we mentioned, 2,000 people there, as I do some more highlighting badly. 2,000 people were there. I'd imagine that is like a direct result of the media attention they got from the Titans angle. The people actually showed up. Obviously, not that many of them were paid, but nobody were paying for these shows, so who cares? The show kicked off with Jeff Jarrett getting in a brawl with Scott Hall. He was kicked out of his match with Malice.
It was raining. I felt bad for him. They were out in the parking lot and it was just pouring rain on Jarrett.
Yeah, that wasn't rain. That was actually a special effect to sell the injustice Jeff Jarrett had just been inflicted.
The production of NWA-TNA, that's where all the money went.
Yeah, faking rain. And to be fair, like, why wasn't Scott Hall kicked out of his match?
Because Jarrett's mean, and also he had the Titans thing last week, so he's already in the bad books.
And he has, like, flagrantly attacked authority throughout his entire run, so...
Multiple times.
And he will continue to do so later on the show. But it brings us to our opening contest in which Sabu made his TNA debut, replacing Jeff Jarrett in a ladder match against Malice. Sabu is a star, Liam.
This is such a Liam moment. Sabu versus Malice in a ladder match. It doesn't get much more Liam than that.
It's the peak of wrestling.
Honestly. And like you were saying, it's so clear and desperate that they need stars on this show. So Sabu was like, as soon as I saw him, I was like, yes, this is an obvious addition that needs to happen.
And the crowd very much treated him as a star. They were like, oh, that's this guy. We actually like this guy.
Yeah. I can't express how much, like, someone of, like, Sabu's level coming in was necessary. Because there's, like, no one.
How dare you say that about Brian Lawler?
Well, like, to be fair, like, I'm giving Brian Lawler a ton of credit when I say that he was, like, legitimately over as a heel. It's just the problem was he got over as a heel at the expense of something that could never happen.
Yeah, this match ruled, by the way. The match ruled.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun.
Just doing dopey ladder spots for 10 minutes. Just Malice falling off ladders through tables. Sabu just doing... Like, Sabu is, like, the perfect match for the TNA chaos. Because he's Sabu. Of course he is.
I'm trying to get away from using the term fun to describe wrestling. Because I think it's such a blanket term that means nothing. But, like, this match is just complete, unadulterated fun. It's just an enjoyable time to watch Sabu and Malice do plunder.
I did like before the match, James Mitchell cut a promo and he's like, Malice is going to wash his hands in the crimson life essence of whoever he faces. It's like, all right, take it down a notch, Jim.
Good times. No, don't. I want Jim to be the most melodramatic thing possible.
That's true, to be fair. He should go further than Crimson Life Essence. Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles had their big in-ring segment we mentioned earlier, where Jerry Lynn basically chastised them for being a young punk who doesn't know anything, and then turned his back and Styles jumped him from behind.
Also, like, the sailor's mouth on Jerry Lynn out here. My man was getting bleeped every 3 seconds.
And the funny part is there's a story afterwards that Jerry Jarrett was not happy about the amount that Jerry Lynn was using the words "God damn" on this show.
Yeah.
His express quote was, "I will not tolerate or appreciate using God's name in vain, and in one of those circumstances I didn't portray to that to the talent and dropped a god damn." He told Chairshots.com. He was later confronted backstage and, basically politely told, please don't say goddamn anymore. But it's quite funny. It's like, how dare you?
When I was, like, just going over the notes just then and I read it, I thought AJ was the one who got mad.
Famous man of faith, AJ Styles.
Yes, literally. And which reminds me of the greatest PWG moment of all time, where Chris Bosch starts cutting the Austin 316 promo on AJ Styles. And Styles has apparently never heard this promo before, because he takes the mic and starts yelling at him about taking God's name in vain in the middle of the PWG ring in a truly all-time independent wrestling moment.
To be fair, AJ might not have actually heard that promo before, because I'm pretty sure he wasn't that big of a wrestling fan when he got into wrestling. So he probably was like, what the hell?
But still, it's literally the most famous American promo of all time.
Yeah, but he wasn't watching wrestling, so...
Probably should have heard it. But if anyone who hasn't seen that, I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Go check that out. One of the best independent wrestling moments of all time.
Apparently Jerry Lynn apologized and was like, oh, I won't swear anymore. I like the way, like, there's women being fondled, there's open racism. Like, we shall draw the line at using the word goddamn.
Garrett, I don't want to get political around here, but you're saying there's some hypocrisy when it comes to religion.
I can't believe that wrestling would feature any kind of hypocrisy. That's very unlike wrestling, Liam.
I don't believe this for a second. Bully Ray would be turning in his non-existent grave.
K-Crush came to the ring and he gave out about all how WWE held him back and they're racist and he's not called K-Crush anymore.
We're here, baby! We're doing it! The WWE sucks promo, let's go!
It took him 5 weeks, to be fair, to do a real, like, WWE is terrible, they held back an ex-WWE talent, I'm not using their name anymore, I'm called Ron Killings, or The Truth.
Yeah, he was just The Truth.
He was called K-Crush in WWE, wasn't he?
K-Quick, I think.
Yeah, there we go. I was like, it's K something, wasn't it? Yeah, K-Quick. So yeah, he's abandoned the K name in favor of Ron Killings, which is his shoot name, and The Truth, because he's speaking truths on these shows.
I don't think he's actually referred to as Ron Killings until the Steamboat segment.
I'm pretty sure they call him Killings on commentary, but like they're like, do you want to be called Killings or Truth? And they're not sure on commentary, because I'm pretty sure they do call him Killings on commentary when he wrestles.
Maybe. I thought he was The Truth pretty explicitly until the Steamboat segment, because I was like, well, we called him Ron, and the announcers made note. Maybe they called him Killings, but they might not have called him Ron, because in the match immediately following the first Steamboat stuff, in that promo on commentary, they made note that Ron was his real name.
After that promo, he then wrestles Norman Smiley and beats him and tries to choke him until Norman's wife comes out and he's like, please stop choking my husband.
And then he starts choking Norman Smiley's wife.
Yeah, he goes after his wife too. It's very rude of him.
Like, again, like, just full loose cannon at this point. But it's also kind of great. Like, Killings is very clearly the most young star potential they have, probably next to AJ.
And very different kinds of stars as well.
Yes.
Because, like, AJ's the great ace wrestler, then Killings is just immensely charismatic.
And then we get the best 10 minutes in TNA history. The best angle in TNA history. The best segment in TNA history.
You're that excited about Puppet jerking off in a trash can?
Yes! This is just 10 minutes of sexual harassment. It goes from Puppet jerking off in a trash can, talking about wanting midget blood and sexually harassing Goldilocks, to her immediately turning around, walking down to interview the Dubs, where she is immediately sexually harassed again. How is this a thing on a show? TNA.
Listen, Liam, the company is called TNA. You gotta live up to the name.
Total non-stop assault.
To be fair to Puppet, I think he's getting off at the idea of inflicting pain on others more than Goldilocks.
No, he said explicitly to Goldilocks that he wants to show her his cobra. After talking about his, like, 6-inch pythons or whatever.
Fair play to him.
And then stand-up is a pyromaniac now, because that is the natural evolution of the character.
Mm-hmm.
And one bowed-up is fondling fluffed up way more than stand-up is, yet again.
Yeah, but
and we get the most disgusting line in TNA history. Of course, a stand-up turned to Goldilocks while lighting his lighter and goes, "You have very pretty lips." To which she takes as a compliment and says, "Oh, thank you." And he responds, "Wasn't talking about those lips." To a monstrous reaction from the crowd.
That's the Vince Russo effect, baby. This is the first show that has Vince Russo on board as part of creative, contributing to the show. And that's what you get with Vince Russo.
I also don't appreciate this, like, demeaning element to the Puppet character. You know? He's just a man who wants midget eradication, okay? Their exact words. That's all he's here for, and now you're turning him into a sex pervert, and I don't appreciate that.
Listen, the problem was he was too likable, and there can be nobody who is likable on these shows.
That is fair. Except Goldie, unironically.
Goldie is the only person who's above all this shit.
which is why she probably doesn't last very long.
The Elvises defeated Triple X before Triple X, as Siaki continued to be too cool for the Elvises, but they won anyway, so fair play to them.
It was very cool to see Proto Triple X, though.
Yeah, Daniels and Skipper, they even came out together. It's like, oh, look at these Triple X boys.
Even, like, in the previous show, seeing the three of them in the six-man?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was just a cool little moment to see them all around hanging out together.
And even the final two of that match came down to Daniels and Loki. So it's like, oh, look at these Triple X boys wrestling each other.
Which I believe might have been... did Daniels get the X shot at Ring of Honor?
I have no idea.
If he was the second contender. I will Google it while you talk about...
Puppet against Meatball is the important thing.
Oh no, my dream match!
your dream match. Puppet and Meatball have what they bill as hardcore midget match. Those are their words, not mine.
I want to be, like, very clear that every time we mention midget, it's within the context of exact phrases they have said.
Yeah, they're literally quoting back their words. This is the text of the show. Get mad at the show, not us.
It's 2002, man.
Yeah, Puppet beat Meatball. They brawled all over the arena. He hit him with a watermelon. Meatball shoved a pie in his face before Puppet eventually won. It was... You know what? It was actually a fun little match.
Yeah, it was actually, you know, it's fun, you know, like it's stupid and it's dumb, but, you know, it's a plunder match and, like, Puppet is actually charismatic, so it works out. The X Division title match, I believe, was actually against Adam Jacobs and David Young at Ring of Honor's Crowning a Champion. The first defense outside of TNA.
That's a dream X Division title match right there.
David Young getting that Ring of Honor spot purely based on the X Division, I'm sure.
Listen, he had a good match with AJ, even if he did nothing to deserve it.
Mm. And PWG defenses were Daniels, to go back to before.
When would that have been, like 05?
And that was 05. He defended against Alex Shelley on the first night and Chris Hero at the second night.
X Division stalwarts, both of them.
At least that's a little fun factoid that you know that Chris Hero did compete for the X Division title.
So they were trying to build toward a Beetlejuice versus Puppet match. Beetlejuice, famously from the Howard Stern show.
They did hype that on a previous promo from Puppet.
So he was calling people out, and they were hoping that would lead to a match. They were waiting for Howard Stern to, like, come back because he was on reruns. But when he came back, they were just like, nah.
They probably should have done it. They probably would have done some, like, numbers.
Apparently, like, they wanted first-class air tickets, and they were like, we're going to give you coach, and they were like, no. And they also wanted TNA to buy advertising time on Stern, which TNA were also like, no. Because, of course, the TNA were about to move to the Asylum, move to the Nashville Fairgrounds, because they went broke, so they couldn't afford these kind of things.
Personally, I think perhaps you should have cut Vince Russo's paycheck in order to fund the worldwide noteworthy Howard Stern segments. You know, that probably would have done more value for you than having Vince Russo fuck around.
And you would have gotten the dream match of Beetlejuice against the most charismatic wrestler in the world, Puppet.
Plus you would have got, like, it would be the most TNA thing in history to have Howard Stern cutting promos on TNA, wouldn't it? Like, that's what you expect right there.
But it fell through, so they all move on with their lives.
I want to live in that reality. In that reality, TNA was the #1 company in history, where they just said, fuck it, and they didn't bring in Russo, and they brought in Howard Stern instead.
Head of creative, Howard Stern running the wrestling.
I bet he legitimately would have had a lot of fun there. I'm not a big Stern guy, but I definitely could have seen Howard Stern falling in love with the TNA atmosphere.
I don't think I've deliberately listened to a single second of Howard Stern content.
I've seen very little, but I've seen enough to, like, get the gist. Ironically, I think the most Howard Stern I ever heard was the 9/11 instant reaction show where it happened during Howard Stern.
That must have been a grim thing to listen to.
It's an incredibly confronting, but, like, weirdly historical event because, like, it happens literally during the show, and the whole thing is filmed, and you see everyone's instant reactions. You see the instantaneous racism from everyone involved. It's actually upload. I think it used to be on YouTube. It may have been taken down now, but it was actually up on one of those like historical moments in media YouTube channels. Like, if that's something that, like, wouldn't trigger anyone who, like, is listening, if that's something that you could get through without it being too confronting for you, I do recommend it as a historical thing in media. But obviously, if it's not worth seeking out if it would cause you any actual emotional distress. So,
On the topic of emotional distress, Jasmine St. Clair against Francine. That's what we call a segue in the podcasting business.
yeah, there you go. We'll be up there with Stern in no time.
So this was strangely the most seriously taken angle in the history of TNA, where they had their match and then Blue Meanie comes out and DDTs Francine, and like they go full like, oh, you know, hush tones, Francine might be badly injured.
They Owen voice it. Don't settle this. They go full Owen voice on this.
For Francine being DDT'd, it's like, oh, she might be badly injured. Ed Ferrara is very concerned, and they're
Yeah, Ed Ferrara's not doing anything lewd because he's legitimately concerned. But I tell you who was doing something lewd, that fucking paramedic. That paramedic was groping Francine's ass as he put her on the stretcher.
Are we sure that wasn't the Jeff Jarrett paramedic?
Oh, I don't know, but I saw it with I couldn't believe it. He was like full on going in there, and just like Francine can like break character to go, hey, stop that. Like, my man was taking full advantage. Honestly, that might be in a company run and full of perversion. This may be the biggest pervert of all.
Because this isn't even like scripted perversion. This is just a dude being a pervert.
In a spot where Francine had no chance of stopping it either. It's just, I was like disgusted with this guy, for real.
This was meant to lead to more stuff, but Jasmine and Blue Meanie were like, we're going to drive to these shows, that's fine. And then they were like, actually, no, we want plane reservations. And Jerry Jarrett was like, we can't afford it, bye.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, I think the Blue Meanie looked great here. Like, he looked like slim. He looks like a podcast. Well, yes, he did look like a podcaster, but he did look like a porn director. Like, it was a perfect combination here.
And they were never seen again.
Of course.
AJ Styles beat Loki in a very good X Division title match.
I don't remember a lot about it. I remember being a little disappointed in it.
It wasn't like, you see, when you see AJ and Loki, you have those expectations of like, oh, next level, finally something on these shows. We're out of getting freaking the Dups and all these shite talk.
I don't. Okay. I think the Dubs have a terrible gimmick, but are both very good wrestlers, at least in the world of the NWA-TNA.
Also, I do think they're charismatic. It's just sadly the things they're scripted to say are bad.
Yes. But like, was it... Oh, I forget his name now. We'll get to it later. But the big British bloke...
Ian Harrison?
Yes, Ian Harrison, the Iron Brit, versus Bo Dub. I thought Bo looked great in that match.
He looked great in the first show as well. He was like the highlight of that tag match with Joey Matthews and the other guy. Christian York.
Put some respect on the Dubs names, except when they're being disgusting, I suppose. Maybe I don't want to like bat for the Dubs that hard, actually, in retrospect.
Listen, you're in too deep. You're the biggest fan of the Dubs. You endorse everything they do.
I've fluffed up.
Well, hey, very well done. AJ retained the title after the match. Jerry Lynn hit the best looking spear you'll ever see in your life.
Yeah, a spear so good that I gifted.
Yeah.
Posted it, and immediately was told that you had already done it. I don't know if you saw my post today, but I was on Twitter giving out about how I can never gif anything because you've already done it.
Well, you see, that's your fault for watching these shows after me.
It was nice of you to actually post one gif to the podcasting account.
Hey, you posted a Sonny Siaki video to your account as well, so how dare you?
Yeah, because of you. Much like AJ and Low-Key, this tag team is breaking up immediately.
We have immediate dissension. But yeah, literally, because AJ's walking down the ramp and you think the segment's over, it's just, we're going to move on. And then Lynn just comes flying out of one of the tunnels and spears him out of his boots. It rules.
Looking like Roman Reigns.
Better than Roman. People were like, oh, is that Edge? It's like, how dare you? Edge has never done a spear that good in his life.
Yeah. That's why I said Roman, because Roman does a better spear than Edge.
I'm back on board, even though they suddenly start getting along after this. So
yeah, the next show is... like, it made me angry.
We'll get into that after we talk about our main event, in which Brian Lawler lost to Scott Hall. What was the result of that match? He lost, right? So Scott Hall defeated Brian Lawler after Lawler did a long promo.
To be fair, it built to a perfect end,
but
because it was so long.
I even disagree with that though, because like the moment where he had his back turned, he was talking to the audience and Hall was there, was all fine, but he kept going for like a minute while Scott Hall was standing behind him.
But the payoff was so good. The payoff was so good because people were even at the point where they're doing the turning around symbol, and he's sitting there like, "What the hell does that mean?" And then gets that, and Hall, throws an amazing punch, obviously. So that first cut off when that big punch, crowd goes nuts for it.
But that's a thought I had, because the Jarrett match on the last show as well. It's like, Scott Hall's punches are so good.
Yeah, he's like historically a great punch guy.
To be fair, the people taking his punches have the great snap, and it looks great. It was a good spot. You could have spent less time talking to get there.
Oh, classic millennial attitude. Can't wait for anything, you need it now. You need it immediately.
Says Mr. Gen Z over here.
Yeah, Gen Z know how to respect things, okay? Give it time. Let it breathe.
So the whole 1 hour main event match was quite boring.
I don't remember anything about that match.
No. Like, literally, I couldn't tell you what the finish was. How'd he win? Who knows?
Outsider's edge.
Sure, let's go for it. After the match, Jeff Jarrett came out again. He was disguised as a paramedic who looked more like a golfer, frankly. His paramedic disguise was not very paramedic-y. If he groped some women, I would have believed it, but he didn't.
Yeah, there would have been a point of reference at least.
He actually should have come out. They should have tried to disguise him and have him come out earlier in the show for that paramedic, for the Francine, the stretcher job.
Yeah, but would Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett even do that? If he was out there, he would have started throwing chair shots at Francine. So.
He can't do anything without hitting people with chairs.
On the 7th episode, he did say he wanted to fight a woman next. After insinuating that, like, little people are the lowest form of humanity?
These shows are just, they're not problematic. Maybe, no, they're problematic.
Maybe we would have got a Beetlejuice versus Jeff Jarrett.
Oh, well, that would have been a match.
Jeff Jarrett versus Howard Stern.
Wasn't it? It was Beetlejuice that Jeff Jarrett hit with the guitar at WCW, wasn't it?
Yes, actually.
So yeah, it would have been a throwback to WCW.
Wow.
Jarrett waffled Harley Race with a frankly sickening looking chair shot.
Yeah, ruled.
Which apparently Harley Race, there was rumblings going around that Harley Race was like, yeah, stick me with the chair shot. Which, sure.
Yeah, he's a worker, goddammit.
And Jeff Jarrett once again stands tall as the toughest, most badass guy in the history of wrestling.
Yeah, which is like cool. Like we say this like with an air of sarcasm or an air of like, yeah, Jeff. But it's like, yes, that's 100% what you should be doing with Jeff Jarrett.
Which brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 6, July 24th. 700 people packed into the Nashville Fairgrounds. Again, it was not yet dubbed the Asylum, but it was, of course, the Asylum.
Sure. Okay, so just a quick overview of this episode. This was like a bottle episode of a TV show in that it had like one theme that it was all centered around, and obviously the show was a bit more compact than the more recent shows too. But I loved the through line of this show being that there was no security because Ian Harrison had locked them all in a room and they were all trapped. And you know what's funny about that segment too is like Ken was out of the room where they were all locked in there, but then at the end of the show, he was in that room once Jarrett finally got his way in.
Because he was like, hey, Ian, let me back in. All's good.
Yeah, but all of the security just like parted and let Ken get in.
Yeah, they're like, sure, it's fine. We don't need to stop you anymore. Chaos has run wild. We've given up.
Yes. But because all of the security were locked away, that let all the heels be extra heelish and extra chaotic. And I actually enjoyed that aspect to the show.
Yeah, it's nice to have like a through line that actually connects all these stories in a way that makes some degree of sense, even though Ian Harrison came out of nowhere and Ken is just like, you're my friend, right? Stand here.
Also, Ian Harrison like got naked in front of those guys later on because he was just in his wrestling gear for no reason.
Yeah, he had to change, sure.
For a match that he didn't know was happening.
Yeah, he was prepared.
Maybe he had all of his gear under those jeans and tight t-shirt.
Maybe he did, because obviously looking at Ian Harrison, he is Wardlow's father. So
that's disrespectful to Wardlow.
he's the prototype war dog.
I think the war dog was produced asexually and just appeared.
Like the prophet descending to Earth to teach us the ways of war.
Yes.
Jeff Jarrett, I actually like the opening segment where Bill Behrens comes out and he's like, I'm going to sick security on you so bad, Jeff. You're going to regret everything you've done, because he didn't see the backstage segment.
My army of security are going to come for you.
Ian Harrison locked up the security and he's like so smug. And like the announcers are like, Bill, no, Bill, before Jeff Jarrett kills him with a chair shot.
I'm glad that this is like Bill's fucked off now.
Yeah, but Steamboat is back because like obviously Steamboat's gone. So they had to get authority figures such as Jim Miller from the National Wrestling Alliance and Bill Behrens.
Yep.
Everyone's favorite kind of authority figures. Jarrett got the better of Shamrock as well because Jarrett's a badass.
Jarrett rules. And I'm glad that he'll be beating Shamrock for the NWA title.
Loki faced the debuting Amazing Red. By the way, Loki is the theme song now, so he must be happy. It's not a great theme song, but he has a theme song.
It's not a great one, no.
It's better than the one he had.
This is a pretty historic match here. Red debuting, who I would always consider. Like, I know he was in Ring of Honor first, but to me, Red is a TNA guy.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He didn't spend that much time in TNA when you think about it, but he's also, like, you're right. You think of him as a TNA guy.
Like, he's a fundamentally TNA guy to me. And this is the debut. They do a way worse version of their Matrix spot from Ring of Honor here. The iconic Matrix spot.
How dare you?
I mean, come on.
It happened in TNA wrestling, therefore, sorry, NWA-TNA. Therefore, it is better.
Garrett, curb your bias.
Nobody saw it in these tiny indies, Liam. This is the big leagues. Literally, maybe thousands of people saw it here, as opposed to in those tiny bingo halls and armories that Ring of Honor would always run.
I'm pretty sure if I Google that clip on YouTube right now, it probably has more views than any of these NWA-TNA
We
shows.
don't use mediums invented after these shows were aired, Liam. How dare you try and muddy the conversation with irrelevant data points about Ring of Honor wrestling. Well, yeah, the match was pretty good. Red looked good. Red immediately got over because he did like a code red and the crowd were like, what the hell?
Yeah, but I thought it was pretty... it was fine.
It was never intended to be anything but more than like a borderline competitive squash. Like, Loki was supposed to come out of here looking good and Red got a few spots in. But a good match.
Like, amazingly over. Like, it's so weird. Like, you could even argue more over than AJ. Because, like, people are kind of, like, weirded out by AJ. I think that even there's an... it's funny because we were talking about how AJ had this perception of a guy that they didn't get behind early on. But it's like, he almost was gotten behind so much that people started to reject him.
I think the story with Lynn doesn't help.
Yes, but like even before that, like when he won the tag belts, like there was some moments of with AJ. So it's interesting to see that like he was actually so far pushed that people didn't like go completely for it. It's just an interesting little perception versus reality thing.
As opposed to Loki, he was super over.
Yeah.
Because tag teams can't like each other. Chris Harris hates James Storm.
Storm in this segment was so TNA comedy, like before TNA comedy was a thing.
So you're saying Chris Harris was right to hate him?
No, I don't even mind that, but it's like this is like Eric Young later on, you know what I mean? Like he had that same kind of delivery.
Where he was like this perfectly earnest cowboy.
Yeah, and it had like the same comedic timing of like a Shark Boy or an Eric Young or the Super Eric stuff. It just had like that kind of like fun TNA comedy stuff, which I appreciated. And it's funny that like Storm was really the first person to do that, and he becomes such a stalwart of the TNA branding.
Well, the funny part is like that's what would make Storm like the singles guy later, but he didn't do much of it this year. They did the cowboy stuff, and they eventually just like dropped it, and they got together as a cool tag team. But he didn't do like the comedy stuff consistently until like 2005.
You know what? Like I saw elements of in this. I saw like elements of Storm like meeting up with Young while Young's trying to buy condoms of JB. Yes. I saw like elements of the funeral segments, right? Mm-hmm. Like that's the kind of humor I saw just a teeny bit from Storm here.
His charisma started coming out. Then they shoved it back in a box for 3 years.
And I like that Harris is like a cool edge type and he's smoking a cigarette while he's talking to James Storm about his dumb cap guns.
He's above all this.
He also called James Storm the best.
Which is true. He's a very good wrestler.
Yeah, but the best?
Yeah, he's the best wrestler, and he'd be even better if he didn't shoot his pew-pew guns.
But does he know that Puppet is on these shows?
That's true. He didn't take that into account.
And then, of course, we get to the match, which wasn't as good as this segment.
Yeah, who cares? They beat the Hotshots in an entirely forgettable match. Again, they revealed that the Hotshots were the ones who attacked AMW on the third show, so they waited like 3 weeks to randomly tell you it was the Hotshots that jumped them.
And Don West was like, this is such a big reveal! The Hotshots attacked them! And then the Hotshots attacked them after the match in a pretty brutal beatdown that wasn't stopped because there was no security.
Yeah. Chaos, Liam. Chaos.
But it's a good kind of chaos. I liked it.
Yeah, speaking of chaos, Apollo defeated Brian Lawler via like flash pin, but then Lawler attacked Don West in frustration.
Chaos!
As we mentioned, poor Don got a 50% pay cut because they were out of money, and then he's just getting beaten up on these shows as well.
I appreciate Ed Ferrara rushing to Don's safety and trying to protect him from this deranged Brian Lawler.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah.
I think everybody should rush to defend Don West on these shows.
Let's get to the big segment.
Alright, so Ron Killings comes out to call out systemic racism. And he's like, racism in all of these industries, in sports, in basketball, and baseball, all of you are racist. You racially abuse all of the wrestlers. It's deeply ingrained on a systemic level across all of these industries and all of these worlds in this country. And it's like, you know what? You're right, Ron. Why are you a heel here? Before the alpha male Monty Brown comes out and he's like, shut up, Ron Killings. You know nothing about racism. You're just blaming people for your problems. I went to 2 Super Bowls in which I was like a player who barely played. But let's shove that to the side.
I like that Monty Brown essentially played the role of white guy on Twitter.
Yeah, he's the white avatar being like, you just can't seize the opportunity and you're blaming people for your problem.
Yeah, like... This had some, like, you know, pretty intense, like, stuff in this segment, too. But Killings, like, delivered it really well. I think, you know, some of the things that stood out was the OJ line got a massive reaction from the crowd.
I like Ed Ferrara was like, I was with you until OJ.
And then, you know, K-Crush, some of the things he said to Monty Brown got a very big reaction. I think it's very interesting that even NWA-TNA, Jerry Jarrett, Jeff Jarrett knew that they couldn't have a white guy in this spot because it'd be a little too on the nose to do that. This is a very, I don't know, like it's one of those segments where it's like, I think it was actually pretty well done for like towing the line, but you know, it's 2002. You're not going to get like a super nuanced storytelling, are you?
And of course, in the history of racism, yes, in the history of racism, in the history of wrestling, the wrestler who's calling out racism and systemic abuse of any kind is the heel and should be booed.
Yeah, but
which goes all the way through to like WWE with freaking Apollo Crews. It's like, I'm embracing my heritage and becoming who I'm meant to be, which makes you a bad guy. It's like, what the fuck? Come on.
I think it helps that like the Truth has like such immense charisma that he like can deliver on all of this.
Far and away the most charismatic guy in the show. Like, Scott Hall's a charismatic guy, but he's doing his Scott Hall routine where he's just like cooler than everybody else, as opposed to like K-Crush, he's like cutting real promos.
Yeah, like, these are like some like, I think Killings is definitely like the highlight of these shows so far for me. There's a reason he gets the big push, I suppose.
AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn are back together. They're friends
and they love each other. They're just good pals now.
Because we've had a couple of weeks of Jerry Lynn just ruthlessly beating the hell out of AJ, and AJ's like, you know what? I've seen the error of my ways. Jerry's right. We're friends again.
Then they do the tag title defense, in which the crowd does not give a shit about AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn. They are all into the Flying Elvises in this match.
But like, it goes back to the problem. It's like, how are these men supposed to be likable? Who am I supposed to cheer out of these two? The bitter old man or the young punk who jumped him from behind? Neither of these men are likable.
It's very clear that they both are supposed to be at this point, and then like next week they're both not again.
So this match is shockingly boring for a match between AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn and Jimmy Yang and
because it was like 45 minutes.
Yeah, it went like 15 minutes. And like, in theory, you know, barn burner, four of the best wrestlers of the company getting 15 minutes. That should tear the house down. But the crowd did not care. They didn't even do anything. They just sat there for 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was not a lot going on. Not that entertaining, but, you know, got a little story development with Lynn pulling out in the end and getting the victory while AJ is atop the rope looking aghast at the fact that Jerry Lynn got the win in the end.
Yes.
Even though he just previously admitted that Lynn has more experience and he should probably learn from him.
Yeah, Lynn gets busted open and bleeds an absolute gusher. Like, it's like, Jerry, this is a random TV match. You do not need to bleed this much for this.
Yeah, but wasn't it intentional?
AJ goes up top, he's going to go for the spiral tap, but then Jerry Lynn hits a slingshot crossbody and gets a pin. He fights out valiantly after bleeding and perhaps nearly dying from loss of blood. And then AJ's like, I wanted to hit my move and win. What the hell are you doing? That's your...
You should have hit it anyway, as a fuck you.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to spiral tap him no matter what.
That would have made AJ cooler, to be honest.
Really, Lynn is protecting AJ in his body by stopping him from doing the spiral tap every week.
Yeah, what if he slipped?
Disco Inferno comes out to announce the debut of his talk show, Jive Talking.
Garrett, I hate Disco Inferno.
He's just the least likable man. He's just like, I don't want to see you on my screen. Go away.
Not in a, I want to see this guy get beat up, in a, I want to fast forward his segments way. It shouldn't be X-Pac heat, it should be disco heat. Like, this guy is just terrible and awful, and I don't want to see him, and I'm not going to pay money to see him get beat up by the babyface. It's just bad, terrible shit.
Like, I get upset when I see Disco's tweets on my timeline. Never mind, like, actually having to watch him on my screen and speak.
I am putting forth right now that I reserve the right to fast forward any Disco Inferno segment.
You know what? I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, his talk show will debut on the next pay-per-view. And that's the worst thing. This is pay-per-view. People paid $10 for this. And they're being subjected to Disco Inferno. Mm-hmm. Monty and Skipper defeated the debuting Simon Diamond and Johnny Swinger.
Swingman!
Excuse me, this is straight-laced Johnny Swinger. He is not yet established an illegal gambling, underground gambling place.
Daddy!
Truth attacked Monty after the match, but Skipper just like, yep, work away, I don't care.
Do you think Johnny Swinger would have gotten over huge if he was the Swingman at this era?
It feels like a character that would probably thrive in that era.
Yeah. He probably would have had a whole, like, career in early to mid 2010s up to that era of TNA if he had have developed the Swingman character at this point.
As opposed to just being a dude who wrestles.
A dude who wrestles pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah. Like the Diamond and Swinger team, they have good matches coming down the line. You can look forward to them.
They're a good little tag team.
Speaking of good little tag teams, the Dups. They get into a fight with Ian Harrison.
He had the truth attack again because he's all over this show.
Yeah, I mentioned that. And then Skipper's like, nah, I'm not helping.
Yeah, and the commentary was like, oh, he was in on it the whole time. I didn't get that impression at all. I just think he didn't give a shit.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, you know, I'm seeing this dude attack him. I don't want to get involved.
To be fair, if the truth is attacking someone, do you want to get in between the truth and that guy?
No, it's just like, peace out.
And then we get the Dubs being homophobic again.
As they tend to be.
And also, like, terrible to Goldilocks again, I think. Was that this segment? Yes. The pink line.
Can we just not? Can we just stop it?
Oh, Goldie, man.
Yeah, the match ended in a... How did that even end? No contest, wasn't it?
Yes, because Bo Dub came in from commentary and beat up
they hit people with a plank of wood, didn't they? That was this.
Because they got wood, you see.
And
also, I think Stand Up thinks that he's Australian.
Maybe he is.
Because he keeps saying, is this the guy that says cracky? That's more of a Jim Cornette impression, but you get the point.
Which brings us to our main event, in which Ken Shamrock and Sabu goes to a no contest in a ladder versus submission match.
Submission.
When Malice came out, killed everybody, and stole the title. This match sucked, by the way.
This match sucked, and the finish was bad, too.
It was just terrible. They did nothing. At least, you know, Sabu, toward the end, did, like, a big splash through a table, and it was like, alright, you redeemed yourself slightly, Sabu. But for the most part, it was more of a submission match than a ladder match, and they just did nothing.
Yeah, I guess Ken just didn't want to do plunder, but Sabu should have just been throwing chairs and shit, and Ken should have been like swatting him away with kicks. That would have been dope.
Yeah, if Ken didn't want to do plunder, just Sabu can do all the plunder and take all the bumps.
But, and he would have, like, gladly. I think it's really interesting that on paper this is like a very cool match.
Yep.
And it's very like, this is the NWA-TNA is the only place this could happen. But Sabu Shamrock, better on paper than in reality.
After the match, Sabu was very upset apparently backstage. He threw a fit because the match was cut short. He was promised that the match would go like a certain length and he wouldn't be cut off and they'd get as much time as they want, but then the referee was like, go home, and he was very mad about that, and he was complaining that Shamrock was working stiff. So Sabu apparently had a bit of a meltdown, and they were considering about never bringing Sabu back.
One of like 4 stars that you have on the roster.
I love this era of wrestling, by the way, where there's just all this gossip and drama. You don't get that anymore.
We need more of that. We need more drama. Like, everyone's too nice now. I think there's like, we need to get rid of this family atmosphere backstage. We need more cutthroat. AEW's ruined the business with this like happy-go-lucky, everyone's just having a good time being here and there's no backstabbing anymore. Bring it back.
The most popular person in that main event, by the way, was the ladder, in which the crowd wanted the ladder involved because they were just doing arm bars.
Yeah. I mean, you have a Sabu match. You gotta deliver on the Sabu aspect of it.
Which brings us to the final show in these 5 marathon shows we have to cover this week.
It's a big show.
Which is the one you wanted to talk about most. The July 31st from the Nashville Fairgrounds with 550 people in attendance.
This took place just after my 5th birthday.
Oh, well, happy birthday. This was the AJ Styles against Elix Skipper match was obviously your birthday present.
Yes, obviously. I was a young boy. I was sitting there just hoping that Puppet would start shooting.
And he did, but let's start about Skipper. Styles defeated Skipper to retain the title after the match. Monty attacked Skipper.
This was boring.
It was a perfectly fine match that you'll never remember anything about in your life.
I'll remember one thing about it.
What will you remember?
That Skipper almost fucking
Oh
died.
yeah, he does the like run up the ropes to do a moonsault, and AJ Styles drop kicks the ropes, and he just like falls like split like moonsaults on the ropes, but then just lands on his head.
Yeah, he drop kicks near the ropes, sure.
He more or less missed, but don't let the facts get in the way of a good death.
I got Monty Brown, who was very angry.
So yeah, Monty is blaming Skipper for truth attacking, I guess. So that's where we're going in that direction.
This is the theory of like TNA. It's like it's never just one guy that you have a problem with. You got to fight like 12 guys.
And Jeff Jarrett hits them all with chairs and wins.
Dope.
Speaking of Jeff, he comes to the ring carrying a sack.
Oh yes, he fucking does.
So he's cutting his promo like his usual, like, I'm a badass, I want my title shot, give me my title shot, I'm Jeff Jarrett, blah 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 blah. And then he opens the sack.
He has old mate Stone in the sack with the line, which is like, this line killed me because of Jeff's delivery. He said, "I'm gonna cripple a midget live on pay-per-view," and the crowd was like, "Yeah, yeah, you are, Jeff." And then Puppet comes out to confront Jeff Jarrett about this because it's gimmick infringement.
He's the only one that can kill a midget live on pay-per-view.
To which, of course, Jeff delivers the line of "Stand up when you're talking to me."
It's very rude.
And Puppet responds by evening the odds with a motherfucking gat, which gets like no reaction.
Puppet pulls a gun on Jeff Jarrett and the crowd is just like, eh.
And like Jarrett sells it amazingly because he's like, what the fuck? But like, yeah, the crowd doesn't give a shit. Security's back, of course, now, so they all get in the ring and they're all like cowering from the gun as Puppet's waving it around before Jarrett saves the day by killing him with a chair shot. And then for some reason, Elix Skipper is still in the ring and takes another chair shot to the back as well.
You know, they say that well, dumb people say, the way to take down a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. The real way to take out a bad guy with a gun is Jeff Jarrett with a steel chair.
Ain't I great?
I love, like, through the history of the 6 shows so far we've watched, we're on to the 7th. There is 2 people who have been presented as the biggest badass in TNA history.
And they were both in this fucking segment.
There's Jeff Jarrett and there's Puppet. And I believe Puppet demonstrably proved his toughness over Jarrett by pulling a gun on him. So Puppet is officially the biggest badass in TNA history.
Jeff Jarrett had to attack Puppet from behind.
A coward.
I hope this leads to a big Puppet Jeff Jarrett match, but I have a small inkling that it's not going to happen.
After the match, Steamboat came out, laid down Law and Order, got into it with Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah, after the gun segment.
Steamboat. I like the way this is the show that's supposed to be like everything's back to normal, where we have all the security in place. Ricky Steamboat's here to bring order and
It starts with an attack and a gun.
yeah, respectability, and then Puppet pulls a gun in the second segment.
Yeah. So was there any like negative reaction due to this, or like were we so far past Pillman pulling a gun that this thing just didn't matter anymore?
We were so far past Pillman putting a gun that this thing didn't matter anymore.
And it was pay-per-view, I suppose. You could watch people getting railed on pay-per-view and it was fine. So I think pulling a fake gun is probably alright.
And like it's weird that this moment has kind of like disappeared from the public consciousness of weird TNA shit.
I don't think it has, because this moment is embedded in my brain.
But yeah, you just watch it and it will never leave. But like, when people mention the dumb things that happened in TNA history, you never hear them bring up Puppet pulling a gun anymore. And it's brilliant.
I have this in my head for like a long time, obviously. And the image of Puppet pulling it and holding it to the sky, and then it cuts to Jared who goes, oh, that's like embedded in my brain and has been for years.
Clearly you were a true TNA fan as opposed to other people who've forgotten all of TNA's greatest moments. I posted this at the Impact Twitter once there. I was like, maybe I should.
You definitely should.
Because it was like building up to the return to the Asylum. It's like, great Asylum moments. Puppet's got a gun.
I wish you did.
And
then you post the dups and you post...
The Slash defeated Sonny Siaki.
Yeah, I googled what an owl dad was.
It's a goat.
It's a goat.
There you go. He's the
It's
goat.
a mountain goat from Africa.
I do like they never explain what an Audad was. It's like, it's the blood of an Audad. It's...
Because James Mitchell said, go Google it. So I did.
Yeah, I guess it's more of a sheep than a goat.
Yeah, I love the line from Ed Ferrara where it's like, is the Owl Dad from Pro Wrestling Noah or Old Japan? Because that's the only way that the professor knows about it.
He's not into his geography. He hasn't watched his Attenborough documentaries.
Yeah.
He only watches his Noah tapes.
Before this, by the way, we get a wonderful segment with Siaki and Goldilocks where we're reminded about consent. please ask for consent, guys.
Yeah.
Especially Goldilocks, who, to her credit, took it on stride and learned from her mistakes. Because she's the one reasonable character on this entire show.
She's too used to people neglecting her consent. So.
Yes. And everything about it was like, Siaki's like, I saw you looking at Sonny Siaki's ass. And then she was like, yeah, I was. Sorry. And then I'm devastated that Slash beat Siaki. I'm really into Sonny Siaki, and he was just defeated like a bum.
Yeah, it felt like a weird result, didn't it? Because I would have thought the more natural result is Slash loses, but then they jump him after the match and then cover him in blood.
I guess they didn't want every match to have jumping in it on this show.
Sure.
Which it would have otherwise, because every other match ended with interference.
As I now look up and down the card, you are... Actually, no, Skipper and Styles is clean, but everything else was, yeah.
Monty attacked Skipper immediately after the match.
Yeah, but that's after the match.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, there's an attack after every match.
But there was an attack after this one, too. They painted him in blood.
Ah, yeah, true. This sucks. Anyway.
Truth went up to one of the dancing TNA girls.
Oh, this is so bad. I am siding with the Truth in a lot of ways. I will not stand for his demeaning of sex workers.
Well, you see, there's a moment where he might be right. You know, the very start where he walks up and is like, this company is just making you show off yourself for these idiot men. I'm like, yeah, you tell him Truth. You speak truth. And it's like, you're terrible. You're never going to achieve your dreams. You just tell yourself you're a dancer. It's like, oh, no, Truth. Yeah. You had some decent moral ground there at the start.
I don't know if you do. I think, if she wants to make her money, she can make her money however she chooses.
So you're now pro dancing TNA characters.
Yeah, if they're getting paid, sure. Why not? Make that money. Truth is all over this fucking show. Because Monty comes out, attacks, they do a big brawl, they go to the back, and then he's just out in the exact next segment.
Yeah, that's very weird. Because, yeah, as you said, Monty comes out, they brawl to the back, they start to move on. Steamboat comes out, and he's like, I'm calling out Truth. And I guess the brawl was over, because he does just come straight back out.
Yeah. This is actually a pretty good segment, I thought. And I do want to give credit to Truth. His delivery of, like, her perspective was really funny.
At the very least, now he's a guy you should be booing.
Yeah, exactly right.
As opposed to the guy who's calling out systemic racism when you're just supposed to boo him because of that.
And then he becomes a babyface in the next segment.
Well, yeah, he goes face to face with Steamboat and he's like, Ricky, you were also a victim of this. Yeah, you achieved success in WCW. But when you went to the WWF, you only ever won the mid-card belt. And you know what the mid-card belt is, Ricky. It's for people like us. People they want to hold down. People that they won't want to give the big opportunities to. And Ricky's like, you know what? You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the shot. And it feels like this would have been the perfect place to, like, start pivoting Truth as a face. But then, like, he immediately does a rap about, like, fuck you, fans. I'm going to win.
Yeah, so that sets up Ken Shamrock against Truth for our NWA World Title match next week, which, of course, we'll cover in 2 weeks on the podcast.
The biggest injustice of all.
What's your biggest injustice of all?
Apollo defeating Malice.
Oh, God, yeah, it's the worst thing. I literally wrote in the notes, bullshit. How dare Malice? Especially, like, if you're going to have one of the New Church lose on this show, it's Slash.
Yeah. But we'll give Apollo credit. Hell of a super kick on the kid.
He does, and he does like he has it like set up in that way where he does like the pause before he does it, which adds like that extra bit of oomph and emphasis, which makes it look great.
Great sound on it too.
After the match, the New Church got mad at one of the Harrises. I think it was Don. I don't remember.
Yeah, Don is the only one on this show.
Oh yeah, Ron isn't around yet, and they all added him too.
This is really the beginning of the big push of Hair Don Harris. It's like, it's really funny because like I do think the Don Harris character on this show is pretty cool, but he's also a Nazi.
So yes.
So like every time I see him, I just think, oh, that guy's a Nazi. Allegedly. I don't know if I have to say that, but allegedly, just in case. You know, with these big SS tattoos on his arm. Allegedly. Just covering us, just in case, you know.
The weird thing is, this show was meant to be like Back to Law and Order, and you have the New Church like spreading sheep blood on people's heads and Puppet pulling a gun. It's like, maybe security's just incompetent.
But that's why they brought Big Don Harris in, you know?
He's meant to be the heavy, but then he gets his ass kicked too.
Yeah, but he brings it back at the end.
So Bruce defeated Taylor Vaughn to become Miss TNA.
This was a segment.
It was a segment that existed, yes.
I assume this is Taylor Vaughn's write-off.
I'm surprised she's still around this late, honestly.
No, she isn't. This is the first time she's been back since she lost the last match.
Well, no, she won the crown, and then she had a match against Francine, and now she's back. So she's been on like 3 out of 7, so that's not bad.
But that was like the 3rd episode or the 2nd episode, and now the 7th. Like, she was clearly coming in here to do this angle, and now she's gonna fuck off.
To drop what is the TNA equivalent of the women's title to a man.
Yeah, I gave a big quarter star to this match because Bruce did a cool spinny thing.
Well done. Congratulations to Bruce for his quarter star.
I also like that Bruce was like, yeah, the truth, I agree with you, and then was racist.
AJ Styles and Loki went to a DQ technically when Styles kicked Lynn.
No, this is bullshit.
Okay.
All right? This was thrown out. This match was a no contest, despite the fact that Styles only kicked Lynn. There should have just been a DQ, and Lynn should have won. But no, it was a fucking no contest because they want to set up a triple threat.
In theory, from a story perspective, the DQ should have made more sense because he attacked Lynn, so Lynn would win by DQ because he thought Lynn was going to lose.
I don't know if this was meant to be Styles kicking Lynn, or if he thought, like, the angle was supposed to be he was thinking that Key was going to come in and he was going to hit Key because he thought Lynn was about to lose. So I don't know what the goal here was, but it clearly ended up being with the Lynn Styles stuff.
Yeah, the goal was a triple threat no matter how they got there.
Yes, and even though this definitely should not have been a DQ, has been a no contest, it should have been a DQ.
So, Harris versus Malice. First Blood was set up for next week as well. See, this makes more sense, Liam. They're shooting angles for matches on the next show. Logical. They worked it out.
Yeah, but it sucks, so.
Not good matches, but... Goldilocks was the guest on the first edition of
segment.
Jive Talking, in which Gangleberty tried to demean Goldilocks, and Goldilocks was like, nah, fuck you. I'm not putting up with this. There was actually a moment where, like, someone in the crowd tried to say something to Goldie, and Goldie just turned to him and was like, shut up. It's like putting people in their place.
It starts with Disco calling her a dumb bitch.
And she's like, wait a minute, you just called me a dumb bitch. And he's like, I didn't call you a dumb bitch.
I didn't call you a dumb bitch. And then it's like he feigns interest and then gets up and goes, all right, so get your tits out. This is the worst stuff that's happened. Like, you know, there's been a lot of racism, a lot of homophobia, but this is just overt complete and utter sexism that gets a positive reaction from the crowd because the crowd's in on it and they fucking are like, yeah, let's go. The lows of this show are so low,
They're through the floor.
And like, at least they're doing it with Goldie because she can, like, handle herself. Like, she's the one character on here who actually will just say fuck you. But, like, Jesus Christ, this is some of the lowest of the low.
And consistently, so as like the presentation of women, just top to bottom on these shows, it's just so bad.
This is truly a problematic company.
Yeah. Unproblematically though, Don West, they cut to him at the announce desk. And they're like, Don's going to tell you what's coming up next week. And Don, in his red silk shirt, just cuts a 2-minute promo about how you're going to see AJ Styles against Loki against Jerry Lynn, and it's going to be the best match you're ever going to see in your life. First Blood, they're going to tear each other to shreds. There's even a moment where he calls Ricky the Steamboat Dragon, which is quite amusing. Yeah. And Mike Tenay and Ed Ferrara are like, go with it. But he's like, truth, will he walk the walk? It's going to be the best thing you're ever going to see in your life. And I'm like, yes, thank you, Don West. I need to see this show. And he pitched this so well that he got a standing ovation from the crowd when he was finished.
I also love that Mike Tenay could tell he was on a roll. So when he started to peter off, he was like, and what else do you have to say? And Wes was like, I'm back in, baby.
Second wind.
Like, he was ready, he was wrapping it up, and Tenay's like, no, this is gold. You got to keep going.
It's so good. Don, I love Don with all my heart. He's like just so good on these shows.
And he's getting better too with the like not pointing out the flaws of the match stuff, which was always going to happen with time. And then he closed it all by, welcoming us to NWA WWE pay-per-view.
Jeff Jarrett defeated Scott Hall at our main event.
This was like a mess. But in like one of those good ways.
Yeah, this was one of those total chaos matches, but actually quite enjoyable. Even though I've gone a full half-star higher than you have, but still.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun with this, and I loved all the interference. Every match from the next set of shows was happening on. It all made sense, with the exclusion of the Jerry Lynn one, which was a little forced. The Jerry Lynn interference was a little forced, but the rest of it all made sense. AJ coming out, AJ on the top rope doing it, Don coming out because he is the head of security. He's trying to stop this shit, which led into the Malice stuff, which led into the big finish. It all made sense. It was a good chaotic ending to the show, and Hall obviously did not lose clean.
And yeah, like, I don't mind interference in matches that I don't have high hopes for anyway, you know? It's not like, oh, you've ruined this Scott Hall, Jeff Jarrett match I was so looking forward to. It's like, yeah, do your nonsense. I don't care enough.
You'd probably be a little more upset maybe if you were paying the $10 a week, but...
And as we will come to discover, it becomes a lot more galling when it happens over and over and over and over again. But that is our coverage of July 2002, a weird month in which you can kind of like see the company work itself out in ways. They're like, X Division good, lots of sexism, good apparently.
Good. Racism. Good.
Racism bad, but the guy who's saying it is also bad, so racism good? But yeah, it's an interesting month. If you like our star ratings, if you'd like to listen to our watch along at pay-per-view number 4, you can subscribe or become our patron at patreon.com/kiddingme.
Legitimately, just like, I think, like, you wouldn't think that the star ratings would be like as funny as they are, but they are worth checking out, especially if you're already subscribed. Go have a look at them, because you'll never see as many 2s and duds and -5s and 0s on a show that we talk mostly positive about.
Yeah, it's like, we've largely enjoyed this, except the elements of which are problematic, but also the matches aren't good, so...
Yeah, so I think, like, on these shows that we just said a lot of good things about, right? There's, like, 6 duds and 1s and 0.5s and -5s. And 1 match above 4, I think, in the entire time.
Yeah. And you're always going lower than me. You're subtweeting me with your stars.
Well, that's because you're clearly biased.
Except your love of the Siaki and Slash match, which you're obviously ahead of me on.
Yeah, I thought that match was a lot of fun.
We'll be back in 2 weeks with coverage of August 2002. That'll be on July 17th. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. As we said, you can subscribe to our Patreon where you can get watch-alongs. You can get a second series covering the 2010 Monday Night Wars. You can get our star ratings. You can get our written reviews of each show. And you can get our show notes. That's patreon.com/kiddingme. Support us there. Follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney, GARETTKIDNEY. Follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muta.
I think it's the Glate Muta now.
Well, there you go. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Go check out the watch-alongs. They're a lot of fun, and I love doing them, and they might be my favorite thing we've ever done podcasting-wise. Goodbye.
Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 3, covering August 2002. Joining me as always is my wonderful co-host Liam Jones. I'm Garrett Kidney. Liam, how you doing?
I am here for TNA.
I once again realized how often I introduce podcasts while introducing you, but never introducing me.
That's because people know who you are. You're the hashtag the draw.
It is quite arrogant of me to expect people just to, we know who that guy is. He doesn't need to say anything.
But it's true, we do. That is Garrett Kidney, the foremost expert in total non-stop action.
That's probably like Jeff Jarrett, but maybe second.
Nah, let's be real. He's taken too many chair shots to the head. He doesn't remember as much as you do.
Also, he won't be truthful with you about the quality of the programming, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, he'll also just lie a bunch. Which we will as well, but it's mostly to ourselves.
He might not be entirely open about the degree to which elements of these programs are bad.
I think they're all slam dunks.
No, it's some of the best 4 shows in the history of wrestling out here in August 2002.
Yeah, this is going to be a run to rival any of the greats.
It does have the Dub Cup, so you can't get much better than that.
Oh, hell yeah, the Dub Cup.
And Monty's all over them.
He doesn't do the pounce yet, though, so I don't know how excited I can get for Monty Brown.
That's true. You get the Bullet, you get the X Division, you get a lot of Elvises. It's a big Elvis month.
This is a big Elvis month. This is a big SATs month.
Yeah.
This is a big Loki month.
Both for Loki and the Marvel Studios show, but yes.
You know who this isn't a big month for?
Who?
Scott Hall.
Yeah, he disappears. Which brings us to... we're getting straight into it. We're 2 minutes into the podcast and we're already talking about
no,
TNA.
we have to talk about something else first, surely.
I tried to give you like a little pivot to Loki there, but...
Oh, yeah, so how have you enjoyed Loki?
I think it's the best Marvel Studios show.
Yeah, we've had like 3 of them.
And one of them is very bad, so I suppose yes.
One of them's fine.
It's terrible.
Fine.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier is like the worst show.
It's fine.
It's legitimately one of the worst things in the MCU. Terrible television show.
As someone who is getting even more intimately familiar with the MCU, I'll tell you, it's about bang below average.
Liam is watching at the same time, going through TNA in chronological order and the MCU in chronological order. The two most like pinnacle important pieces of culture and art. TNA and Marvel, watching them in order.
Yes, I have just finished and wrapped up Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
You hooked on a feeling?
I'm hooked on a feeling. I forgot the next lyric.
Something about believing, I think.
I'm high on believing.
There you go.
And those two movies are good. Probably the pinnacles of the MCU so far.
That's Captain America, the First Avenger.
That is the third best thing, yes. Actually, it might be the second best. No, Agent Carter Season 1 is the second best thing.
Noted Tanner Twitter personality.
Oh, well, Tanner sucks. What are we going to Tanner for anything?
Released his MCU review order, and he had, like, Captain America the First Avenger in, like, 20th or something, with Iron Man 2 above it. And it's the most upsetting thing I've ever seen in my life.
I like Iron Man 2, but it's nowhere near as good as the First Avenger.
You should not like Iron Man 2. It's a terrible movie.
It is better than what you remember it to be. Like, you go back and watch that, it's like, oh, yes, okay, this is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. Same with Iron Man 3. I think both of those movies were a terrible first watches, but once you've gotten past it, you're like, okay, it's not that bad.
Is it, though?
No, what's bad is The Incredible Hulk.
Hulk is a movie that I liked the first time. Then I rewatched it, and it's like, why did I like this? It's not a good movie.
I don't mind, like, the Thors. The Thors, I think, are fine, for the most part. I haven't gone to the good Thor, but...
Should we, you know the way everyone's like, what's the order you should watch these movies in? Should you watch it in a release order? Should you watch it in chronological order? Should you watch it in a different order? Should we assemble a definitive TNA release order?
Yeah, well, yeah, at the end we'll be like, alright, you gotta start with 05. Just know that some good shit can happen.
Then you go back to 02, and then whenever there's like a large period of suffering, you have to jump to a period of good.
Yeah, just to remind you why you're still in the game.
So you mentioned Scott Hall. There's a bunch of people who stopped showing up during this month as we talk about the big headline things that happened in the month of August, which are more or less the same big headline things that happened in the month of July, but again and more worse.
It's a good sign for the health of the company.
Yeah, everything's going fine. So two of the biggest stars in the early days of TNA were Scott Hall and Ken Shamrock, both of whom wrapped up in August of 2002. Scott would come back, but Scott was on a 4-show deal. He did his 4 shows, and then they didn't have the money for him anymore because he's one of the most expensive guys in the show. So they're like, listen, we want to bring you back, and we've actually quite enjoyed working with you, but also we're absolutely broke and can't afford you anymore, which is a shame because Scott was one of the better things on these shows.
I was going to say, I noticed Scott Hall going away. I didn't notice Ken Shamrock leaving.
Yeah, the other big one is Ken, who was thoroughly boring. And he departs because he was doing a UFC fight later that year against Tito Ortiz.
Where he was probably going to make a lot more money than he did from this run, so fair play.
A lot more money, I would imagine. And it would be a lot more important to his career and his legacy, those fights against Tito Ortiz, than this TNA run ever was quite. But Ken would drop the belt to Ron Killings, which we'll talk about when we get to talking about NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8. But that is the end of Ken Shamrock in a really underwhelming, disappointing run.
I think it's disappointing because you see Ken Shamrock on the marquee and you're like, oh, this is gonna rule. And then it just kind of never reached any notable levels. Like, I think he probably peaked the hardest on the debut show with the Malice angle because that was hot. And then maybe his last match he did, where he dropped the belt, was pretty good. And then, like, everything else was just kind of there.
Even a match that you think you should be good, a Sabu match, ladder against submission, was boring as heck.
But to be fair, it's like, I don't know if you necessarily think that match is going to be good, but you think it's going to be entertaining. You think it's going to be something, and it was just kind of nothing.
Yeah, at the very least, it should be interesting, and it was just thoroughly boring. So, there was a multiple beliefs about Ken. People thought that maybe he wasn't willing to do a lot in the wrestling ring because he was fearing getting injured because he did have that big fight against Tito Ortiz coming up.
Which, again, kind of fair enough.
Yeah, you would protect yourself for the thing you're going to make the most money from. You wouldn't want to get hurt wrestling Malice and then have to pull out of your big UFC fight. And to be fair, if he did get hurt wrestling Malice, they should just replace him with Malice in the UFC fight.
Oh, Malice versus Tito Ortiz?
What a dream match. It's a TNA dream match, too. And the other thing was Ken was one of the more expensive guys, and I think everyone kind of accepted his performances were underwhelming, so they kind of were happy to let him go, even though he was contracted, as we mentioned, through the year. But he did show up again in 2004. We'll get to him again in 2 years. And obviously, again, down the line in 2019, when he was inducted to the Hall of Fame and he wrestled Moose. And
The Ken Shamrock Resurgence run.
yes, and he had the tag team run with Sami Callihan. So we'll talk about him again in 2 years and in 17 years. But this is the end of Ken Shamrock's run, a thoroughly disappointing, underwhelming thing.
Yeah, but, I guess he served his purpose in that first show. It was a big deal to have Ken Shamrock win the NWA title. After that, I don't know if it ever really achieved much, but at least we had that first moment. And at least he put someone over on the way out.
I was going to say, at least he put over Ron on the way out as well. And the match is ripe with interference and classic TNA, but Ron wins, more or less. So
Which he could have just not done,
he could have vacated it just like the tag titles were vacated, and they could have just done a tournament that Ron could have won.
But he at least went out on his back.
So one of the reasons that Ken Shamrock disappeared, one of the reasons that Scott Hall disappeared is, we talked about the company going broke in July. August is when the company did legitimately go broke. They ran out of money. There's a name we haven't mentioned yet that we probably should have mentioned at this stage, and that's Health South. They were the secret investors at the time of TNA. People didn't know who was who was the financial backing behind TNA. People thought it was just the Jarretts. It turned out they did have a financial backer, Health South, run by Richard Scrushy, who I actually interviewed at one stage when I was actually thinking of writing the book, which I still haven't done. And when I talked to him, I was like, so why did you actually invest in TNA? And there was a couple of reasons, some of which didn't quite add up, but some of which made more sense. The first one, he was like, oh, it would be good marketing for Health South if we were in bed with this hot wrestling company and we'd be able to promote Health South, which didn't quite add up because they were a silent partner in the beginning. So it's like, it's not marketing for you at all. You weren't actually mentioning anything regarding being a partner of TNA.
I guess the alternative would have been that would have been the long-term plan. Change it up and to make them a forefront of the promotion.
The second one was one that made a little more sense, that Health South would then provide the health services, because they were a health services company based in Birmingham, Alabama. They would provide the health services to all the wrestlers. So if the wrestlers got hurt, they'd make some money back because they'd provide all the health care and whatnot to the wrestlers.
Wrestlers with healthcare in 2002.
Yeah, and it never panned out in typical fashion with wrestlers and healthcare. And the third one, the one that makes most sense, honestly, and he was very open about that, is he just liked Jeff Jarrett.
Well, Jeff Jarrett's probably an incredibly likable guy when he's in the boardroom, when he's in the marketing office and he's doing a pitch. I'm sure it's very easy to like one Jeff Jarrett.
So yeah, he literally just said, I liked Jeff Jarrett, I believed in him, I wanted to support him, so I did. And relative to the amount of money that Health South was making, the investment, which I think was $1.1 million, according to Jerry's book, was relatively pocket change compared to everything else that was going on in that company. So they're like, yeah, sure, why not?
Just a small loan of $1 million.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice to be like, oh yeah, that's not that much money, it's fine.
Just a little pocket change on my my vanity project with Jeff.
There is an important note that might inform a little bit more of it, in that Richard Scrushy, the head of Health South, has been indicted for fraud multiple times.
Okay. Now I'm starting to see the pocket change aspect.
He has been criminally charged for defrauding Medicare people. He was in the news in August 2002 for conveniently selling a bunch of Health South shares shortly before a Medicare contract was dropped. So that would be thoroughly inside trading. And yeah, he went to jail at one stage. So
Allegedly. Now, I don't see the problem with a little bit of insider trading. If you have the knowledge, why not use it?
Well, to be fair, it's not allegedly. He was sentenced to 6 years and 10 months in federal prison in 2007.
Let's just make sure, was chucking allegedly on there just in case.
But yes, so Jerry Jarrett actually speculates in his book that he never ran the investment by his board, and that's why the reason they actually went broke in August of 2002 was Health South gave him a call. It's like, hey guys, we're actually pulling our investment. Which is the point at which the company did actually run out of money because Health South was funding the company. And when they said, we're not funding this company anymore, the company was actually out of money. There's a full section in Jerry Jarrett's book, which is fascinating. They play a very high game of high stakes like poker with Health South, where he talks about, they go into a board meeting and they're basically like, we are willing to declare ourselves bankrupt, where you will be the ones that will be liable for the $1.1 million you invested, plus the 400,000 letter of credit to In Demand, you would be hitting the pocket for 1.5 million plus another 70,000 of expenses that we have currently out. And he literally went into that boardroom meeting with Health South. They didn't have a hand to play. It's like, we are broke. If you're like, we're pulling their investment, we're like, oh, well, then we have to shut the company down, sure. But apparently his high-stakes game of poker worked, where they gave him an extra 150,000 to fund through 2 more shows, which is the reason the last 2 shows were taped back-to-back. The August 21 and August 28 shows were taped on the same night. And they were off on the first show of September, because they did an X Division special. They were always supposed to be off on the second show of September, because it fell on September 11th, which would have been the first anniversary of 9/11. So they were never going to do a show then. So they cut the first show in September. They were never going to do a show on the second week of September. So they were finished on the 21st of August, and essentially were not producing another show until the 18th of September, which is basically a full month. So they had a full month, once Health South funded that August 21 taping, to find new money, because Health South was done with TNA.
The fact that this company is alive in some fashion is truly remarkable. From the beginning, the world was against them.
There was the wide-scale fraud from Jay Hassman.
Allegedly.
There was the Health South pulling funding after only 2 months of the company existing. Their partner pulled their funding, and then the company somehow still survived, because that's what TNA does.
In many ways, a company that can be compared to a cockroach, and mostly, in fact, for the fact that they managed to survive everything.
Listen, the company has embraced it. There's literally a pay-per-view called Hard to Kill now, so...
I think all it took for, like, Impact to sort of gain its notoriety back with people was just an acknowledgement of what it was. If you just go out there and go, yeah, we know TNA, let's go. And everyone's like, oh, alright, they understand now. They're not pretending that it's not TNA.
A little bit of self-awareness.
Yeah, that's all I think all companies could do with a good dose of self-awareness.
So Health South agreed to fund the company, but they do have a condition. They want to increase the amount of equity they have in the company to 40% until they are paid back in the 1.1 million that they gave in. They hadn't actually paid out, I believe, the entire 1.1 million. They were paying it in installments per TV taping, and they basically called them on the 15th of August, being like, we're done, we're not giving you any more. So that's what the big meeting was about, that there's like, you should really continue at least funding us through these tapings, which was for 150,000 more. And they did, but as I said, with the condition that they wanted 40% of the company now, which they were perfectly willing to give away, because if the company was about to go bankrupt, 40% of nothing is still nothing. They're perfectly fine giving away 40% of nothing.
It's pretty remarkable how at this stage the Jarretts were like pretty secure in what happened regardless. Like, even if it went bankrupt, it really wouldn't be too much off their backs.
Well, Jerry was quite worried, because he was like, it's either going to be the best thing I ever did or I'm going to go broke. Because Jerry was like, I have another 170,000 that I could, in theory, put into the company. If Health South did pull all of their contributions, Jerry was like, I have 170,000 that I haven't put away that I could put it in. But the question is it worth it? Thankfully, he didn't have to answer that question for himself, because Health South eventually ponied up the 150k that allowed them to do that August 21 taping. And then they had as is the story of TNA, a stroke of bizarre luck.
The stroke, brother.
Ah, there you go. That's where the Jeff Jarrett thing. It's actually funny, you mentioned on the watch along, you were looking at Jeff Jarrett's face, being like, that's just a guy who looks worried.
Yeah, I forget which. It would have been 8, right?
Yeah.
There was this one segment where Jarrett was out there and just like, he looks like he's trying to go out there and be Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett, the Jeff Jarrett that we know and love and respect as the ace of the company. But you could just tell on his face that, like, he wasn't certain about everything going on at this point. Like, he looked like a man who had maybe, like, lost some sleep over the last couple of weeks. He looked like a man who had $1 million of debt.
Which he did. And he looked like a man whose finance was suddenly pulled and was in deep trouble.
But fair play to him. He went out there and he still didn't do the job, but he did a job.
He still went out there and hit people with chairs.
Hey, I'll go $1 million in debt just to hit people with chairs too.
So after that August 19 meeting with Health South, where they got the extra funding for the August 21 tapings, they basically had 2 options. They were desperately trying to syndicate TNA internationally. They were trying to sell TNA in international markets, particularly the UK. Didn't have much luck with that. But they also went to their PR firm, their PR advisor, Trifecta Entertainment, run by none other than Dixie Carter. And they were just like, we've got to update Dixie on, the state of things with Jay Hassman. We've got to update Dixie on the state of things with Health South, so our PR people know what's happening and know how to actively manage this situation. And Dixie was just sitting there. They had no idea who Dixie Carter was. Jerry mentions this in his book, that he's just like, he just thought she was a nice Southern girl running a PR firm, until she finds out that her dad runs a $1 billion energy company. And Dixie is like, oh, hey, my dad might actually be interested in this. And that's a story we will continue talking about in September.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, was it Dixie being like, hey, I'm the goddess, I'll come in, I'll save your company right now? Or was like the Jared smelling blood and just, oh, someone with money, let's go.
Well, according to Jerry's book, he did not know Dixie had money. They didn't know who Dixie was, because Dixie was just a relation Jeff Jarrett had in the music industry. I think they lived in the same apartment complex at one stage. I remember seeing that story on the History of TNA Year 1 DVD, where they were just loose acquaintances and they just knew her for the PR firm. So they like, yeah, Dixie will do our PR, why not? And they went to her, she was like, oh, my dad runs this gigantic energy company. I'm super rich. He watched all of the shows and liked them, which,
what?
Debatable. Like the quote in Jerry's book is just like, Dixie said that her dad watched all of the shows and knew that we knew wrestling. And I'm like,
I want to see Dixie's dad just hanging out, watching puppet matches, freaking out like us. I hope I don't know if Dixie's dad's alive. If he is in that event, feel free, sign up to the Patreon, $10 tier, get the watch-alongs with us. You can come on the show. Hell, you can even buy the show. Whatever you want to do.
We should definitely get Bob Carter on for watch.
Yeah, let's invite Bob Carter on. We'll ask him, what did you think of those early shows? Because you watched them all. And also, will you please finance us?
Listen, it's like Ted Turner. Everyone's like, when will Ted Turner get back in the wrestling industry?
No, when will Bob Carter get back in the wrestling biz?
But yeah, that's the story we'll continue covering next month. The increased interest in Panda Energy in TNA and the savior of TNA, basically. I don't think it's a surprise that TNA does not go bust here.
What?
I know, it's like the podcast ends in September.
God, I thought this podcast was going to be over by then.
Well, on the bright side, there's barely any shows in September.
That is a bright side.
Our next episode is going to be very short because there's only 2 episodes to cover. But we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Basically, that going bust influences pretty much everything else we're going to talk about for most of the big stories of the month. Ed Ferrara was, you'll notice, no longer on these shows.
I'll tell you right now, for about half of a show, I did not notice.
Neither did I.
When they cut to the announce table, I was like, wait, Ed's not there.
I was like, wait a minute. Mike and Don, isn't something missing here?
I literally started rolling back in the show to see if there was an angle where he got taken out or something.
Because he didn't call most of the, well, not most, half of the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8 because he was in the Dub Cup match.
But then he came back the week after.
Yeah, so he came back on August 14th and then he was gone for good on August 21. As it turns out, like the company line at the time when he left was like, oh, he's going to pursue other interests. As it turned out, the company had no money and there was a chance he might not get paid, so he bailed immediately.
Which, again, fair enough.
Yeah, in the book, he was like, Jerry was like, Jeff Jarrett was dumb to hire all his friends, and now he's learning how business really works. It's like, nah, pal. If you're not going to pay somebody, they have every right to bail.
I don't know if you managed to catch my little Ed Ferrara note that I found while searching through the Ed Ferrara Wikipedia.
I didn't. Please tell me.
In July of 2013... Ferrara obtained his Masters of Fine Arts degree in creative writing from the University of Southern Maine's Stone Coast program. Ferrara currently resides in Florida, where he teaches creative writing for entertainment at Full Sail University.
My God, that's why NXT is the way it is.
Yeah, Ed Ferrara's back in the biz, brother.
Do you think he just pokes his head in every so often? It's like, shaking my head. This is no Dub Cup.
No, he pops his head in for a second and he approves. He's like, this Karrion Kross shit's the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Look at my kids. Look at what they're making.
But yeah, basically what I saw from Big Ed was, for the most part, he was just teaching creative writing glasses.
So that's the creative endeavor he went to pursue after he left TNA.
And yeah, basically, yeah, Big Ed out there in full sail. That's why the parking lots are so dangerous.
Oh no.
Ed Ferrara's just out there, willing and ready to spear someone at any moment.
He is fond of spearing people and groping people based on his television character. The other big carryover from the month of July is that the company filed a lawsuit against Jay Hassman, which it's all fairly boilerplate. He committed fraud, blah, 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 blah. His partner, Len Sabal, released a statement to PW Torch where he's like, he kind of disputed everything that happened, that he was giving out about the amount that they owed the Health South. Based on Jerry's book, he tended to roll that back as the month went on. He was like calling TNA being like, oh no, I'm tying myself to the sinking ship of a fraud. No, oh no. Like, speaking of fraud, Richard Scrushy went to jail for fraud. So did Jay Hassman eventually. I don't believe related to the TNA fraud. I believe he committed another fraud that caused him to go to jail eventually.
This sure is a lot of alleged flawed. It is flawed fraud. Because if you don't get away with it, inherently it's flawed fraud. It's just so much fraud from the beginning.
A lot of fraud going on around TNA. We're not nowhere near the biggest fraud yet, Eric Bischoff. If you want to hear us talk about the biggest fraud, you will have to subscribe at patreon.com/kiddingme to listen to our Patreon series.
Feel free to dump all of your illegal money into Patreons on our Patreon.
If you are committing fraud, we will accept your fraud money.
If you're committing fraud, boy, do I have an offer for you. The $10 hit here on the Patreon, if you've got to be kidding me.
Jay Hassman released a statement during this period, which is one of the most, like, weird, deranged, off-kilter things I think I've ever seen in my life. It's... You know, usually when, like, you're being sued by somebody, you get your lawyers to release a very boilerplate, like, this didn't happen, blah, 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 we will address these. That's not the statement he released. It's a bizarre, borderline gibberish nonsense statement that it's in the full thing is in the show notes if you want to read it in full on Patreon. We're not going to read it in full.
I feel like you should read it in full right now.
You want me to read it in full?
Yeah.
I will read it in full then. I will be a man who will do what the podcast needs.
Yeah, I think the podcast wants.
So Jay Hassman said, quote, "He said, she said, paranoia reigns. One impugns, another seconds. A rumor is suddenly verified as truth. All spirals outward. Everybody's living in fear. Disasters on the horizon. Anger. Hatred is incited from within. As with venomous leak scoops, with 5 minutes later OneWrestling.com exclusive and extensive interviews. Read, in actuality, diatribes. Manipulative, scandalous follow-ups, mixed with rumor-mongering, and not only attempted character assassination, but also highlighted by threats of death by shooting. All this just because some people don't understand, won't listen, and regardless of how many times they're explained, just don't get it. Don't get it. Misinterpret, cycle bad info in-house, get confused, lose focus, strike out helter-skelter, and when all else seems incomprehensible through a blood-wrenching fog of self-deception, scream, get the lawyers! Bubba Ray Dudley saw with tables.
He's going to say like Team 3D.
Yes. Time for a reality check, guys. Better yet, let's try for a couple of reality checks, all centered on the infamous complaint impetuously filed by JSE and destined to become laughable classic in the cable and pay-per-view business and its workings. So what's it about, Alfie? Try this for starters. Can I read all of this? It goes for like another 7 paragraphs.
That's it? I thought it ended at or just Elder JJ.
No, it goes all the way down to Jay Hassman.
Oh, Jesus. Well, there you go. You got the most salacious, fun, insane bits at the start. The first paragraph of which just sounds like a Hideo Kojima game description.
Yeah, it's like this is Metal Gear dialogue. It's like, Snake, he sheds, she said, paranoia reigns.
Paranoia reigns. One imbues, another seconds. A rumor is suddenly verified as old truth.
It's bizarre. He's literally writing poetry. Basically what it comes down to is he claims that they had no money for marketing. That's like the crux of the thing, which is probably true, but also you fraudified. I can't come up with a word. It was fraudulated last week. Fraudified this week.
Committing fraud.
Forged, I think, is the word I'm looking for. Instead of fraudified
Forged.
and fraudulated and fraudology and all of the other imaginary words that I'm coming up with. Which, by the way, I hear Jay Hassman is teaching fraudology in Full Sail University.
Oh, allegedly.
But he basically claims that they had no marketing money. He did take the job with WWE, but they should have known that. And
they should have known that. I told them nothing, and they should have known.
He gives out that the marketing budget was only 72 grand, which seems like a lot, honestly, but still. Yeah, he goes into all cap shouting. As I said, the whole thing's on the Patreon. It's one of the most bizarre things I've ever read in my life, and I can't imagine that if you would ever read something from a man like this, you'd be like, I'm going to hire that man. He seems competent.
P.S. No telephone calls, please. My lawyers say nothing but prepared statements in order to prevent any more downright consterning crisis creations. P.S. Email any questions to me, and I will only answer the ones that the council says I can.
I find that fascinating, because that suggests that his legal counsel read and approved this statement, which...
Shit. I like his other one. He sets it up like a promo. But that's a matter for the next statement. According to Jay, we'll call that one number 2, and it's coming your way soon. So stay tuned for more loony times.
This guy was an executive in WCW, and working for WWE at the time, technically. And this is what he puts out there as his official statement about what happened here.
He's clearly been around wrestling too much because he's just cutting a promo as his official statement.
It's gone to his head. It's ruined him.
Allegedly.
So wrestler pay was cut. There's a fun note in the PW Torch that people are jealous of how much AJ Styles is being paid, because apparently he was being paid $800 per appearance.
Whoo! That's how he could afford that nice new blue gear.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I'm getting paid. I'm going to splash out in the fancy gear.
Now that I'm a big main event heel.
Loki was being paid $600 per appearance, and a lot of people then had their pay cut from $500 to $300.
Well, like, why are they mad at that, though? It's like, okay, the two guys that we're building our championship around, we're going to pay more.
Well, the direct quote in the PW Torch is, a number of TNA wrestlers feel that the Jarretts are investing too heavily in AJ Styles.
TNA they resented him from the start, what can we say?
I know from last month, the Briscoes drove themselves to Nashville and then walked away with $200 after working a couple dark matches. Or a dark match and then getting squashed.
Ooh, those damn Briscoes. Not making a ton on that one. It's I don't know, how much are they making at Ring of Honor at that time either, so... They went there for a shot, hot dog and a handshake, and $200.
The true pro wrestling payday.
I'm sure there's a lot of people in pro wrestling that would be very happy for that payday.
To be fair, if you look at the Asylum, they seem to have a very nice concession stand, so I'd imagine they probably have pretty good hot dogs.
I was going to say, they have a great setup there.
You think Chad eats all the hot dogs?
Oh, I fucking bet Chad eats all those.
So there's this fan in the crowd, Chad, who seemed to tone back his antics as these shows went on, but we didn't mention him last month.
He has a cult!
He got in a fight with the crowd last month. He was pulling his shirt up and he was fondling his nipples. He was doing all sorts of things.
With a sign that says Chad.
Yes. And during this show, there was a sign, Chad had a sign.
There's the Chad section.
There is a Chad section. There's a bunch of people. There seems to be like infighting going on within the Asylum between like the old school like Southern wrestling fans.
And the Chads. The virgin old school wrestling fans and the Chad squad.
Yes. They would go on to, I believe, dub themselves the heel squad or the heel section later over time.
Wait, no, the Chad section or the old school fans?
The Chad section, I believe.
Oh no, Chad, I was on your side until you were #heels.
We'll track this crowd feud as it continues to develop.
There's something to be said about like hosting events at the same place every time, because like there's legitimately storytelling within this crowd. Because there's the Chad stuff, but there's also the Athena stuff, which has not wavered in any way.
No, these people still want to see Athena.
Whatever or whomever Athena is.
Someday, we will see Athena, and that crowd will go mild. Or no, the two people in the crowd that want Athena will go mild.
Yeah, they'll go nuts. But to be fair, they're putting their money into those signs, because those are some high-quality signs. They got glitter.
Mm.
And Chad, of course... TNAchat@hotmail.com.
I emailed TNAchat@hotmail.com trying to get in touch with Chad, but the email bounced back. I then tried emailing TNAchat@outlook.com just in case it was the Hotmail part that was, and that didn't bounce back, but also we didn't get a reply.
We should send one to TNAchat@live.com, because maybe he got swapped over to that thing.
Oh, and Gmail. We should just send every email extension possible.
@msn.com.
TNA Chad. We're going to find TNA Chad.
Yeah, so this is a call out there to TNA Chad. If you're out there, please get into contact with us, along with Bob Carter.
Yeah, TNA Chad had a band. I can't remember what they were called, but I was on his website. Or the archived version of his website.
I'll tell you right now, the Chad section was way more big and bolsterous at the start of the month than at the end of the month. At the end of the month, there was only 2 people in the Chad section.
So you're saying Chad is losing, he's not getting over, he's losing heat?
His cult of personality is faltering.
The fans don't believe in Chad anymore because there was a movement toward the end for Chad to win match of the week or fan of the week even.
Fan of the night, spelled Nite.
I found a photo of Chad on his website because there's an archived version of TNAChad.com that actually works. I'll insert it into the show notes. I'll DM it to you on Twitter. There's a photo of Chad. We will put it in the show notes as well. So you can...
That is a Chad, to be fair.
Look at this photo of Chad.
I like that it's in black and white, so it kind of frames it as like, rest in peace, Chad.
Chad, as I add it to the notes so people know who it is. There you go. If you want to see the photo of Chad, you can go to TNAChad.com. Or
just a photo of Chad. Shout out Chad. Chad, if you're out there, please get in contact with us. You can be our second interview.
Who was our first interview?
Dixie's dad.
Oh, right.
Obviously.
Chad had a band called Cozumel. Cozumel was the name of his band, but the website doesn't work anymore, which makes me quite sad.
Ah, is he on Spotify?
Oh, maybe not. Let me check. Is Cozumel on Spotify?
This is gonna be 15 minutes dedicated to Chad.
If anybody knows Chad, by the way,
like, I'm not joking when there's an open invitation to Chad, please.
We will perfectly happily talk to Chad in the show. We want to get to the bottom of the crowd feuds that are going on in NWA-TNA during this era.
And if you were a part of the other side of the crowd.
Yeah, if you're the tradition people.
Maybe we can bridge the gap.
Realistically, this is actually getting to the deep themes that TNA would go into. Like, Chad is the new school, and the fans of the old school.
Is Chad a member of Sex?
Chad would be a member of Sex, I think. Have you seen that photo?
Also, you know, the Virgin Old School fans versus the Chad Sex. Sports Entertainment Extreme, baby.
So there's 10 whole minutes on Chad. If you know Chad, if you are Chad, put us in touch with Chad.
Chad is definitely not listening.
But someone who might know Chad might listen.
Yeah. And please send us, like, a modern day photo of this exact photo so we can confirm that it is in fact the Chad, the TNA Chad.
I love the idea that we'll be sitting there analysing these photos side by side, being like, is that Chad?
I'm going to at TNA Chad and see if he exists.
Oh, he better have a Twitter. That's not a thing.
Account suspended!
Oh, that makes sense, though.
That's probably the real Chad, then.
Chad probably posted, like, videos of him fondling his nipples and got suspended off Twitter.
Yeah.
I don't think we have any more broad notes to talk about this month.
Really?
I think we could, yeah, I've like pages of stuff, but I think we covered it.
Yeah, it's mostly just people getting paid.
So yeah, TNA poor, run out of money. Jay Hassman still a fraud, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Held South Pole funding. Dixie swoop in. Ed Ferrara say bye.
It's really a banner year so far. About a month. A month that feels like a year, probably.
Oh, there's a fun note from The Observer. They have been sponsoring segments on Bob and Tom's syndicated morning show. For the past 7 weeks, they've run the same ad copy, plugging the same outdated lineup. Last week, sportscaster Chick McGee, which is such a sportscaster name, isn't it?
Alright, we're going to go down to Chick McGee to read the new TNA wrestling action.
Started mocking that fact during a paid commercial segment, saying that they've been plugging the same outdated lineup for 6 weeks and the organization must not care because if they did, you'd get them new copy. Imagine calling out somebody who's giving you money on the air for being lazy and not bothering to send you new ad copy.
One of the listeners, not the promotion, wrote them the new lineup and they read it.
Listen, if you would like to promote your lineups on this podcast, you can get in touch and you can sponsor the podcast. It's become bizarre now where wrestling podcasts sponsor wrestling shows, and we will never sponsor a wrestling show.
We will never sponsor a wrestler unless we book the show, which I guess technically we would be sponsoring it.
Yes, if Bob Carter again wants to give us money to launch TNA 2, we will sponsor it. It will be You've Got to Be Kidding Me presents TNA 2.
Yes, it'll be NWA-TNA 2. And of course, you know, open invitation still from the Wednesday Night War Games days. Tony Khan, if you want to sponsor us too, feel free, jump in the DMs. Like, I know we're always talking about booking ideas, but you know, we can get to the financial stuff too. Feel free.
So yeah, TNA seems to be a bit of a mess. Everything's falling apart. They have no money.
A sentence I'm sure we will never say ever again.
TNA never a mess. How dare you?
TNA is just a messy bitch of a promotion, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
That's kind of why you love it, though, isn't it?
Yeah. You see, like, it's never been good enough as a wrestling company to, like, actually invest in a wrestling company. But as a story of just a series of endless train wrecks, it's quite amusing. So, what more could you want?
I feel like, actually, this was the month, quite appropriately to what you were just saying, where I gave up on this being a wrestling company that I liked, like, as a wrestling company. I was like, okay, it's gonna have moments that make me go, oh, there's some good wrestling on here, but for the most part, this isn't gonna be work rate promotion that I'm like raving about the matches for.
Clearly you hate TNA is what you're saying.
Hopefully not.
Rating all the AJ Styles, Loki, Jerry Lynn matches lower than everybody else.
By everyone else, do you just mean you?
There's two people rating things, and you're giving them lower star ratings than me, so...
I'm giving them accurate star ratings. And if you want to see our star ratings, go to fucking Patreon.
Patreon.com/kidding. We do the spreadsheet of star
Alright,
ratings.
no more of that. Now we're here for the pay-per-view reviews.
Yes, we have talked about all the major themes and Chad, so we will talk about the pay-per-views.
Well, Chad is the major theme, arguably.
To be fair, if you listen to the reason you've only given 3 3/4 stars to the first Styles Lynn Loki 3-way is you did spend the entire match talking about Chad.
Well, listen, if there's something more compelling going on, I'm going to pay attention to it.
There is audio proof on Patreon of you spending that entire match talking about Chad.
Can anyone blame me?
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8, August 7, 2002, with 500 people in attendance at the National Fairgrounds. What would become the TNA Asylum, but not quite yet. We're still a week away. A big show, a big main event.
He's here?
No, Paul White is not here.
Oh, I thought he was going to make the jump.
You got so excited for a second, I was very confused.
I thought he was going to cross the line.
We had the debut of the SAT as they faced the Flying Elvises alongside Amazing Red. The SAT, Joel and Jose Maximo. What a wonderfully bizarre, terrible but great team that they are.
Yeah, I was trying to think of who's like someone else's like super influential but like never really fantastic, and I was like, oh, they're kind of like, I don't even want to put them on the same level because I feel like some people are going to get very offended to it, but like they remind me of like Hayabusa in that like super influential high flyer that deserves like a bunch of respect and probably doesn't get as much as he deserves, but also like kind of sloppy and gonna like do some things that are wonky throughout like all of the matches, and like that's exactly what the SATs are as well.
They will do something glorious and magnificent and something you've never seen before, and they will immediately follow it up with something wildly inventive and like interesting, but that does not come off whatsoever.
And then they will fall over. They'll trip trying to kick someone or something.
They're just amazing, remarkable pro wrestlers that are fascinating to watch because, like, there's a lot of wrestlers you watch and like, oh, they're doing their headlock and they're doing their drop down float over arm drags and punches. And then, you know, it was like...
There's a lot of Brian Lawlers here.
Keeping it very simple, keeping it very safe, keeping it very boring, not pushing the boat out, not trying to do something that they can't do. Whereas the Maximos are like, there is some remarkable unearned confidence.
Yeah, they definitely have the attitude of, fuck it, let's try.
Where they will just be like, we have no idea really what we're even trying to do here, but we're going to still try and do it, live on pay-per-view.
And you know what? Sometimes it'll work and sometimes it won't. And even if it doesn't, the crowd will still go, what the fuck?
And we did get the first Spanish Fly, an actual Spanish Fly, not a one-man Spanish Fly, which people incorrectly have called for years.
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
I'm Jim Ross. I'm giving out about announcers. It's like, it's not a Spanish Fly, it's a one-man Spanish Fly. A Spanish Fly
I
involves
wish
two
that
people.
Jim Ross would make that complaint.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if on Dynamite... Phoenix does a one-man Spanish Fly, and someone goes, that's the Spanish Fly. Jim Ross was like, actually.
When the Maximals did it involved two people.
I would love Jim Ross to name drop the Maximos on Dynamite.
Do you think Jim Ross has ever heard of the SAT?
No.
He probably knows who Red is, though, right?
No.
Oh, well, fair enough. The Maximals and Red lost to the Flying Elvises. Pretty fine match.
This is, like you said, big Flying Elvis month that we're preparing ourselves for at this stage.
Yeah, a lot going on. There's many Elvis angles.
These are really the two teams of this month that you could point to. Yet the most time are involved in like more than just the opening 6-man stuff too.
More so than like AMW, who are like suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth on these shows.
I feel like they decided AMW weren't quite ready yet.
Well, no, there's a note in Jerry's book where he's like, I've got to talk to Vince Russo about stop lying to talent because we keep telling AMW we're going to book them and then we keep not booking them. So they wanted to book AMW, but they, for some reason, just kept not writing them into the television show.
Were they paying them still?
I'd imagine everyone was paid per appearance here, so probably not, which is the reason Jerry was like, we have to stop telling talent we're going to book them when we're not going to book them.
Do you know who was getting booked throughout this entire thing?
Is it Ron the Truth Killings, Liam?
It sure is.
Ron the Truth Killings defeated Ken Shamrock to become the second NWA World Champion of the TNA era.
The best NWA World Champion of the TNA era.
I can't deny it. It's a true statement. It's kind of nice, though, to see that, like, Killings is undeniably the highlight of the early shows, even if some of the racism stuff is just, like, you'll tug your collar every so often. But he is, like, hugely charismatic. He's a giant star. He is clearly the breakout star of the company. They recognize it, and they put the belt on him. That's so nice to see.
Even if, like, there's times where, like, there's a lot of times, and it's not just with Ron Killings, but it's like, you can't tell what anyone is, if they're a heel or a face, or, like, they'll be a heel one week attacking people, being a face one week attacking people, and it's just very confusing. There was, like, for this whole month, I just thought that Brian Lawler turned face. Because he was beating up Jeff Jarrett the whole time.
Yeah.
And then, like, on the last month, he was, like, cutting a You People promo, and I just threw my hands in the air. I'm like, it's impossible. You know how, Cody was always this guy's like, oh, there doesn't need to be heels and faces anymore, then just make everyone shades of grey. This is what the show looks like when everyone's shades of grey, and it's not easy to follow.
There is not. Other than Ron Killings, I don't think there is a single likable pro wrestler on this television show.
And Killings is a heel half the time too.
And Killings is a heel. I think he more or less turns babyface during this month and sticks babyface. But up until this, he's been a heel the whole time, and he's been the most likable guy on the show. Shamrock, generic, boring, nobody could possibly really care about him. Jeff Jarrett's too busy hitting people with chairs, nobody likes him.
But they do sometimes.
Scott Hall is probably the only guy who's like, yeah, I like Scott Hall, he's Scott Hall.
Abject babyface, sure.
But he's gone, so...
Yeah.
Like the one guy. Loki is a heel, I think?
Yeah, but he's a heel that gets cheered by everyone.
Jerry Lynn veers based on the segment. AJ Styles veers based on the segment. It's such a bizarre show full of deeply unlikable people.
It's actually impossible to tell who's meant to be a heel and who's meant to be a face.
And again, to go back to Jerry's book, he mentions at the end of the month, it was the Styles and Lynn against Lawler and Jarrett match that kind of opened his eyes to it, where he's like, I was sitting there watching this match and realized nobody liked any of these people. Half the crowd was cheering, half the crowd was booing, nobody knew who was the heel, nobody who knew who was the face. It's just, like, as you said, there's people who are like, face and heels is an outdated idea in pro wrestling. And I send those people to the first 2 months, 3 months of NWA-TNA. Go watch it, and you will see what a pro wrestling show that doesn't have defined faces or heels looks like. And it's unwatchable. It's not good.
Yeah, you kind of just have to pick your faves and side with them through thick and thin. Like, I'm firmly on the Jerry Lynn train now. Like, Jerry Lynn's my guy, so Jerry Lynn could, like, pile drive Mike Tenay next week, and I'd be like, well, I guess I gotta side with Jerry Lynn here.
Like, even within the Flying Elvises, who I believe are meant to be pitched as a babyface group, or at least, like, Jorge and Jimmy, I think, are babyfaces.
Well, for, like, 3 weeks they were.
But here they're against, like, actual babyfaces, Red the Maximos, but Siaki is a heel. I don't know. How am I supposed to feel about any of these things?
Faces and heels put a railing on pro wrestling that is necessary for the enjoyment of pro wrestling. You can deviate and you can switch between the two, but if you just take those bumpers down, everything just gutterball because you don't understand anything that's happening. We're not new to wrestling. We have watched pro wrestling shows for a long time. And for us to be confused by the motivations of the characters on the screen shouldn't be a thing that's happening, let alone to people who are like, oh, I might just give this TNA show a chance.
Well, to be fair, if you watch one show, it might be okay.
Yeah, well then, just never come back. That's what the incentive here is, just never return for a TNA show. Watch one, and you'll be fine. To be fair though, even if you watch one, you won't necessarily be, because Ron Killings will be a face in one segment and a heel in another. Brian Lawler will be face in one and then he'll be heel with another. Jeff Jarrett will be facing one guy and then a heel with another. So like, even if you are just parachuting in for one show, you're going to be confused by at least one of the 10 tweeners on this show.
It's a very strange show to watch and invest in. I don't like any of these human beings.
Yeah.
Except Ron, who is world champion. So, good job, Ron.
But then Ron does some less than appropriate things too.
But that was before August, so...
So we can write it off.
We're only talking about August.
But you know what? No one will write off, Garrett.
What's that, Liam?
The Dup Cup.
So the Dubs come out to jive talking with Disco Inferno, and they have a chalkboard. And Ricky Steamboat mistakenly earlier in the show gave the Dubs carte blanche to do whatever the hell they want. And the Dups took that opportunity to create the Dup Cup. A wonderful tournament with the most bizarre series of rules you will ever see, which I will read to you now. Rule number 1. Put your opponent through a table, you'll get 2.5 points. Worth stating, first to 10 points wins the Dup Cup. The Dup Cup is basically a title belt, so whoever wins it holds the Dup Cup and defends the Dup Cup.
The second official TNA title.
Yeah, it's the mid-card belt that everyone was waiting for. So rule number 1, opponent through a table, 2.5 points. 5 points if it's a burning table. Good rule. Rule number 2, put your opponent's head in the toilet, 2.5 points. If there's sheet in the toilet, 3.5 points.
Goose a woman.
Goose a woman, indeed, 2.5 points. Goose a man, 3.5 points. That's an equality right there, Liam.
They should be given 3.5 points for hitting either or anyone. Anyone who gets hit should be worth 3.5 points, in my opinion, regardless of gender.
This is a commentary on how women are valued less in the workplace. It's the deep themes of NWA-TNA. When a man and a woman do the same activity, women are paid less and valued less in the workplace. And this is the kind of commentary and message that TNA is sending. It's actually the Dup Cup is quite progressive when you think about it. It's the degree to which it is regressive, Liam, is obviously to shine a spotlight on those inequalities.
Of course.
That's the storytelling of NWA-TNA. Rule number 4, if you nail Jeremy the creepy announcer, you get 2.5 points.
Which I was very confused by the verbiage of this and the next rule.
Yes, rule number 5 is nail the old lady who takes the tickets. You also get 2.5 points. Liam thought it was a different kind of nailing.
Yeah, I was very confused about it. I legitimately was like, what kind of segments are they going to film to put on this show?
Just means hit them, Liam. Nothing else. But on the other hand, the rule number 6, use a farm animal. 2.5 points.
Yeah, that's more open to interpretation.
I believe Stand Up makes it very clear that there can be some nailing in the farm animal section.
And not punching them. Well, I suppose. This is, yeah. What do you want from me here?
Rule number 7, spank opponent's bare ass with horsey poo, 2.5 points. However, minus 2.5 points if they like it.
And wouldn't you believe it?
Rule number 8.
He likes it.
Oh.
He likes it. That's what I'm saying.
You left too long a pause. I was like, oh.
I thought you...
Alright.
This is a good segment. What's number 8, Garrett?
Introduce your opponent to Jay, 2.5 points.
And who is Jay, Garrett?
They said they'd get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Cry like a pussy, minus 5 points. I'm now slipping into a stand-up impression. Which, fair play to Trevor Murdoch, by the way. He gives his heart and soul to these descriptions.
He sure fucking does.
He is fully embodying this dumbass Dup character with every fiber of his being.
I guess the thing is, the Dups are doing, not the best gimmick in the world, but they are, putting their full effort into it, and both are good workers.
Because there's a moment during the horsey poo bit where he's like, spank your opponent's bare ass with horsey poo, and Disco starts talking for a second. And Trevor Murdoch starts riding horsey poo in a way that seems like a spontaneous, he just decided to ride horsey poo out of excitement for horsey poo spanking people. And it's like, you've thought about this character.
He's probably just out there having fun, to be fair.
He's just having himself a good time riding horsey poo.
I don't know how number 10, is worth 10 points.
So you put your opponent's head in a cotton candy machine, you get 10 points. You win the match.
Not worth 10 points.
Yeah, especially Flaming Table is 5 points, but Cotton Candy Machine is 10. That doesn't seem right.
Of course, there was also an added rule that if you take a weapon from the fans.
Oh yes, the Disco rule, where he was like, if you take a weapon from the fans, you should get, I think he suggested 5 points, but then Stand Up was like, that scoring mechanism doesn't make sense. People can just hit people with weapons twice, they'll win. It's only 1 point. This is why Disco, you don't make matches.
That's true. One of the many reasons why Disco doesn't make matches.
So that's the Dup Cup. We had the added stakes, because the first Dup Cup match was the Dups against Ed Ferrara, and the Dups had to incentivize Ed Ferrara to do the match.
Yeah, so what was on the line here? Yeah.
So Fluffed Up, who hasn't been seen and wasn't seen on any of these shows.
She's not getting paid. She's not getting paid to come into these shows.
And this is the last we'll see of the Dups as well. So the Dup Cup's is the end of the Dups.
What?
But yes, the winner of the Dup Cup would get to have fun times with Fluff, but also the Dups would be able to watch.
Yep. Ed Ferrara, of course.
he was all over it.
Yeah, he had to be a part of it.
Spearing people so he can get as close to fluffed up as he possibly can.
Turning on longtime best friend, Jeremy Borash.
Yeah, their wholesome relationship we were talking about 2 weeks ago on the July episode, where they bonded over their sexual activities and their love of Jasmine St. Clair. Well, it's all out the window here because Ed Ferrara went straight for Jeremy for the 2.5 points.
That bastard. Now they're both in full sail, so how does that work out?
Oh, no. So, this match, I think, is actually very good. Not in, like, the traditional sense of pro wrestling.
You've heard it from Garrett, everyone. 5 stars for the Dub Cup first round match.
Listen, if you check our star rating spreadsheet, you will perhaps see that I gave this match 5 stars. You gave it 4, so you leave me alone.
I gave it a reasonable rating.
I'm pretty sure it's your joint highest rated match in TNA history.
Yeah, and I stand by that. There's been 2 matches that have been 4 stars in TNA's history. Ed Ferrara versus the Dups, and AJ Styles, Jerry Lynn, Low-Key Psychosis.
The 2 best matches in the history of the TNA wrestling promotion.
But 5 is ridiculous.
No, it's the pinnacle of our art form, which is funny because I gave the following week's match -5 stars. So it's really the duality of man is the Dub Cup.
Yeah. So clearly what you're saying is that Ed Ferrara is what brought this up to 5 stars.
That's true. Ed Ferrara is a superstar, 5-star worker. He's had 1 match in the history of TNA, and it got 5 stars. That is an unbeatable record.
From you.
He's the best wrestler in TNA history, objectively.
He does have the best success rate.
Nobody else has an average star rating in TNA history of 5 stars. So what more could you possibly want in the world?
Well, what about Cheeks?
Hey, I gave that Cheeks match like a star. I could look at it, but I won't. Because you have to look at it at patreon.com/kiddingme.
Wow.
But, like, it's not good, but it's good, you know?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I mean, I went 4 stars on it. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
You were very pleased with this Dub Cup match as well.
I mean, it's... You know, I kind of thought that this was the hard 10.
No, that's a different tournament.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, when's New Jack going to compete in the Dub Cup?
There was a story during this month that New Jack was reaching out, trying to get into the company, but obviously we have to wait a little while longer.
That's the tournament I'm ready for.
New Jack against the Dups.
I meant the hard 10, but yes.
Malice defeated Don Harris in the first blood match, which ended prematurely when they bonked heads and Don Harris started bleeding.
I didn't understand where they started bleeding from. Like, he just got up and he was bleeding. I was like, oh, what happened?
The match is just over because that wasn't meant to be the finish. We will have more to say about Don Harris.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's not blow our Don Harris load.
We'll talk about that in NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 9. Jarrett defeated Apollo in a boring match with a lame finish.
Mm-hmm.
German suplex where he had his shoulders down and Jarrett kicked out and Jarrett kind of buried him because he got beaten doing his own move. And no one ever looks like a bigger dork than when they get beaten doing their own move.
Yep.
Bruce continues to be Miss TNA, defeated Taylor Vaughn.
Fantastic match.
Actually, the match the next week is actually pretty good. So,
I like Bruce.
To be fair to TNA, where there was a lot of inconsistency with the June and July shows where stuff would happen and like people would disappear and then stuff wouldn't make sense, they have at least like settled into a consistent like roster and consistent kind of stories throughout all of these shows. Where it's like, you get the Jeff Jarrett, Brian Lawler stuff, which you'll be sick of by the end of it, but still, it's there.
I'm sick of it now.
Immediately, the second they started. It actually hasn't even started in this show, and it's still sick of it. Like, you get the Loki, AJ Styles, Jerry Lynn feud runs through these shows. You get Bruce as Miss TNA running through these shows. You get, like, the Flying Elvis Descent running through these shows. They've settled down. They're consistent. There is, like, stories they're trying to tell. There's the Monty and Skipper stuff as well.
Yeah, but then they just kind of dropped that, too.
Well, they did the blow-off.
I guess.
So, like, there's a consistency there.
Sure.
Sorry, I was deeply distracted looking at the Google Doc where you have replaced cash, the S in cash, with the money symbol.
Yes, I'm respecting law. What's your problem?
I was like, what, did I do that?
I hope you know that I also did find and replace in this entire document as well, replacing it with cash with a $.
Thank you. I respect that attention to detail.
I was watching it and I was like, there's no way Garrett put the $sign in. I have to go change this now.
You have to go fix this.
Yes.
So in our main event, Loki defeated AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn to become the second ever X Division champion.
It's a very big surprise to me.
On the watch along, Liam was like, has Loki ever been X Division champion? It's like, yes. Yes, he has. Many times.
I don't want people to think it's a bit. Like, I really know nothing going into this.
How did you not know Loki was X Division champion?
I guess all the Loki stuff I watched, he just wasn't champion or competing for titles in.
I guess.
You know what? I should have known the most recent one because I was watching during that time.
Yeah, the 2017 one.
Yeah, I remember that. That's a different Loki.
He won the belt. He's Hitman Loki. It's the best Loki. And lost the belt to Sanjay in India.
Yeah, different Loki.
Cool moment. Sanjay finally becoming X champion after all those years.
I don't even know who Sanjay Dutt is, alright?
Yeah, he hasn't been introduced yet. That's fair. Great match. Tremendous main event.
Oh, yeah, we didn't even talk about the match. Yeah, Chad was in this match. Right.
Liam spent this entire match paying attention to Chad, but the match is actually tremendous.
Yeah, I don't know a lot to say about this match because I was too focused on Chad.
And then you're out here giving it 3 3/4 stars because that's just how it felt, I guess.
Yeah, it's a feeling. They did moves, and I like the moves.
You are hooked on the feeling.
Do, 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 do.
It was a weird finish where Loki had Jerry Lynn pinned. AJ Styles broke up the pin, but they counted 3 anyway. So, sure.
Which, like, does make sense, but also, like, it didn't work out that way because he separated connection from the body, so it makes no sense.
Because, like, in theory, I do agree that, like, if someone tries to break up a pin and the person who is doing the pin doesn't move, that's not breaking up the pin. It's still a pin. But as you mentioned, Loki did get off the pin and get back on, and they still counted 3. So
yeah, it does work in theory, but it didn't work in practice.
Sure didn't. Highlight of the show was obviously the Dup Cup. That was the pinnacle of TNA so far.
I mean, it's up there.
Never mind these killer X Division matches between Lynn, Loki, and Styles. This is the peak of this company.
You know what I say? All filler, no killer.
You'll be pleased to know, right in the middle of this podcast, I have a vaccine appointment.
Right now?
No, it was scheduled right now.
I was going to say, you just have to go and do it mid-podcast.
It will be Monday. I'm getting vaccinated on Monday, so yay!
Everyone, big clap for Garrett.
Which is actually surprisingly efficient for this country that I literally applied right before we started recording, and we're here an hour into the show and I have a vaccine appointment, so everything is going well in Ireland, obviously.
Hey Garrett, you know what I'll be doing on Monday?
What will you be doing on Monday, Liam?
Locked in!
Woo!
Lots of good times. Oh, we haven't done a classic Liam and Garrett politics chat comparison between countries.
Yeah, I'm getting my vaccine, you're locked inside. What a contrast! Which is especially different from the entire Wednesday War Games era, where you were like, we're doing well in Australia, and we've been, like, crying.
To be fair, if there's one thing we know how to do, it's lock it down. The problem is we don't know any follow-up.
Well, we were locked down from December until, like, May, so...
Oh, December to May, ooh.
You leave me alone.
It's 4 months.
That's 5 months.
It's chump change.
So's your face.
Whoa.
Owned them.
I'm going to break rule 9 and cry like a pussy, so -5 points to me in the Gup Cup.
There's some notes from the show that apparently Ken Shamrock handled losing the belt pretty well. Jerry Jarrett said he was professional about it, which is all you can ask for. Malice and Truth were using different names outside of TNA, and Jerry was like, you've got to use your TNA names, and they were like, fine. Brian Lawler took a pay cut. Sean Waltman is on his way in. Those are your NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8. Backstage scoop notes.
Backstage scoop notes.
Yes. Which brings us to pay-per-view number 9, August 14, 2002. 900 in the building. It was apparently quite papered. The most interesting note from the Wrestling Observer. American Dragon is expected to be brought in soon. Shark Boy, who worked the opener on 8/14, was to work the first 4-way with Loki on 8/14 as was Dragon, but they changed plans and went with Elvis's 1 week and SATs the next week. So the match on this show that was Loki against all of the Flying Elvises in a 4-way elimination match was meant to have Shark Boy and Bryan Danielson in it.
Were they meant to replace members of the Elvises, or were they just going to have like a 8-man match?
I think they were meant to replace, but wouldn't it be funny if it was Loki against the Flying Elvises against Shark Boy against professional wrestler Bryan Danielson?
Well, to be fair, is he professional wrestler Bryan Danielson at this point, or is he still kind of like Early ROH, he was kind of like smiley babyface guy.
He was still like serious professional wrestling, technical wrestling man.
True. It's been a while since I watched those shows.
In contrast to man in shark costume and men in Elvis costumes.
I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Key being that like hard-nosed wrestler guy got him over early on, so...
Yeah, and he did cool stuff. Actually, yeah, that is a good point, actually. One of the few guys who is just like, I am a wrestler, man, who does cool wrestling moves, is one of the most over guys on these shows.
And because, like, even though he's like a dick, people are like, at least we know he's a dick, and he's not pretending to not be a dick, so we're gonna cheer him, because everyone else, it's too confusing.
He has been presented consistently, and he didn't utter a word of a promo until, I believe, pay-per-view number 10 is the first time he actually spoke.
And then the crowd was like, ooh, okay.
This silent man who kicks guys and does cartwheel kicks and 450s to the floor is the guy we're going to cheer. And these annoying people who shout at each other and hit each other with chairs constantly, less slow.
Also, the Kawada kicks are over as hell.
All of his kicks are over. Don West goes wild for his kicks as well. Don's like...
Don West thinks he's actually, like, murdering these guys.
Which, to be fair, he probably is, so...
A little bit, just a touch.
Just a touch of murder.
There was one kick on one of the Maximos in the SAT match where I was like, oh no.
You leave the poor Maximos alone. They're just kids.
They're just out here trying to have fun.
So Jeff Jarrett comes out at the start of the show. Well, Truth comes out and he officially names the Asylum, by the way. He's like, we're here in the Nashville Fairgrounds, which have henceforth be known as the TNA Asylum. So it was the birth of the Asylum here on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 9.
I'm going to call it the TNA Asylum.
Ah, very good. Should that be the episode title?
No, I'll think of something better.
Okay.
But if that is the title, you know, I didn't think of something better.
So Killings is champ. He's very happy with champ until Jeff Jarrett comes out and Jeff cuts his promo about how this is reverse discrimination. And Truth is only getting these opportunities because he's black, and Jarrett hates this, and it's not fair to Jeff. This is... In theory, whenever somebody says something to me about, like, can wrestling tell serious stories, part of my brain is like, yeah, why not? Why can't wrestling tell stories about racism? And then you watch stuff like this and you're like, this is why wrestling can't tell stories about racism.
Do you think it's because they're out there talking in their wrestler promo voice while they're doing it? Like, it's not like acting where you can set tone and you can set nuance to it. It's like Jeff Jarrett's out there going, yeah, race, you know? You're getting these opportunities because of this. And it's like, okay, you're just being a shouty promo wrestler, man. You're kind of losing a bit of the impact of what these statements actually mean.
Because wrestling does not do nuance, ever. And, like, in theory, like, Jeff Jarrett is a heel. So him saying that there is reverse racism should be a thing we should dislike and we should boo. So, like, is it the worst thing in the world? And then you watch it and it's just like, especially the way it panders to the audience, and there's certain people in the audience that cheer these kind of things, and it's like, no, just don't do it. Wrestling should never touch anything serious. It's just not equipped for it.
The medium probably is, but the people telling it is going to be a different thing, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no company in the history of wrestling that I have faith in, even the best companies, to tell any kind of nuanced story other than I'm good, you're bad, let's fight.
Which is murky waters when implementing race into that.
Yeah, in any regard.
Speaking... Oh no, we have the 6 men and we have like 3 things, but I was like, what a segue into race relations on this show, huh?
No, we have a couple of matches first. We have the SATs and Amazing Red defeated Kid Cash, Shark Boy, and Slim J, all making their TNA debuts. I love this match. This match rocked.
I don't remember a lot about it.
They did lots of flips and cool moves, and it was a ton of fun.
Yeah. Slim J.
Slim J. Remember the Slim J resurgence?
Yeah, Southern wrestling legend, Slim J.
One of those Southern indie guys that people called the best in the world for a while.
I'm glad we've no disrespect to Slim J,
yeah.
But I'm very glad we're out of the whole like Southern Pro Wrestling squad thing now.
Mm.
And to be fair, like I like something like all of the Southern wrestling that I've seen that's coming out of it, but it's like it was just a real unbearable snideness to it all, wasn't there?
Because it was like the Southern Indie Graps and Burt Raz hated each other.
Which is funny because they were like the 2 most unbearable fandoms.
So they would constantly have to say that like this thing is the best thing ever to get back at the Brit Res people, because Brit Res was actually hot, to be fair, unlike Southern Indie Graphs, which, no offense, weren't.
Which, to be fair, the Southern Indie Graphs are probably hotter now than the Brit Res scene.
Which is true, it's come around full circle.
Like, wasn't there a big thing with the Carnies?
Yeah, there was like a big UK against Southern Indie fans fight over the Carnies.
Oh.
The eras of wrestling Twitter.
I was going to say, there needs to be a podcast series that recaps wrestling Twitter.
It just goes back through the history of the Tanahashi was bad era, the all hail era,
Yeah.
the worst eras of wrestling Twitter, which we've all thankfully mostly moved on from. It's just dumb WWE.
Fired up.
Oh god. We just have WWE fans now who are desperately clinging to the last vestiges of WWE's success.
I think there is something to be said about like Stand-Em being the last frontier of truly annoying wrestling Twitter stuff.
Yeah. If the stands went away, we'd all have a perfectly good time now.
Until like some other thing becomes an annoyance to one of us.
It is. I think it's just like there's destiny that somebody has to fill that role. Somebody has to step up and fill the role of being annoying.
And next it'll be us, don't worry about it. With our NWA-TNA's actually good takes. Not yet.
But this SATs against Cash, Shark Boy, and Slim J match, that was a good match. So there you go.
Shout out Kid Cash.
So Goldilocks was backstage with the Dubs. She was like, "Hey guys, how you doing?" They're like, "Welcome to MTV Cribs. This is our outhouse. This is where we take a dump." Shitter! That's the segment.
Unfortunately, not like as interesting, provocative, or downright offensive as the other Dubs Goldie segments.
Yeah, just the normal Duff segment. It's
Ugh. More like the ughs.
Bruce comes to the ring and he calls out a fan in the crowd. He's willing to pay $5,000 to anybody who will take it and take his title. Tina Hamilton comes in, who is obviously a wrestler in a plant.
Also, who rules?
Yes, she just comes in, spears him, does big power slams. Crowd goes apeshit because this crowd in the Asylum was not the most responsive crowd in the world. But they went absolutely bonkers for her.
I thought Tina was winning.
She should have. Tina should have been the first, like, superstar of TNA.
Tina Hamilton, like, fair play, like, got over, had a great match. Good times.
Never seen it again, I don't think, but good effort.
Oh. I wonder what Tina Hamilton did outside of TNA.
I wonder if she have a cage match. What's Tina Hamilton up to?
Let's find out. That's our third interview after Chad.
We'd like to talk to Bob Carter, Tina Hamilton, and Chad.
Jay Hassman.
When I well, yes. By all accounts, the only page I'm getting is the Kiwi page, which lists the Tina Hamilton match. So I don't think she ever did anything. This was the peak of her career.
She was good. Tina Hamilton should have gone to Japan.
Go to stardom, Tina. But yeah, this because I've hated all of these Bruce segments. I think they've all been very bad.
What?
But this one was good.
I've loved all the Bruce segments.
He looks sensational, I must admit. The man rocks a dress. But
Truly.
the matches are terrible.
What?
Oh, we didn't mention Bill Barron's.
Sorry, go ahead. Well, I'll drop the Bruce bit if you want to keep going.
You can keep going if you want.
I just wanted to say, like, Bruce... Whoa, what the fuck? Sorry, our sheet that had the things just got crazy. It scared me.
That was you, buddy.
I don't think it was.
I believe it was the anonymous Amarillo, as it says in the doc, has been moving these things around.
No.
I like the way half of our podcasts are now just becoming doc related.
Yeah, that's why I was going to cut it off so we could start from a fresh cut.
No, we're leaving it all in. For once, you always tell me to leave these things in, and I never do. And then when you don't want me to,
but
I leave
now I'm
it in.
embarrassed, so not me. Yeah, I just wanted to say that in every one of these matches, Bruce will at least bust out one big spot that you can appreciate.
Yeah, fair play.
Talented guy, Bruce, I gotta say.
He is a good wrestler. The angle's just no good. But yeah, we had Bill Barron's earlier on the show who made his return as the big authority figure.
Oh, I hate this dude.
Wearing a big cowboy hat, pretending to be a serious, important guy. It's
It
just
sucks.
because he's the worst. Because they stopped booking Steamboat because Steamboat was too expensive. They would eventually settle on Bob Armstrong, who would drive 7 hours to these shows, by the way.
Jesus, Bob, why?
That's commitment to the business, I guess, even in the 60s. But, and to be fair, they did hire literally all of his sons at one stage or another.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, we still did have Bill Barron's on the show with his dumbass cowboy hat until Jeff Jarrett beat him up again.
Good. The first good thing Jeff Jarrett's done on this show.
It makes Jarrett a babyface, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, after he said all of those racially insensitive things.
Again, the duality of man. Beating up people who you don't like, but also are racist.
I was segueing. Speaking of race.
Oh, yes. We had a last man standing match between Don
Actually.
Harris and Malice. No, this is pretty cut and dry, this one, to be fair.
Yeah, just in case.
Don Harris comes to the ring wearing a t-shirt.
What was the shirt? I'm just wearing a shirt.
It's a perfectly normal t-shirt. Everything's fine. It just has a Nazi SS symbol on it.
Just a couple cheeky little lightning bolts.
Yeah, it's just some Fs. It's a couple of Fs. They're not S's.
There's some F's in the chat for Don Harris.
There should be. Oh, boy. They had a match. It was a last man standing match. Harris won. Then Malice showed respect to Don Harris after the match. Which, the worst time to do this.
I was so upset that Malice showed respect to the man with the Nazi shirt.
I feel like the new church would be very anti-Nazi.
Yes.
Just for the sake of our narratives, if nothing else.
Yeah. For the sake of our heroes not betraying us.
James Mitchell was apparently furious that Ballas had done this, but also then James Mitchell wasn't booked for the next show because cost cuts. So this didn't go anywhere for a while. Which is the story of a lot of these things. It's like money is being cut left, right, and center because they have done.
So we're seeing people come in for one last match and one last angle, and for the time being.
They did release a statement on the website immediately after the show because this was a controversy even in 2002. They were like, you can't have Nazi symbols on pay-per-view. What the hell are you
How
doing?
did anyone let him go out like this?
Well, they said they never saw it, which I'd give them some like plausible deniability. That like, do you inspect every wrestler's t-shirt before they go to the ring? Probably not.
Probably should.
Well, after this, you probably should, yeah. So their statement, on the August 14 episode of NWA-TNA Total Nonstop Action, one of our performers wore a t-shirt to the ring that had an offensive symbol that prompted many of our fans to email us. We were not aware of the incident until we received a response from our fans, and we agree with those who say the shirt was offensive. We do not in any way condone such things and have taken steps to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. We apologize to those who were rightfully offended.
That being said, we will not fire Don Harris.
Yeah, Don Harris does come back. Even Ron debuts the following week. So what can you do, I suppose?
What can you do, indeed?
In an interesting fact, if you try to watch this match on Impact Plus, it's not there. For very obvious reasons.
Yep.
In the final Dup Cup match, Tio defeated Bo Dup to become the reigning and I assume like long-standing lifetime Dup Cup champion.
Oh yeah, Tio.
Tio is our man.
I don't have a lot to say about the match, but I do want to go back to the first segment where we didn't mention the fun note, but I think it's a fun note to mention. That a production meeting source reports that Jerry Jarrett came up with the concept for the Dup Cup, yes. And after hearing the idea, Vince Russo joked, everyone's going to blame me for this.
Oh, yes. Oh, poor Vince Russo. He's getting much maligned for all the worst ideas in TNA history.
I feel like we need to separate this idea that being self-aware makes it okay for you to do stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like, if you're self-aware, you should be able to stop yourself or, like, readjust or change up something. Don't just go, well, I know I'm an idiot, or, well, I know that I'm stupid, or, well, that I know that I book terrible angles.
I understand my worst impulses, but then give in to them.
Just the idea of, oh, that's something that's kind of stupid. Everyone's going to think it's my idea. Like, then maybe change your ideas, man.
Oh, I forgot to mention the best thing that happened on the show, which was in the opening segment. When Brian Lawler is going on a rampage fighting with Jeff Jarrett, he wants to grab a chair from a fan at ringside, and she is not giving up this chair. She's
been a highlight of these shows. I've seen her in the crowd before.
Oh yeah, when Bruce is like calling out fans, he's like, you want some? You want some, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like a 15-second exchange where Brian Lawler tries to grab the chair out of her hand, and she just does not let go. Iron grip, refusing to release this steel chair, and Brian Lawler is furious. Apparently after the show, Brian Lawler was very upset that the fan wouldn't let go of the chair, and people were actually worried he'd attack the fan.
To be fair though, not upset enough to not reference it in a later match.
Yeah.
So, fair play to Brian for seemingly coming down and willing, alright, we can do this again because it's a good bit.
And yeah, it's good heat. He's a heel, he's a goof, he's not meant to be cool, so the fan not give him the chair actually adds to his character if you think about it. So, Tio Dup Cup champion, the second Dup Cup match was terrible. It was just the same jokes again, but worse. Because yeah, it's the kind of thing that's fine when you do once, but then, like, what are you going to do? You're going to keep nailing Jerry Borash?
Well, someone has to.
And there's actually a fun note that Mike Tenay does not call these matches just to protect his credibility.
Really? That's really fun. I assumed they just wanted someone on over the speakers so that the fans could follow the points along.
Yeah, it's partially that and partially Tenay just being like, I'm not touching this stuff.
Well, fair play to Tenay for knowing where to keep his brand away from.
Monty Brown defeated Io Skipper in a Detroit street fight right here in the middle of Nashville.
Yep.
I'm not sure what makes it a Detroit street fight, other than I guess Monty is from Detroit. No, Monty's from the Serengeti, I'm sorry. So, no idea why.
Whoa, wait a minute.
No idea why this is a Detroit street fight. It should be a Serengeti street fight, which is a thing TNA actually do in the future. So.
Fuck yeah. I don't like Monty Brown's like hand thing, because I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know the thing where like he does like the devil horns, but then he like crosses them into an A?
Yeah.
I can't do that, and I don't like it.
The alpha male, you're upset that you can't do Monty's taunt?
Yeah, I guess I'm not an alpha.
You're not an alpha, it's proof.
They call me the Sigma male. That's the title.
The Sigma male.
The Sigma male.
It will be something I have to Google. Is this a thing that's not a racist cult? Because it seems like a thing that could be a racist cult.
It's, well, I don't know about a racist cult, specifically. Have you seen the memes? I've been really deep into the Sigma male memes lately.
I haven't.
Just because there's, like, 1,000 YouTube channels about, like, how you're actually super alpha if you want to, like, be super, like, stay away from...
A friendless nerd is what you're going for here.
Yeah, friendless nerd, but friendless, sexless nerd, but you're actually a big cool guy because you choose to do it on purpose.
Yeah, because everybody does that.
And there's all these, like, great YouTube videos with, like, and the image for the videos is just, like, Sigma male, the rarest male, 0.1%, and then it just has, like, Liam Hemsworth or Chris Hemsworth next to it. My favorite one is that, like, apparently the most Sigma man in the world is the character of John Wick. Not even Keanu Reeves. John Wick is the ultimate Sigma male.
That is the man they're aspiring to be.
Like, see, the problem is, right, I don't get it, because Chris Hemsworth is associated a lot with the Sigma male values, but his picture is also often used as the example of an alpha male. So I think there's a bit of dissension in the Sigma community on whether or not to include one Chris Hemsworth.
Why have the Sigma males adopted Chris Hemsworth as their own?
I assume because he's a handsome man.
But there are a lot of handsome men. Why him?
Sigma male, irresistible to women, picture of Chris Hemsworth.
That's true. Well, all power to our Sigma male friends. If we have any Sigma male listeners, hello.
Shout out to the Sigma male brand. I'm chucking up the Monty hand symbol. Shout out to the Sigma males.
How long before we have a Sigma male wrestling gimmick?
Me? Pinterest isn't letting me pull up the 12 traits of a Sigma male.
Pinterest is sabotaging our podcast.
Here we go. Would you like to classify... Let's see if you're a Sigma male, Garrett.
No, what we're going to do is we're going to try and work out who on the TNA show is a Sigma male.
Okay.
Which wrestler do these values best apply to?
Okay, here are the 12 traits of a Sigma male. I have someone in mind immediately, but...
Is it Brian Lawler?
Number 1. No. He loves being alone, but he values other people.
Oh, okay.
Number 2. He is a silent leader. 3. He knows how to adapt to different situations.
Are we talking about Bob Armstrong here?
No. 4. He treats everyone around him the same way. 5. He doesn't need a social circle to be himself. 6. He understands the importance of silence.
We're going back to you don't need a social circle to be yourself. Who are you being yourself to?
I assume it means like you don't need to have friends. You like in a working environment, you can be yourself. You're not putting on a performance to people.
But if you're not friends with anybody, you will never. That's just logical.
7. I feel like you've cut me off from the big one, which is he is morally grey or worse.
What? No, but aren't like the first like 3, he's a nice guy who treats people well, and now he's morally grey or worse?
He loves being alone, but he values other people. He is morally grey or worse. 8, he hates living life safely. 9, his social skills could use some work. 11, he's incredibly self-aware. 10, he's incredibly self-aware. 11, he's the master of his own fate. And 12, he could be an alpha if he wanted. I pose to you that Jeff Jarrett is the Sigma male.
I love that he could be an alpha if he wanted.
That's the entire undertone of the Sigma thing, is that, no, we are alphas, but we just choose to be sexless, friendless nerds. Like, that's the whole point of what being a Sigma male is. It's like, no, I'm actually very cool and tough.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess Jeff Jarrett does fit most of those descriptions.
Morally grey.
He does exist in a morally grey space, especially regarding racism.
He knows how to adapt to different situations.
He does hit people with chairs.
He loves being alone, but values other people.
Does he value other people, though? Who does he value on these
Master
shows?
of his own fate.
He does own the company.
His social skills could use some work.
He does communicate predominantly through chairs.
And he doesn't need a social circle to be himself.
He does not get along with any of his tag team partners. So yeah, I guess it does fit.
The ultimate Sigma male.
Loki defeated all 3 Elvises to get this show back on track for a second.
All 3 Elvi.
Sorry, yes, Elvi. The plural of Elvis is Elvi. The TNA was wrong. Loki retained the X Division title.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. They just kicked each other and did flips. Jorge Estrada's the coolest.
Yeah, they did the same match next week with the SATs in red, which I thought was a better match. But yeah, this was fine.
Yeah, it was fine on this show too, which was a bit of a drag.
Yeah, there's a lot of matches in the show that just... Like, Monty against Skipper in theory is fine. Loki against the Elvises are in theory fine. Even the main event styles and then against Jarrett and Killings is in theory fine. But none of those matches were particularly good.
I will attest you on one of them.
Oh, which one? What was good?
The one we haven't gotten to yet. Ooh.
Oh, the main event?
Yes.
So we will do the disco segment first, which I assume you watched in great detail.
I actually did watch this one because I left the room and then came back halfway through and Dean Baldwin was talking, so I gave him the floor.
Yeah, Dean Baldwin, famous member of the Baldwin family. It's a good bit, doing a fake Baldwin.
It's a fine bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's alright.
Also, it's less of disco talking, so...
Also, do you know who Dean Baldwin was?
Also, Disco is definitely a Sigma male. Is this a real person?
It is a real person. Can you work out? It's a person who wrestled on this show. Can you tell me who it was? It's actually quite obvious then, if you think about it.
Is it Shark Boy?
It is Shark Boy. Dean Baldwin was Shark Boy.
That's the reason I like Dean Baldwin then, clearly, because I was like, this guy, I like the cut of his jib.
You gravitated toward Shark Boy's charisma. And then our main event, which apparently you loved, so talk about it.
Also, wow, unmasking, guys, what are we doing?
I know.
And the main event, which I did apparently love. I apparently loved it.
You gave it 3.5 stars. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I thought this was really fun.
This match was boring.
I had a really good time watching this. This is what reminded me of those earlier shows where it's like, I wasn't necessarily like in love with the match, but I thought it was pretty fun, and I liked the Styles interactions with Jarrett. I thought that was really cool. I liked the killings in it. I liked Lynn in it. I think Lynn's been really good on all of these early shows. I really just thought this was a pretty good main event tag with a wonky finish, but hey, set up something at least.
Styles and Jarrett did always have like bizarrely good chemistry.
Yeah, I really liked the Styles-Jarrett interactions. They were the bits that stood out the most to me.
As two guys who you would look at on paper and think they have no chemistry whatsoever. Like Jarrett and Styles, that shouldn't work. And yet somehow it does.
I also thought Lynn and Styles were a really compelling team here. With their like bits of interruption, the working like to this, like taking swings at each other, but ending up hitting the other team, working together a lot more than the other side. Yeah, I like the Styles Lynn pairing. I like the Styles Jarrett pairing.
I thought it was quite boring. So there you go.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not going to fight you on that one.
Clearly you were going to, because you brought it up before we even mentioned it.
You were saying that there was disappointing matches, and I just had to alleviate some concern.
So the finish ended double finish, double pinfall, so the titles were held up and vacated. And then they made a bunch of matches for the following week between Styles and Lynn.
So, as we jump into NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View 10 from August 21st, 2020 is what I was going to say, I wanted to mention a couple things. This first show was pretty barren fan-wise. There was a lot of empty seats on this show, but I think they filled up a little bit better for the 11th. And I also wanted to mention that...
The 10th and 11th were taped on the same night.
Yeah, but I assume more people showed up or something, because it looked a little fuller in the 11th than it did in the 10th.
Maybe they jumbled people around between tapings.
Like they realized what places to shoot from where people look better on the seats or something.
Realistically, what probably happened is a bunch of people probably left and they moved a bunch of people around to the hard camera side.
Yeah, well, it ended up looking better in the second show, I thought. And that the 10th show was in fact the best NWA-TNA pay-per-view so far, with the best consistent wrestling on the show.
And it's actually very interesting that you mentioned that, because before the show they made a very conscious decision to pull back on the comedy, pull back on the bits, pull back on all those dopey characters and the hardcore stuff, and focus just on wrestling. And because you see that, because a good like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of the show is just AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn having matches, so you can't go too far wrong.
Seriously, this is a show that I had a lot of fun watching, because it had the best wrestling.
You do have a contentious issue with the star ratings, where you've chosen not to rate the 10-minute Iron Man match, even though it's a separate match.
Okay, well, do you want to get into it now then?
Yes, I will, because the crux of the show is AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn have a 3 stages of hell style situation.
No, they don't. They have 2 matches. They have the match at the start of the show.
No.
And then they have a match at the end of the show that had different stipulations to it.
No, it's very clearly 3 matches. If Jerry Lynn defeated AJ Styles in the no disqualification match, the Iron Man match wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, because it was another match.
Yeah. Because it was the 3 stages of hell.
Wait, no, I'm going back on my own points. Shit.
Yeah. Stop digging your heels in. It's a 3rd match. Give it a rating.
It's not a 3rd match. No, I'm giving it a blank rating, because if I gave that 2 separate ratings, they would be lower than the 3.5 I gave to them as a total.
Well, why?
Because I liked it better because the Iron Man played directly off the match in front of it and continued the story from it, so I liked it and it felt like a bigger, longer, more important match.
It's still a separate match.
I'm not rating it anymore. It's a 3.5 for the total. I will, however, rate the opening of the match, because that had an hour and a half break in between it.
But that's not the distinction here. Like there is 2 matches on this show that are 3 fall matches.
Garrett, if those 3 matches happened directly after one another, would you have rated them as 1?
It would depend how it's framed.
You were the one yelling at me because I was letting corporations dictate what is canon within things, alright? But here you are, fighting me because TNA said one thing when it's clearly another thing.
No, there are 2 distinctions here. On this very show, there is a Jimmy Yang versus Sonny Siaki match, which is a 2 out of 3 falls match. That is a single wrestling contest with 2 out of 3 falls. As opposed to the Jerry Lynn, AJ Styles, which is a series of matches in which the winner of 2 wins the series. There was a Falls Count Anywhere match, which Jerry Lynn won.
And then there was another match.
There was a no disqualification match, which AJ Styles won. And there was a 10-minute Iron Man match,
which ended in a draw.
I'm not going to change my rating for this. To me, those last two matches, quotation marks, they continued a story, and the second part of it was dependent on the first part of it. So I'm keeping it as one match to me because that makes more sense, and I liked it better when framed in that manner.
Classic denial of facts. You hate to see it, folks.
Facts don't care about feelings, Garrett.
So that was the crux of the show. Honestly, I thought the matches kind of, not quite underwhelmed, but they were just good, as opposed to, like, when you expect Styles and Lynn wrestling for 45 minutes of a show, basically, you expect it to be a little better.
But also, most of the wrestling is bad. So even if it's just good, it's better than most of the wrestling on these shows.
That's true. And, like, because they tape these shows back to back, AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn did a Falls Count Anywhere match, a no DQ match, a 10-minute Iron Man match, and a triple ladder match, all on the same night. So those boys earned their payday that night. That was all to set up, basically. It was meant to be a number one contender series. It ended in a draw, which meant it set up a triple ladder match the next week. Good matches, not great matches, I would have said. I did like the Iron Man match. And as you mentioned, the way it was framed, they did a balls out no DQ match, tore the house down, beat the hell out of each other. AJ Styles hit a middle rope Styles clash onto a chair, I believe, where he won the no DQ match with that, and then immediately scored 2 straight falls in the Iron Man match because of it, and I thought that was a really cool little storytelling touch.
I loved that little opening to the second part of the match. Also, Jerry Lynn went dick first on that fucking Styles clash.
Which is the reason he was down for so long.
Yeah, I imagine.
But it ended in a draw. I liked how Loki came out with a ladder before it even ended in a draw, but I suppose he would have challenged the winner regardless to a ladder match.
Yeah, it's a triple ladder match because there's 3 ladders, not because there was 3 people.
Yeah, obviously. The true logic of TNA. But as we mentioned, this show was like very scaled back, very much just a straightforward wrestling show. Both these shows were that, basically. You could feel it watching the shows. It's just like a wrestling match followed by another wrestling match. There's no Nazis. There's no racism. There's no dubs.
Well, there is Nazis.
Well, yeah, but there's no overt Nazis, I guess. That's the bar we've set here with TNA. America's Most Wanted defeated Brian Lee and Ron Harris after Brian Lee attacked a fan, which distracted Ron and allowed AMW to win, but then AMW got beaten up after the match.
I definitely thought this was Don Harris the entire time in the singlet because they yelled at him for the shirt.
They clearly is like, oh, Don's too hot, we gotta take him off TV for a few weeks.
Just replace him with Ron. What if it is just Don? Just pretending it's Ron tied the...
There has never been 2 Harris brothers. It's just one and mirrors.
So it's been Scooby-Doo lighting tricks the whole time.
Listen, if that was actually the case, I would be very impressed with pro wrestling.
It'd be weird, like a weird choice of person to do it with, but sure.
Siaki defeated Yang in a 2 out of 3 falls match. Was quite boring for what it was.
I thought it was alright. Yang did some shit.
Yang always does some shit, which is quite fun at least.
He posed with a Yang time sign in the crowd, which means he's obviously over.
Which is better than completely missing his Yang time at the next show.
Well, poor guy. But we also, I think we found out that he will be heading back to Old Japan.
Which is actually why the dubs disappeared. I think one of them had Japan bookings and then they just never booked them again.
See, I assumed that was the case with Trevor because Trevor was like, specifically, he was like, I'm leaving. So I was like, I legit was while I was watching, I think, I was like, he's probably going to do an All Japan tour.
Which, by the way, Puppet came out and helped Tio. Puppet helped Tio. What's going on?
Yeah, that was a babyface turn for Puppet right there.
He's abandoning all of his morals.
He realized with his interaction with Jeff Jarrett that tall people are in fact way worse. So
Puppet has united with Tio to take out all the talls. The talls are the enemy.
Tall's a slur.
Listen, as a short person, I guess it is.
He's stealing short people valor.
No. Stolen valor.
You're like 5'8". That's stolen tall people
Listen,
valor.
I am 5'6", I'll have
valor.
you know, Mr. Tall Boy over here. So Brian Lawler has been on a rampage on these shows. He hates Jeff Jarrett now. Furious at the man.
Yeah, apparently.
He is wanting to kill Jeff Jarrett anytime he sees him. He jumps Jeff Jarrett at every opportunity. He is ranting and raving at the top of his lungs about how Jeff Jarrett screwed him in some way that we are not finding out what it is. And that's the big tension. He's multiple times throughout these shows, he's about to reveal what his big beef with Jeff Jarrett is before he's interrupted. And I'm like, I don't care enough for you to do this mystery story.
Did you just say Jeff Garrett?
Maybe I did. I met Jeff Jarrett once at a Bound for Glory meet and greet. And he was like, what's your name? It's like Garrett. It's how do you spell it? It's like, it's Jarrett with a G.
Oh, why didn't you go Garrett?
It was a missed opportunity. I should have done some cackling.
He would have that would have popped Jeff Jarrett for sure.
It would have.
Anyway, this whole angle sucks. Who cares?
So yeah, Lawler comes out. He's about to reveal all when Slash jumps him, and they have their scheduled match, and Lawler wins.
and it's just, sure, it's a thing that's happening on these shows that I have no interest in Lawler on these shows. And he's not even that bad. He's like a perfectly average wrestler, and he's getting heat, and his promos aren't the worst. I just don't care about him.
I was gonna say, I actually enjoyed him when he was just shooting on Jerry the entire time. Now it's like, I just don't care what he's saying.
The Maximos and Amazing Red faced Loki in the same 4-way they did with the Elvises match, but it was much more fun. Loki just threw these guys around, did cool kicks. The Maximos had their Maximo Chaos. It was a lot of fun. I like this.
Loki took his SATs.
Yeah, I wonder what his grade was.
1-0, baby.
I have no idea how you grade SATs, so I would have expanded on that joke, but sure.
100% success.
I know they do multiple choice tests, so he got the options right. I don't know.
You got an A. You got an A+.
And there's like grade point averages. What? Somebody who is American, fill in this joke somewhere.
Yeah, just we'll splice it in.
So yes, we had the Lynn matches that we have discussed that are obviously 3 matches. Jared battled the Bullet. The big show running angle was...
I was skipping over Killings.
Oh yes, the match was so boring and forgettable. I forgot about it. Ron Killings defeated Monty Brown to retain the NWA World Heavyweight title.
I actually thought Monty had some cool moves in this match, but that's about it.
Monty did the Alpha Lucian, which is... maybe it was in this match or the Skipper match. I can't remember which he did it in. But it was a weird move that looks kind of dumb, but I was into it. It was like an F5 where he planted him in front of him or something. Yeah, go for it, Monty.
It's the thing that Yoshino does.
Oh, yes. He also did a belly-to-belly to Killings on the floor where it looked like Killings like full-on like head bumped.
I like the Monty power spots, but that was really all that was in this match of substance.
It is like very clear watching these shows, like Monty is not ready.
But you can also tell why they were like hitching their wagon to him a little bit, where they're like, this guy could be really good.
Yeah, because just look at him. Look at him.
Yeah.
The physical specimen that he is. And
does he lose some muscle mass when he makes his return? Because I never remember him being this huge.
No, he's always this big.
Really?
Yes.
I thought he slimmed down a little, but maybe I'm
The
wrong.
man is chiseled out of stone.
And speaking of Yoshino, by the way, he did have the straps down the whole time, so... Secret influence of Monty Brown?
Yeah,
perhaps?
it's weird to see Monty wearing like singlets. Obviously, he doesn't have it up, but he still has a singlet. He's like, singlets, I'm a singlet guy.
Speed star. There's lightning in the Serengeti.
Because yeah, you look at Monty and you obviously look at him physically, and he had the Super Bowl stuff, which, you know, crossover star, that's what wrestling is always looking for. But he doesn't have the same charisma. He's obviously not as complete. And like Monty was never the best wrestler in the world, but even here, he's still too raw to be like on television. So you can see why they kind of went with him at first, tried him out, realized, you know, not yet, come back in 2 years.
Which, again, fair enough. Especially when you don't have all the money in the world to be spending.
I wonder if Monty expensive during this year. Maybe? I don't know. He used to be a modestly successful football
I was going to say,
player.
he probably has that football surcharge.
Jeff Jarrett battled the Bullet. I don't think it was an actual match.
Garrett.
Yes.
It was the Bullet Club versus the Bullet.
Wow, Jeff Jarrett is a member of the Bullet Club. This was the Bullet Club before the Bullet Club started.
The Bullet Bob. Foot life.
So yeah, Jarrett was brawling with the Bullet. The whole idea was everyone's like, it's what?
Bullet Bob detected.
That was not worth the interruption.
It was to me, damn it.
Jarrett was rolling with the Bullet. The whole idea was meant to be Bob Armstrong reliving his Bullet gimmick, but Bob walked out on the ramp and everyone was like, that's not Bob Armstrong, that's someone else.
No, I think 2 people said that. I don't think anyone else in this fucking asylum gave a shit.
I think everyone was very into these Bullet stories.
I think you're wrong.
Steve Armstrong was actually the person who played the Bullet role.
Yeah, I assumed it was one of his kids.
The ideas were meant to think it's Road Dogg, but Road Dogg was still on house arrest, so he couldn't be there for another 2 weeks. So they did this Bullet stuff to kind of tease the debut of Road Dogg without actually having Road Dogg there.
I really don't want to do Road Dogg stuff.
Reliving the big Road Dogg Jarrett feud in the 90s. That's what you can look forward to in September.
The roadie.
The roadie.
I hope they mention that.
What else would Jeff Jarrett and Road Dogg feud about?
They feud about Road Dogg stealing his music? Well, other way around.
Which brings us to our last pay-per-view we're covering, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 11, August 28, 2002, which was taped the same night as NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 10. So the crowd was understandably a little tired through the show for this marathon taping.
But they got up when they needed to.
It's most notable for the ladder match at the end, where they were kind of like tired and impatient and like get to the ladders, but when they did get to the ladders, they started like super getting into it.
Yeah. But to be fair, I was also like kind of, let's get to the ladders, guys. What are we doing?
This is storytelling, Liam.
Also, to be fair, this was my second NWA-TNA pay-per-view in a row as well, so...
That's what you get for not pacing yourself.
You gave me a week to watch 4.
I gave you 2 weeks to watch 4.
That's not true.
This show is every 2 weeks.
I had to watch the 2010 stuff, which takes a week in itself, okay?
We open the show with Goldilocks doing an interview with Brian Lawler. Brian kicks her out of the ring in a way that's very rude. There was a period of this thing where Brian is just breathing in Goldilocks' face. And I'm like, no.
There's a lot of breathing in Goldilocks' face.
Poor Goldie. She is a trooper to put up with everything she puts up with on these shows.
Especially for the very little money she's probably making.
But Lawler's about to once again reveal what his beef with Jeff is. Jeff comes out, they brawl.
Mm-hmm. Was this the backstage Jarrett attack?
Yes. There's multiple. There's 2 segments on the show that basically do the same thing.
I just wanted to mention that there was a Jarrett backstage attack on Lawler where Jarrett looked his most Jeff Jarrett as you could possibly look, with a nice like kind of pinstripey button up that was in the white and blues that you expect from one Jeff Jarrett.
He is a man of fashion.
This was a good month for Jeff Jarrett gear. I'll tell you that. Gear Watch was on fire.
It is actually interesting. Like, Jerry Jarrett was really, really angry at Vince Russo for these tapings. Because you will notice, if you watch the show, Jeff Jarrett is presented as this giant badass, this really serious guy who beats up everybody he comes across, and he's the toughest guy in the company. And that's like a conscious choice of Jerry's. Like, Jerry knows that when Jeff was in WCW, he was a clown. When Jeff was in WWF, he was a clown. He was the slapnuts guy. He was the country music guy. So, like, there's a very conscious effort, because he is one of the marquee stars of TNA, to rebrand him for this audience as like a tough guy who should be taken seriously. So he gets very mad at Vince Russo. He was meant to attack Brian Lawler with a pipe at one stage on the show, and he's like, no, that would make him look too much like a coward, even though he hits everybody with chairs under the sun.
You know what he should have hit him with?
What?
A guitar.
Ah, we haven't had a guitar shot yet in TNA. It's very unlike TNA.
I am waiting with bated breath.
And I think it is that thing where it's like, we want to detach Jeff Jarrett from the character he used to be so people take him more seriously. But it's like, just let Jeff Jarrett be Jeff Jarrett.
There's going to be a point where he makes that like transition from one thing to the other, you know? That's going to be interesting to see. It's probably going to be whenever he finally gets the NWA title shot and wins.
So there was also another segment where Jeff Jarrett was supposed to run out and beat up the X Division guys. And again, that also made Jerry very angry, because there was, again, a concerted effort on these shows to not make the mistakes that WCW and WF made with lighter or smaller wrestlers, where they're these small guys who are not to be taken seriously. They're small guys that are beaten up by the bigger guys, that they are serious, important parts of the show, which they tried to underline even with the tag match between Styles and Lynn against Jarrett and Killings, where they went to a double finish so that the X Division guys would be put on the same level as the big heavyweight guys.
And they competed with those two too. It wasn't like they were getting fucking eaten up the entire time. Even Jarrett out there, you know, working with AJ.
So that was like a big theme of their shows. It's like, these X Division guys are serious, and if we had Jarrett come out and beat them both up, which I'd imagine was probably the Cash and Red match. He doesn't say specifically, it was probably, but he says he was supposed to interrupt an X Division match.
Listen, I know we're getting like our backstage reporting from the man himself, but I have to say, like, hearing all like Jerry talk about booking wrestling, it's like, yes. This is 100% what should be happening. Why is no one listening to this man?
Because, again, it goes to the creative tensions at the center of the thing, where it's like Jerry, Jeff, and Vince Russo all have different visions for pro wrestling, and they just kind of bleed out on these shows in different ways. There's no cohesive vision.
Why couldn't it just be the Jarretts? Why from the start couldn't they just said, oh, we've got to cut money. Sorry, Vince, we got to take $100,000 real quick. Like, it's just, I just imagine what these shows could have been with just the Jarretts in charge.
And like, there's the DNA of something not special. I don't think it ever had the talent to be special. But there's the TNA, like there's the DNA of something that could have been very good.
DNA of TNA, baby, Matt Morgan.
Well, that's not for another freaking 5 years. But when you look at what happened on these shows, where they tried to make like the old guys, like the Brian Lawlers and the Scott Halls and the Ken Shamrocks and the Jeff Jarretts, the focal point, and what ended up happening is the guys like Low-Ki, the guys like AJ Styles, the guys like Ron Killings, who obviously Ron Killings was in WWE, but no one took him seriously in WWE. These guys who are getting their real opportunity and their real break in this company are what made the company special. But they took so long. It's like, we have to appeal to the old WCW fans. We have to be the Attitude Era with the actual TNA. We have to be all these things that aren't just like the focal point of like, here are the wrestlers that make us special. We're going to put them in interesting scenarios. And it took them so long to get to that.
You know, it's still a prevalent issue in 2020 wrestling, but get out of the past. Stop trying to appeal to the past.
And to a degree, I get it in 2002.
I mean, 2002, yeah, you're like, what, 4 years off of the hottest period in fucking wrestling history. in US wrestling history.
So I do understand, like, going back to that and being like, well, this is when wrestling was hot, let's do it like that. But now when we're, like, 20 years removed
We're
from
2
it,
decades away.
it's just like, let it go. Find wrestling for 2021.
It's like in the 2000s being like, you know what, we need 80s nostalgia.
Where were we on this show? Cash defeated Red, but then the SATs came out and gave him a Spanish fly, so no one got over.
Yeah, Cash is a bad guy. He also did the exact same angle as they ended the show with last time, where they shook hands and then he beat him up.
That's true. Cash is really good in these shows, by the way. Cash is super underrated.
I'll tell you right now, Kid Cash, that's a young Liam Jones guy right there. I was into Kid Cash, mainly because he was the coolest looking guy in SmackDown vs. Raw 2007.
Oh, he had those, like, black and yellow tights, the Jerry Lynn tights.
I'm telling you right now, in my SVR 07 Wrestling Federation, Kid Cash heavily pushed.
Nice. I actually had that Kid Cash gear as an action figure.
That's why I think I had such a nostalgia for Kid Cash. Not so much in this era because I was 5, but when he did the return to TNA later on and stuck around for like a year.
Yeah,
I was
2011.
like, yeah, Kid Cash.
So yeah, good wrestler. Also, Amazing Red, good wrestler. They had a good wrestling match. Sonny Siaki defeated Monty Brown in a match was fine.
But you know, it did feel like an elevation of Sonny Siaki.
It did, and yet again, Siaki's a guy who they recognize has a certain charisma and is a guy who's worth pushing.
They did a good job of making his character elevated with this Monty win. It helps that like Monty was like, you know, just lost the Killings, now he lost the Siakis, that made Siaki look like he was in that Killings level.
And especially if Monty's on his way out the door, it's a good use of Monty to try and elevate Siaki.
Especially since like during this whole match, I thought Monty was going over for sure. So
because he was the push entity, and this is his heat him back up match after he lost. But then he lost again.
yeah, so Sonny Siaki.
We had more Lawler, Bullet, Jarrett nonsense. This ran through all of these shows. It's I don't care. I just don't care.
True.
There's no amount I can care about this Brian Lawler story.
Yeah, who gives a single shit?
Later in the show, it's revealed it's all about his girlfriend and something happened with his girlfriend. But again, we don't find anything out. I just don't care.
Sure. I mean, like, I got nothing to say about it either. Who really cares? Jarrett's good and all this, but like, who cares?
Slash introduces us to his new church buddy, Cobain.
The worst gimmick I've ever seen in my life.
Basically, it's a gimmick that he wants to kill himself.
He wants to kill himself, and Garrett, you may not get this right, but a little subtle reference.
Okay.
His name is Cobain, like Kurt Cobain
Oh,
of Nirvana fame,
right.
who famously was murdered. Allegedly. It's cringy. I hated this. I hated this promo. I hate the aesthetic. I didn't like it.
The exact quote is, "The thrill of suicide is what he lives for."
That's clearly the feud he has to go in with.
Or maybe he is suicide, though. Maybe this is the long-term storytelling.
Maybe he is Kurt Cobain. You know, it's funny, like, he's doing, like, the scumboy look, right? But, like, he's not handsome enough to pull it off. So he just, like, looks like a messy dude.
Played by Flash Flanagan, by the way, who you might remember from being in OVW forever.
I don't. But you know who I do remember? The motherfucking Backseat Boys.
Yes, who showed up in a four-way match between the new church of Slash and Cobain against the Hotshots against AMW against the Backseat Boys. This is the only Backseat Boys in TNA history.
Oh, fuck.
The only time you will see Trent Acid in TNA is this pay-per-view.
Trent Acid should have been a TNA, like, top guy. He was, like, perfect.
No, I don't think he ever would have been a top guy. He would have been like the fifth guy in the X division who always did the wildest thing in the multi-man matches.
Trent Acid had such fucking potential.
That would have been his
I
destiny.
like me some Trent Acid. I like me some Backseat Boys. Why do they gotta bring in all the cool indie tag teams that I really like and then just immediately can them after one match?
The strangest thing in this match, it was a 4-team elimination match, and there was a period where both of the Backseat Boys were tagged into the ring, and then for some
They
reason
should have pinned each other.
they had to start wrestling each other.
Were they was it elimination?
It was elimination. They would have eliminated each
Ah,
other.
damn, then they shouldn't have pinned each other. I was gonna say if it was first fall for a finish.
But like, that's not how tag team matches work.
I mean, what's the point of arguing the semantics of this 4-way tag team #1 contendership NWA-TNA match?
As we're 2 hours deep into the show, and they were like 4 hours deep into this television taping. But yes, AMW won as AMW kind of begin to find a footing as a regular tag team in this company, because people think of AMW as like the premier tag team with the early days of the company, and they were pretty much missing off a lot of the earlier shows.
Yeah, I gotta say it's been one of the biggest shocks to me because I guess just history gets told a certain way, but I definitely thought that like AMW were gonna be all over these shows, tag champs, tearing it up, but no, they're just kind of dopes that are hanging out.
Yeah, and they also have the dumb gimmick where Chris Harris is smoking and James Storms is a cowboy, and they're like, I hate you being a cowboy.
See, I don't know. At least it gives them something. I hope it gets like resolved soon, but I don't mind the like snarky, I'm sick of hanging out with this dope, but he's a good wrestler, so I have to.
Yeah, they find themselves as the months go on.
And then they were, of course, attacked afterwards.
By Brian Lee and Ron Harris, who were like, we deserve to be in the gauntlet match, even though we lost to AMW last week.
Also, there was a big brawl with everyone involved, including the Backseat Boys, so I assume they will also be in the gauntlet.
There was actually a note after the show, it's like, the Backseat Boys impressed and will be brought back. And they weren't.
I wonder whose fault that will catch me.
Jarrett wants Bob Armstrong to restore order, which I thought was a good bit, that the dude running around hitting people with chairs for like 2 months is like suddenly once somebody else is doing it to him, it's like, what the hell is going on here? It's an injustice.
It's almost like he is a snarky bitch. It's almost like he's a Sigma running to someone else to solve his problems.
Hey, he shouldn't be relying on other people. That's not the Sigma mentality here.
That's the opposite of being a Sigma. Ah, damn it, maybe he's not a Sigma.
Bruce defeated April Hunter to retain his Miss TNA crown.
Bruce is a Sigma.
Is he? He does rely on himself.
Yes.
He does actively push women away from him.
Questionable morals.
He does live in a moral grey space.
Yeah, because he just beats up women.
Slick Wagner Brown was there.
Okay, is it Slick or is it Shilk? Because they kept calling him Silk.
I always thought it was Slick Wagner Brown. Maybe I was wrong.
I also thought it was always Slick Wagner Brown. Hence why I was very surprised when they called him Silk Wagner Brown.
Yes, another boring, bad Bruce match, so there you go.
Whoa, first of all, there was like a solid 2 minutes of actual wrestling in this that I was very impressed by.
There's nothing on the Tina Hamilton match.
No, but I will admit that this is better than the first 2 matches, which were essentially just like 2 minutes of choke spot, do his cool little flippy face buster he does, and then removing the clothing of one something Vaughn, Taylor Vaughn.
You really hate Taylor
I don't
Vaughn.
hate Taylor Vaughn. I've come around.
Oh, okay. It took the evening gown match for you to come around on Taylor Vaughn.
Shoutouts Taylor Vaughn. Shoutouts Bruce. Shoutouts Chad.
Siaki did a promo with the Flying Elvises where they were very confused by him.
And then he like insulted Hulk Hogan to end it.
He's like, take your vitamin, say your prayers. You'll lose your hair,
This is
brother.
the first time that Hogan teased coming in.
It's the long-term storytelling.
And then they do the actual match. It was fine. It was a little sloppy, but it's still a cool match, you know? It's one of those ones where it's like, it's good and they kind of fuck some shit up, but hey, they do some flips.
That is what we call the SAT special.
And then, of course, Siaki comes out and helps the Elvises win, which I assume will be the reforming of the Elvises, but with Siaki as the main focus, as like a big tough heel man, and these are his lackeys. A real that NXT group that I don't know the name of because I stopped watching the show.
MSK.
Yes, MSK and Bronson Reed. That's the trio I'm thinking of.
Legado del Fantasma.
Yep.
Is it Legado del Fantasma?
Yes, it was.
Diamond Mine.
The Diamond Mine with Hideki Suzuki.
Hideki Suzuki would have fit in well in early TNA. He would have had a boring match with Ken Shamrock.
Sure. Probably would have had a better match with Ken Shamrock than these other ones, to be fair.
We had the Goldilocks Brian Lawler Ron Killing segment, which I mixed up with one earlier in the show, and I think I already described.
Yeah, this was the actual...
the in-ring one.
The later one, and the earlier one was the Jarrett attacking him backstage.
So, again, he didn't reveal all. I think they were meant to have a match, but Killing's got a concussion, I believe, on the first show, wrestling Monty. So
he said at one point that like he's gonna come out here and like do all the concussion. I think Don West something says along the lines of, "What a man!"
Yeah, Don West was impressed with his man.
Working through his concussion.
A different era. Who needs brains?
Who needs
Zombies usually, but people no.
Zombies.
Jarrett was wrestling the Bullet, and in a weird segment, like Jarrett beat the hell out of him with a chair, and he was about to unmask him, and then they just cut away. It's just like, all right.
Well, didn't they beat the shit out of the original Bullet as well?
Yeah.
Bloodied
He's
him.
beating all the bullets, and he beat up Bob Armstrong, and he was about to do the big reveal.
Something must have happened because like they cut away and like there was a hard cut too, like an edit point.
We're just going to Mike and Dawn. Never mind.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to track down the original airing of this show too and see if there's something that got changed out there.
And then our main event, triple ladder match, AJ Styles Loki against Jerry Lynn for the X Division Championship, in which Jerry Lynn defeated Loki to become X Division Champion. Loki only had a 2-week reign as champion for Loki. No wonder you didn't remember it.
I tell you right now, I didn't remember that Jerry Lynn won the title either until I saw him under the other thumbnails that he had the championship.
Nah, it spoiled it.
Yeah, big Jerry Lynn title win was spoiled for me. It was in this match that I was really like, I wanted to mention that I think Jerry Lynn has also been one of the stalwarts and the best acts on these early NWA-TNA pay-per-view shows as well. I think everything that Jerry's done has been pretty good, and he's now that I think he's definitely found himself more in this like babyface veteran role than the bitter veteran role.
And I don't think he was ever meant to be a bitter veteran. It's just that's how just the bad story came across.
I don't know. That first week was pretty blatant. Like he beat the fuck out of him backstage, and then was like, "Yeah, little young whippersnappers."
It's just total inconsistency, I guess. I've gone back and checked, and the hard cut is in the original broadcast as well. So
What happened?
maybe they did a reveal, but they were like, because this show is taped, obviously, and maybe it's like, maybe we don't want to do the reveal. We'll leave it till the next show, so they cut it out.
Maybe.
Yeah, this match ruled. This match was so good. It's just a really cool ladder match.
This was a right banger, as the kids
Like, there's a
say.
bunch of cool spots where, like, Loki does the title crush, but Jerry then catches him into a powerbomb and goes to run across the ring and powerbomb into a ladder, but then Loki countered him again into a Rana into the ladder, which is really neat.
There was one really sweet powerbomb reversal from Lynn, too, towards the end of the match, where he just catches him,
And the finish was a freaking cradle pile driver, awful ladder.
which looked like killer. Like, Jerry's like been absolutely killing it with his cradle power drivers too. He also hit another murderous spear.
There's a lot of spear. Like, Tina Hamilton hit a great spear. Jerry Lynn is hitting great spears every week.
I didn't know that Jerry Lynn was a dude who threw spears.
He does a great one, apparently. It's better than Edge's.
Apparently so. This might actually be the most Jerry Lynn I've seen, like, consecutively.
Again, going back to my talking point, Liam, that he's underrated. More people should respect him.
See, I didn't realize that Jerry Lynn was such a stalwart of the early TNA times. Though, which I think that's a dude whose name gets buried fairly easily.
Well, he's called the pioneer of the X Division.
Is he?
Yeah, it's a thing. People literally called him for years the pioneer of the X Division.
Well, fuck me, I guess.
You gotta learn your TNA history.
That's
Liam.
literally what I'm doing.
That's true. I've roped you into this to
Yeah,
force you.
okay, well then, fuck my point then. Jerry Lynch, wildly recognized as the fucking GOAT, I guess.
No, you are right, though. He probably doesn't get the respect he deserves these days. And he should. He's a great wrestler, and people don't think of him as a great wrestler.
I attest that we can no longer refer to Born in the USA, which is not the name of the song, as an AJ Styles theme. It is thoroughly a Jerry Lynn theme.
Yes, it is settled in as Jerry's theme song.
Because AJ got his good music.
Yes.
And this is the most AJ gear so far.
He does look like himself, doesn't he?
He has a very weird, like, orange, like, tribal symbol under the Styles, but it's the closest we've gotten to full-blown AJ, I think.
As he works out his look.
He still doesn't know what he's doing with his hair.
To be fair, I'm nearly 30 and I still don't know what I'm doing with my hair, so I can't judge him.
There's one thing I know, it's my hair. In that it's long and I don't have to do anything about it because I can just tie it up if I need to make it into a thing. I got Hangman Page hair, but not as good.
Well, no one has Hangman Page level hair, to be fair.
The man needs to stop wetting his hair, though. What are you doing, Paige? You look like a star with that fluffy, luxurious hair. Don't wet it down. Be the one wrestler who
You're
does it.
jealous, aren't you?
No, because that's how my hair looks. I just want to relate more. This is Hangman Page talk in the 2.5 hour mark.
We're not quite that far in yet, but that is the end of the show. That's August 2002. As we said, a month where they found more consistency in terms of the storytelling and in terms of like the consistency of the roster
And maybe match quality.
yeah, even match quality. Like, there's not a lot great, but there's also not a lot that's terrible. Maybe a little on the boring side, but it's better than being bad.
I would rather bad than boring.
So really, what you're saying is this month was bad.
No, because I thought most of the wrestling was actually pretty good.
Well, there you go.
Like I said, I forget which one it was. I think it was 10. Was like my highest rated show so far.
And you had the cool matches between Styles and Loki, which defined the early years of the X Division.
And we get the SATs, and which is something that I think I had noticed that the SATs existed, like in TNA, but to me they were always an ROH team through and through. So it was very interesting for me to see them get the shot here and to seemingly get over enough with the people backstage to get brought back in consistently. Like I always Red to me was a TNA guy, but the SATs thoroughly I think I knew, but I didn't know.
And they brought energy to these shows, and these shows can sometimes lack a little energy, and the SATs are nothing if not bottled energy.
I feel like you replace the hot shots with the backseat boys.
And keep the Briscoes around, obviously.
Yes, well, yes.
That is our show for this week. We'll be back in 2 weeks covering September 2002, which is, as we mentioned, might be a shorter episode because there's only 2 shows that month. But obviously there's a lot going on behind the scenes as they desperately look for financing for Panda Energy.
Which show are we watching along for that one? For the people?
I don't know. I haven't looked at them yet. So
We got the X Division special, or we got the one real show?
well, and to be fair, 2 real shows in the X Division special. So shows on the 18th and the 25th. But we'll be back in 2 weeks talking about those. As Liam mentioned, there's a watch along on the Patreon right now of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 8. And there will be another one in 2 weeks. Next week we'll be back with episode 3 of You've Got to Be Kidding Me's look back at the Monday Night Wars, where we look at the March 15th episodes of Raw and Impact from 2010. That'll be on the Patreon as well. Also, show notes, spreadsheets, written reviews, all that on the Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod is our at. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. That is our episode for another 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
The Glate Muta.
I will never not say GLEAT. GLEAT is too much fun to say. Welcome everybody to You've Got to Be Kidding Me for September 2002. I'm Garrett Kidney and I'm joined as always by brilliant co-host Liam Jones. Liam, as you are now a year older, how are you doing?
I'm a year older and a year wiser, for sure.
You will be spending more of this year of your life spent watching TNA than you have spent any other year of your life, so I'd imagine it's going to be the best year of your life, right?
It's going to be a year of my life. I mean, maybe it won't be. God forbid. Maybe it won't be a year of my life.
We do have to discuss planning if one of us die and how the podcast continues.
I assume we call in Sean Cedar or Kelly, or they replace both of us and they just continue on because one of us can't bother to go on by ourselves.
Yeah, the grief will be overwhelming. We'll also have to discuss the Patreon revenue, of course.
Well, it goes 100% to the original member, to the surviving member of the team, surely.
Well, we could put half into a fund in the name of the person who died.
No, I like to think of it as a waiting game.
Wait, yeah, you're just waiting for me to die.
Yes, because I'm younger.
Plan all along.
But we jest about it now, and it's like one day, God forbid, it like all blows up to like an obscene level, and it's like actually a large amount of money. It's like, oh no, we signed the contracts early on.
You must contribute half of it toward my children.
You must contribute it to. Oh, fuck, I'd rather you just have it. I got no one and nothing.
Well, to be fair, neither do I. That's the reason I said children?
Yeah. I don't know. I'll give it to Ken.
Yeah. My brother Ken.
Yeah, why not?
He can have all the money.
At least you got siblings to dedicate it to.
That's true.
I suppose I do too, but I don't want to say it's strange. Strange seems strong. Just not... This is not TNA. This is just too personal.
Taking a sudden and personal turn.
I know. Well, to be fair, we talked about birthdays, which inherently is a door opening up to a personal topic, I guess.
Yeah, and leads us inevitably toward death, which is what all birthdays do.
Because we're both just full of pessimism.
Yes, we are people inevitably marching toward our doom and demise. It's fun. It's a good time.
I mean, yeah. The only point, just survive long enough, I guess.
Did you have a nice birthday?
Yeah, it was fun. We just got out of lockdown in time.
Oh, that's good.
Got to actually do some stuff.
It's fun. We're basically, well, yeah, we do still have some restrictions, but we're not quite in lockdown anymore. And it's like, we're never going back into lockdown. That's a thing that's pretty clear. So it's like, cases are rising every day, but we're not going back into lockdown because we will head them off with vaccination eventually. One will hope. But it's just like, nah, we're not doing it.
Imagine being vaccinated. Not me.
To be fair, I'm only half vaccinated.
Could you send the other one to me? I think we already said this. I'll still take it.
No, my vaccine.
No, it'll be like 90% vaxxed each. It's fine.
No, I want to be 100% vaxxed.
Oh, Mister has to be 100% vaccinated. Ooh.
Though to be fair, it's not 100%, is it? It's like 97% or something. I want to be 97% vaxxed.
It's only 7% more better than the one vaccination.
I want it. It's mine.
Yeah, you get to have a whole 7% increase. I get to sit on 0 instead of 90.
It's quite selfish of me, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I'm very greedy.
What else has been going on in the... What's been happening in the news?
Not much. Olympics is still going on. I believe we discussed it on...
Oh, should we get a tally update?
Yeah, because we discussed it on, I think, the Patreon. Which one? It was one of the... Either Watch Along or the Monday War Games.
I think it was the Watch Along.
So, yeah, we won a gold medal in the rowing, which is nice. We actually won a gold medal. It's always nice to win medals instead of not win medals, because it's it's the first men to win a gold medal in Ireland since 1992. Michael Carruth in the boxing.
We have 10.
Oh, Mr. We have 10 over here, and most of them are just your one Titmus winning all of them in the swimming.
Yeah, it's just what we do.
Very good at swimming.
I watched some field hockey the other day.
Oh, we're okay at field hockey, except in this Olympics where we've been actually quite bad at field hockey.
And the game I watched, we beat Japan in the women's field hockey.
Yeah, it's the Australian women and the Netherlands women are the field hockey kings. or Queens.
Oh, Queens.
I was never able to play field hockey because we did it in PE in school once. And like it requires you moving the stick back and forth because you can't hit it with the same side of the stick twice. You always have to hit it with the other side of the stick. And my brain just could not wrap itself around that concept.
But you just move it over the ball.
Yeah, but my brain could not wrap itself around this
Like you
concept.
don't even have to like move the stick around. You just go up, over, over.
What about my total lack of coordination, being unable to understand this idea do you not understand here, Liam?
I played it a little bit, not a ton, but it was fun. We had a field hockey field at our school grounds, so like an AstroTurf field, which had a soccer and a field hockey field.
Yeah, we also had a quote unquote AstroTurf field, which was really just a pit at the back of the school.
We were pretty good about that kind of stuff. We had basketball courts, cricket cages, long jump sand pit.
You had a long jump sand pit?
Yeah, it wasn't like a great one, but it was one like when we were younger it was pretty good, but like it got no upkeep on it, so it kind of just turned into a big sand pit.
Actually, now that I think of it, I think we also had a long jump sand pit.
Yeah, it wasn't like a good quality one.
It's literally just a pit.
And the problem is like I guess it's like with Americans too, like when they have their football field, it's like that's a lot of space. And like the same thing with an AFL oval, that's a lot of space that you need to have an AFL oval on the back of your school.
Yeah, we actually had two pitches. We had one like soccer pitch and a GAA pitch across the road. So I can't give out. Our school was relatively well equipped as well.
And as soon as I left my school, they got like a full gymnasium set too. They had like an indoor one, which they mostly used for like very occasionally with sports, but it was mostly for like announcements and devotion, because it was a religious school. But and any theater performances. But then they added like a full basketball gymnasium, like the year I left.
Yeah, we had one of those too, but a few years after I left, the roof got blown off it. In a storm, literally.
I was in a house that had the roof blown off of it once.
That sounds terrifying.
It was. I thought I was gonna die.
There's a lot of you dying on this podcast so far.
I'll tell you. This is what the story was. Right. I was at my grandparents, and they had a house that they built that was like on stilts kind of deal. Mm-hmm. Like it was up off the ground. Mostly because like they lived through flooding, so they were like, yeah. And I remember I was in their lounge room and probably watching Naruto, and it was really windy, like really, really windy, right? And suddenly all of the boards on the floor like started going up, like a giant, like a dome, like came out from under it, right? Mm-hmm. So like, so it was like a foot up from where it normally would be, and I'm like, that doesn't feel right. So I ran into the kitchen where my grandfather was, and as like we both were like, oh, things are getting weird right now. The roof started to tear off piece by piece, and yeah, like a solid chunk of the roof, like in the kitchen area, just was gone, and it was like a mini tornado that ran through.
Did you get blown away with it?
Yes, I died that day.
We've never had a tornado, so I've never had a tornado warning.
Well, we didn't have I've never had a fucking tornado warning either.
Just a tornado. Just a regular old tornado showed up.
Yeah, it was just wind that turned into a tornado for a brief second, and it just happened to be over our house.
Well, you're in the middle of Twister. Have you ever seen Twister?
I have not seen Twister.
Ugh.
But then for like the next 6 years, I had a real big fear of wind. You wouldn't believe it.
Well, how does a fear of wind manifest itself?
Well, when you hear that there's a lot of wind outside, you go, oh, fuck, the roof might blow off.
You're walking outside and like there's a sudden gust of wind and you hide under a tree, which is probably not a good place to hide.
I wasn't afraid of a breeze.
I don't know.
I was afraid of gale force wind.
Well, to be fair, being afraid of gale force wind is probably quite wise.
It's all quite wise.
The world is a horrible place that tries to destroy you.
I didn't like storms for a long, long time. Now I don't give a shit. But for a long, long time, storms really freaked me the fuck out.
Would you like just hide under your bed and cower?
No, but I definitely had earplugs.
Oh.
Because the sound would just give me like terrible anxiety.
I guess that's understandable when your roof gets blown off.
And then, not to mention, that night that it happened, like I got picked up and taken home. And then my parents abandoned me in the house to go back to the location where shit went down to help out. But then they left me in a house alone with gale force wind going outside. And I was sitting there like, what the fuck?
That probably really reinforced the fear then.
Yeah, right. And it was only like at that point it was like 11 p.m. So it was like the dead of night at this point because like I was watching Naruto, so it had to be at least Toonami era time period for Cartoon Network. So yeah, it was about like 11, pitch black. I'm just sitting in my house as this wind's happening after I had this traumatic experience.
Well, everyone knows when you have a traumatic experience, you have to reinforce and internalize the trauma instead of dealing with it.
Yeah. I should have just gone out there and sat in the wind all night and like just defeated it right there.
I believe that's what a Naruto character would have done.
Yeah, true. What would you know about Naruto?
Hey, I've watched 30 episodes and still pay for Crunchyroll.
To be fair, you did get through a lot of it.
We watched a decent amount of Naruto, I'll have you know.
Hey, you know, if we like do Naruto reviews behind the paywall, you can write it off as a tax thing.
That's true. I could write off my freaking Crunchyroll as a tax deductible.
There you go. Coming soon, we'll do every 10 episodes of Naruto. We'll review it.
Just to help with my tax, nothing else.
Yeah. And to actually make us do it, I suppose. Alright, we've done 10 minutes of bullshit. We can move on to the TNA now.
Yeah, enough of Liam's childhood traumas. Let's actually move on to...
This is just my therapy session.
Let's move on to Liam's adult traumas caused by TNA wrestling.
These shows, yes.
We are talking about September 2002, which was an interesting month for TNA because they only ran 2 shows, so this will probably be a relatively shorter show. As usual, if you'd like to support the show, you can subscribe at patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can get access to our show notes, access to our star ratings, access to written reviews, access to a watch-along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 13, which we'll also talk about today, and
Naruto reviews.
And if you want Naruto reviews, we'll do Naruto reviews, as well as the Monday War Game series, where we talk all about the 2010 Monday Night War. So all that's available on Patreon. Go get it. 3 tiers. Well-named tiers as well, might I add. The King of the Mountain tier. You can get the Impact Zone tier. You get the Dixieland tier.
And, you know, be the King of the Mountain.
You're the King of the Mountain of my heart, Liam.
Wow. You're the King of the Ring. Couldn't think of another king-faced thing.
So to bring forward from last week, or the last episode, 2 weeks ago's episode, we were talking about how TNA, their financial investor had pulled, Health South had pulled the funding from TNA, so TNA were desperately scrambling for money, which is the reason they didn't run shows for the first basically 2 weeks of this month. Well, the second week they were never going to run a show because it would have fallen on 9/11, which would have been the first anniversary of 9/11 when 9/11 was particularly raw. So
a little too soon.
Yeah, that's not a period. And it was apparently like DirecTV is like, we just don't want anything violent on the airs on 9/11, so take the week off. But they also took the week before off. They did an X Division special, which we're not going to talk about. It's just a bunch of matches that already aired.
I might go back and watch it though, because I saw that there was like some interview stuff.
Oh yeah, there's little interstitials where they introduce the matches.
Yeah, so maybe I'll go back and I'll watch that.
So do you remember where you were on 9/11, Liam? Let's get heavy. Let's stay heavy. Childhood traumas at 9/11.
Oh, that would have been probably the same year.
All of the traumas happening at once in Liam's life.
I vaguely remember it. I was also 4.
Which is a bit too young.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember like seeing stuff about it on TV, but not understanding what it was.
Like I do remember like seeing, like coming home from school and the news being on and like seeing it and being like, I don't think my tiny brain could entirely process, because I would have been 10, which is certainly old enough to understand what's happening, but also, or 9 even, it was 2001, but not old enough to like really understand the depth of the consequences of what was happening. And I was like, what? It was more shock, but then I don't remember much of the aftermath or anything like that. I do remember our teacher in 5th class, like literally teaching us about Iraq to try and like combat all the racism and horrible stereotypes. He's like, I'm going to teach you about Iraq and the Middle East so that you're not all horrible racists towards that area.
That's such an interesting dynamic for a teacher to take at the time.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. That like they were so proactive in seeing what was going to come out of this like kind of thing that was happening, and to be like, I need to like actively counteract this new wave of information that they're going to be hit with like actual fact and things that's happening.
Yeah, that seems to be a good way to approach teaching, doesn't it?
Yeah, like, but like it's just from my experience with my teachers, it's like never something I would have expected. Like for a teacher to make that kind of proactive decision. That's just super interesting to me.
Yeah, and like I think it's just because it was current, that was part of it as well. It's like it's always in the news, so it's like it's we're going to do this as part of, like, because in primary school, you know, the curriculum is a lot looser than secondary school. So it's just like, today we're going to talk about Iraq. And he was big into Everest as well, so he'd always be talking about Everest expeditions and all that fun stuff. But yeah, it is a good approach to teaching, isn't it? To be like, all right, let's make sure my kids aren't assholes, and make sure they're not horrible racists, and make sure they're not taking it out on the entire people of the Middle East for what a few people did.
Like, I'm gonna, like, that's just super interesting to me. It's not something that I don't think I've ever encountered. Maybe I have and just didn't even realize it, but yeah, I don't. Maybe it's because I don't know. I don't want to blame it all on, you know, religious school, blah blah blah. But like, you know, I think they had a fairly strict thing of what they were going to talk about and what they were allowed to talk about, and rarely reached out beyond that. Although I did have a couple teachers that were like, that bucked the trend a little bit, but as much as they could within the context of the school, I guess.
Were you ever thought about other religions?
Do you want to know the actual answer?
Yeah.
I never believed it. I went to a religious school from the age of 6 to 16. And I remember in my first year of being there, and like we still had like our religious classes, right? And I remember like having a discussion with like the other kids, and like they were all talking about it after one of our Bible classes or whatever. And I remember saying like, do you believe this? And like, then like, you know, like a lot of them, to be honest, like a lot of my classmates ended up like leaving agnostic or atheist anyway. But I remember at the time, like they were like, oh yeah. And I was like, I had like this very internal struggling moment where I was like, yeah, but I don't. Like, I don't think any of this is real. I think it's stories.
Were you like the only one that's like, am I the only one that sees this?
Well, like, no, it wasn't that, because I didn't even feel like comfortable expressing it because, like, you know, all the teachers were religious, and like apparently at that point all of my classmates like believed it as well. So I was like, oh god, am I like just some weird dude who doesn't get it?
You're the one guy in the cult who sees through the cult.
Apparently at the time, but yeah. And then like you know, like I said, like by the time it all wrapped up, everyone had already gone through it. But to go back to like to the question that you're talking about, I think the first time we learnt about other religions would have been, I have one memory of like, we like briefly like had like one lesson on like, hey man, so Judaism is a thing, and then like that was it. I don't think that we ever went into any of the other religions at all. I think we like, yeah, we had like one class where we learnt about like Jewish history and like maybe some like, you know, the Nazis were a thing, guys, and then that was about it.
So you had one class where they're just like mention offhand, oh, by the way, Jesus was actually Jewish, but we don't talk about that.
Well, because also like we weren't even like a Christian school. We were a Lutheran school. So like it went a whole nother level to it.
Doesn't seem like a particularly healthy way to approach teaching of religion.
Our religion classes weren't. They weren't like classes designed to teach us about religion. They were like, a lot of the, actually after grade 7, they basically just turned into, here's a free session to work on whatever schoolwork you had. From like grade 6 and below, it was like actual like studying Bible passages or whatever. But like, yeah, once we hit 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, they were like, you got more important things going on right now. Maybe we'll like mention something in passing, or like we'll do the thing where we go into like the Holocaust briefly. And remember, like even in our history classes, it was never like, we never delved into any of that kind of stuff. Like we had enough of like Australia's whitewashing to deal with. We didn't have to go into the world's things.
Because I actually like chose to do religion in secondary school, because religion was a compulsory subject for us from when we're like 12 to 15, but then not after that. You can do it as an exam subject after that. And I was like, I enjoy this. I'm going to do it as an exam subject. But then that's actually like legitimately teaching religion, teaching you about Buddhism and Islam and all the fun religions of the world. And like there's like a whole morality side of it over here, which is actually quite interesting when they talk about morality and philosophy. That yeah, it's a good little subject. People should do it in school. It's actually quite interesting.
Especially if they teach you more than the one that you're teaching.
That's true, especially if they're not just like, there's one religion, and there's a bunch of other ones, but they don't count, they're not real.
That was really the attitude of it, I felt. Like, I think I have a vague memory of one of my teachers going, well, other people believe other things, but, like, they're wrong. So, I remember, like, as a kid, I was, like, very hung up on death, and, like, what happens after death. Which is funny, because like that probably came with the nihilism of not being religious at all, you know?
It's a combination of not being religious and having near-death hurricane experiences.
Yeah, well, it probably was a bunch of that, but it's like, I remember, like, yeah, well, because like, you're surrounded by it and you're told this one thing, and it's like, well, what if I don't believe that thing? That leaves a whole big doubt in the back of my mind now. And I remember I went to our school pastor, and I was like, hey, man, what happens when you die? I'm kind of hung up on this at the moment. And he's like, well, you believe in the word of the Lord? And I'm like, yeah, And I didn't have the heart to say, nah. So he's just like, so you'll be fine. I'm like, okay. So I left that meeting way worse off than I went in there.
I like that. It's like, you believe in the word of the Lord, and if you're like, yeah, but no, really, what happens when you die?
Yeah, but like, I get the bit, but like, what's the actual answer here?
For real, though.
But yeah, you know, I do like religion as a topic of discussion. It's just, I don't know if I subscribe to it.
I like the way they were like, this is going to be a relatively shorter episode, so let's talk about 9/11, religion, and hurricanes. The three things that really warm people up and get people going. So yes, as we were mentioning, they didn't run an episode on 9/11. They didn't run an episode the week before on September 4th. So they were to come back on the 18th if they found funding, which they did. We mentioned at the end of the last episode that TNA ran into Dixie, who was their publicist, and she was just like, hey, my daddy has lots of money. Maybe he'll buy the company. So they spent most of the month of September negotiating that deal. It still wasn't even signed by the end of September. So that tells you like how long and arduous the process was. On September 3rd, they all went down to Dixie's house and office in
Dixieland.
Yes, literal Dixieland, the Panda Energy offices in Texas.
What about Surgeland, huh?
Yeah, I was actually surprised. Like Dixie's already married to Surge at this stage. They're already the couple.
I like Surge and Dixie. I don't know, man.
We'll be seeing Surge a lot on TV. He is responsible for a lot of the banger theme songs we'll be talking about. He performs on some of those.
I appreciate. What does Surge do
in TNA?
In life, like what was his job?
I have no idea. He is a musician, but I don't know what he does as a job.
Was he successful at music, and that's why he was like chosen for this route? Or I assume he was chosen because it was Dixie's husband.
Yes.
Like, you know, did he have like a history in it, or was he? I don't know. We'll do a Surge retrospect. Surge, come on the podcast. Be our fifth guest.
Chad and Surge. They can come on together. They can talk to each other.
Yeah, we'll rehash memories of NWA-TNA episode 12 and 13. Wait, 13 and 14. Wait, whatever.
So they went down to the Panda Energy offices in Texas. They talked to Bob Carter, Janice Carter, who is Dixie's mom, Todd, who's Dixie's brother, Dixie, and her husband Serge, and all of the people, the marketing director, the corporate attorney, CFO, human resources director. They sat down. They had a meeting in the offices where they mostly talked about like wrestling in general, introducing them to like the broader concept of wrestling, to their history in wrestling. They talked a lot about Jeff and Jerry in particular's history of wrestling, because Jerry would have worked a lot with Vince McMahon. And it's actually interesting to read Jerry's book where he's just like, I'm actually quite worried that they didn't talk about our presentation. I was annoyed that we didn't get to our presentation as fast as we did. We were talking about all these other things. It threw me for a loop.
He was ready for like an actual business meeting and not, so here's what wrestling is.
Yeah, it's like, so tell us about Vince. You know, what's Vince really like? You worked for Vince.
Was Dixie a wrestling fan?
Like she says she was, that she grew up and she saw like bits and bobs of it, and basically, I think it goes back a lot to the same thing that we were talking about with Richard Scrushy, where he was just like, I like Jeff Jarrett. Like Dixie liked and knew Jeff Jarrett. They lived in the same apartment complex. They ran into each other. They then hired Dixie as years later as the PR for Impact TNA. And she's just, and they probably saw the opportunity. It's like, well, if we do have a successful wrestling company, AEW, if you look at the moment, are firing on all cylinders, selling out 10,000 seat buildings, have huge TV deals. Like, wrestling can be a lucrative business if you get it right. It's just so many people don't get it right.
I think we mentioned that like Bob was a fan at some point too.
Yeah. So he's in the wrestling business, and he did say that Jeff and Jerry, based on this product, you know the wrestling business. I'm like, dubious, but
do you think the Jarretts, after like they got all this done and signed and whatever, were like, these fucking idiots? Look at we got them wrapped around our finger. They're gonna dump all this money into TNA. We got them. Like, do you think that was the attitude coming out of it, or like, thank fucking Christ, we've made it?
I think it's more of the latter, and I think it's more like Panda took a lot of the debt off of the heads of the Jarretts, and I think at this stage that's what they were
Personal
worried about.
Debt too, right?
There was like 1.6 million that they would have been liable for to Health South that ends up getting written off in the negotiations of this deal. That I think they they're a great deal relieved that they're not liable for that debt anymore. I think that's like the stage that we're reaching here. It's like there's a lot of money that's going to come down on us if this actually fails. And obviously we can declare bankrupt, but they no longer became liable for a lot of that debt. It either got written off or renegotiated in the process of dealing with both Panda and Health South, because Health South were a shareholder and had a lot of money in the company, and so a lot of the negotiations were basically Panda playing hardball with Health South, where this like you invested that 1.5 million or 1.1, and there was a 400,000 letter of credit as well, which they did keep on. They did they were responsible for the letter of credit after that. But the 1.1 million that Health South put in, that they were like, hey, we want our money back. Panda are just like, nah, you put that in knowing the risk. You should take the loss. And they did end up taking the loss. It ended up the way they negotiated it was basically Panda would buy the company, they would fund the tapings, but they would also get 51% majority share in the company. So then that would leave the Jarretts with 49%. And then the Jarretts had to tie up a bunch of loose ends by giving Health South 5% of their cut in exchange for the debt that they had, and giving 5% to their lawyer as well, because she threw a fit and was very upset that Panda basically wanted to cut ties with everybody the Jarretts were working with, because Panda were like, oh, your accountants, your lawyers, all of that, gone. We'll deal with that from now on.
But to be fair to Big Bob over here, TNA had at this point shown a weakness in that aspect of their production. You know, their behind the scenes characters being involved in things that, you know, ended in lawsuits multiple times.
Yep. TNA is a company that is less than 3 months old and is already involved in, I believe, at least 3 lawsuits.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, I can understand Panda coming in here and being like, yeah, you guys clearly can't handle this because you're fucking it up at every turn, so we'll take over that part of it too.
You guys take the wrestling, we'll take everything else, which is basically what it came down to.
Which is honestly what the money should probably do, you know? Like, I don't think Bushiroad was, like, coming into New Japan and being like, alright, guys.
Geto, you're in charge of legal. Jado, you're in charge of marketing.
Dick Togo, come over here and you'll be in charge of human relations. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna put Toriano in charge of accounting.
Yeah, like, Goto, you're the lawyer now. I think they came in with like, hey, you know, we have all the money and the history and the thing. We have a whole infrastructure. That's the word I'm looking for. We're going to do this right, and you just handle the silly slap fights.
So that meeting on September 3rd, where they went down to Texas, it seemed to end well. Like Bob insisted on flying them home in the company jet, even though they'd already booked tickets home. Jerry took that as a very good sign. That he's like, take the company jet home. If you're doing that for somebody, it is like a meeting that goes quite well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it also implies like you're a part of the company, doesn't it? It's like, take the company jet home because you're a part of this now. I like Bob. I want to learn more about Bob. This is going to be a Bob retrospective.
Yeah, Bob Carter, wheeler and dealer.
Yeah.
So they spend pretty much the entire month of September negotiating that deal. As mentioned, the Health South ended up coming out with 5% of stock. Panda ended up owning 51% of the company. Obviously, these deals have not been signed by the time, because, like, imagine, like, that must be torturous. A torturous experience to be like, all right, we're out of money, so we have to spend this entire month negotiating. And it seemed to be a great source of frustration for Jerry. That's like, they don't have a hand to play here. Panda have all of the power and all of like the leverage here, because the Jarretts will go bankrupt. Like, it will happen if this deal doesn't happen.
So the whole time he's like, thank God these guys are marks for the business. Because that's the only advantage we have.
That they're willing to actually put money into this thing. It is wild that like they found 2 different investors. That's nearly always where wrestling runs into trouble, like finding actual people willing to put their money where their mouth is. And fair enough, Health South very quickly were like, we're no longer putting our money where our mouth is. But then they found Dixie, like as a stroke of luck through a Jeff Jarrett connection that became a stroke. I see what it is, their wordplay. But like a stroke of random luck that this person that he knew from an apartment complex and then hired as his PR manager ended up just being like the source of a great deal of wealth.
It's a good representation of how business really works, isn't it? It's like you can go and do the schooling and do it all. Like, that's never going to be more worthwhile than just knowing the right people and building the right relationships with these people. That's going to get you further than like anything else.
Yeah, any know-how or any ideas. You just have to have enough people willing to give you enough money until it works.
But it's not even like necessarily like, yes, but like it's not even necessarily the money. It's like just knowing the people in the positions who can actually do the stuff, you know? From all levels, not even just, you know, the wrestling business. I think it's really interesting that, like, at least at the start, with like, and as you can see on the show notes, if you're a Patreon subscriber, how quickly things were happening every day for this company. Like, there was something new going on. It's like, shit, there's a new problem, or there's a new thing, there's a new solution, there's a new discussion. It's just constantly happening. September was a big year for them. Big year, big month. Felt like a year.
And yeah, especially because like they were actively negotiating this deal throughout the entire month. So as I said, there was the September 3 meeting, and then there was all of the details. And then every time they'd have to go back to Health South and be like, well, because Panda were originally like, we'll give them 150k and that's it. And Health South were like, no, they were owed 1.1 million. And eventually the Health South settled for taking 5% of stock instead. But yeah, they're like going back and forth between all of those, going to Panda being like, this is what Health South said, and Panda being like, no, that's not good enough, take this to them instead. And like the Jarretts are just this good like ping pong ball go between these people, trying to sort all this out, trying to get the like all of the parties that have a financial interest in this company at this stage sorted out and dealt with, so that Panda can actually buy the company and have a controlling interest and not have all these hangers on that they have to deal with. And yeah, it is like fascinating. As a like Jerry's book is a fascinating like a business startup book as much as it is a pro wrestling book, where they're trying to get this thing off the ground and get this thing ready, and it's like written in real time. It's his diary at the time. That's the format of the book, which I think makes it very interesting, because like there's some days where it's just like, September 5th, I had a nice breakfast and had a good rest today. It was a good day. And then some days they're like, we had this horrible day of negotiations. It was the worst day of my life. We went back and forth between Panda and Health South 75 times until we could finally iron out this deal. I am so exhausted, and I still have to write a television show for this week.
And not to mention, like, as I've been like somewhat perusing what's coming up in the rest of the month, and he was dealing with like some terrible bullshit creative the entire time too.
Let's talk about the terrible bullshit creative.
Like, I'm reading this, and this is like,
it's the worst.
Some of the worst shit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
All right, I'm going to preface this by saying I'm reading the words of Jerry Jarrett, quoting Vince Russo. So please,
yeah,
this is very
direct your hate towards.
So September 13th, you're mentioning, where he's faxed over a couple of pages from the September 18th show from Vince Russo, in which, quote, Russo had a storyline that had Brian Lawler accusing Jeff of raping Brian's girlfriend. The girlfriend then comes out and explains that it was not Jeff and the sex was not rape. A black wrestler, Elix Skipper, then comes out and says it was he that had sex with the girlfriend, and then says something like, once you go black, you never go back. Russo also had Brian and Elix cast as a tag team. That's just like...
It's so clear from like hearing how Jerry is writing about this stuff that he fucking hates Vince Russo.
He does. You'll get better quotes about it in later months.
He cannot stand Russo, and he cannot stand his fucking ideas. This is not the wrestling that one Jerry Jarrett wants to be involved in.
Because there's a whole section after that goes into, they had a clear the air meeting with Russo where they talked about the creative direction and all that after this just utterly horrific idea on so many levels. But
and then he comes back a week later with another fucking great idea.
Vince pitched an idea involving Truth, our NWA champion, and a KKK character. After about 5 minutes of his presentation, I interrupted him to advise that I did not like it and we needed to move on.
Do you think, like, Vince is like, hey, bro, Jeff, your dad's ruining everything. He won't let me have my great ideas.
Vince did that same routine in WCW, or his like standards and practices are ruining everything by cutting off shit like this. It's like, you can't just do a wrestling show, can you?
No, you have to, like, oh, God. He's like the epitome of Spike TV, isn't he? Just, just a horrid creative mind.
It's just, he's the worst, like, lowest common denominator shock value at all times. That's what this is built on. That's all he knows. And it's like, he can't build interesting characters, even though, like, he's not a bad writer, you know, in terms of, like, skits. He can write, like, decent comedy sometimes, but then he just writes all of this instead, because he has this brain that he apparently can't turn off, and it has to constantly pester him about horrible ideas like the KKK and making light of rape to make weird race jokes.
He reminds me of like one of these like Joe Rogan type stand-up guys. One of these like dude bro stand up guys. And I wouldn't even compare him to Rogan, to be honest. Even Rogan's got some like decent stuff. I don't even want to talk about Vince Russo, man. He just annoys me.
Well, you're on the wrong podcast then. You're going to have to mention it for a while.
I'll start to become accustomed to it.
Yeah, there's some better Vince Russo burials in later months that I'm excited to get, because as you said, Jerry is still in the phase where he's like, obviously he's just woeful ideas.
Jerry's the only guy that I'm like on the team of. Like, I'm rooting for Jerry Jarrett. He's my hero in this story.
Because there is some quotes in the book where Jerry is just like, it's a shame he didn't learn wrestling from Vince, and Vince didn't teach him how wrestling actually worked.
Yeah.
There's some interesting notes in the book as well about how they're doing on pay-per-view. DirecTV basically said if they're doing less than 2,000 buys a week, they won't carry them anymore. And while they were averaging 2,300 before that on DirecTV, their most recent show, which would have been the last show of September, or last show of August even, dropped to 1,350.
Oof.
They're doing basically less than 20,000 pay-per-view buys, probably less than that even, again, if they're only doing, like, DirecTV is one of the biggest carriers along with In Demand, and if they're only doing, like, 2,300 on DirecTV, that tells you not doing particularly well.
Then, it's such an interesting, I guess it goes into the whole discussion that we were talking about on one of the other episodes, where it's like, is this format even conducive to making money at this point in history?
The answer is probably no. Based on the fact that they're drowning in debt and desperately trying to find finance, I think the answer is definitely no.
Thank you, Dixie.
There was an interesting note, because like the one thing I found particularly remarkable is just how much is leaking out of this company. Like, there's all kinds of stories every single month that we talk about on this show, just weird gossip and all this stuff. Just
To say they got a couple EVPs out there leaking stories.
The company is just a faucet of scoops, constantly dropping like weird tidbits. So on September 23rd, Jerry Jarrett held a meeting with all of the staff, phoned Jeremy Borash and Bob Ryder to talk about all the leaks, because he was very upset that it leaked that the Panda people were at, well, it wasn't particularly Panda named, because all that was in the media was that they were looking for a source of money, but they didn't know with whom. But it did leak that the potential investor was at the September 18th show, and they were trying to schmooze them and impress them. And Jerry was very upset that that leaked, because he was like, oh, I didn't want them to know that we were trying to schmooze them and impress them. I wanted them to think that that was the regular course of business. That was normal.
Yeah, it's a good show based on its merit alone, not that it was them being like, hey, here's our best foot forward.
So he called a meeting with the entire staff and was like, hey, no more scoops, no more leaking, no more like letting all of our information go on the internet. And it is interesting, like legitimately, when you look at like all of the TNA notes and like PW Torch and the Wrestling Observer after that, there is a decline in scoops. It did work.
I think it's because like they already had so many like people in charge that they didn't like. They didn't want to upset Jerry as well. They're like, oh, he's the one guy on our side. Let's just not stooge out anymore.
If it's not him, we'll all be answering the Russo. So
yeah, exactly right. Like, it's probably Ed Ferrara.
Well, Ed's gone.
That son of a bitch. Yeah, he bounced. Yeah, and you know where the scoops started drying up, huh?
Yeah, that makes sense. The timeline does add up. The last note in Jerry's book of that month is, September comes to an end tonight, and our state of affairs is more optimistic than it was last month. It looks like the Panda deal will work out, which gives life to the wrestling project. By the way, no matter how far into this book he is, he always calls it the wrestling project, as if it's just like, oh, it's my little wrestling project that I'm sinking all of my life's earnings into.
Jerry seems like a nice dude. Should have taken over the Fed with the steroid trials.
Imagine that world. Where the Jarretts run the world.
Probably be better. It'd be a global force, you could say.
I think that'd be gold.
You know what? I think we haven't mentioned it, but I feel like it's a relative thing. Is that it came out that Jarrett was released?
Oh yeah. He was released from the Fed in April. That's a long time for him to be gone without anybody noticing.
Which does correlate with him like restating that Global Force Wrestling would be returning at some point.
And him launching his podcast and all that to get himself back out there.
I guess what we have to say is, Jeff, you want to start TNA 2? You know who to come to.
So I did include some notes about like what the media was reporting about TNA at the time, because obviously all these negotiations are going on behind the scenes. And it's interesting to see that like people don't know a ton about it. It does eventually leak out later in the month that there is a new source of financing and that like money is there and the company will be okay. but they don't know exactly with who, so it's not like, oh, they're negotiating with this company called Panda Energy. Like, the note in the Wrestling Observer is like, the new source of money and with no official announcement of a deal is not a certainty as to exactly what the exactly what this officially entails. Is said to be from what is a huge... I'm trying to read Dave. I'm making the mistake of reading Dave Meltzer on a podcast.
All right, so Garrett, this is what you just have to do. Read the words with no punctuation intended. Just go, do. That's the only way to do it out loud.
I feel like I should add in a bunch of you-knows just to make it authentic.
And like paper shuffling.
It's said to be from what is a huge international company. Those within the power structure are giving a figure of money earmarked toward the venture at enough to keep going for years. Keep it in mind, but Dave is skeptical because he hears this all the time. But it did end up happening, so no reason to be skeptical, Dave, you hater.
Yeah, Dave, you're being skeptical about money coming into wrestling? Ugh.
He was like, it's close to final, but not done. Budget is around 80,000 to 100,000, so everybody that took pay cuts isn't going to get their money back. Everyone that was paid 500 and cut down to 200 or 300 is going to stay at 200 or 300.
That's such a dick move. They just got like this influx.
It really is, isn't it? It's just like you're gonna get no money. We're doing fine now. Everything's fine. The company's secure. But are we going to pay you more? No.
No, it's not even are we going to pay you more. It's are we going to bring you back to what we agreed on? No.
But even then, others are taking pay cuts. Like Scott Hall had his pay cut in half as well. So
well, they're probably not going to like gift horse in the mouth, as they say. Mouse in the mouth, as they say. Because, like, hey, we can not pay Scott Hall what we originally said. Let's not do that. I'm curious. Were they, from this Panda deal, were they getting a better influx of money than their original deal with the original sponsorship?
Well, they were certainly spending less money per taping. But you see, like, this is basically a bit of a reboot month. Where it's just like, Scott Hall comes back and Buff Bagwell comes back. And a lot of the people who, like, they didn't have money for anymore. They signed Shawn Waltman. They signed B.G. James. So they are investing in star power, they are investing in talent. The shows are more cohesive. It's not the case anymore where they're just like, we can't book all these people because we can't afford them.
People from the fucking weeds are showing up now. People who left like 3 weeks into the original run are like coming back.
Mortimer Plumtree returning as a character on the show.
I don't know who you're talking about. I was making a general statement.
But yeah, like they are running on a tighter budget, but the budget is consistent and the budget is not like desperately needing to be cut every month. So there's like a consistency to it, even if it's probably not as much as they were spending toward the early days. Some other notes: Jarrett denied company going out of business in an interview because people thought like the lawsuit with Jay Hassman and Len Sabal was putting the company out of business. They're like, nah, we're negotiating new terms.
Oh, sorry, nah, we're probably gonna win that. So
the office soured on the Briscoes. There's a fun note.
Boo! What a bunch of bitches. I'm not blaming Jerry for that. That's a Jeff and Vince thing. Jerry would never.
They went 2 minutes long in a dark match, and that put them in the bad books.
Oh, wow.
Another interesting note, again, the company flirting with American Dragon. The company is planning to bring in more names for the X Division, including American Dragon, Xavier, CM Punk, Colt Cabana, and Ace Steel. They did bring in CM Punk, Colt Cabana, and Ace Steel. I don't think Colt ever did a main show. He did Explosion, though.
I was going to say, I don't remember Colt, but...
I don't think he ever did. He did some dark matches and some Explosion matches, but I don't believe he did an NWA-TNA match, off the top of my head. But yeah, still no American Dragon, even though his name is thrown and bandied about.
It's such a weird name to be flirting with but never go all the way. Punk and Steel are like, I think they're pretty obvious picks, you know. I like them both in TNA.
Yeah, we'll talk about them when we get to the pay-per-view. They're making their big TNA debuts. And like Punk would be a pretty regular character on the show for the next year after that.
Until someone else shows up to put him in his place.
An interesting note, Len Sabal was in a small lawsuit against TNA.
Of course. Who isn't in a small lawsuit with TNA?
So he won the lawsuit because the Jarretts didn't show up in court, and he releases this statement being like, this opens the way for Sabal to pursue recovery through normal legal means and mechanisms, including sheriff-managed seizures and liens and other methods against pay-per-view recovery, blah, 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 blah. And he ends it. While the Jarrett's complaints asked for damages not to exceed $10 million, the victory achieved today was for a different amount. And Dave Meltzer reported in the Wrestling Observer, He won $1,900 in travel expenses that he hadn't gotten paid. Like, yeah, he releases this statement and it's like, this is a big victory in court between me and Jeff Jarrett, or the Jarretts. It's like $1,900 paying his travel expenses in the smallest claims court in New Jersey when the Jarretts didn't even show up. Again, there's reports that the potential investors are backstage at the September 24th pay-per-view as well. So, scouting things out. Another note, they're looking to launch a 1-hour TV show syndicated for...
Let's go, I'm ready.
For the debut of Explosion.
Every episode.
Which I believe actually does debut in this month, because Jerry mentions in his book that JB is doing a show where they do like highlights and dark matches that they air, which is the beginnings of Explosion. It wasn't particularly widely syndicated at that stage, but it was alive and well.
Are these shows able to be viewed?
They're not. If they were, we'd watch them. So you were already giving out about having to watch 5 shows for next month, so...
Yeah, but I want to watch Explosion dark matches.
Because actually, yeah, it is very like AEW Dark, AEW Elevation when you look at the names on it.
I want to watch them.
Because there'd always be like 4 or 5 dark matches with a bunch of like interesting indie names where it's just like Chris Hero is on these shows.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to see what I can see. And
then back on the TNA being sued thing, Phase 3, the company that designed the JC and NWA-TNA logos.
Which time?
Are suing Jarrett Sports because they didn't get paid money. So,
oh, come on, guys, pay your artists. What are you doing?
Which is the same company that did the WCW promotional materials as well.
That's a fun fact.
So those are most of the main headlines from September 2002. The big one, of course, being further negotiation with Panda Energy to negotiate the buyout of the company, which was, I think, more or less agreed in principle, but not quite signed and a done deal by the time this month came to an end. So we'll talk about that more next month. And then there are just some other bits and bobs that happened that month. Nothing particularly big or notable.
I was just reading the intro where Jerry was talking about his night out on the town with the Carters.
Oh yeah, he's just had a nice day. Yeah, they took him out for a night in the town after the September 13th show. They all took him out for a nice day, drinks and dinner, and they were all happy out.
He went out and partied with Scott Hall and Sean Waltman. Scott Hall, Sean Waltman, Brian James.
They introduced them to the talent that were like the big stars. So it was Waltman, Hall, BG James, Truth, and Jerry Lynn, who were like the ambassadors for the company as we introduced to the money.
I really like that, like, who do we have that can like scrub up and be these perfect representations for the company? And it's like Scott Hall, Sean Waltman, Brian James.
Yeah, that's the company these days, though.
But I suppose like they would have all probably had some experience in doing this kind of thing, schmoozing the money people working for the major companies.
They're workers. This is what they do.
Yeah.
They can work.
Well, I tell you right now, who's not there? AJ Styles. Who's not there? Amazing Red. Who's not there? Loki. It's all the workers that are there who have been in the business for 20 plus years.
Who can schmooze somebody.
And you know Jarrett was there too. Jeffrey Jarrett.
Also doing his schmoozing. He is the ultimate schmoozer, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't even know why you needed anyone else there. Just got Jeff there. We all met at, is that Virago's?
Yeah, Virago's, which is apparently a place in Nashville, I guess. Let me Google it.
I wonder let's see if it was a hip party destination.
Virago's is a pioneer of elevated independent restaurants in Nashville. Virago has constantly transformed throughout its 19-year history as the go.
Wow. Do they tout having the Carters and the Jarretts?
The birthplace of NWA-TNA.
Yeah. Integral to the survival of Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, it's closed until 5 a.m, so we can't get delivery. Oh, it's a sushi restaurant.
Oh. Wonder what kind of sushi Scott Hall, Sean Waltman, Brian James, Ron Killings, Jerry Lynn, the Jarretts, and the Carters had.
That is such a strange group of people going for a dinner.
That's my ideal Thanksgiving. Like, I want all of those people.
Especially the Carters.
Yes, well, definitely the Carters. I want to squeeze my way into that family if I can.
Bankroll your wrestling project.
TNA 2.
So that does bring us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 13 on September 18, 2002, held in the TNA Asylum in Nashville, Tennessee, with 750 people there, heavily papered. We opened the show. As I said, this is kind of like a reboot. So like you open the show with Scott Hall is back, and he has Sean Waltman with him, or Six-Pack as he's going by on this company. And like there is a bunch of stuff on the show that's just like we have all these new names and a bunch of old names that you quote-unquote liked Buff Bagwell are coming back, and our stories are kind of rebooting, so it does feel like a kind of reboot episode of the show.
It feels like a reboot, like time in general. The first like 2 episodes on this month, it's like, oh, we're going in a new direction now. Some not for the best Because, like, it's funny, like, as they were running out of money, they were putting on, like, good wrestling shows because they just had wrestlers go out and wrestle, and now it's like, we have money, we don't have to do that shit anymore.
We don't have to try. We're bankrolled. Oh, no.
Yeah.
We opened the show with a brawl between Jeff Jarrett, or a discussion between Jeff Jarrett and Brian Lawler, where it's like, they basically, I think, blew off the angle because when Vince Russo was like, we want to do this dumb rape thing, and Elix Skipper shows up, it seemed like they're like, all right, we're blowing this off. Now Brian's just an abusive boyfriend.
A much more tasteful
It is a much more tasteful angle of Brian being just a horrible human being who again, it's just like wrestling. You do not need an abusive girlfriend story or abusive boyfriend story. We do not need to see like gaslighting and emotional abuse between a boyfriend and girlfriend on a wrestling show. That's just, who wants that? What does that achieve?
Well, the thing is, like, we always talk about is, like, wrestling should be allowed to do these kind of topics, but it's like, there's never been a track record of them doing it well or right or with nuance, so maybe they shouldn't.
Steer clear. Stay away from it. Never do it again. I do find it interesting that with this as a reboot show, they're bringing everybody back. They don't bring back Ed Ferrara, so...
I think Ed was probably like, I'm out of here. I'm going to go teach creative writing or get my degree in creative writing. I don't know what he was doing at the time.
Jeff Jarrett is in the ring with Bob Armstrong and the Bullet, and they do a little brawl. They do a little brawly poo, and before the Bullet finally reveals himself, Liam, to be shock of all shocks, it's the Road Dogg.
I'm gonna be stuck with this guy for like 7 years.
Yep, he doesn't leave till 2009, so you're gonna be watching a lot of BG James over the next 7 years.
Yay.
Like, I will say, during this era, they probably need the star power, as much star power as Road Dogg provides.
Power of the roadie.
Yeah, like, he is a name, though. It's not a particularly good one, but he's a name.
Sure. I'm sure there was other options out there.
Was there?
I don't know.
None that they can get.
Bring in Scott Norton.
There you go. That's the solution to all the problems.
I mean, literally.
So, yeah, that's BG James making his big debut. He will associate himself with Hall and Waltman for a while. They do kind of an angle there. Again, it's weird because, like, the Skipper stuff, there's a bunch of stuff about Skipper and Lawler being together on these shows, but because they cut the big reveal about the horrible thing with the fake rape and the Skipper thing, they just end up being a team on the second show for no particular reason at all.
Yeah, it's like a weird Planet Jarrett is what we end up with at the end of this month.
Yeah. So we get ourselves some weird stables. We're into gang wars era of TNA, of course.
I think I've decided that Planet Jarrett is one of the best stable names of all time.
Well, the world does revolve around him.
I know, it's perfect though, isn't it?
That was a good, like, there's a lot of talent in that stable other than Jarrett.
Yeah, and that people are just cool with being in a stable called Planet Jarrett.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Monty eventually, well, we'll get to it in 2006, but Monty being in that stable always annoyed the hell out of me.
Yeah.
It just made no sense. It made no sense at all.
Especially with their history that we've established in the NWA-TNA.
So, Sonny Siaki cuts a promo with his Elvis friends about how they're going to support the Jerry Lynn in his main event world title match against Ron Killing.
I hate this.
Why? Why do you hate Sonny Siaki?
No, not Sonny Siaki specifically. I hate this whole, the X Division has to root together against the real wrestlers because we have to prove ourselves. And they have never not done it. They've done it for like 2 decades. The same story of like, look at these fake play wrestlers trying to step up to the real boys.
Yeah.
It's just annoying and it makes everyone look like shit and... This might be the best they've done it, though. They may have, like, peaked it the first time they did it, and then they should have just never done it ever since. Because at least, coming out of this feud, the X Division champion did beat the world champion.
Yeah.
But it's like, every time, it's just like, all the teenagers are teaming up against the adults.
It does have that vibe, doesn't it? Look at these kids.
And then, like, half the kids still hate each other while they're doing it.
Well, the entire point of the Siaki promo is he's like, we're going to support Jerry Lynn, and then he screws them, so...
Yeah, well, that one I'm fine with. I meant more like, the Kid Cash angle, and then the Styles was still being a weird pervert. The whole thing.
Styles is particularly in the second show, there's that AJ Styles interview.
We'll get to the Styles a bit.
Oh boy. There's a ton of Goldilocks on these shows as well. It's like, there's going back to backstage interviews after every single segment, so...
What's Goldilocks doing?
Goldie is the biggest star on these shows, apparently.
Yeah, but what's she doing in 2021?
I don't know, interviewing people?
I hope so. Goldie, if you're out there, Hope you're doing well.
Which brings us to our opening match. AJ Styles defeated Kid Cash in a really fun little X Division match.
I really enjoyed this. I like Kid Cash, and he did some cool, stupid shit in this match.
Yeah, he's like just doing double springboard ranas and running tornado TTTs and cool dives. He's a cool wrestler.
Yeah, and he was smooth as hell on this show too.
I was about to say that's the thing that kind of differentiated himself, even from like the Lokis and the Amazing Reds, who were like spectacular in a way, but they don't have like that just sheer level of polish that Kid Cash has, and it's so fun to watch Kid Cash just nail all his shit and be like the best wrestler on this show without ever being pushed.
And the problem is like he doesn't really get his push until like he returns in 2011 to 2014. I forgot where.
No,
it was.
he gets an X Division title push. You don't judge this.
Oh no, I don't know. I know nothing.
Your favorite wrestler returns, Marcus Bagwell.
I mean, and then he kind of fucks off again immediately after.
Yeah,
so.
I'm pretty sure he's not brought back again after this until like 2003. I think he does like a gauntlet or something, and then he does the Sting Let's Make a Deal thing in 2006. But it is fun. It's like, we're bringing back Marcus Bagwell for this big story.
You say things like, he does the Sting Let's Make a Deal thing in 2006, as if I know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's just to lay the seed, so when we get to the Sting Let's Make a Deal thing in 2006, so you'll be like, oh, that's what you were talking about.
You say it as if, everyone knows the thing I'm referencing.
Yeah, everyone does the Sting Deal or No Deal parody he did with Jeff Jarrett in 2006. Come on.
Everyone knows.
But yeah, Marcus Bagwell is back. He's teaming with BG James on this show in the Gauntlet for the Gold, the Crown New Tag Team Champions after Styles and Lynn were stripped of the tag team titles. It's a very strange, weird team of Buff Bagwell and Road Dogg, but we'll allow it.
Buff Dog.
Yeah, because like they did the story where he's like, I'm not Buff anymore, I'm Marcus, and then he disappeared, and then he comes back here. And it's like
And then he came back and he's Buff.
No, he's still Marcus here. He's still like, I'm still Marcus. I'm still sad, but then he disappears again.
And he also completely betrays the character by doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do in the match.
Yes. He does all his buff stuff. He does all his posing and, as Ed Ferraro would say, hot dogging. And
Grandstanding.
he's still buff. He can't escape the buff. That's his woe. It's like a curse placed on somebody. It's just like, you cannot not be buff.
He's too buff.
You should pass on the buff curse to somebody.
Yeah.
And they too will be bizarrely muscular, but in a weirdly shaped way.
Rob Terry.
No, he's just bizarrely muscular, to be fair.
Buff Terry. Buffy T.
With Robbie E. That's what his name should have been. Everyone's favorite Saved by the Bell star, Dustin Diamond, better known as Screech and Saved by the Bell, showed up.
I mean, who gives a single shit about this?
There is a quote before this show where Jarrett's like, we got some big Hollywood stars showing up. And to be fair, there is a bigger one coming in later months, but Dustin Diamond's not a big Hollywood star.
No, I didn't know who he was.
How do you not know who Dustin Diamond is? How do you not know who Screech is?
Saved by the Bell isn't a thing here.
But like, never?
No, it's never been a thing here.
But it was revived.
Okay.
To be fair, yeah, Saved by the Bell went off the air in 93, which you weren't even born. So,
like, not even close.
I still don't know how you don't recognize Screech. That's wild to me that you don't recognize him.
I didn't even know what a Screech was. It's a terrible name.
It is not a great name. But why do you hate Saved by the Bell? What do you have against it?
Who gives a shit? Who cares about fucking Saved by the Bell?
Mario Lopez.
I mean, congrats. I like Mario Lopez.
So and you didn't know where Mario Lopez came from?
No, he was the E guy.
Oh.
And then he's like smoked weed and did commentary on that Triller show.
Well, there you are. That's Mario Lopez's career.
That's all I know. Oh, and no, and he's like, isn't he like the he's in the KFC thing, right?
Is he?
Yeah, isn't he like the Colonel in the KFC thing?
I don't know.
Like in the upcoming movie thing that they're doing?
Oh, is he?
I think so. He's like a TV special dude, I think.
That would be very strange.
Maybe I'm making this up, but I hope not.
Just imagining these things.
Yeah. Anyway, who gives a fuck about this?
Yeah, Screech defeated Tiny the Bellkeeper in a boxing match.
Tiny took it. That was it was a terrible worked punch. The crowd ate it up. Didn't eat it up. But that was fucking stupid.
Yeah, Screech isn't a natural worker.
Or anything.
Because he was doing celebrity boxing at this stage, which is the reason they did the boxing skit. And even then, surely he should have learned how to throw a punch while doing celebrity boxing.
Tiny should have fucking shot on him.
Tiny would probably beat the shit out of him. Tiny looks like...
Yeah, he looked like he fucking would.
Tiny is one of those guys who's quiet, and you're like, Tiny, I can pick on him. Then you pick on him, and he beats the shit out of you.
This Scratch fellow doesn't even look tough at all. He just looks like a dude. He looks like fucking Shaggy from fucking Scooby-Doo.
The Scratch fellow.
Yeah, that's what he's called.
Yeah, him being... To be fair, Tiny also doesn't look particularly menacing, so...
Yeah, I mean, but Tiny at least has a bit of oomph behind him. I feel like he'd push over this dust and...
So there's Liam being forced to be introduced to Screech.
Yeah, whatever. Go to the cool debut.
Jimmy Rave and Derek Wild. That's the one you're talking about, right?
Yes, of course. Oh, let's talk about the fucking hotshots for a second. These fucking morons.
Yep.
Going backstage, putting their fucking spot up in the tournament on the line for literally no reason, and then losing it like a bunch of idiots. Awful people. Just bad, dumb idiots.
The way this match is structured, it's a three-way match between the Hotshots, Cassidy Riley and Chase Stevens, Jimmy Rave and Derek Wild, and the debuting CM Punk and Ace Steel. CM Punk in the news lately.
For what reason?
There's no reason at all at the moment. Just the idea of him sell 10,000 tickets, I believe.
Over 10,000 at this point.
The scent on the wind of CM Punk sells over 10,000 tickets.
I hope it's an Ace Steel debut.
Yeah, or just Punk and Steel. I'll take them together.
Yeah, why not? Well, as we saw on the Patreon live watch, the first person I noticed was Ace Steel.
And then Liam was very excited to see CM Punk.
Yeah, because Punk's cool.
So yeah, as we were mentioning, this match is formatted so the person who is pinned is eliminated from the tag team gauntlet for the gold. So 2 teams will go through, 1 team will go out, and yeah, as you mentioned, the Hotshots were pinned and went out like a bunch of nerds.
You know what they should have done?
Not done this match.
The person who was pinned should have got removed from the match, but their partner should have been allowed in it still.
Oh.
So they could still win it for them.
Battle against all odds.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of interviews about the tag team title gauntlet for the gold. AMW had an interview where Harris is like, listen, you're a great wrestler, Storm, but you gotta do it tonight because I hate your cowboy shtick.
But respects him as a wrestler. That's always been the important thing. He always thinks he's been a great wrestler, just hates the shtick.
There's also a Hall and Six Pack interview where they came to the ring. They talked about, and it's actually fun to see them like reminisce about their 1-2-3 Kid and Razor Ramon days. It's like it's weird to see like nostalgia for that in 2002, but obviously it makes a lot of sense.
Also, it's like refreshing to have them be nostalgic about that instead of the fucking NWO.
It is to go back to like the early WWF and be nostalgic about that instead of not early WWF, but early 90s WWF. WWF existed much earlier than that.
When the WWF first formed in 1992.
When you had your big Scott Hall and Sean Waltman matches. But yeah, it's fun to have that kind of nostalgia. Ron Harris and Brian Lee tried to attack him, but they were laid out. And there was a cool freaking Razor's Edge on Brian Lee.
I like Brian Lee. Brian Lee's getting over with me. I don't like his friends though.
He does associate himself with horrible people. He should stop doing that. He should associate himself with a different kind of horrible person, the demonic cult.
Of course.
Hermie Sadler is back. How do you feel about the return of NASCAR?
He had a cool DX hat.
Yeah, so Hermie Sadler comes to the ring. He's TNA sponsoring a car in one of his upcoming races. Bruce does his female fan shtick. He beats the fan, or he's going to attack the fan after the match, and then Hermie makes the save as the valiant hero Hermie Sadler beating up Bruce.
I hate Hermie, and I hate NASCAR, and I hate it all. Get it off my screen. Bruce is the only good person in this.
At least Bruce continued to get booked through the reboot.
He's the women's champion, so has to.
That is true. He is technically women's champion.
I am like I don't know how I want to phrase this, but like there's some like not so nuanced like gender politics going on with Bruce, and I want to make sure that I'm on the right perspective of it, because like he does refer to himself as a woman multiple times, but like it's never like acknowledged beyond like that. So I legitimately don't know how to handle the character from that way. Like I don't know, because like is the heat supposed to be that like it's not genuine,
or is the heat supposed to be that
it's that just that?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And I think the heat is supposed to be it's just that.
So like I don't know, what pronoun should I be using for Bruce? And I don't even mean that in a joking way. I mean like legitimately.
But like this is 2002. That's not a thing they were even thinking about at that stage.
Yeah, but like it's that's the thing when you're coming back with 2021 eyes on a 2002 product. You're like, because that would be something I'd be very courteous and cautious of now. You know.
And this is a character they could not do this way now for so many reasons.
Yeah, it's an interesting look through the looking glass, as they say.
Imagine if you tried to bring up that conversation to like Jerry Jarrett in 2002. It's like, so we need to talk about his pronouns, Jerry. It's like, excuse me, what?
And also, is this a good representation? You know. And
that's just not a thing they're considering.
No, definitely not at the time. Then we got a terrible, boring gauntlet for the gold that I hated.
Yep, so the teams in the tag team gauntlet for the gold were Scott Hall and Sean Waltman, the SATs, Jimmy Rave and Derek Wild, Jorge Estrada and Sonny Siaki, Cobain and Slash, CM Punk and Ace Steel, Brian Lawler and Disco Inferno. Ugh, shudder. Bob Bagwell and BG James, Don, it's Ron.
It's Ron.
Yeah, it's Ron Harris and Brian Lee, and James Storm and Chris Harris. Yeah, it was a very long, boring match with a lot of not particularly interesting wrestlers in it.
It was fun to see the SATs in there with, like, Scott Hall.
Yeah, Scott Hall working with the Maximals. Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah.
And I think Sean Waltman was probably the best worker in the match.
He's been great in everything he's been in.
He's a really good wrestler.
Yeah.
But the right team won. That's all you can ask for. Chris Harris and Brian Lee were the final two, which meant that they came down to the match between America's Most Wanted and Harris and Lee, which AMW won to become the second ever tag team champions of the TNA era.
It was actually a really good little week-to-week story booking from Jerry. Because it was definitely Jerry that booked that.
All the good stuff is Jerry, all the bad stuff is Russo. That's canon.
And the middling stuff is Jeff.
Yeah. The next week I am sick of this Harrison Storm against Harrison Lee feud because they go back to it again for a tables match. But here, yeah, it's a fine little like 3-week story where they do the angle where they win, they beat them up, they get them into the match, and then they win the match.
AMW is still not cool though.
No, because they're still doing the I hate you, they're still doing the cowboy stuff, and they do eventually just become a cool Southern tag team that are the best team in the company.
We see what they feel like now is like the bad times of Beer Money when they were like too jokey.
And like there's a period where I think the crowd are almost on the verge of rejecting them, I think, at points, but then slowly come to embrace them.
I'm looking forward to I legitimately, one of the things, you know, coming into this, I'm very excited at actually having a base of knowledge about America's Most Wanted.
And like it does go back to the problem that we mentioned, that like AMW, one, they're very unlikable because they can never get along, but two, like there was stretches where they just disappeared. It's not like they were featured acts the entire time. There's just weeks where they're
Seems
not
to be
there.
the James Storm theory, huh?
Yeah,
he just like fucks off TV for 4 months at a time.
I believe that's the Fiend theory. Jared also attacks BG James, leaves him bloody.
Who cares?
There's a fun note that BG James left the building wearing the bloody rag he wore after the attack in hopes of selling the local fans on the injury, so he's a true worker.
I'm sure it would have worked for a couple people.
He's like, oh, BG's really hurt.
Yeah. Like, why else would he wear that gross towel on the way out?
Which brings us to our main event in which Ron Killings defeated Jerry Lynn with the NWA World title on the line. I will say, I think they did these matches backwards.
Yeah, but I understand it was champion versus champion. They want that to go on last.
No, I mean the Lynn and Killings matches backwards.
Oh, they should have had Lynn beat Killings the first week and then lose to him in the...
Yeah, it should have been the X title match that Lynn wins the first week, and then he gets the world title shot because he beat Killings. Because here, why is Jerry Lynn getting a world title shot?
Because he's... Well, to be fair, there is a precedent to be set of just random dudes winning, like getting shots too. So it's like
that's true. But if you're gonna like, they decided to book back-to-back Killings and Lynn matches, they should have done them the other way around. This is where he should have won, and then the next week is where they should have cost them the match. But yeah, Killings won. There was a big brawl after the match between Killings, BG James. There was a little interaction between Ron Killings and BG James, where like BG didn't immediately embrace Ron, so Ron attacked him. Ron is like, we used to be friends, but you didn't.
He was gonna admit it. It's like, oh man, that's my friend, and then he just like walked past him. He's like, oh, fuck you, man.
Just jumped him. Because Ron is back to being a heel, which I think he was a babyface toward the end of last month.
Yeah, well, heels and faces don't count here, man.
In an interview on the Get in the Ring radio show, when he was asked, is you a babyface or a heel? Ron Killings replied, I don't know what the hell I am now.
Yeah.
So Ron didn't know whether it was a face or a heel.
You can say that about like 70% of the people on this show.
Yeah, they literally jump at any given moment in any different segment. It's just no consistency whatsoever. But yeah, that's NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 13. I think it's an okay show. It does feel like a reboot. It does feel like they're trying something new. Well, not really new. It is kind of more of the same in terms of like the kind of product they're presenting. But it does feel there's like a sturdiness to this show, and a lack of like, I don't know, horrible panic because they're running out of money to this show that didn't feel like was there in August.
Jeff looked noticeably better.
So he's relieved. You're happy with Jeff?
Well, I think he has an inkling that money's coming in.
And he actually wasn't on the show a ton either.
Yeah. He's probably too busy fucking running deals.
Yeah, on the phone with freaking Health South and Panda the entire day during the show and schmoozing. Yeah. He's just like next to Janice Carter all night, just being like, "Oh, Janice, this is great, isn't it? You're having a good time, right, Janice? Janice, say you're having a good time, Janice."
He has to listen to fucking Vince's terrible fucking ideas all day. So
His dad gets furious at the ideas, and then he has to make peace between his dad and Vince while negotiating this horrible deal between Panda and Health South, and also having to wrestle. Well, he didn't wrestle on the show, but he had angles on this show. Fun time for Jeff Jarrett. And like, there's an interesting note that there's a few weeks in August where he didn't get paid because Jarrett's being paid as a wrestler and also obviously as an owner, and he went weeks without being paid. And Jerry's like, "Oh, that can't happen." So I assume Jeff's probably getting paid again, which is nice.
yeah, good for him.
Yeah, as owner and being paid to be a wrestler.
Jeff Jarrett stays winning.
Yeah, there was the discussion at the Voices of Wrestling Slack about the degree to which Jeff Jarrett stays winning, and the consensus at the end was he had to lose a lot in order to win as much as he does.
Which makes him a working man, you know? Working man's champ.
He is truly a man who can get himself another opportunity after losing his current opportunity. So that brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 14, September 25th, 2002, in the TNA Asylum. 1,300 people there, even though it was papered. So that's their best crowd in the Asylum, and I think maybe ever, or at least in a few weeks.
It felt like a big show.
Yeah, and like I don't even know why, because I'm looking at the show and there's not like, no, it's the big Jarrett and BG match, I guess, is the big one there, getting people in the door.
People hanging from the rafters for that one.
Oh boy! So the show opens with a big brawl between Sonny Siaki and Jerry Lynn, because Siaki cost Lynn the match against Killings the week prior, as we mentioned. So they are feuding. That's an X Division title feud, I suppose.
I suppose it is.
Siaki is now, by the way, full non-Elvis. He looks so much cooler as well. He's wearing like regular gear. He's abandoned all the Elvis stuff, and he's just Sonny Siaki.
Well, we'll see how he abandons the Elvis stuff later on.
So Siaki defeated the Amazing Red, despite being jumped by Jerry Lynn before the match. Poor Red being squashed, but a nice little match.
I don't really remember a lot about it, to be honest.
It was a good little open. I enjoy Siaki. As I said, there's very little I enjoy more than Power Juniors against small guys. And then...
Oh, yeah, that was fun. And then some Red's... You know, Red's always fun to see too.
He is.
I like how much of a loose cannon Lynn feels at this point. Like, because not even just from the Siaki thing, but, you know, spearing AJ out of his fucking boots at every opportunity, to attacking people backstage, dropping them on their head, all that kind of stuff.
And it is interesting, like, that's a character for Jerry. Like, Jerry Lynn is normally considered a little, like, timid and plain and laid back and kind of not a particularly dynamic character. And yeah, on these TNA shows, he's just beating the hell out of anybody that wrongs him.
Yeah, which is, like, a cool Jerry Lynn character choice. I was actually talking about it today, but it's interesting to see how heavily featured Lynn was at this time for someone that I never really considered a TNA guy. And it's and that's a good misconception, I guess, in my head that has evaporated over this time period, is because like Lynn has been a major focus of this show.
He is one of the 2 first champions. I think he's probably main evented more episodes than anybody else. He's certainly up there. So yeah, Lynn is a big featured act in the early days of TNA.
Which is something I don't think really gets played up a lot.
I think a big reason was like he's obviously one of the most experienced guys in the company, but he's also good. You know, like there's a lot of people who have experience and aren't particularly good, as opposed to Lynn, who's like a great wrestler, and you can put him in the ring with anybody, and he'll have a good match with them because that's what he can do.
I was gonna say he also is really good at bringing good talent up as well. So like when he's in there with an AJ or a Loki, he's really good at like bringing those guys up to being their best possible at that moment, you know?
Even probably Ron Killings to an extent.
Yes, because I really like these Killings matches.
After the match, Jorge Estrada came out and demanded that Sonny Siaki return his Elvis costume.
And we'll see if he agrees.
Yeah, because he's abandoned the Elvis ways. He no longer loves all of the Elvis things. What's your favorite Elvis song,
Is
Liam?
Yang still an Elvis?
He is, but he's too busy in Japan, so...
Blue Suede Shoes.
Is that actually your favorite Elvis song?
It's the first one I could name.
Are you not an Elvis fan?
I know a hound dog.
I'm a big fan of Suspicious Minds, but I think it's Lilo and Stitch's fault. Or
I don't know any of this shit.
how do you? So you don't know Screech? You don't know Elvis? What do you know?
I know who Elvis is.
You're just like, I've never heard of Elvis before. I just thought he was a character on NWA-TNA played by Jimmy Yang.
Is he not?
Yeah, I guess he is technically, yes.
One of the more recent adaptions.
In a feud that cannot end, but I think this is the end. But thankfully, this was as I said, this is the point at which I'm just sick of seeing Harrison Storm against Brian Lee and Ron Harris. And yeah, they have a tag title tables match.
Too many Harrises.
There is, and like Mike Tenay mentions, that he's just like, oh, Harris against Harris, Chris against Ron, oh, and then Don comes out at the end. So there was all the Harrises in this segment. Lee is knocked through a table. They attack them after the match before Don Harris comes out and breaks it up and gets face to face with his brother Ron. We're doing a Harris Brothers program.
If these guys weren't both alleged Nazis, I would be into this.
It's just big guys hitting each other.
Yeah, and like I'm a sucker for some brother v brother stuff, you know.
So we go backstage to, I think, my favorite pre-tape in the history of TNA. Where Bruce pulls up to the building into a parking space, gets out of the car and he's about to have an interview, before Sarah, the ticket lady, is like, hey, you cut me off. This is my parking space. You saw me there. And Bruce is like, no idea what you're talking about.
And then they had a fun interaction.
Yeah, Sarah slapped him.
Slapped him twice. The first one was a little meh. The second one, she laid it in.
And then they had like a pull apart. The security separated them. Like Sarah and Bruce is the hottest feud in the show.
Yeah.
I do like they're like, let's put the ticket lady. Let's make her a character on the show.
She's fun. I like Sarah.
Yeah, later in the show, weirdly, like this.
Yeah.
I have no idea why this segment is cut off Impact Plus.
My guess is that there was a chant at one point that was maybe even a little much.
What was it?
Even compared to the other one. I don't want to say it.
Oh, I don't think I noticed it.
I think there was a little one, and then there was in response there was a little miming of an action from Bruce.
Oh.
So I think maybe that could have been it, but like it feels like a stretch compared to like the other things that they've shown on this show. But you know,
Yeah, because like Bruce comes to the ring, he's doing his routine where he's like, I'm the best fighter and woman. Then Sarah comes out and like wants to fight him, but they don't let her. They should have let her.
Yeah.
But
well, she wouldn't sign the paper.
that's true. She wouldn't clear herself of all of legal consequences of whatever Bruce may do to her.
I'm so curious as to what the payoff for this is.
It's TNA, Liam.
Oh, is there no payoff to this?
Like there's a sign in the show that has like some homophobia that's blurred, which makes sense.
There's some weird signs. Oh, we got to talk about the signs on this show.
Sure, talk about your virgins and Chad signs.
Yes, in a truly remarkable effort, TNA Chad has been combated by TNA Virgin. The TNA Chads versus the TNA Virgins is a real thing that actually came out of this. I am so astounded by this. Also, seemingly, that TNA Virgin was sitting next to members of the TNA Chad gang because there was a TNA Chad sign right next to them as well.
So are you saying that this is literally a crowd feud, gang wars in the middle of the crowd?
I think it's a crowd feud perpetuated by friends.
Right.
I think it's a work.
Are you saying all this Chad stuff that we've invested in, all of it is fraudulent?
I'm saying Chad himself is a remarkable worker.
Oh.
And now he has brought in his friends in an attempt to get everyone over.
That's good. That's generous of Chad. That he's willing to be called a virgin on I was going to say national television, but kind of national television. National in inverted commas for the 10,000 people watching this show. But he's willing to get his friends over.
Not to mention the budding love story we saw throughout NWA-TNA Pay-Per-View 13.
Oh, where Chad has a lady friend making signs with them.
He has a lady friend and they're making signs together. Which is, I assume, like, the furthest you can get with Chad, considering signs are his life.
That's true.
That's like that's a deep emotional connection to have, so... And there was scissors, because, like, he cut a hole in one of the signs, and he was making it during the time, so he clearly had scissors on him. It's a weird dynamic to the TNA Chad storyline, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it progresses. Probably will have a natural conclusion, unlike anything else on this show.
You know the way there's the Know Your Meme page, where it's like they explain all the memes? Do you think we'd be able to actually sell somebody on editing that, the Chad versus Virgin meme, as, like, originating from TNA?
It's literally the first time I've ever seen it in real life, so...
This is where it came from. We're making it canonical.
Technically, yes. If you can provide a case of Chad versus Virgin from before September 18, 2002, I'll listen to it.
I'm going to try and... I'm not sure, is that like an editable page, or is it like editorial, or does someone control it? But if it can be edited, I'm going to put in mention of the Chad.
Yeah, I have both the photos of the signs, so...
You do have proof.
Well, it's documented.
Back to wherever we were on the show. Oh yeah, BG James. So Ron Killings comes out and he cuts his racism is bad promo again, where he's back to being a heel by calling out prejudice.
Boo!
I at least do like the touch that, like, Ricky Steamboat disappeared right after giving Killings his title shot, and he is like, why'd that happen? Why'd they stop bringing Ricky Steamboat here once he gave me a title shot, huh?
Yeah, he's not wrong. Fucking Ricky just gone now.
It was a nice little narrative bow to put on that, even though Ricky doesn't really appear anymore. So, but they made it make sense. So that's all you can ask for it, isn't it?
I mean, it's better than not explaining it.
Killings is like, I have no merchandise. Ken Shamrock got a private dressing room, but I don't. What the hell's going on? Before, quote unquote, voice of reason, BG James comes out.
Well, listen, if there's one thing I want to hear about, it's BG James's takes on race.
Yeah, I think BG James has a bunch of nuanced and interesting perspectives on systemic racism.
And also the character.
It ended with them fighting. They don't get along. The old getting rowdy aren't pals anymore.
Get rowdy.
So
See, it's a multi-generational student teacher thing going on with Jeff, the roadie, and K Quick.
teaching him how the world works. We go backstage to Brian Lawler with April, his girlfriend, where he's gaslighting her and telling her to stand still and not be doing anything. And it's
What a good story.
it's a story, that's for sure. AJ Styles defeated Loki in a 2 out of 3 falls match, which you gave a staggeringly high rating to. So
4 stars.
I gave it a gentleman's 3. So tell me about why you liked it.
I loved AJ in this. AJ's little character things. He's like got his cockiness in full blown, the mimicking of key strikes and doing the big kicks on it, and just really good X Division action. I really like this one.
I believe this is like one of the best matches in TNA history, according to you.
Yeah, but to be fair, there's been like 3 good matches in TNA history, so
All of them involving AJ Styles and Loki, but
yeah. Well, no, the Dups were also there.
oh yeah, the Dubs do have a 5-star match. That's true.
A 4-star match, thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm the accurate star rater on this podcast. You are the curmudgeon star rater.
We actually know that that's not true. Have we seen your ratings?
You are the hater, whereas I am the accurate star rater.
He says at my 4-star rated Styles Loki match.
Yeah, and I only give it a gentleman's 3. Yeah, I thought this match was fine. The effort was there, but I didn't think it was like particularly blowaway or anything.
You know what? The one thing that I was a little disappointed at was it already feels like they're cycling down Loki again. And I don't like that because he was actually getting over to a meaningful level. And as they said during the match, that like, again, I can only go with my predictions and such of what I've seen from the show. So this could be fucking wrong on the next show. But they said in the match that like whoever loses this match would end up going down to the bottom of the rankings because like they've each had their chances and this is their last shot at it basically. So it seems like he is being cycled down for now.
Yeah, but TNA can only stick to stipulations like that for like a week, so they'll get notions and push him again.
Again, I'm watching as if I watched this week of TV in September 25th, 2002.
Which is the way you were actually watching it, so it does make sense. Yeah. You were not just being obtuse.
No, I can only talk about what I've seen because I don't know what else happened.
Your ignorance is authentic.
Yeah, well that's the whole shtick, isn't it? You're the TNA Chad and I'm the TNA version.
Jeff Jarrett's upset about not getting a title shot. He's still moaning about it.
Just give this man a fucking title shot already, Jesus. Just so he shuts up about it.
And technically he has had a title shot. That's what Gauntlet for the Gold was. Get over it, Jeff. You lost.
Yeah, but remember, he didn't even want to do that at first, so at least he's consistent.
Scott Hall and Six Box defeated Elix Skipper and Brian Lawler, who are teaming together for reasons that don't make sense, but we explained them earlier. It was a nice little match. I enjoy Hall. I think he looks very good, and like Sean Waltman is the best wrestler on any of these shows. So
also having him in there with Park is good, because like Park can do some more wrestling.
I hate the Six Pack name.
I mean, I guess I don't care.
Just call him Sean Waltman. It's fine.
Just call him Six.
Or Park.
Just call him Park, the man that Gravity forgot.
I do believe Gravity did forget Sean Waltman.
I like Sean Waltman. I'm also glad he got his shit together, like in real life.
Yeah, because like the entirety of his TNA runs is basically him getting opportunities and him blowing them. So, because like there's a quote after like in PW Tour, Sean Waltman told friends that he is in for the long haul with TNA, which spoiler alert, he wasn't. But
well, he probably like thought he was at the time, to be fair, and they probably thought he was too.
And it just didn't work out that way.
But we'll probably get some cool Park matches.
We do. We get a lot of them in October. You can look forward to them next month.
I am looking forward to them.
AJ Styles.
Okay. Weird sex pervert?
I have no idea what he's doing. So he's backstage in an interview with Goldilocks, where he's challenging...
I'm going to post the GIF right now to the Twitter, because I posted it on mine, but I'm going to post it...
I'll cut the video out as well, just because it has to be seen. It's
remarkable.
So
he twerks.
He does.
He throws that ass in a circle. I deleted the GIF, damn it.
TNA invented twerking, and TNA invented the Chad and Virgin meme. So TNA is very on top of things with ahead of their time trends. But
Like, he's doing this interview about how he's challenging Jerry Lynn to a ladder match next week for the X Division title. And he, as you said, he's like gyrating and he's like weirdly dancing and kind of like sniffing Goldie.
Right, and sniffing Goldie. But like when he does like his weird twerk thing, he also just looks like a horse.
What I think is actually happening here is AJ Styles has probably been accused of being like bland and too like boring as a performer.
I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was fucking Vince Russo. It was Vince Russo going, "Hey AJ, we need you to be a thing."
Yeah, and like he doesn't really have a character as a heel other than just like a douche, which is enough. He's a cocky jerk. That's all you need. You don't need him to be like a weird sex pervert.
I love this like tonal thing that's like every time we say the word pervert, we have to say sex pervert specifically.
As opposed to the different kind of pervert.
Like, I think I gotta give a shout out to like Chuck Taylor and Trent for like permanently changing my vernacular, because I cannot call someone a pervert. It's either a sex pervert or a straight up pervert.
Or to be fair, there's also knife pervert.
The knife pervert too, but that's a classic one at this point now.
But yeah, like I do think this is just AJ being like, I need to show charisma, and this is how I'm going to do it.
Yeah, but you know it's because someone went up to him and said, "Hey, I need you to show more charisma," and I know who that person is. It was Vince Russo.
So the crux of it is that there will be a ladder match next week between AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn. It's very typical of TNA. It's like the Styles, Lynn, and Low-Key match got a ton of love and a ton of hype. So they're just going to do ladder matches until the end of time. I think there's 2 in October. And they did already do the Shamrock against Sabu ladder match. So there's like 4 ladder matches in TNA history already.
I mean, I like the ladder stuff though, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, ladder matches every week. You get a ladder match. And you get a ladder match.
Sorry, I was looking at the Irish Olympic gold tally.
Oh, we have 1.
You have 1 gold and 2 bronze?
Yeah. To be fair, I think the bronze is a tentative bronze.
1 bronze and then 2 total is what you got.
Now, we do have a bronze, but it's not cemented yet. It's a boxer who's on a semi-final fight. So he is guaranteed a bronze, but he could win more.
Oh, well, I hope he gets gold, because I don't think we're in it.
We had the Bruce and Sarah segment. We had Jorge Estrada defeating Kid Cash, and what I actually thought was a bit of an upset.
Match. Well, they're clearly going into something with him and Siaki.
Yeah, so they have to push Jorge.
You know, I feel like Estrada's never won, but I really like this match. I thought it was a banger.
Yeah, it was a nice little match. I preferred the AJ match, but I thought this... what did I think of this match?
I obviously preferred the AJ match. Oh, you meant the AJ Cash match?
Yeah.
Yes, I still prefer that one too, but I thought you meant the AJ Key, and I'm like, yeah, well...
important story development here was Sonny Siaki throwing the Elvis suit in the trash.
And almost legitimately setting Goldie on fire. Like, way too close to that fucking bin.
Goldie should get hazardous duty pay every single week on these shows.
Like, those motherfuckers clearly put petrol in that shit, because that shit, like, went up. And, like, you could hear her genuine reaction at almost being burnt.
That adds to the authenticity of the performance, Liam. That's what
Yes, because it was legitimate.
Yes. Yeah, so Estrada and Siaki is a feud that will continue. Speaking of feuds that continue, Jerry Lynn defeated Ron Killings in an X Division title lumberjack match. My favorite thing being Jeremy Borash accidentally introduced Ron Killings as the reigning and defending NWA World Champion, and Mike Tenay immediately like, no, this is only a match for the X Division title.
That's why he didn't come with the belt.
I'm pretty sure, legally speaking, by being introduced as reigning and defending, that means Jerry Lynn should be NWA Champion now, and he was screwed.
The new linear NWA-TNA champion.
He might be. We haven't been keeping track of that, but I feel like the champion's already been pinned on one of these shows.
NWA World Champ? Probably not.
Yeah, Shamrock never lost. Killings, I suppose not. Yeah. So I think this is the first split between the linear champion and the actual champion. But yeah, nice little match. Jerry Lynn bled a bunch the week before and didn't bleed any here, so that's good.
Fair enough. Lynn's getting like over though. He's getting signs in the crowd now.
Yeah, because he's like the most pushed act on the show, and they finally decided he's a babyface.
Well, they decided that around like a month ago, to be fair, but it was a tumultuous month before that even.
They finally settle on who he actually is. And then in our main event, a match straight out of like 1995 WWF, BG James defeated Jeff Dart by DQ when Skipper interfered. Then we had a big schmoz where the stable, quote unquote, of Jarrett, Skipper, and Brian Lawler. Jarrett and Lawler, who are apparently friends now, despite Lawler trying to kill him for a month.
Because he explained it away, that it wasn't him.
Yeah. So, and then Lawler's just like, fine.
I believe you. Because he said we're friends since we were kids.
That's true. He did invoke their childhood friendship to get Lawler to stop.
And also, Eli Skipper's there.
Also their friend, yes. Bizarre.
I watched this, but I don't remember anything about.
Yeah, it was just a generic house show style main event that you will never remember anything about. And then Jarrett, Skipper, and Lawler left Hall Pack and BG Lane.
that was the show.
That sure was the show. Somehow with 2 shows that we did, still almost hitting 2 hours on this.
Yeah, we're on an hour 40 record time now. That'll be cut down and edit. But yeah, because we talked all about religion. You can't help yourself.
You know what they say, there's 3 topics you should always talk about when broadcasting. Religion, sex, 9/11.
They're the important things you have to cover every single week on any given podcast.
Wait, are you ready to see our takes on them next week, huh?
Well, in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
This is every 2 weeks.
Actually, no, we'll bring it up on Monday.
We'll bring it forward. Yeah, that's the show. That's NWA-TNA in the month of September. It's a fine month. As I said, it's kind of a rebuilding month. They're kind of just back to doing what they're trying to do.
Rebuild, reclaim. What was the other one?
I don't know.
What was Seth's thing? Rebuild, reclaim.
Do you think I know Seth Rollins' catchphrases?
Rebuild.
If you do it in the voice, it'll come to you, yeah. Thank you so much for listening. If you would like to support the show, you can subscribe on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme, where, as we mentioned, you can see our show notes, you can see our star ratings, you can listen to Monday War Games, where we talk about the 2010 Monday Night War. You can watch
redesign, rebuild, reclaim.
That's terrible. Rollins, go away.
TNA.
You can redesign, rebuild, and reclaim your Patreon spot at patreon.com/kiddingme.
Can't do any of those.
You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muta. Thanks for listening. We'll see you in 2 weeks, covering October 2002. And goodbye.
It's going to be a spooky episode because Halloween's in October.
I would say you could wear a costume, but you know.
I will.
Good. I'll dress as 2002 AJ Styles.
I'll dress as 2016 Seth Rollins.
Oh, no. See you in 2 weeks, everybody.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world.
Welcome everybody to You Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 5, covering October 2002 in the history of TNA wrestling. I'm Garrett Kidney, and I'm joined as always by my co-host Liam Jones. Liam, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm here. Today was all over the place, as it can be at times. And before we get too heavy into the podcast, I wanted to take a small opportunity to talk about one Jamal, real hero, who we found passed away today through the Twitter machine. And I just wanted to talk, a little briefly about Jamal and how he'll go down as one of the, the least credited people in the Puro US expansion, despite being a massive factor in it, being one of the people that I first started interacting with online in the wrestling media sphere. We were all a part of the Wrestling with Words back in the day. Just another sad loss for the internet wrestling community, I guess. And I just wanted to talk about Jamal a little bit because I don't think we ever agreed on a single thing ever in our online discussions, but was always a fun person to talk to and someone that I wish I had have kept up with more after the Wrestling with Words split. But I just wanted to give a little shout out to Jamal because he is going to go down as having a wide and varied influence on Puro's reception in the US and the world, really. And that's something that might not get brought up to the extent that it should be, In
the last year, we've lost so many pillars of the wrestling community and niches within the wrestling community as well, because we lost Larry Zonka, who reviewed literally everything. I watch less wrestling now because I don't have Larry's reviews anymore. Especially WWE, because I don't know the difference between what's a decent WWE match that's overhyped by WWE fans and what's an actual WWE TV match worth watching. Larry used to be my benchmark for that, and he's passed away. Casey Michael used to do more for women's wrestling in the US than literally probably anybody else.
It's funny how it's become on the onus of these super fans to really deliver it to that level, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Jamal was probably the premier archivist in wrestling, not just Puro. Probably, like if you could probably just expand it to in wrestling, maybe up there with a Monsoon Classic.
And the Ditch.
I didn't interact with him like on a personal level as much as you did, but the loss it'll be felt by the community is the same as Larry Zonka, is the same as Casey Michael. It just leaves a hole there,
And especially to this day too, because Jamal was uploading stuff fucking daily, like to this day, still keeping up with pure uploads, and I think that's going to be something that we're all going to see an immediate response to with his unfortunate passing. And I think even I was talking to him on Twitter about some Gleat shows, getting them uploaded and stuff. So it's to this day still committed to it and just uploading a insane amount of footage for people, opening people's eyes to companies that never would have been seen ever, like without him, you know what I mean? Outside of Japan at the very least.
and doing it all for free.
Yeah.
Like literally just out of the passion of it. There's probably some people who would be like, oh, I could take all this Puro stuff and I can put it behind some kind of paywall and charge people for it and, cackle in glee. But no, you just did it all for free so people could watch these shows.
Yeah, and I think, there's probably some newer Puro fans out there now who wouldn't have even known the absolute majesty and just the holy grail that was the Real Hero Archive for years. Like, something I would go to every day to download whatever new show had gone up. My first years off campus, after I moved off campus from university and I didn't have Wi-Fi for 6 months, I would go to university and after my classes, head down to the library and just download like 20 full shows that Jamal had uploaded over the week just to get me through going back home to no internet. So just an absolute asset to the community and someone that's going to be completely sorely missed. And just a good dude. And you can tell like the influence that he had because so many wrestlers have come out and expressed their own stories and their own thanks to him for his work that he had done over these years for like absolutely like no monetary value. So yeah,
And it was Chris Hero that broke the news.
yeah, Chris Hero broke the news. Jonah Rock made a wonderful post. Davey Boy Smith Jr. It's a lot. I hope this is one of these names that we can do our part as the internet wrestling, the IWC. We can do our part for some good and keep the name out there and give the credit that is due.
Well said. Now we got to talk about some stupid TNA.
Just a quick hop, skip, and a jump over to October of 2002.
Yes, indeed. So we are covering October 2002. Shout out, by the way, all to our patrons. They're patrons.
I say
patrons.
patrons, but you have written Patreons multiple times, so I don't know what the answer is.
So the answer is I'm wrong and stupid. So that
I should have assumed.
yeah. If you're like, what's the deal? What's going on with this dude? It's usually I'm wrong and stupid. So you can just assume that. Who subscribe to patreon.com/kiddingme. We have more patrons and patron damn it, I didn't even last a minute, patrons than we've ever had. So thank you to everybody who's gone over there and subscribed for our watch alongs, our second show covering the 2020 Monday Night Wars and so much more. And our watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 19 is up now as we speak, if you'd like to listen along to us watching that show before we cover it here.
It was a real fun one. Go listen to it before you listen to this.
Or at the same time.
That seems counterproductive.
Put one in the right ear, one in the left ear, and hope it works.
What about the actual show as well?
Yeah.
That's 3 audio channels hitting you at once.
I'm not sure how you don't have 3 ears, so that might be more difficult.
Just find another hole.
I don't advise eating earphones, but yes.
Oh yeah, you can eat it too, I guess.
So we are covering October 2002. As we mentioned last month, TNA was deep in negotiations with Panda Energy to sell a majority interest in the company to Panda and get most of the debt off of Jeff and Jerry's back. The sale hasn't been closed in the month of October, but there has been drama through the month of October, Liam.
There's never been a month without drama.
Because not much actually happens in terms of the deal. Most of the actual details were hammered out in September, and October is more just still going through the motions, dotting some T's, crossing some I's, as they say.
In the world of business, which we are knowledgeable about. Well, you know about business.
I do have a business degree and a master's degree in economics, so
That's
I should know about business. Should know and do know are two different things.
Why aren't you a billionaire now?
Because I'm too busy doing things about TNA.
Why didn't we meet the 28-year-old who invested in cryptocurrency
And is now a billionaire.
and is now a billionaire?
And it turns out he invested his dad's money in cryptocurrency, and his dad is the inventor of cryptocurrency.
And his dad is a cryptocurrency.
Yes, he just got the cryptocurrency from his cryptocurrency father.
Yeah, the sentient cryptocurrency come back to destroy and rule us all.
I do love those articles.
I mean, they're tremendous. It's tremendous art.
It is. Like, to be fair, like, the new clickbait is not like a headline that you have to click to find out. The new clickbait is Shrek is a bad movie and you're all stupid dum-dums for liking it. And then everyone dunks at it. And there you go. You got more clicks than you'll ever get from writing, like, a good review of something.
But that's also what, like, that's just what all these tweets are, too. It's just like, here is my tweet, and it's like, fuck, I can't think of an example. Dante Martin is actually awful poo-poo bad, and you were bad if you liked his breakout match. And everyone's like, oh, I gotta jump in and defend my takes.
People can't just let a shit take go across their timeline without dunking on it. It's physically impossible. You see it, and you cannot help but quote tweet it.
I literally did that 23 minutes ago.
Oh, what was it? We must read it on air now.
At Wrestling Shoot 2, with the logo in the AEW font that says shit Elite Wrestling.
Oh, well, there you go.
This is only AEW is good at for the wrong reasons.
Okay, that's a coherent sentence.
Yes.
It's a good start.
1, bad storylines with no build-up. 2, botches. 3, too focused on taking shots at WWE.
Oh,
4,
such dorks.
signing XWE talent when they said they won't. 5, burying talent. 6,
Who do they bury?
bad booking by the idiots, open bracket EVP, close bracket. 7, Tony Khan. Hashtag AEW. Hashtag wrestling.
All of Tony? It's just all of Tony is bad?
And then a follow-up tweet which said, I could name so many more. This show is so sad and pathetic. This company ruins wrestling. Also, their pathetic fans also ruins wrestling too. Hashtag AEW. Hashtag wrestling. Hashtag wrestling community. Hashtag wrestling Twitter. Hashtag AEW sucks. Hashtag AEW suck. Hashtag.
So, this person has 45 Twitter followers.
Can I read some of the responses to people?
One sec, I want to know how you found this tweet first, because this tweet has like two quote tweets.
Would you believe that at Mongo_ebooks was dunking on them?
That makes more sense.
To which some of my favorite responses, which is like anything that has just incoherent grammar is just charm.
Okay.
Someone said, "Do you have anything that you haven't made up?" To which they responded, "Keep talking or just watching your shit AEW." Someone said, "8 Dave Meltzer." To which they said,
God,
"Yep,
Dave.
I forgot that idiot. I forgot about him because he is worthless. He means nothing to wrestling business. Also, his buddies also don't leave those other idiots too."
Also, his buddies also don't leave those other idiots too. Mm-hmm. I'm trying... Brian? Is he talking about Brian?
I guess. There was another one that I can't find now. It might have been deleted, but it was really good.
Well, someone replied with a gif saying, "You big mad," to which he replied, "No one cares about you and your pathetic life. Take it or leave it. I have opinions on this shit company, and you have yours, so who cares? All caps, bro."
Those wrestlers who are released are just sore losers. They can't make the big leagues. Just go to Shit Elite Wrestling and get used badly in pathetic storylines and also get buried, even look bad with botches.
Well...
Tony Khan is killing the wrestling business. Hashtag wrestling, hashtag wrestling community, hashtag wrestling Twitter, hashtag AEW suck, hashtag AEW sucks, hashtag Mark, hashtag idiot.
Like, AEW has gotten into this person's head so much that they have set up a Twitter account entirely 100% devoted to getting angry at AEW.
I am here to have opinions on the company called SWE Shit Elite Wrestling. That's not the right order. Shit Elite Wrestling. AEW marks deal with it. Your precious AEW sucks. Yes, I have a channel.
This person tweets literally every day and has done so since February. Mm-hmm. Entirely. Nothing else. All devoted to how much they hate AEW.
It's a good bit, though. Haha, AEW marks the idiot strike again. I don't care about you. All end your pathetic life. You all need to understand to accept criticism.
It's so strange. It's like, why does this company get under these people's skin so much? Like, why?
Well, I think it's just because all they've known for so long was WWE, so they built up some sort of, like, allegiance. AEW marks just ruin wrestling, and that pathetic company condoned their behaviour from all the stupid fans they have. What a pack of lowlives. And no surprise idiots will strike again about this tweet.
Like, why? I understand why it happens, because people define their personality by the things they like, which is a thing you should not do. No matter how much you like something, it should never become your personality to like that thing. Like, for years of my life, I have watched TNA wrestling and supported TNA wrestling, and for the vast majority of that, I have been able to say TNA wrestling is pretty bad. Because I am a normal human being who can enjoy something and root for something without investing so much of my personality in something that an attack on it is an attack on me. And that's what happened. Like, AEW's mere existence became an attack on WWE fans in a way that just sent them off the deep end. And you saw, like, it's the exact same stuff you saw with TNA toward, like, the end of the Spike era.
The TNA Asylum.
No, the TNA Asylum was alright. The Asylum was mostly, like, the diehard fans who weren't absolute loons. But then you got Mecca, who, like, did go all the way off the deep end.
You're just mad because they made a bunch of threads about you.
They do hate me, it's true. But every bad news story about TNA was made up. Everyone was pushing an anti-TNA narrative. And it wasn't just like the show was bad and it was getting cancelled by Spike. So it was a bad year for TNA. No, everyone was pushing these narratives and making all this up. And everyone was... And, like, who was vindicated in that situation? The diehard toxic fans or everybody else? The diehard toxic fans are never vindicated.
Don't talk bad about the thing I like.
Because I see that as an attack on me. Stop it. Stop investing your personality in these things. Just enjoy things. And if they're bad, go find new things to enjoy.
But also, if someone says it's bad and you disagree, just go, okay. I like it. Just saying I like it is just as valid.
Just move on with your life. Like, what are you doing? Why do people do this? Why do you commit your entire life to a Twitter? And like, one thing, I understand why the AEW botches account does it, because they get tons of traction. So
that's what this is too. This is just like that, but it hasn't like gotten off the ground.
Yeah, you're just trying desperately, but you only have 45 followers, so it hasn't worked yet. It's like, get over yourself.
The account I don't mind. It's any of the 45 people who followed it that I'm suspicious about. Anyone who's like, oh, I need this on my feed every day.
We should go back to 2002, Liam, a time before there was Twitter.
Before the internet wrestling community existed.
I believe there was no internet in 2002, just in general, and we could live in our happy, blissful times talking about our Bruce matches.
I would like to have seen the Bruce discussion of 2002.
Would you have, though?
I assume everyone would have put him over as much as I have.
I can only imagine that the message board discussions about Bruce in 2002 were just as delicate and nuanced as the presentation of Bruce in 2002.
The people on the ROH forums like, why isn't Bruce been brought in yet? Bring in Bruce. CZW fans all rallying for Bruce to be brought in.
Bruce should do a death match.
Cage of Bruce.
GCW should bring Bruce in to wrestle Nick Cage.
Yes.
Big Bruce comeback.
What else happened in 2002 of October?
All right, so the big story in 2002, as we were mentioning before we got derailed by Twitter, the Panda deal was still humming along, and the big thing was some big internal conflict in TNA, because while the Panda deal was moving along, Vince Russo decided to try and get himself in the ear of the Carter family to try and oust Jerry Jarrett and put himself in charge.
I read that first line that's on the notes, where it said that Jerry had sensed bad vibes, and I knew immediately that it was Vince Russo.
Yeah, so the quote from October 2002 in Jerry's book is, "I can't explain my feelings, but I sense bad vibes from Dixie tonight. Jeff fears that some of our staff are trying to improve their standing during this transition and may be poisoning Dixie in an effort to enhance their standing. This always takes place during transitions in a company. I just hope Dixie does not fall victim if this is the case." And like, yeah, same thing. It's like, read that quote, it's like, oh, Russo, you conniving scum.
It's always Russo.
This business is like on the verge of going bust if this deal doesn't go through. People will lose their jobs, everything will fall apart if this deal doesn't go through. And Vince Russo smells blood. He senses an opportunity. He's just like, this moment of transition is a moment of weakness, and I must strike with the Carter family to bury Jerry and push my agenda so I can do my KKK angles and I can do my making light of rape angles that we mentioned last week, so he can get all that in.
Get the women beating.
Oh yeah, and all the misogyny and women beating and all the stuff that comes with
Sexism,
Vince Russo's booking.
homophobia.
He wants to get it all in at perhaps the expense of the... And like, imagine if you're Panda. Imagine if you're like these business executives who work in the energy industry and don't understand pro wrestling. While you're doing this big deal to acquire a pro wrestling company, all you're getting is like backstabbing and conniving and politicking from these goobers.
I like the idea that Vince Russo he just smelt blood in the water, and he's like, we're going through a real tough time right now, but I can improve my standing here. Dun it, dun it.
It is typical, and it's like, it worked. That's the worst part. It did seem to work that he got the ear of Dixie and he got the ear of Chris Sobol, who they were putting in charge of TNA on the Panda end. And it just, he did seem to poison the well. He did seem to be like, oh, if you look at how the company's been run so far, Jerry hasn't been doing a good job, has he? Oh, his creative ideas, oh, that sucks. So I can only imagine during the shows, like Dixie, it's like, oh, that angle sucked, didn't it, Dixie? Oh, that match didn't get over. What's happening here, Dixie?
You're just texting Dixie the whole time, saying, oh, I didn't do this one. I did this one, though. No, that was Jerry's idea.
Famously, I remember like reporting in like 07, 08, 09 when people didn't understand TNA stories, that it would always be explained, Vince would explain them in depth to Dixie, and that's the reason she would never get mad at him for writing stories that nobody could possibly comprehend, because he explained them to her, and I guess then they make sense. So like this is a thing. He's been laying the seeds for his relationship with Dixie right here all the way back in 2002 to do the same thing over and over again for another freaking 10 years.
Problem, like, he's not even like... I don't know. I don't even find him to be like a charismatic dude though. Like, but he has like all the hallmarks of one.
Yeah, he's like that sleazebag charisma guy who's like even he still has disciples to this day. So you can't say he doesn't have any charisma.
Like I can.
Well, you can.
I can 100% say that. And did. I get Cornette, right? Like Cornette clearly has like the gift of the gab. You know what I mean? But it's like, reason I just don't understand.
He seems to get in people's ear, and they seem to stick with him long past the point which they ever should.
He must be like good at intersplicing business stuff as well. That's the only way I can think of it, is like he has like a decent business knowledge as well as like just a confidence in his writing.
I think he's just good at sabotaging other people.
Just a professional backstabber.
Yeah, I don't even think he's probably good at like hyping himself up as he is good at tearing other people down.
That's what you want though, isn't it?
Yeah, so like he's good here at not being like, my creative vision is the only creative vision. He's good here at being like, oh, this Jerry guy, doesn't he suck?
Now let me tell you about this wonderful Brian Lawler story I have planned.
Because like Dave Meltzer makes a very good point at one stage in the Wrestling Observer this month, where he talks about how if you're Panda and you're simply looking at Vince Russo's like press clippings and Vince Russo's whatever the equivalent of Wikipedia pages at the time, you see a guy who wrote for the WWF during its biggest period, you see a guy who wrote for WCW, you see a guy who's like, oh, this guy was a creative force in the two biggest wrestling companies that existed in the last 20 years. So if you're Panda who knows nothing, you're like, well, this Vince Russo guy might know what he's talking about. And if you're a wrestling fan, you're like, no, he doesn't.
Just get one guy in there going, no.
It goes most of the month where Jerry is like, it seems like the Panda people are souring on me, and I can't quite tell why.
Poor Jerry.
It goes all the way to an October 24th meeting where the shit kind of hits the fan, where everybody just starts burying the shows on a conference call that has Chris Sabal and Dixie Carter on it. And Jerry is not best pleased that he basically finds out that everyone in the room hates him. Everybody has been working behind the scenes to kind of sabotage him and align with Vince Russo. And the worst part of it is, it seems like Jeff has been too.
Yeah, what the fuck, Jeff?
Because there's notes in the press that Jeff is trying to like stay above it and stay out of it in a way that's kind of like, actually, I'm secretly backing Russo here.
What a dick.
Being like, I don't want to intervene in this backstabbing, so I will simply let it continue to happen.
I will be complacent in the backstabbing of my father.
Poor guy. So yeah, it reached a stage where he's borderline issued an ultimatum where he wanted out of the company, didn't want to write the shows anymore, and he figured people would be loyal to him. People like Six Pack, people like Scott Hall, Kurt Hennig, and Mike Tenay probably wouldn't stay if he was forced out, and he wasn't by the end of October yet anyway. So they had not come to that yet. But the entire month is literally a power struggle that did spill over into the public. Like once that October 24th meeting went down, where like the Vince Russo's intentions kind of became clear, that immediately became public and spilled out.
But they told everyone so nicely not to leak things.
Yeah, but then Jerry got backstabbed and started leaking things himself.
Yeah.
You know what my absolute favorite thing actually is? Because the way I research this podcast is I go through all the shows, outline what happened, then go through PW Torch for the era, go through Wrestling Observer for the era, and then go through Jerry's book for the era. And my absolute favorite thing is, like, because I read Torch first and then read Jerry's book last, so often is there like direct quotes from Jerry's book that were just in the Torch.
I wonder who could possibly be leaking things.
I wonder who told Wade Keller that. Could possibly be Jerry.
I respect Jerry a lot coming out of this. I just like his whole. Well, first of all, his complete and utter dismissal and distaste for Vince Russo, which is always going to appeal to me, and be like his idea of like, let's just do wrestling.
He might have some bad ideas, but his ideas are rooted in doing wrestling. Oh dear. So yeah, that power struggle played out most of the month as Vince Russo tried to ingratiate himself with the Carters, and as Jerry Jarrett desperately tried to cling onto the company in which he poured a ton of money into and is trying to keep open.
No good deed goes unpunished.
It doesn't, especially when your son sides with the goober who has terrible creative ideas.
Damn it, Jeff, what the fuck?
Yeah, really? Like really? Like Jeff is like, I want to start a wrestling company, Dad, and his dad is like, all right, I'll put
help.
my money in. Yeah, and then Jeff goes and does this to him.
Can't trust your kids, obviously.
No, you really can't. And that's what happens when you become business partners with people you like are family members with, because realistically those relationships are not relationships you choose, but relationships that are foisted upon us by the freaking DNA. So
The DNA of TNA.
hey, that's not for another 4 years.
I wonder if this led to like any sort of strenuous relationship between the Jarretts at the time.
Oh, it did. They famously fell out after like the foundation. Yeah, they didn't talk for years and years and years after all this eventually like washed itself out.
I wish they still didn't. I wish they just never got over it.
I'm pretty sure they did reconnect, and they are at the very least on talking terms. But yeah, coming out of all of this, like Jerry pretty understandably felt pretty betrayed by his son.
I would too. Not for like backstabbing me and kicking me out of the company, but for siding with Vince Russo on anything ever.
Yeah, it would be one thing if you sided with somebody who was at least good, but like you chose Vince Russo over me.
Ugh, it's worse than death.
There's an interesting note, PW Torch. A Time Warner source insists that Jerry Jarrett had a conversation with Brad Siegel regarding a possible television deal for TNA, but Siegel was against the idea. Siegel famously the person who basically killed WCW by cancelling it. So they were trying to get themselves onto TBS or TNT, and Brad Siegel was like, no.
No, thank you.
Now, to be fair, and another major note for the month, Hermie Sadler,
Ah,
of course, your favorite person in TNA, Hermie Sadler. He was racing the NWA-TNA sponsored car in a race that was carried on TNT, so they did get on TNT via Hermie Sadler.
no.
You seem very enthusiastic about the prospect of talking about Hermie Sadler's racing
I
career.
don't want to talk about Hermie Sadler. Ever.
A note later in the month, despite finishing the time trials, the TNA sponsored car driven by Hermie Sadler did not finish the October 2nd race. The car is
Good.
said to be completely new, and those who know NASCAR say it's rare that a new car performs well in its first actual race, apparently. I didn't know you had to brake in a car, but according to the NASCAR
sense.
expert, we should ask John Cedar whether this NASCAR wisdom is right, that you have to brake in a NASCAR car.
Yeah, we'll we should. Yeah. And we should also ask about the career of one Hermie Sadler.
In that he was a successful rookie in like 92 or something, and then never really achieved anything in his entire NASCAR career.
Seems about right.
There's a quote in Jerry's book as well where he's like, I sat down on Saturday to watch the NASCAR race, but I did not see the TNA car because Hermie did not do good enough.
Which was referenced on TV too.
Hermie had said that the TV executives were willing to play the wrestling clip, but then he was like, I guess because Hermie was nowhere near doing well, they didn't bother. This was the month where the Panda news did actually leak out publicly in the middle of the month, so everyone knew that it was Panda that was negotiating with TNA, or that wasn't the case in September. They managed to keep that quiet, at least until the middle of October.
Sorry, I'm just reading the Don Harris Nazi stuff.
I put this in because it's amazing that you see this every time people do horrible bad things.
This is the same defense you see on, like, every Twitter from someone who knows someone.
So, from the PW Torch, defenders of Don Harris, who was criticized for wearing a well-known Nazi symbol on a t-shirt he wore on an NWA-TNA pay-per-view several weeks ago, is that he is a genuinely good guy who does not express racist views in his everyday life. His defenders say that he wore it as a biker rebellion symbol, without considering the implications of what the symbol meant, and what the symbol means to many white supremacist organizations.
Did he consider those implications of the symbols when he got it tattooed on his skin?
You do see it every time there's somebody who does something horrible and racist. It's like, oh, you know, he's a nice guy. He never says anything racist to me. He just has the Nazi symbol on his t-shirt.
That's like from the same people who are like, oh, you know, you can have different views and still be friends. Not when it comes to that. Not when it comes to literal Nazism.
That's always the thing, because like that used to be a thing people rolled out when it's like you disagreed about fiscal policy. You know?
Yeah.
You disagree about the role of the government.
And it's right to an extent.
Yeah, then you're like, oh, you know, if you agree about the correct monetary policy, it's okay to disagree about that and get along. It's not okay to disagree about denying people's right to exist and then getting along.
You can disagree about which AJ Styles Loki match you liked more. But people's fundamental rights to live? Nah.
That's not something we can just be pals and agree to disagree on.
I've always hated that defense, because it's like, well, everyone's going to have their thresholds that once they're reached, then the answer is just no.
So, yeah. You don't just act. I have never in my life, Liam. Never in my life. I'm 29 years old. I've never accidentally worn a Nazi symbol. Like, it it doesn't happen. You don't accidentally wear Nazi symbols.
You know, sometimes you're going out, you know, you have a marker and, oh no, I accidentally drew some funny symbols on my shirt. Oh, it turns out it was a swastika. You know that fun scenario that always happens and plays out that way?
And definitely is well-intentioned, and the person who does so is a genuinely good guy who does not express racist views, quote.
It's just the Buddhist symbol. How could you get it misinterpreted?
As the year went on, as the month went on, even as the Panda deal continued to go through toward completion, Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles signed 26-day contracts with TNA,
and they also signed 26-day contracts to have 26 separate matches against each other.
No, how dare you? There's one next week as well, so you won't be getting away from these AJ Lynn matches. So we'll be talking about AJ and Jerry Lynn matches next month, or in the episode in 2 weeks as well. But if you remember when they signed their original 26-day contracts, that was meant to cover a year, because the idea was that they would tape 2 shows at once. But because they're doing shows live now, a 26-day contract will only cover 6 months, so they had to renew them. It would be funny if AJ and Jerry left.
And Ron.
Ron had not yet signed the deal, but I imagine, we know history, he stays. So I'd imagine he did sign the deal.
I don't know. Maybe.
He is NWA champion. He just leave. It is kind of amazing that, like, if this were 2021... and AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn's deals came due after 26 weeks, somebody would have signed them. Like, they would not have stayed.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing that they could just offer these 26 deals to people like Jerry Lynn, and particularly people like AJ Styles. And that WWE aren't all over them the second those deals are up.
It's a different time.
It so is. It's bizarre. And the only other note that we mentioned this last month, but it was covered this month, that Explosion has launched. So they have a weekly TV show on Urban America Network, which is a not particularly big station, but hey, syndication, where Explosion was on Tuesdays at 10:30. Explosion was hosted by Jerry Borash and Bert Prentice, who actually passed away a couple of weeks ago, so rest in peace, Bert, who had a very big role in the early days of TNA. We mentioned it a couple of times. He would have been a local Nashville promoter who would have helped TNA promote these shows, helped set up these shows. And if you remember when we were talking about that show that Harris and Storm were discovered on, that was a Bert Prentice show. So rest in peace, Bert. But yeah, Explosion was up and running. It would host most of the dark matches and some highlights from it, the pay-per-views every week.
Desperately want to watch them.
Someday they'll be unearthed, maybe, perhaps. Another interesting, they did a silent auction through the month toward the DC Sniper
Capture Fund.
The DC sniper attacks, also known as the Beltway sniper attacks, were a series of coordinated shootings that occurred during 3 weeks in October of 2002 in the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia. 10 people were killed and 3 others were critically wounded in the Baltimore-Washington metropolitan area and alongside Interstate 95 in Virginia.
Sniper attacks are kind of particularly terrifying when you think about them, aren't they?
I think I've heard of these. Were these the dudes that were, like, in the back of their car?
Yeah, who were shooting, like, with a sniper rifle out the back of their car.
I've seen, like, some, cinema retelling of it or whatever.
Did you see the episode of Criminal Minds that was basically a DC Sniper episode?
Maybe that was it.
Because, yeah, there is an episode of Criminal Minds that is just entirely people shooting sniper rifles out the back of a car. And that was in, like, I think 2003. It's like, guys, it's a little raw. you don't have to make TV shows about it yet. So, yeah, TNA were raising money for a silent auction toward an autism charity. There was another charity as well. And partially toward the DC Sniper Capture Fund. So, yeah, the DC Sniper was captured, so I can only assume it was the TNA fund that did it.
Yeah. I mean, that's one for the good guys, you know? I wish that Dixie Carter came out onto NWA-TNA pay-per-view 17 and was like, we have compromised to a permanent end. The DC's...
We talked about the freaking watch-along about how TNA's untold influence, the TNA did everything first. That would be certainly something for TNA to do first.
Yeah. That's one of the best moments in WWE history.
Just standing on the table.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Remember when The Rock broke that news on Twitter?
Did he?
Yeah, he sent a tweet like a couple hours before it was actually public information. That was just like, just heard news that will shock America, home of the brave, land of the free, blah-de-blah. He didn't actually say, like, we compromised.
Oh, yeah, he did.
He teased it. Like, The Rock teased it on Twitter before Obama announced it.
I love this country. Home of the brave, land of the free.
So there we go, that's the main news from October 2002. You got the DC Sniper Fund, and you get Vince Russo trying to boot Jerry out of his own company and steal power.
Yeah.
The two most important themes you could possibly have in a month of TNA.
Jerry should have tried to raise funds to open up TNA 2.
Already, in 2002, he's launching TNA 2.
Yeah. TNA V2. Make it feel like it's TNA 1's old hat. This is the new TNA version 2.
It's like it's freaking All Japan and New Japan. It's the TNA split in 2002.
God, I wish there was a TNA split in 2002 with a big TNA walkout.
The All Japan Noah split.
Jerry goes and opens Global Force Wrestling.
Forever changing history and removing Global Force Gold.
No, he'd definitely have Global Force Gold would be his weekly TV.
Hey, that would be. It's not a terrible TV show name.
Because you know how there's like these rumors of Global Force coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I desperately want their TV to be called Global Force Gold now.
You don't think they'll use the amped name still?
I hope they don't use anything about what they used to have because it all looked awful. To be fair, they had an aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. Green.
They had an aesthetic for sure.
It was the color green.
Remember that cool Impact logo that had like the octagon?
It was a hexagon. There were 6 sides.
Yeah, had the hexagon on it. It's a cool logo.
Even the Impact logo also had hexagons dotting the eyes and the exclamation point.
I never knew that.
You never noticed that. Yeah, if you look at you see the dots of the eye and the exclamation points.
So NWA-TNA pay-per-view 15 happened on October 2nd, 2002 at the TNA Asylum.
Liam definitely wants us to pivot.
I was going to say, yeah, before we go into this is 5 shows, so...
So we'll do a little format change that instead of going through each and every match on each and every show... I figure we'll talk more broadly about the big things that happened, like the broader stories that ran through these shows, instead of just being like, hey, Liam, how did you feel about that Ron Harris against Norman Smiley match?
I have thoughts, but sure.
So we will start with the tag team division, in which it was the month of AMW.
Yeah, this is the month where it really felt like these guys put it together and became a fully functioning tag team.
And they did, in fact, by the end of the month, by October 30th, they were AMW. They were not just Chris Harris and James Storm. They were America's Most Wanted.
Which I think is a cool bow on this month being that the month that they come together, you know? And they end it with, what's the finish called?
Death Sentence.
Death Sentence, yeah. Like they really wrapped it up all together perfectly. So if you were to do your AMW watch-along project, you start in October of 2002, baby.
And it must be noted, Bobby Eaton, of course, passed away, that the Death Sentence was a move they used, wasn't it?
Oh, because it's the Alabama Jam?
Because AMW were the Southern tag team like throwback without being pretentious about it. You know, they weren't like, we're gonna constantly talk about how we're a tag team, how they used to be. They just went out and did it.
It also helped that, like, you know, the teams that they were in there with weren't that at all. So it helped them stand out. Plus, they had, like, they were dynamic enough to stand out still.
Yeah, because this was a weird month where they had a title match literally every week. All the 5 weeks they had a title match. The first one was against Ron Harris and your pal Liam, Ashley Hudson.
Why is he my pal?
He's Australian. Please speak about your representation. I've yet to be represented at all in the entirety of TNA history. I don't think there's been a single
Oh, no,
Irish
the Harris
wrestler.
brothers have been on.
Dare you? How dare you? There has not been an Irish person yet.
Oh, you meant, like, that kind of heritage. Okay.
How do you feel about that kind of representation in TNA, Liam?
I don't know, man. He had a boomerang,
He did.
a beer, and the flag,
Yeah.
and an Akubra. So he's basically my dad.
So he did a dark match on September 26th and got this spot as Ron Harris's tag team partner in the story of Ron Harris not being able to keep tag team partners. He's a longtime Memphis guy. They lost. So there you go.
And then he got beat up right after.
Yeah, which is the TNA trademark of... Well, to be fair, you might also lose and get beat up constantly.
Everyone, yeah.
So yeah, AMW went through the month. They defended the title against Harris and Hudson. They defended the titles against the Maximals, in which I think was their best match of the month. That match ruled.
Yeah.
So much fun. Defended against the Chris and Rick Michaels, which I think was actually a super underrated little match.
Yeah, I like the Michael sisters.
Chris and Rick Michaels are such like 2002 wrestlers.
Look at their gear. It's great.
But even like the way they're built, like physically.
Yeah.
They're just wrestlers you do not see in 2021.
They look like two Larry D's.
They do. They do look like the precursor to Larry D. They also defended against the Hotshots and then against the Hotshots and the Michaels. It's a nice little month where they had a bunch of like really good title matches. As you said, like the Maximals one was so good. Watch that Maximals match.
I was just going to say, like, this also felt like the first month that the tag division felt like its own central division and not just a story device for a feud.
It's interesting that they still don't really have a tag division, you know? The defenses this month are against Harris and Hudson, who aren't a team. The Maximals, who spend more time as X guys than they do as tag guys, really. They wrestle each other as much as they wrestle as a team.
Especially at this point.
And then you get the Hotshots and the Michaels, who are guys who just don't stick around. So like they're still working it out. They're still building a division. But you know, you get a good month of title defenses. AMW still unbeaten. AMW winning 5 title matches in a row is the kind of thing that should help. And then we didn't even mention they end the AMW month with like a kick-ass angle reintroducing the New Church.
Yeah. Which like was a great reintroduction for them too. Made them seem like real badasses.
Yeah, because the October 23 and October 16 shows ended with a teaser that evil is coming, evil is returning to TNA, and then October 30th, after AMW retaining as the Hotshots and the Michaels, James Mitchell returns with his revamped New Church, which is Brian Lee and Slash, which is I think the version of the New Church which is far and away the best. No offense to Malice.
Oh, that sounds like some Malice disrespect.
But still, the team of Slash and Brian Lee is like the defining era of the New Church, and they had this just great return where like Brian Lee choke slams James Storm off the stage.
Who does not want to take it at all.
Yeah, he eats shit. He just like takes this weird turning bump that looks like he dies. He disappears into
Doesn't
nothing.
get up for it at all, so it looks real like painful.
Yeah, and then Slash hits a dive out of the stands through a table onto Chris Harris, and they're taken out in evil reigns, and James Storm cuts up his usual promo about how the world is ending and there's no love and goodness in the world, there is only evil, and the New Church are back. What a great reintroduction for the New Church.
It's a good month for the tag division. Good month for all of the divisions, really. Before we move off, I just want to, one last mention that how appropriate it is, for the Ashley Hudge and Ron Harris team to be on here, when it's just so representative of us as a team as well, long-haired Australian and
I have hair.
Bald Nazi,
It's definitely the hair bit you were pointing out to there, not the
yeah.
Ron Harris did have a story running through the month where he would team with Siaki as well and fail to form a team, and then eventually they just team with the Harris. Like the idea here is like the Harris brothers are not teaming, but then they eventually team. Like that's the story.
There was also another PW Torch story at this time where it came out, defenders of Garrett Kidney who was criticized for wearing a well-known Nazi symbol on it.
You never said anything racist to me.
His defenders say that he wore it as a biker rebellion symbol without considering the implications of what the symbol meant.
I do not approve of being cast as a Nazi.
You asked me to come up with some new bits.
No. Garrett as a Nazi is not a bit I like.
You're right, Garrett as a Nazi is not a bit.
Oh, no. I'm being taken out of context. Oh, God.
From one division that was really successful to another one in the X division.
Yeah, there was a ton of X Division stuff this month. An absolute ton of it. More ladder matches than you could ever possibly want in your life.
I never want to see another one.
Because AJ Styles defeated Jerry Lynn in a ladder match that this was the point at which I was both sick of ladder matches and sick of AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn matches.
Yeah.
Because these guys, to their credit, worked so hard. Like,
Yeah.
they worked so hard, and I did not care.
Well, that's the problem with, like, repeated Jerry Lynn matchup with the same matchup with Jerry Lynn as well, because he doesn't change things up a lot. He's really good at doing his match, but if he has the same opponent over and over again, it's a very similar match each time.
And it's interesting, after this October 2nd show that had that ladder match, was a note in Jerry's book, which actually, again, I mentioned the things that are quoted directly in the PW Torch. This quote was basically in the Torch as well. The X Division is already wearing thin. Unless we can develop storylines and characters within the division, the fans will grow tired of the spot fest. After you have seen the great athletic moves a dozen times, the wow factor gets old, which I disagree
I
with.
was going to say, I don't think I necessarily agree with that either.
I think you should stop doing the same match and stop doing ladder matches. Which,
to be fair, they do. They do incorporate some new match types throughout this month.
Yeah, they do the weird Iron Man match, which is thoroughly not successful, that Iron Man match.
I liked it.
It was Ace Steel against Loki against Tony Mamaluke against Kid Cash in a 15-minute Iron match in which Ace Steel won 2-1-1-1, but Ace Steel got that pin after the 15 minutes was up.
Big Ace Steel month, too.
It is a very big Ace Steel month, but I was going to mention that, like, that AJ Styles Loki match where they worked so hard, they did, like, everything you could possibly expect out of them, or AJ Styles Jerry Lynn match even. They did everything you could possibly hope for them, and it just wasn't interesting.
The AJ six-pack stuff from this month I thought was a lot more successful.
Especially because, like, you watch Six Pack on these shows, and you are just like, oh, he's the best wrestler on these shows.
Yeah.
Like, by far, he's better than Jerry Lynn. He's better than AJ.
Team or Styles.
I think he's a better, like, it's because it's 2000 AJ, and AJ's a lot more raw these days. But I think he's just a better wrestler than AJ. Like, everything he does looks good. Like, it's just those things where it's like, he does those spin kicks, and he does dives, and, like, every move, except he tries to do an X Factor on Brian Lawler on one of these shows, and Brian Lawler couldn't even take an X Factor. But other than that,
I don't want anything bad mouthing Brian Lawler on these shows. I'm a Brian Lawler stan now.
we are in the X division at the moment. You wait till talk about Brian Lawler.
If I have to.
Because there was a ladder match at the end of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 16, October 9th, where I felt so bad for the people in this match. Where you get the Maximos, you get Loki, you get AJ Styles, you get Ace Steel, and you get Tony Mamaluke just tearing the house down. And, like, I don't think this was like an all-time great ladder match. There have been better constructed ladder matches than this. There have been ladder matches that are better put together than this. I don't think there has been a more chaotic ladder match in the history of wrestling than this ladder match.
I thought all the Maximo stuff was really neat, because they did some really unique stuff. But honestly, for the most part, and this could have been a victim of me watching 5 of these shows in one day.
You shouldn't do that next time, please.
But, I was, like, eyes glazed over watching this, just seeing bodies move and crash into things and being like, yep, sure.
But that was literally all this match was. It was like, let's do some just nasty, disgusting looking bump over and over again for like 15 minutes. Like, there was a spot where AJ and the Maximo were both on the ladder, and like the Maximo scaled the side of the ladder, and then AJ knocked the ladder off to fall on one of the Maximos. And it's just like, good lord, why have you done this?
There was like one that I really loved where it was like each Maximo was squished in between a pair of ladders in the corner.
Oh yes.
And then like got power bombed into the last one.
They made a Maximo ladder sandwich. There was a Spanish fly off a ladder. Like this match, go back and watch it if you felt like you were like too drowsy to actually process it, because it's, as I said, it's not like this really well put together ladder match. It's not like this great piece of wrestling. It's just utter chaos in a way that is entirely watchable.
That's the goddamn X Division right there.
But yeah, these guys killed themselves, did the sickest ladder bumps, and then Shawn Waltman just walked out and won the X title.
Yeah, like an asshole. And that goes to the whole like, you know, theme of last month as well. But I hate this non-specified heels, face, tweener shit. It's so annoying. It's impossible to get behind anyone on these shows because no one sticks to anything.
I'm trying to think. Is there a single likable character in the month of October?
Bruce.
But Bruce isn't meant to be likable, so he can't count.
I count Bruce.
I'm trying, is there a single character on any of these shows who is meant to be likable and is then thus likable?
Brian Lawler.
He's not meant to be likable.
Damn it. Mike Tenay.
Yeah, Mike Tenay is likable. AMW are likable. Yeah, we'll give it to AMW this month.
They're the only one that get over, yeah, in that aspect. Red.
Oh yeah, Red's another good one. Red is just the purest babyface you can ever get in your life. So there are some, but they're few and far between on these shows.
I'm sure you would say Ron and Don Harris.
Stop it. Leave me alone.
What? I'm just repeating the things that you told me off mic. I didn't know you didn't want your Ron and Don Harris positive thoughts out here for some reason.
You were the one that was like, you know what, I actually like them. It's a shame they're Nazis.
Whoa!
You said that on air. You said that on the podcast.
No, I didn't. I guess people will have to go buy the highest tier of our Patreon to find out if I did or did not say that.
God damn it. Patreon.com/kidding me to find out if Liam's a Nazi.
That's the highest reward tier.
Are we a Nazi? It's just yes or no. You just get a yes or no email. So yeah, X Division. Shawn Waltman won the X Division title from AJ and then lost it.
He had a busy month. He won it. He lost it. He stole Brian Lawler's girlfriend. He bragged about it.
Yeah, sorry, he won it from Jerry Lynn, technically. Lynn was the champion in that ladder match, even though he wasn't in the match, because Sonny Siaki injured him, which is another field we'll talk about in a minute.
Do we have to?
They produced some boring matches, but yeah, Styles and Lynn, good matches. Or
Yeah.
Styles and Waltman, good matches.
Well, yes. Yes to both.
Why do you sound so upset about them having good matches?
Oh, because the Lynn Stars ones got very boring towards the end.
Yeah, and you have another one at the start of November, so...
Hey, maybe
that's
it's
fun.
the best one. Who knows?
I think, if memory serves, I think it is the best one, or at least one of the best ones.
I said that because I had already received word that it was.
So we will cover that in 2 weeks. You'll have to wait to find out. Other X Division stuff, as we mentioned, there was a big Sonny Siaki against Jerry Lynn feud through the month.
Unfortunately.
Sonny Siaki is all over these shows, and I like Sonny Siaki, but there is too much Sonny Siaki on these shows.
I like him better just cutting promos.
And I think it's a problem with the pacing of a lot of these shows, where it's just like, Ron Killings will come out in an opening promo, then Ron Killings will have a match against Loki, then Ron Killings will come out for a brawl at the end of the show. Sonny Siaki will do a pre-tape backstage. Sonny Siaki will injure Jerry Lynn's legs. Sonny Siaki will then have a match against David
You're cutting
Young.
a promo as if you were Sonny Siaki right now.
Sonny Siaki.
Sonny Siaki will injure Jerry Lynn's leg.
Yeah, he does speak in the third person. And the same thing, Shawn Waltman will have a promo early in the show. Shawn Waltman will wrestle AJ Styles. Shawn Waltman will come out later again.
So many in-ring promos.
I think the problem is less the in-ring promos than it's in-ring promos from people you've already seen multiple times on these shows.
Because, like, to be fair, the one good one was the Jerry Lynn one. Because he hadn't been on a show from the week before or that week.
Yeah, it's weird that they're at least one of these shows has one person who's just all over them in a way that you get sick of them.
I don't know. I wonder whose call that was.
You're picking sides as well? You're choosing between Russo and Jerry Jarrett?
Yeah, I'm siding with Vince Russo.
I believe we have established canon that all the bad ideas are Russo's and
Yes.
the good ones are Jerry Jarrett's. That's
Even
canon.
after Jerry leaves, I'm going to continue with that theme.
Other things in the X Division, we had Amazing Red win a couple matches and then get a great X Division title match against AJ Styles in the last show of the month.
This might be my favorite pure match so far.
Because it's AJ being Power Jr., Red being like the plucky underdog babyface, which is the role he lives for. Great match. Great match on the October 30th show.
Great in-match storytelling too throughout it. Yeah, it's definitely a highly recommended one.
And like for most of TNA history, AJ has weirdly been kind of a heel. but it's been kind of confusing because he started as like this pure babyface who's like the face of the company, and then very quickly, weirdly, became a heel for some reason.
But it's so great though. I love his character at the moment as weird asshole.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I do think by the end of October he's worked it out.
Well, surprisingly, Mortimer Plumtree has been like kind of a tremendous addition to the character.
Yeah, because that's another reoccurring story through the month where Mortimer Plumtree is recruiting X Division wrestlers. He first recruits Ace Steel and realizes he's probably going to get nowhere with Ace Steel, so he also recruits AJ Styles.
To be fair, the week that he recruited Ace Steel for $250,000 signing bonus, Ace Steel had a good week.
Yeah, he's like, oh, that's the guy. Let's back this up. Oh, no.
Isn't that just a funny representation of like the whole TNA choice to like, hey, we had Punk and Ace Steel. Who are we gonna give a singles push to? Ace Steel. The other guy, let's not put him on TV again.
He does come back.
Eventually.
So the AJ you see in this red match, I think, is the AJ like that has finally worked out how to both be and wrestle as a heel.
Just be mean and fuck people up for real.
Yeah, just do like cool brain busters. Red will take him. Do we have anything else in the X Division this month? There's like Kid Cash is there.
Yeah, Kid Cash is just killing it like he normally does.
Having good matches. We get a Shark Boy match, which I'm always on board
Shark
with.
Boy was over as shit.
Because he's freaking Shark Boy. You just look at the dudes. It's like, yeah, I'm going to root for the Shark Boy. He's a man in a shark costume. What more do you want in life?
The heel section was in full force now.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of Chad on these shows. We were debating whether or not some people were Chad.
I stand by that. That wasn't Chad on the last show. So Chad was there at the start of the month because there was a www.tnachad.com sign. But Chad, we're out there. Come back, Chad.
Maybe he moved to the heel section.
I hope not. That would break my heart.
He is #heel. He's the original Dolph Ziggler.
There were some great signs, of course, that we saw throughout this month.
Oh yeah, on the category of compromising to a permanent end.
Yes. Here we go. We had Saddam Fears the Truth, and the old time sign, totally nuke Al Qaeda.
It's a sign, alright. That's definitely a sign that was on the show.
That's like some peak Attitude Era sign shit right there.
These are weird signs just to be in October, because like the US didn't invade Iraq until I think it was early 2003, wasn't it?
Well, clearly they heard Dixie with her award-winning announcement earlier on in the month.
Yeah, it's a strange one. That there's weirdly so many. I guess it's the cultural consciousness of the time, but there wasn't a bunch of random Al Qaeda signs in the shows before this, and now there are.
The Asylum standing up for what they believe in.
There's also some very bad homophobic signs about Bruce, but we won't talk about those.
I don't hear anything disparaging about Bruce ever.
There was some homophobic chants toward Bruce as well, but we won't talk about those.
Tisk.
We'll move into the heavyweight division, I suppose. The big thing in the heavyweight division throughout the month was the debut of Kurt Hennig.
Now that guy.
Because Scott Hall missed a bunch of these shows because he had personal issues at home, which are varied. According to Jerry's book, he was having issues with custody of his children, but when Scott Hall does show up on these shows on the October 23rd show, he doesn't seem like the same razor-sharp Scott Hall that he was at the early days of TNA.
Which is funny because it's only been like a few months.
Yeah, like he's slurring his words in his promo. He looks just out of it.
Yeah, and he looks worse too, like physically.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like he still actually has a pretty good match with Ron Killings for a guy who does not look entirely there anymore. And it's a shame because like we saw the side of Scott Hall that everyone always wants to see. You know, the guy who is like a truly great wrestler, a much better wrestler than vast majority of other wrestlers.
And then we saw the other side of Scott Hall.
Yes, the side of Scott Hall that his demons are perhaps catching up with him again. But yeah, you got Kurt Hennig, who's in a weird place in his life. Kurt Hennig cuts a promo on the, I believe it's the October 16th show. He cuts a promo where he does the "I'm the guy who took down Brock Lesnar at 35,000 feet" line. And it's actually quite cool because, like, why not? Do those shoot promos on these shows, I don't care. Unlike the AEW Twitter account we mentioned earlier, I'm fine with taking shots at other companies.
These are the 7 reasons TNA sucks. Too many shots at WWE.
Kurt Hennig coming out. Because, like, this is October 2002. Kurt Hennig passes away in February 2003. And, like, when you see him on these shows and when you look at him and you can see how, like, puffy his face is and how, again, similar to Scott Hall, he's not as bad as Scott Hall, but he just doesn't look entirely well here, does he?
He looks a little rough.
And it's nice to have the star power because I think the show needs it. And it's nice to have a little month where he has a couple title matches against Rocket. Neither of them are very good at all. They're actually quite bad. But I think that's the saddest thing about watching him in this era. Like anything after like the end of his peak in the WWF, because you watch him during his peak and he is like legitimately one of the best wrestlers of all time. Like he does that bumping and feeding heel better than I think literally anybody else ever has. So when you watch him in this era where he's basically doing nothing.
Yeah.
It's not even that he's bad. It's not even that he's falling over the place. Nothing happens in his matches. So
They're just kind of boring.
yeah, it's just boring matches where nothing happens. But he's a welcome bit of star power while he's here.
Yeah. He has a cool... that's one thing we can mention that we haven't brought up yet. There's a series of really cool Mike Tenay sit-downs on this month.
Yeah, it's their new format where he has a sit-down interview with Scott Hall, he has a sit-down interview with Sean Waltman, he has a sit-down interview with Kurt Hennig, and it's usually like, hey, let's go over the past, let's talk about your narrative, your story, let's sit weirdly close to each other in the case of the Sean Waltman one. they're like, he's literally sitting on top of Sean Waltman.
He did love Sean Waltman.
Yeah, those promos with Mike Tenay, they're good ideas. They're always what, like, I think everyone says, like, AEW should be doing with Jim Ross. Those kind of like sit-down interviews that add depth to the characters and use the gravitas of the likes of Mike Tenay or the likes of Jim Ross to elevate the stories and elevate the wrestlers. It works.
Yeah, 100%.
As we go through what else happened in the heavyweight division, Killings was mostly tied up with Mr. Perfect, but there was the reoccurring Mr. Wrestling 3 story, Liam.
This is my description of this. Rehashing the Bullet Bob stuff with a heel Klansman.
If you remember, at the end of September, we mentioned that Vince Russo pitched a KKK story with Ron Killings.
Oh, I forgot that this was actually supposed to be a Klansman. I just thought it was a dude that looked like a Klansman.
And there's a quote in the PW Torch at the start of the month after the October 2 pay-per-view and Mr. Wrestling 2 debuts. The verbiage scripted by Vince Russo regarding the racist aspects of the opening show on October 2 was toned down considerably once Jerry Jarrett and the wrestlers involved got through with it. Quite a bit would have to be rewritten anyway, because Russo originally scripted the opening of a promo to involve Hall, who was not available. Ron Killings is said to be resigned to having to do the racist storyline, even though he's not crazy about it.
Also the fact that, like, every single fucking story he's done so far has had some sort of racial overtone or undertone.
Even when he weirdly turned babyface for a few weeks and then turned heel again.
Well, that doesn't count because everyone does that shit.
He doesn't feel he has the seniority to speak up against it. There was a lot of disgust expressed in many circles that TNA officials tried to say with a straight face that the person attacking Killings wearing all white wasn't meant to have KKK undertones. And we know from Jerry's book, Vince Russo expressly pitched a KKK story. The defense they had for the angle repeated to several people was, just wait until it plays out before.
I hate this. I hate this attitude of just wait till it plays out. Like,
Yep.
Just no. Like, I get, like, you know, make it, you can do nuance, but Jesus Christ, not in this particular case, but also it's like a lot of time you have to start, you can't start off fucking badly and then go wait till it plays out. Start off strong and go, alright, let's see how it goes. Like, it's frustrating.
But yeah, for them to do something, again, if you remember from Jerry's book, he expressly pitched a KKK story and then had a man in all white jump Ron Killings. Now, you can deny all you want, but this is the man who's getting the ear of Panda Energy.
Old Grand Wrestling 3 over here.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Yeah, so most of the title matches ended with Mr. Wrestling 3 interfering in some way. It wasn't particularly good, who cares? But that's the story they're telling through the month. They didn't do the reveal until the following month.
Who could it be?
Well, it's Steve Armstrong, if you're wondering who's playing it. Which, by the way, is the same person who played the Bullet before it was revealed to be BG James.
Gosh, I just wonder who it's going to be revealed as.
Yeah, we'll never know.
I mean, we will when we watch the show.
Well, yes, I think that's November. Yeah, surely. They don't stretch that out for a whole other month. If they did, that would be madness.
Yeah, that would be madness.
There's many things that are madness. You had the Hermie Sadler return. He had a match with
Fuck
BG
off.
James against Jarrett and Bruce. You don't want to talk about Hermie?
He's been really mean to Bruce. I don't like it.
There is some transphobia and gay panic going on with Bruce again this month.
But, like, extra. There's just some lines, like, I know I shouldn't get irked by it, but some of these lines, you can't help but go, ugh.
Even like BG says at one stage, I can't remember the exact line, but it's something to the effect of, I knew you weren't all man, Bruce, but I didn't know you weren't either, Jeff. I'm like, fuck off. And like, it's weird, because like, I think September, the Bruce segments still had some gay panic, but it wasn't as bad.
Yeah, they toned it down. I think they toned it down a ton when he was doing the, like, wrestling women stuff. It's as soon as he's back into a feud with fucking dudes. And Hermie fucking...
You really hate Herbie Sadler.
He's awful, man.
He is, but like, who cares?
I do when I have to watch him on my screen.
That's true. Bruce also spins off into a feud with the Elvises. Or, well, the remaining Elvis, I guess. It's just Jorge.
The Elvis.
And he has Priscilla. There's a fun note when Priscilla debuts. Priscilla is Joni, the woman Jerry Lawler has been dating since he and Stacy separated. Lawler has written recent website updates lamenting the end of his relationship with Carter, which must be thrilling for Joni. That note is on October 16th. Then there's a note after the October 30th show. The woman who plays Priscilla is no longer with Jerry Lawler. The two broke up before she started the new role. So, there you go.
We also got the debut of a whole new lighting rig. I just want to mention it because it made the show look... Oh, we got to talk about the Asylum updates.
I'll start with the lighting rig. That was actually actively a move by Panda. They invested another $10,000 into the production values of the show. It was in Jerry's book on October 4th.
Very noticeable.
Today was spent working on the deal with Panda. We had conversations with Dixie concerning the new budget. Panda has already decided to upgrade the lights and production truck at the events. Bob Carter wants us to spend more money on the TNA girls. Bob loves the TNA girls.
Yeah, I bet he does. Me and Bob, but we're just there for Lollipop. Candy? Lollipop? Whatever her name was. Her name was Lollipop because she had the lollipop.
Yeah, you seem to forget Lollipop's name, even though she is your favorite woman.
I think it's because her name should be Candy.
Why? Why should her name be Candy?
I don't know. I think Lollipop is just... It's wordy.
Her name is Lollipop because she eats a lollipop while she does her dancing. She does not eat candy.
Me and Bob, big Lollipop fan.
So, yes, what else did you want to mention?
The new seating. That makes the arena look a lot bigger.
Yeah, and they opened up the top tier so that they have more people there, which is fun. Because if you look at the attendance for these shows, October 2 has 700 people. October 9 has a sellout of 1,400, which we'll talk about why in a moment. October 16 has 450. October 23 has 850. And October 30 has 500 people. But as you mentioned, it looks much better just with the layout of the building.
Yeah. And there's a whole new section for people to do jumps off now.
Oh, yeah, which is ideal. You want more freaking things for people to jump off.
And Slash took advantage. Slash was like, I'm going to be the first guy to do it.
He is the first person to dive out of the stands in the history of TNA. So well done, Slash.
His influence.
As we mentioned, the October 9th show was a sellout for not because they were super into the unannounced ladder match main event, but Chris Rock was there, Liam.
Yeah, and he had one of the best celebrity angles, run-ins, whatever promos ever, because he got in and he got out.
Yeah, he's like, Goldilocks is in the ring and she's like, welcome everybody, Chris Rock. Mike Tenay goes into full professor mode once again, giving you like the full detailed history of Chris Rock's career.
You should have done a sit down with Chris Rock.
He's like, Eddie Murphy discovered him in a comedy club and then he went on to have this astounding success. It's like, there you go. He comes out, he's like, NWA-TNA is the best wrestling in the world, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
That's it. He actually, if you look at him, when Goldilocks is like, oh, thanks for coming, Chris, you can go now. Chris Rock almost looks confused, like, oh, that's it.
Oh, he looks very confused to have been there, but he got in, he got out, and that's all that matters.
He did, well, like, he seemed enthusiastic, he seemed happy to be there, but like when the segment was cut, it's just like, oh wait, I'm literally here 40 seconds? Okay.
He's like, alright, I'll do it. So why was Chris Rock here?
Chris Rock was here filming a scenes for his movie, which I realize I did not put the name of the movie in the notes. Damn it, it's Head of State, I think is the name of the movie. 2003 movie, it wasn't released until next year. We filmed scenes for that movie, and yeah, I meant to watch the movie.
Should we watch the movie, do a watch along for it?
I'm not sure, could we do a watch along? Do you want to do a review of Head of State for the Patreon?
Yeah, sure.
Because I actually meant to watch it. I started downloading it this week, but I meant to watch it, and then I forgot to actually watch the movie. So yeah, they do a scene with JB. Yeah, we'll do a review of that for the Patreon. So cool. We'll do that for the $5 tier in the Patreon sometime over the next week, a couple of weeks. So if you'd like to hear us review Chris Rock's Head of State featuring TNA, you can subscribe at patreon.com/kiddingme.
Also coming soon, watch along of Mania.
Yeah, we're doing the 2010 WrestleMania as well, so it's going to be our biggest Patreon couple of weeks in terms of content in a while, so you can look forward to that. Yeah, Chris Rock!
Legitimate A-list guy.
Yeah, it's so rare that you get like legit A-list real celebrities that aren't Screech on wrestling television shows, and here he is, just Chris Rock.
I thought you were all about Scratch.
I know who he is, unlike you.
Not familiar.
You've never heard of Scratch. But yeah, Chris Rock is there and he doesn't do much. Gets in and out, says TNA's great. What more do you want?
We should add the Chris Rock line to the intro from now on.
The NWA-TNA is the best wrestling in the world.
Yeah, can we add that to the end of it? Just say yes.
We'll do it for this week, but not
No,
forever.
I want it forever. I want like our little intro song then. NWA-TNA is the best wrestling company in the world. And it fades out and then we come in.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm being bullied.
You're welcome, fans.
All right, what else we got this month? We covered X Division, we covered Heavyweight Division. Ken Anderson did a dark match before the October 23 show.
Cool.
I'm sure very pleased about that.
Yep. I assume we've been waiting for the main story now.
I put it off long enough. Liam, talk about Brian Lawler.
Brian Lawler apparently decided to put it all together in October and become the best character on the show. I don't know how he did this, but the first 4 shows, who really gives a shit, right? Doesn't matter. He's actually, I think he's improved in ring. I think he's found his character a lot better now. Just the fact that like he was ever meant to be taken seriously is hilarious because he's clearly like just a goofball and it works so well. But we put it all together with the best angle in the NWA-TNA history.
I feel like we have to talk about the October 23 one to set the table.
Oh, set the table then.
So on October 23, there's a segment where Brian Lawler is wrestling BG James, having their match. Then Six-Pac comes out on the ramp with his girlfriend April and just starts furiously making out with her.
Yeah, and she didn't want to.
Yeah, she says that she had nothing to do with that. She had no part in that. It was all Six-Pac. Brian Lawler's facial expressions as that is happening, as Six-Pac is making out with April, are absolutely tremendous.
It caused him physical pain.
His life is just melting before his eyes as his girlfriend is making out with his mortal enemy on the stage, and he just falls off the top rope. He is so upset at this that he's pinned by BG. Now there is another part of that where he's been consoled by the referee. He's not even mad about it. He's just devastated.
Yeah. By the way, this ref's a fucking dickhead. All right, he's making fun of my man who's going through some real emotional turmoil right now. And he's like, oh, what are you doing? Crying? Oh, you're crying because your girlfriend kissed your mortal enemy on TV? Ooh, why would you cry about that? It's like, yeah, all right, dickhead.
So, yeah, later in the show, Sean Waltman comes out and he's just like,
Oh, no, before that, we have Oh, no, you're right, sorry. I thought I got them mixed up because there's so many walking out talking segments.
Yeah, because Waltman has a match with Styles and then comes out later again.
Yeah.
And then April is like, oh, Brian, I had nothing to do with it. And Brian is like, oh, okay, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Before that happens, Brian comes out and he's like, hey, man, I don't blame you, Six-Pac. Like, I'm done with her. I'm going to move on. She's obviously not the one until she runs out and says, oh, it was all Six-Pac that did it. And to which Six-Pac goes, in a hilarious response, goes, I can't hear what she's saying. What are you saying?
There's also another great Six-Pac line in this promo where the crowd is chanting something at him. He's chanting, you suck or something, or you can't wrestle. And he's like, I know, some of you hate me. It's fine.
Pessimistic Six-Pac has been such a joy.
He's just like, I understand that some people have an irrational hatred of me, and that's okay. I've accepted it.
Yeah.
So then after Brian and April get back together, Brian is perfectly happy to accept this April explanation. You may now talk about the segment from October 30th.
So my man, Big Brian Lawler, is coming out at this point, accompanied by, what's her actual name? It's April, right?
It's April. Way to not remember poor April's name.
Oh, I did remember. I was clarifying.
Well, fine.
They come out together, and there was this fan, and you can hear it in the live reaction, who pushes him, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty dangerous. You do that. He's got full right to hit you. He pushes him again, to which Brian Lawler punches this dude in the face, exploding his nose. And my reaction to this was one of the most joyful moments of my entire life. Because, I did not expect... This is one of the best, wrestler beats up a plant in the crowd segments I've ever seen in my life. Because I didn't for a second think it was a plant. And then, when the punch happened, it was a real punch.
It was.
Which we get the great visual of this fan, pissing blood out of his nose, and also Brian Lawler's, knuckles covered in the blood of this fan.
You cannot do justice just how much Brian Lawler made this man bleed with a shoot punch. He punched him right in the nose.
Yeah, just a perfect angle. If this was TW, 100.
I love, like, that was the angle as well. It's like, they're like, we can't let you talk after that. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's like, Brian Lawler rules now.
And now he's a badass. He's just punching out fans.
Yeah, but he's also a dope while he's doing it. It's great. We also had the segment with April and him backstage where April's giving him the Maurice fuck eyes. Oh, that's only a reference that the Patreon guys will get. Giving the Maurice fuck eyes to her, and then as Lola goes in to kiss her, she's like,
She's literally pulling her head in any direction to keep it away from Brian Lawler's mouth.
yeah. This is also a bigger, just to briefly divert from Brian Lawler, if we must, a big Goldilocks month as well. She was all over these shows.
Because, like, she's every backstage interview, and there are a lot of them.
Yeah.
She doesn't get much abuse this month, though, to be fair.
She gets real smelt up by Sonny Siaki.
Yeah, Siaki creeps on her after talking to her about consent like a month ago.
I know. A double standard.
Typical men. Oh, God, it is typical men. No. The worst thing is when you, like, start to make a joke about something, and then you realize, no, it's not the joke. It's just life, and it's horrible.
How it is. Yeah.
I think the only other big thing this month was the NWA title rule change, where Bob Armstrong comes out in the last show of the month and announces that from now on, titles can change hands on a DQ.
And I'm sure this will stay relevant for the rest of TNA's history.
It actually does.
What?
That stays a rule in TNA for the entirety of the period where the NWA titles. It goes out the door when they replace them with the TNA titles.
Boo, you got my hopes up then.
It's not. It's a rule until like 2007.
That's still pretty impressive.
I think there's times where they don't entirely obey it, but like they do DQ title changes up until the end of 2006. So
Alright. That's pretty
you can look forward to those.
I was gonna say the only like other thing that we've kind of skipped over is like the Jeff Jarrett, BG James, Ron Killing stuff, but that's because it's boring and there's not much of note to really say about it.
It's so boring. Like, Jarrett has a match against Kurt Hennig at the end of the month where he just beats the living hell out of him and bloodies him, and you were looking forward to that match, and then it doesn't happen. So yeah, we got kind of goofball Jeff Jarrett where he's wrestling Herbie Sadler, but then, you know, we come back to Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett.
When you hear the glass, that's your ass, you know? Ha ha ha. Ain't I great? Slap nuts. 316, you know, all of his famous sayings.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much October done.
Yeah. Oh, well, we can't end it without addressing the month of October, of course. The cosplay.
Oh, there was a bunch of fans in the crowd who were right in the front row, right next to the ramp, who were cosplaying as. I'll pull a screenshot of this for the Twitter, and I might throw it in the show notes as well. They were cosplaying as Mortimer Plumtree, tremendous cosplay.
Yeah.
Bruce, tremendous cosplay, and then a pretty good AJ.
And the pose too. That's like the next thing for the Bruce.
And even he had the Mortimer Plumtree pose down as well. He was doing like the chin scratching thing Mortimer Plumtree does.
The AJ cosplay was good. It's just a very easy cosplay to do.
It's just a t-shirt and a headband.
He had the haircut though, and he had the necklace. So I will give him. At least he did the details.
Yeah, so there were some absolutely top-notch cosplays on these shows. Fair play to fans who put in that kind of effort.
It's the best part. What about like WWE going to Japan? See all the great cosplay from it.
I think this is a better format for covering these shows instead of being like, what do I have to say about this Maximo's against Flying Elvis's match? It was actually pretty good. But, you know, the inconsequential stuff, you don't want to talk about Sonny Siaki against David Young. I have nothing to say about that match. So I think talking about in broad strokes and covering the big points and covering the broader narratives and the interesting stuff is a little smoother than getting bogged down in the details of matches you probably have no interest in hearing about. But if you hated it, let us know on Twitter at TNA History Pod, on the Voices of Wrestling Discord. You can hit us up there. We're usually hanging around the You've Got to Be Kidding Me channel there. Or if you're one of our patrons, let us know on Patreon.
So when David Young returned to TNA, I took umbrage with Mike Tenay's statement that he said at one point that David Young used to be a staple when he's more consistent now.
Yeah, he was on like 2 shows.
Yeah, and I think he was on 3 this time, so he's technically more consistent now than he was then.
So David Young is now a staple of TNA wrestling. I like the way I'm like, we have nothing to say about David Young. And like, no, you're like, no, I do have something to say about David Young.
Yeah, let me just check my notes to make sure we got through everything. Feels like a big transition month. That's a good point to end it, right?
It does feel like a pretty... I think it's similar enough to September in that it does feel like this is a coherent month of wrestling, where like they're telling their coherent stories that are consistent from month to month, and Scott Hall is the only one who's kind of disappearing due to reasons. And for the most part, it's just like, again, they have their consistent roster, and they're kind of treading water at the moment because they're still waiting for the Panda deal to go through, and as we mentioned, power struggle. But Yeah, it feels like they have a coherent, consistent identity now.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that comes to them spotlighting the X division so heavily this month.
And also, they had match graphics, which were cool.
Oh, they were dope.
Yeah, they had the motion graphics where people did poses and turned around.
We should always do motion graphics. They're so much cooler.
It's funny because like wrestling is such a low bar to please fans. Like all WWE had to do was like motion graphics for WrestleMania, and people lost their shit. It's like, why doesn't wrestling just always do this?
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if I had any more funny notes. I just had one that says "desperate for anti-woman sentiment."
You are always desperate for
No.
You just want women to be degraded and demeaned at all times. Listen, if you're going to cast me as a Nazi, I'm going to cast you as a sexist.
I think I'd rather be a sexist than a Nazi.
That's true. But still, I'm pretty sure sexism comes inherently with being a Nazi, but still. So that is the month of October 2002. Thank you so much for listening. You can follow us on Twitter at TNA History Pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam on Twitter at The Gleet Muda. You can support us on Patreon if you like the show, where you'll get our second show covering the 2010 Monday Night Wars. You'll get watch-alongs of a pay-per-view per episode of the podcast. You'll get written reviews, which I'm kind of behind on, but I will catch up on over the next 2 weeks. You'll get our show notes. You'll get our star ratings. So that's all there on Patreon. 3 tiers, $1, $5, $10. And as we mentioned, we'll do a review of Chris Rock's Head of State over the next 2 weeks. And we'll also be having a watch along of WrestleMania 2010, which is that's WrestleMania 26, I believe. So you can look forward to all of that on our Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme. We'll be back in 2 weeks covering November 2002, which is the month where Panda officially buys TNA. Spoilers. But that's what you can look forward to then. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Boom. It's my thing now.
You're doing booms.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world! Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Whoa, hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it? That's it.
Welcome everybody to the You've Got to Be Kidding Me episode number 6, covering TNA history in November 2002. I'm Garrett Kidney. I'm joined as always by my co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, hello!
Hello, this is my favorite month of 2002.
Is it actually? Is this the peak of TNA for you?
No.
What has been your favorite month so far then?
Probably last month. Last month or the month before, because last month had all the X Division focus, but the month before is when they started setting up it being a wrestling show.
Oh yeah, that's a unique idea.
Yeah, so the last 2 months have been my favorite. This one was good for the first 2 weeks, and then fell off hard as things became more prevalent and it stopped being a wrestling show again.
It is quite interesting to see, like, really the wheels come off over the course of a month. That's what happened in this month.
And it's just so hilarious that it plays out the way it does on screen as well, because it's like, how perfect to see the booking fall apart as the booker is on the show.
Well, he's not Booker at all, Liam. He's not involved at all. He's only an on-screen character. We shall get into that
cool
as we
guy.
go through the episode. We've gotten straight into podcast content for once. This is unusual.
I know. It's because it's like, this is a big month. This is arguably the biggest month so far that we've had to cover.
Vince Russo is just such an all-encompassing figure that he even eliminates pre-podcast banter. He's just like, you must talk about me at all times.
Yeah, well, it's because, we got Vince Russo, Jarrett winning the title, Panda Energy buying TNA. This is the big one.
So, some housekeeping notes before we do actually start in earnest. We did a Twitter poll this week.
Oh, yeah. By the way, our Twitter going off right now. Jump on the Twitter while you can, because we'll stop it eventually.
Liam will be very upset because it's coming closer and closer to overtaking his personal Twitter and followers, but
ugh, shivers down my spine.
It's just a platform from which he can now pontificate.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. You'll notice I'm just going to start posting takes on there instead. I'll try and keep it vaguely TNA related.
Like your CM Punk tweet this week?
Yes, that was legitimately me. Oh, my fire alarm is going off.
Well, you should go check, is there a fire?
Nah, don't worry about it. Anyway, so... This is good. Okay, it's over now.
Your takes were too scorching hot that they set off the fire alarm.
Yeah, it's because our Twitter is too fire.
you're gonna burn to the ground because of how good our Twitter is.
Oh, burn it down. That was me legitimately dipping my toes in. What if I just post things in general? Will anyone mind?
I don't think anybody will care.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe they should care. Maybe that's the whole point.
So yeah, so we did do a Twitter poll this week. 2 weeks ago we did the show via broad topic rather than segment by segment.
Too many shows.
Because there were 5 shows. And I was like, I'll ask, did you prefer we do it that way or we do it segment by segment? And with 102 votes, it was split 50-50. So...
Which means we have incredibly indecisive listeners. But also, fair play to us. Decent number of votes on that too. I was genuinely like, alright, here we go. It wasn't 4 people voting in like a 50-50 split.
Yeah, people actually cared, but now we're in the dilemma of what do we do now that there is 51 people who want it one way and 51 people who want it the other.
Well, the answer is we'll do it however damn well we want to, because we have control in the end, so...
That is true. So I figure we'll still just stick to broad topic, because I think that's going to make more sense, especially when we get to the monthly pay-per-view here, where we're going to be like, alright, what was the build to Jeff Hardy and Jeff Jarrett? What was the build to Petey Williams and AJ Styles? What was the build to Triple X AMW? It'll make a lot more sense to do it that way when we get the monthly pay-per-views. So we will stick to broad topic, but when we're done, we'll do a pass through the shows for anything we might have missed.
Because I think there's, a decent chunk of people that will be listening to this who aren't watching the shows with us.
I would imagine the majority.
Yeah. I mean, you're cowards if you aren't. Commit to this bit as much as we are. Or we should be watching at least once a month with your bloody watch-along on our Patreon. That's what you should be doing.
Good plug.
For people who aren't, we'll do a rundown so people know what the stories and the themes of these shows are throughout, beyond just our broader points.
So that's how we will deal with our annoying Twitter tie. Be more decisive, Twitter people, please.
What's going to happen once we have to, end of year votes? Because we're coming up on December.
I suppose for the January 2002 episode, we will do some kind of end of year content.
Or even, maybe its own thing.
Or maybe a Patreon thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we should do an end of year thing, but I think we should, there'll be something. There will be something.
The other thing was last week you insisted I put Chris Rock's line into the opening of the episode. So,
Yes.
To make that a more consistent thing from now on, if there are any quotes with which we deem worthy to be in the opening of the episode, we will beef it up to add to Chris Rock's NWA-TNA is the best wrestling in the world.
Yeah. So we're going to have... What are we adding for this one?
Oh, we're definitely going to add 2 in this one. We're going to add Mr. Nerd, which we'll talk
yes,
about.
Yes, okay. I wanted to make sure Mr. Nerd made it in there.
And we'll talk about, oh shit, it's Vince Russo.
And oh shit, it's Vince Russo.
There's 2 that will make it in from this episode that you will hear a lot more about when we get deeper into talking about these wrestling shows.
It's like, you've got to be kidding me. Oh shit, it's Vince Russo, Mr. Nerd. TNA Wrestling is the best pro wrestling company in America.
It's in the world, Liam. Get Chris Rock's quote right. It's the world.
As soon as it left my lips, I knew that it was the world, because as I'm watching it, I would obviously think the same thing.
Because Chris Rock was sitting there in the middle of the ring and he's like, it's better than WWE, it's better than New Japan Pro Wrestling, it's better than all these small British companies, nobody cares about any of them.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Ring of Honor, that's shit. Yo, fuck Bryan Danielson, fuck CM Punk. He was just shooting in the ring. It was the original pipe bomb.
True strong style is TNA Wrestling with Brian Lawler.
Yeah, he goes out there and he's actually like, strong style is just a marketing term, idiots. Don't you know that it's like sports entertainment?
Chris Rock teaching people the history of pro wrestling right here in TNA.
I really love the idea of Chris Rock as a puro gatekeeper. If you haven't been watching Michinoku Pro this year, what are you doing? Why are you even here?
Chris Rock definitely watches GLEAT though.
Oh, who doesn't? Garrett, who doesn't?
Who doesn't? That's a good question, Liam. Who doesn't? Is there perhaps a specific person in which you're implying doesn't via that statement? I don't know. I don't get this.
One of the people on this podcast. And it's not who you'd think.
Liam, yes.
Yes, I've never seen it.
Liam's a GLEAT phony. He's just like reading Wikipedia pages and just regurgitating it.
I have thought of like how great of a bit that would be to be one of these accounts that are like completely dedicated to a promotion and then just never watch it.
Just drop random takes about it without ever having to actually consider it.
Yeah, like be a Sendai Girls stan account and post like, Dash is the greatest wrestler in the world. Her year has been on fire. It's like, just with no context or understanding of that statement at all.
That'd be a good bit. That would be a solid bit.
Yeah, but and be super aggressive about it too.
No, you're wrong. It's what makes her the best in the world. It's like, oh.
No, if someone goes, "You're wrong," you just quote tweet it with cringe. This guy doesn't think Dash is the best in the world this year. Then you get 4 people with Joshi avatars liking it, and you'll be like, I have succeeded in this bit.
Those are the backpats you truly need in the world.
I mean, you'd rather them on your side than against you.
That is true. I think Deep Joshi Twitter is probably like Divastan Twitter, in that the second they're against you, it's the most unbearable thing in the world.
I had a brief taste of it with the AEW tweet that I made a while ago.
Oh yeah, you got the Joshi toxic people being like, why don't you just watch Joshi? And you're like, I do!
My favorite thing about that whole circumstance was if they just scrolled down one tweet on my feed, it was gifs of fucking Seedling.
Yeah, but Seedling is too mainstream. You gotta go deeper into Joshi.
Is it? I think I had Ice Ribbon gifs there as well.
Still too mainstream.
Sorry.
You got to watch some grimy Puro. Is there grimy Joshi? I don't even know.
Yeah. I mean, there is, but from my understanding, it's still relatively popular, for the level that it is. More popular than the male or intergendered companies of the same level.
So clearly they shall become Joshi companies.
And most companies should.
TNA should become a Joshi company.
Oh, that rule in 2002.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone would be treated very well.
They wouldn't do anything bad. Not like there was a month full of bad stuff.
Speaking of bad.
So we are talking about November 2002. The big story this month is that Panda Energy have officially bought TNA. On the October 30th pay-per-view, they actually went to talent and told them that Panda has officially bought the company. Panda is now owner of the company. There is some disputes about the ownership breakdown. I know for a long time it was reported, I think, that Panda had 71% of the company, and it's probably where they ended up with. But the Jarretts do claim that it was a 51-49 situation here, when they actually bought the company in the first place. But nonetheless, Panda is majority shareholder. Panda is owner of the company. J&J Entertainment that you see at the end of all of the episodes doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. It has been replaced with TNA Entertainment because it has been bought out by Panda Energy. So the TNA as an entity officially exists now.
What a road we've been on to get here.
Yeah, the company failed and then somebody bought it.
See, that's all it takes. I was gonna say, why does any company ever fail? You should just get bought out, idiots.
Yeah, and then some big oil tycoon company. Well, I'm not sure they're oil. What do Panda Energy do?
They crush up the bones of pandas and turn it into some sort of sustainable energy source.
My God, that's brutal. Their logo is actually a panda, which is fair enough. They're called Panda Energy, but I wonder is that I've now worked it all out. This is the World Wildlife Fund.
Oh no!
And they're like, first of all, our plan to succeed in pro wrestling is to make WWE change their name so that they'll have less brand equity, and then we'll buy their competition, and then we'll take over the world.
And step 3, take over the world.
Panda Energy, I think, made their money in power plants, but they also do a bunch of oil and gas. So there you go.
Oh, sounds like a cool company. And if they want to buy a podcast, feel free.
My favorite thing about the Panda Energy Wikipedia page is half of it is TNA and half of it is Panda Energy.
That's really funny.
This company, this billion-dollar energy company's major legacy is TNA wrestling.
I wonder if they were ever super embarrassed at some big energy conference or something, and some other Origin walks up and is like, "Hey, Panda Energy, how's that TNA wrestling going?"
Yeah, their competitors is wrestling company, really, guys?
And Bob's like, "Oh, it's cool, I swear."
When they go to the big annual company review or retreat, and just the wrestlers are there.
Yeah, it's a mixture of the wrestlers and the employees from the Panda Energy side.
It's Brian Lawler and Bruce hanging around with the company people.
Yeah, everyone's just getting real fucked up.
I was going to say the Dups, because they would have been a good example of people in the corporate world who would jar against the corporate world, but the Dups aren't around anymore, so
But yes, Panda bought the company. Official owners, they as I said, they held a meeting with talent on the 30th, and Cristobal is basically in and running the company, or at least running the finances of the company, and holding those purse strings quite tightly by all accounts, because there's some stories during the month about how, like, he's trying to slash production costs, he's trying to get things down to as little as Panda can spend on each individual television taping.
Sweet.
Because that's how business works. It's slashing costs to the very bone and getting by. I suppose when you have this company who is just losing money hand over fist, this company that is not bringing in nearly as much as they are spending, I can't really blame a corporate overlord for being like, listen guys, we are going to spend as little on producing this 2 hours of content as we humanly can.
But we swear we're all in.
We are committed to this and dedicated to this.
We are committed to this to an extent.
We do not want to throw money hand over fist at your stupid wrestling ideas.
It's like, listen, we're committed, but this is the vanity project. Don't get it twisted. This is the fun side gig.
Yeah, and like legitimately, there are some stories during the month that it's just like they're seeing this as like a renegade investment to get into the wrestling market and shake things up. It's like, yeah, all right, they're doing this basically as a Bob Carter got some notions and decided to buy a wrestling company.
It's a bit to Bob Carter.
It was a very expensive bit by the end of it, but it's probably nothing to him, so who cares?
Yeah, it's a drop in the bucket.
So the disputes between Jerry Jarrett and Vince Russo continued throughout the month in many ways, and it is, as we will discuss when we get to talking about the content of these shows, increasingly difficult to separate fact from fiction on these TNA wrestling shows. On the October 30th show, Russo expected to arrive and be crowned like the head of creative, but nope, Jerry Jarrett was still in charge, so Russo wasn't at that show, he wasn't at the November 6th show, and he wasn't at the November 13th show. But then, all of a sudden, he was revealed to be Mr. Wrestling 3 on the November 20th show, which was a plan as far back as I think the character was introduced. That character, that Mr. Wrestling 3 character, was always introduced, meant to be introduced as Vince Russo. That wasn't a twist or a swerve or a change of direction. So, while they are putting out in public, a lot of people are putting out in public that there is this dispute and this war going on between Jerry Jarrett and Vince Russo, which I think there actually legitimately was. They are also, on the flip side, trying to turn Vince Russo into a television character.
I don't know if they all are trying to turn Vince Russo into a television character, but it's really evident how much this sucks, because even just reading about Russo sends groans and shivers down my spine. I feel worse for having mentioned the name. Everything he does, it just turns to slime, and I'm not looking forward to the next 2 years of on-screen Vince Russo.
Because we're moving fully into the sex era, Liam.
I mean, that I am excited for, but yeah, and it's so evident. It's the amount of clean finishes on these shows has dropped dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has some bullshit ending, some DQ, some weapon going in, something backfiring. It's so much harder to invest and to watch these things.
And a lot of the dumb character elements are coming back, and we're fully moving into the work shoot here of this company. There's going to be more in December and more in January, where the whole idea of the show is, let's work the internet, let's work the roster. Because the big thing about that Vince Russo reveal is they worked the roster.
Yeah, who cares about working the fucking roster?
Especially for a reveal about Vince Russo. It's one thing, it's we don't want to tell the roster CM Punk is debuting on our show, even though everybody knows it was happening. But we're not going to tell our roster because we want it to be a big surprise. And I think most of the roster is probably fine with that. The roster is probably not fine with this guy who you have told them repeatedly that he's not working for the company, suddenly showing up as a surprise television character in the main event. I don't think the roster are going to be quite pleased that you worked them on that.
Also someone who, the initial instinct is going to be, this person has control over creative stuff.
Yeah, and they've been denying it from before the existence of this company. Like, from like May 2002, they've been denying that Vince Russo has any creative involvement in this company over and over and over again, no matter how much he's backstage. Oh, he's just producing pre-tapes. He's not actually, he's just helping with the interviews. He doesn't actually have any meaningful role in creative. Even when he showed up on TV, that was like the company line. He doesn't have any role in creative. It's like, guys, would you stop it? So would you stop working these poor people?
The fact that you feel like you have to lie about this is probably indicative of the fact that you shouldn't have this guy involved in the creative process.
It was like the 2014 thing. It's just like,
yeah,
if you have to have him in hiding, if you have to not tell people that he's working for you, why do you insist on having him work for you? If it has to be a secret, if so much of the roster will be upset and furious and angry at the fact that Vince Russo is the person responsible for their creative, if that's the case, why are you hiring him?
He's just not worth the hassle.
And I know why they're hiring him. He's Jeff's friend. That's why they're hiring him, but...
Really? Nepotism in the TNA?
God forbid. So it's bizarre to see that play out behind the scenes and in public, because in his book, Jerry Jarrett outlines the entire sex story, where he's like, Vince Russo will come in, and I think legitimately Jerry Jarrett's like, if I make this guy an on-screen character, he will leave me alone and stop trying to oust me out of my own company.
No, he'll just shoot on you in the middle of the ring and call you a piece of shit.
And threaten to fight you. But again, we'll get to that when we cover the shows. Vince Russo.
Let's make an honest attempt here, right now, to get all of our Vince Russo stuff out of the way. Because we can't do this for the next 24 episodes.
I think we can. I think we can just be like, for the rest of this entire podcast, it's just me and you just going...
So I'm going to make a concerted effort to not go, Vince Russo every time, but I want it to be known that it's implied in everything I say from this point forward. I will never say anything without that implication on my sentence, on my thoughts about Vince Russo. So that's it for now. I'm going to try to not do it and groan every time his name is brought up, but let it be known, internally it's there.
Yeah, sometimes people are like, hey, you shouldn't reveal the subtext, you should have the deeper art, you should have to examine the art for the understanding, but no, we will tell you the subtext of everything we say is Vince Russo. There's some wonderful Jerry Jarrett quotes in his book. It's Vince Russo is a terrible writer. He has no appreciation of quality in-ring work. He is extreme in crudeness, sexual content, language, and he has no limits regarding principles, religious principles. And there's an even better one on November 11th in his book. Jeff seems to discount the fact that Vince Russo has been a complete failure at everything he has attempted.
I like, because of the way it's structured, it feels like that was a Bible psalm. 10-11 Jerry. Jeff seems to be discount the fact that Russo has been a complete failure at everything he's attempted. So says the Lord.
We should insert that into the Bible. I'm going to find like a major Bible publisher and I'm just going to slide that in there and see does anybody notice.
No one's actually read it, it's fine.
It shall be recited in church and studied in prayer circles, and Vince Russo's fraud nature will be considered a religious doctrine.
As it should be.
So the big person who wasn't happy about Vince Russo, the person who was flat out refusing to work with Vince Russo, because it was like, Jerry was like, oh, a lot of people won't work for TNA anymore if Vince Russo is head of creative. And like Scott Hall stopped showing up for some other reasons as well. But one of the people was Sean Waltman, who did in fact quit. The second he saw that Vince Russo was revealed as an on-air character, he quit.
Sean Waltman is the fucking man.
Because like Sean Waltman was having some trouble. He dislocated his hip in one of the matches with AJ, and then like he has one match this month where he actually shows up, which is the match against Brian Lawler, where he apparently is doing quite badly. His hip is not doing particularly well in that match, even though it was only like 5 minutes long. So he ends up no-showing the November 13th show, and he doesn't inform them that he's no-showing until like an hour beforehand because he missed his flight. And like, it must be said, it's Sean Waltman, so
grain of salt.
There's, more of a mountain of salt than a grain of salt.
A mountain of something, but...
He didn't show up for the November 13th show, and when Russo was revealed on the November 20th show, he quit. He quit, and he did not come back. And they were trying to like get him back because they were thinking, oh, wouldn't it be great because you could build the real heat with Vince Russo into a story, because that's the way wrestling always thinks. It's like, no, that we can't make this guy who's unhappy at what we're doing happy. We want to incorporate his unhappiness into our television story.
Especially the worked shoot era, I'm sure that would have led to some very entertaining moments, some very sports entertaining moments.
Waltman's quote for a statement he released: "I am very sad things have come to this, but from day one, I made it clear if Vince Russo had anything to do with concerning me, there would be no deal. Vince Russo has no respect for wrestling or the importance of the matches themselves to the success of the product in general. I wish them the best, but Russo having anything to do with the product, they are pissing in the wind."
Tremendous.
And I imagine there are people at the time who were like, oh, it's probably a work. And I know even Dave Meltzer was mentioning in The Observer, it's like, oh, it might be, people think it's a work, but no, it's actually, the heat here is real. And you can tell, at least in this instance, the heat here was in fact real, because Waltman did in fact never come back.
Until
2005, until Russo was gone. So
yeah, it's so funny that like, even just, you know, stuff I haven't seen yet, but obviously things I have heard, that like 05 is like this golden era for TNA, and it's just, oh yeah, Vince left.
And it's the same thing. In 2012, Russo leaves, and you get the best like run of TV in ages, and then they bring him back at the start of 2014, and you get the worst run of TV in like the history of the company. Then Vince leaves again when his secret hiring is ousted in the middle of 2014, and you get the best run of TNA TV again. It's like
an absolute virus.
There is a consistent like trend in this company, like Russo bad, Russo gone, TV suddenly becomes very good.
If only they like had have just learnt that mistake in 05.
So you feel the power seep away from Jerry through the entire month.
Yeah, and it's like, it's quick. It's quick and it's sad. It's really unfortunate to watch.
And like, again, a quote from Jerry when he's outlined that he outlines the entire sex plan. The plan is for Russo to come in and feud with the traditional NWA. I know it's bizarre to say he outlined the entire sex plan, and that's meant to make sense. The Sports Entertainment Extreme stable, in case you're not familiar, was the Vince Russo stable. You will hear a lot more about in the coming weeks and months of this podcast.
I'm looking forward to actually learning what it's all about.
You want to learn all about sex.
Yeah, I'm like, maybe I'll be sex positive, who knows?
So he outlines the entire plan about how Vince Russo would lead sex against traditional NWA wrestling, and how there'd be an NWA belt and a sex belt, which was the plan.
I want to know who would have been the sex champion.
And Jerry's quote, well, it would be Bruce. Clearly.
I don't know who Bruce is anymore, sorry. Also, Bruce is a babyface. Obviously would be in the NWA.
Then it's Brian Lawler? He's getting around.
He sure is. That being said, Brian Lawler's been great this whole time, so sure.
The quote in Jerry's book: the future problem would be if Russo attempts to become an influence in the writing of the show. Only time will determine if he can limit his ambition to working as a talent.
No, Jerry, learn from the mistakes of your past. The mistakes of everyone's past.
Then you cut to the narrator voice. He didn't learn. So yeah, that's a lot of Vince Russo. Panda officially owning the company. There's some other small bits and bobs, small notes. Low-Key and TNA officials were unable to come up with a way to work around his scheduled Japan dates because he was working for 01. TNA basically wanted a month's notice of like Low-Key's TNA or Japan dates so they could work around it, and he couldn't really give them. So Low-Key has not been a feature on the show for the entire month.
Low-Key's like, I don't really know, I'm sorry. I get a call like 3 days ahead of time and then I'm in Japan.
And he can't be in TNA as a result. And I think we do miss Low-Key on these shows.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's be real, if he was on these shows, he'd probably be like fucking banging someone or something. It's not like he'd be just having cool low-key matches anymore.
Nobody is allowed to do that anymore.
No.
They explored numerous avenues, including connections they had when trying to sell the company to the country music industry, where it's Sawyer Brown, and my favourite note, even Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins.
Holy shit.
From the very beginning, they were looking to sell TNA to Billy. That's remarkable.
That's like, right there is an alternate reality, you know?
Where Billy, at the beginning...
Billy buys it at the start.
Ground floor, Billy Corgan gets in on wrestling in 2002 with TNA.
He's like forever linked with this company somehow.
Constantly linked with buying it is the way he's linked with it.
He really wanted TNA.
from 2002 all the way through to 2016. It's a long-term story. It's the longest-term narrative arc in the history of TNA. That will Billy buy TNA?
Yeah, I wish Billy had have bought it. I want to see that reality so badly.
But he wouldn't have his mighty Billy faves. He wouldn't have Marche Rocket all the way back in 2002. What would he do?
But imagine he'd bring him in. He'd bring him in eventually, you know, and then there'd be big stars because it'd be Billy's vision.
Fascinating to see what would happen if Billy... doesn't even know how far that got, or whether it was just like, hey, Billy, you want to buy it? And Billy was like, no. So that could have been the extent of the conversation. But just the fact that his name was mentioned around buying TNA all the way back in 2002 is quite fun.
Tremendous.
Roddy Piper has expressed an interest in working TNA shows to promote his book. You might hear more about that next month.
I think he does.
Yeah, in our December episode in 2 weeks. You might hear more about that. Another fun tease for the future. During his weekly appearance on XM Radio, Jeremy Borer said that the company is currently negotiating with Fox Sports Network, but didn't elaborate further. That's a story that we will not hear more about for 2 years.
I was say, people really just giving shit out on the fucking radio. Didn't they? They had a whole discussion about this like a couple months ago.
Yeah, stop leaking things. This isn't even a leak. This is literally just saying things on public radio stations. Does that count as a leak?
Yes, that's the biggest leak of all.
I usually think leaks happen in private, though.
I think all that determines a leak is if the information wanted to be out or not.
Yeah, maybe they did want that
like
information out. Maybe they were like, hey, Jeremy, leak that so we can get people some people
excited.
Leak
it. Your own verbiage has turned against you.
There had been interest in Bobby Heenan, and apparently an agreement was come to, but then Heenan was like, I don't want to deal with Russo. And then he was like, all right, maybe I might deal with Russo, but for the right price.
Guys, no one wants to work for him. Maybe that's indicative of something.
And they sold their first international TV deal to the Middle East, parts of the Middle East and Asia with Star Television, where they were getting $550,000 for 2 years. So that's a decent chunk of change, at least. That's money at the company that they don't have.
It's money that wasn't there before.
So those are the major notes. The major happening is Panda officially sealing the deal, which actually technically happened in October, but didn't come out until November. But there you go. That's Panda and Russo. The two things that are most important in TNA history: the money and the creative.
Yeah, real solid efforts on both sides.
Some real both sides things going on here, isn't there?
that's the tale of two cities is quite literally all of this company.
Oh dear. So that brings us to the shows. The 4 shows in November. NWA-TNA pay-per-views 20 through 23 are the shows we will cover. November 6th, 13th, 20th, and 27th, all in the Nashville Asylum, with attendances ranging from 800 to 1100. Attendances did go up through the month, so they did have the Jarrett title change, and they did have the Russo stuff, so there was, at least in typical fashion, some interest in it before it probably went off the rails.
People were invested in the Jarrett chase, I feel, and him actually getting there.
I think that was one of the better stories of the month, because they did go back to traditional old school pro wrestling for a little bit, where Jarrett ends the second pay-per-view of the month, NWA-TNA and NWA-TNA. God, my brain's shutting down.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 21.
Jarrett ends that show with his go-home promo, which is just a traditional pro wrestling go-home promo. He comes out, he talks about how he wants to win the belt, how it's his journey, how the traditions of the NWA that he wants to live up to and the ideals, and obviously that's setting up a swerve in another way, but still, it's fun to see them do a good, traditional, old-school go-home promo instead of some kind of nonsense.
And preparing myself for some kind of nonsense.
So yeah, the big story of the month as we go into broad topics, for the half of you that want broad topics, was Jeff Jarrett winning the NWA title from Ron Killings. He defeated him on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22, in which Vince Russo was revealed to be Mr. Wrestling number 3.
By God.
Yeah, there was a whole story through the first 2 shows where they were trying to reveal the identity, so Ron Killings offered Mr. Wrestling 3 a title match. Mr. Wrestling 3 did not accept that title match because they thought it was Jarrett, and then Jarrett was like, I'm not Mr. Wrestling 3, I'm not accepting this title match because I'm not Mr. Wrestling 3. Then he earned his title match by winning a tournament that kind of fell apart because Sean Waltman stopped participating in it due to injury. But again, Jarrett beat BG, and Jarrett beat Hennig in order to win his number 1 contendership, and beat Killings to become world champion with the first guitar shot in TNA history, Liam.
It's an historic moment, and not from the person you think to do it.
Yeah, there are 2 guitar shots in the month of November. The first one is by Mr. Wrestling 3 to Ron Killings. And then the second one is by Jeff Jarrett to a ring post.
That's truly, like, all that we were talking about at the start, like, the big build-up to when Jarrett will finally use the guitar. And it's like, oh, he won't.
Yeah, his big guitar shot in the month of November is destroying it on the ring post because he does not want to use the guitar.
Because he's a big babyface.
It's weird. He's not. Because in Jerry's book, he literally outlines it's like all the programs he's going to work as a heel, and then he's like, oh, we can turn you face after that, and then you can be, we could run all those programs back. And then you're like, wait, he's meant to be a babyface on this show, or a heel on this show?
I don't know. Maybe it's so confusing. I don't know who's a face or who's a heel, or like Russo's being a fucking cunt in the ring, and then people are cheering him, and then some boo him, and then it's nothing. It's so insane, and it's hard to follow, and nothing matters.
Like, I guess you could argue Jarrett against Killings is heel versus heel, even though Ron is likable, Jarrett's not very likable, but the crowd are kind of behind Jarrett because Jarrett cut his big babyface promo.
Yeah, Jarrett set himself up as the face for the match. And then he also didn't take the help from Mr. Wrestling 3.
Yeah, so he's, at the very least, not aligned with Russo, even if he's still a heel? I don't know. It's impossible to work out. You cannot work out.
Is Russo still a Klansman here?
Maybe, probably. Again, no way of knowing.
Yeah. This was a whole to-do, but it felt very TNA, didn't it? This is the most TNA we've witnessed yet.
Yeah, this is a very TNA month. Actually, I think the Russo promo the next week is the most TNA. TNA has TNA'd up until this point, but...
I meant the whole Russo stuff over this month and the Jarrett stuff over this month.
Yeah, it does feel like... Because, as you mentioned, when we were starting the show, when you were talking about how, like, oh, last month was your favorite month. Last month was just kind of like a normal pro wrestling month. It's just like, we'll do matches, we'll do our stories. It's a pretty normal month. There's problems with it because it's TNA, and there's never not going to be problems with it. But it did feel like there's like, let's do some straightforward pro wrestling. And now it's like, the month started with some relatively straightforward pro wrestling.
You watch it unravel throughout the month.
You do. You watch the identity of the promotion kind of slowly explode over the course of a month. So Jarrett is NWA champion, the moment that we've all been waiting for. There's actually a very interesting note in Jerry's book where he says, this show is very important because I've decided that after Jeff chasing the belt for 21 weeks, it might hurt his credibility and the company's credibility for him to continue being denied. The more interesting part of that, the fact that Panda now has a controlling interest deflects what little negative could come from Jeff being an owner and also the champion. It's interesting to see that Jerry was like, because Jeff is no longer like fully in control of this company, Panda is majority shareholder, we can make him champion without the fear that there's blowback.
You know what the funniest thing about this is?
What?
The guy that they kicked out of this company is the only person I've ever seen in charge of this company with a shred of self-awareness. Like, it's so hilarious that, like, wait, this guy's thinking about things? Get him the fuck out of here.
The fact that he's thinking about, well, you know, because Panda owns the company now, we'll get less blowback from the internet.
Perspective? What?
I'm pretty sure that's not a quality people have in spades in pro wrestling, so...
But yeah, that's why we had to get him out of there. He was thinking too much about the things that we were putting on television and trying to earn money from.
I'm legitimately stunned it took 22 weeks for a guitar shot, though. Do you think they were saving it? It's like, we're going to do the first guitar shot for the title change when Jarrett wins the belt.
Yeah, but like, then they wasted it.
They gave it to Vince Russo.
Like, you could have at least had, like, you know, Russo brings it in, Killings kicks him out, guitar's in the ring, Jarrett takes the guitar, whacks it over, Killings wins the title. It's like, that's a way more satisfying payoff than Russo limply throwing it into the back of Ron's head.
Only a few people know for sure that Russo was going to be revealed as Mr. Wrestling 3. It's mostly the people in the office, so you had like Bob Ryder, Jeremy Borash, and Mortimer Plumtree. Everybody else was worked.
That's what you gotta do. Never want to build trust with your employees, alright? That's something we've got to take away from this. You never want to have trust with your employees because then that might inspire loyalty, and that's one thing you don't want in a company.
No, you never want people to be like, you know what, this is a good place to work, this is a place where I can trust my bosses, and I've never like left out in the cold or left out not knowing what's going on. That's
No, you never want that. That's bad.
You want uneasiness, you want a toxic work environment, you want people to feel unsafe, you want people to think of greener pastures elsewhere, because that inspires fear. And that's how you control your backstage environment.
You never want people to know they're on a sure footing. You never want people to know that what you're telling them is actually true and not some dumb shit that you're going to use to set up an angle on the TV show. Nah, you never want any of that.
Can't trust them. Remember they were leaking stuff like 2 months ago?
So they deserve this. This is what they get.
This was their punishment for stuff that Jerry was definitely doing.
You want to leak stuff? Well, we're not going to tell you anything, and you're going to be mad at us.
Yeah, and then you're going to leave.
There's even a quote in The Torch that Jarrett was pleased that wrestlers seemed to be surprised backstage.
Well, at least it worked. It'd be more embarrassing if they were trying to keep it from everyone, and then everyone still knew.
So Jarrett's champion, Russo's on the show, which really came into more relevance on the following show, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 23, where we entered the work shoot era in full. So Mike Tenay starts the show. They cut to Mike Tenay, and Mike Tenay just does a promo about, like, this is the thing. Mike Tenay does this promo about how Vince Russo killed WCW, Vince Russo cost him his job, and he hates Vince Russo's guts. And we're telling the viewer, the person buying this show every week, that this man is responsible for the death of the second largest wrestling company in America, and now he is responsible for this company. And, like, why is the story here that the guy that's in charge is terrible?
Well, the idea here is that he's not actually in charge on camera, you know what I mean? Like, the kayfabe is that he isn't in charge. But the reality is very different, which makes the whole segment hilarious.
But, like, Vince Russo comes out after Mike Tenay threatens, and, like, if you want to know why Mike Tenay doesn't like Vince Russo, Mike Tenay was booked in a match in WCW against Madeja. Tenay refused, and because his contract said that he was an announcer and not a wrestler, they couldn't force him. But Vince Russo apparently never forgives these kind of things. But nonetheless, Mike Tenay is like, I'm not wrestling. I'm an announcer. Leave me alone.
I have no interest in smacking the back of my head against the mat a few times.
That is not a thing which is good for my brain. Therefore, I'm not going to do it.
All right, cowboy. You ready to shoot? Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, so after Mike Tenay does his little shoot promo about how terrible Vince Russo is and how he destroys the business. My favorite part of that, by the way, is after Mike Tenay does that, they cut to Don, and Don is like, you know what, I've never met the guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Don doesn't pass judgment based on what other people say.
And then Mike is like, if he cost you your job, you'd know. And Don's like, you know what, that's a good point.
Also, Don's like, Mike is my friend. I will support him in his hatred of this guy.
So Vince Russo comes to the ring. Mike Tenay is meant to be doing an interview with Jeff Jarrett, and then Vince Russo interrupts them, shoves Mike Tenay out of the way, calls him bad, which is clearly the worst thing Vince Russo has ever said, is that Mike Tenay is bad at his job because he's like the best thing on these shows.
It's also really stupid that this guy comes out here and he's like, Mike, you're bad, the show's bad, everything sucks, who would pay for this shit?
It's such a reoccurring trend through all of TNA history that all they ever do, over and over again, is tell you how terrible and bad and awful the show you're watching is.
Well, we're seeing it on the Patreon series too when we're going through the Monday Night Wars. Like, what's some of half the shit that Eric Bischoff says when he's on screen is, oh, the company sucked.
Everything you've watched up until we took over is utterly pointless and bad. What are you doing, you stupid idiots?
Why are you spending money on this?
Even go back to the first show where, like, Jarrett and Hall and Shamrock came out, and it's like, the creative of this show is bad, it sucks, why are we doing this battle royal?
It's been there from the beginning, which is kind of hilarious too. That's the other biggest through line.
Like, legitimately, we're not going to put it in the show open as a noteworthy quote, but Vince Russo just says the words, this product sucks. Those are his exact words. This product sucks.
Maybe we should put that in there, right at the end. After the Chris Rock line, where he's like, TNA is the best promotion in the world. This product sucks.
But we're actually talking about our podcast instead of...
Yeah. Yeah, that's when it says, you've got to be kidding me. This product sucks.
So Vince Russo goes full worked shoot where he's talking about the history of WCW and the history of Jeff Jarrett's
I don't even know what's
career.
worked. You know what I mean? Like, my man was just taking veiled threats at Jerry Jarrett.
Yeah, that's another one where he's like, if you cut my mic, Jerry, Jerry Jarrett's not a character on this show. Jerry Jarrett's never been on this show. Nobody who watches this TV show knows who Jerry Jarrett is. And yet, Vince Russo's like, he's threatening to smack the shit out of him if he cuts his mic. Which, to be fair, I would take that challenge. If Vince Russo's like, I'll smack the shit out of you if you do anything, I'd be like, I'll do it. You can't smack the shit out of anything.
I mean, no, we're not doing this is a fiery promo.
I'll give it to Vince Russo. It was well delivered. You can never deny him that. But the content of the promo was absolutely dreadful. Because he went through Jeff Jarrett's career where he's like, you were a nobody in the WWF, but when I got the book, I made you good. I made you a star. Then you were a nobody in WCW, and you were begging me to jump over to WCW.
Here's my promo. My promo is, I'm going to come out here. I'm going to tell you the show you're watching is bad and the promotion you're watching is bad. I'm going to tell you that the NWA World Champion is bad. Then I'm going to tell you that wrestling's fake. And then I'm going to tell you that Jeff Jarrett was bad. And then I'm going to punch an old man that you don't know.
Yeah, I'm to be fair, threatened to punch an old man that you don't know.
Yeah. Just a cavalcade of great stuff.
It goes back to Vince Russo's like core misunderstanding of pro wrestling, though, doesn't it? His core misunderstanding of why people like this thing. Like, they want to invest in the stories and the characters and the chases for the titles. That's pro wrestling. But he constantly can't understand that, so he has to constantly tell you pro wrestling is fake. This isn't real. I'm the writer. I'm the booker. The real drama here, the real tension, the real thing that you should be interested in is the behind-the-scenes stuff, which we're going to have spill over onto the television show at all times, while we tell you that I booked this guy before and I want to book him again, and this old man backstage is stopping me from booking him again.
Well, it comes down to the core of he doesn't like pro wrestling. Like, really, what Vince Russo should have been doing was directing some Big Brother fucking-esque show where he was, like, the guy making the challenges for people on the fucking reality TV show. He shouldn't have been in pro wrestling.
But the problem is he was never a good enough writer to write any TV, so...
I'm not saying you had to write good TV. Go write Road Rules.
There's a reason the dude is doing a podcast these days, like...
Hey, wait a minute.
If he was good enough to write literally any TV other than pro wrestling, which he wasn't even good enough to write in the first place, but he got the job, and he got so many jobs that people just kept on hiring him. But if he was good enough to write TV, TV companies would have hired... There's never been more TV out there. Never more reality TV, never more non-fiction TV, never more scripted TV out there. If you can't get a writing gig if you're a writer now, you're just not a good writer.
Ed Ferrara got a gig.
Yeah, he's teaching creative writing in Full Sail, so that he's teaching...
Yeah, you know who isn't teaching creative writing at Full Sail?
The Full Sail is no longer associated with WWE, so Ed Ferrara is not teaching the WWE writers of the future anymore.
Well, he did for like the last 4 years, so maybe that's the problem.
That's where NXT went wrong. Hiring Ed Ferrara's kids. So yeah, Russo does this full promo, and in the match afterwards, Don's like, you know what, Mike, after I saw Vince cut that promo, I know why you hate him.
Which is such a great realization. It took like literally 5 minutes.
And Mike TNA is like, now you'll get why I wanted to quit. And Don, in like the most like charming self-deprecating thing, it's like, oh, you shouldn't quit. No one wants to see me do play-by-play. Bless Don. Don is an absolute treasure on these shows.
Someone has to be.
I will say, I did enjoy both of the Jarrett Killings matches. I don't think they're like blow away, you know, you've got to watch them, but I think they're the better heavyweight title matches they've had in this company's history so far.
I'd agree. There's nothing there that's blow away or even stuff you have to go seek out, except maybe just to see Jarrett winning his NWA title, but it was, you know, they were fine heavyweight matches. Nothing in the heavyweight division is going to touch anything in the X division at this point.
At the very least, they're better than the Shamrock matches, so it has that going for them.
You could actually probably say, like, this is the, as far as, like, everything, maybe even the X division, that this month had the best title matches so far.
Yeah, as you mentioned. But even the X division had two, like, Styles and Lynn bangers.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, and they had the the red thing too. So like this could definitely have. You could even say that. You could probably say that all the titles had their, except for obviously Miss TNA, which wasn't defended.
Tug on your collar. So yeah, Jarrett beat Killings to win the title, and then to close off the story for the month, Jarrett defeated Killings in a rematch to retain the title, where he was not refusing to take the guitar from Russo again. So the story here, the tension is that Vince Russo wants to help Jeff Jarrett, but Jeff Jarrett doesn't want his help.
Wish that was real life.
Yeah, it is a weird inversion of like the real life situation where Vince Russo wants to help Jeff Jarrett. His dad doesn't want Vince Russo to help Jeff Jarrett, but Jeff Jarrett desperately wants Vince Russo to help Jeff Jarrett. They even did an angle after the match where Dave Meltzer reported, nobody knows this story, but they're figuring it'll get reported and everyone will know. Killings came back in the dressing room screaming that Russo was shooting on him by punching him for real in the ring. He looked to be throwing these windmill blows that were connecting, but he's not a trained worker. So they're even trying to do like these angles where it's like Killings is faking being mad at Vince Russo for quote unquote shooting on him. But
God,
nobody
this
cares.
is such stupid shit.
It's always stupid. Like all this, the work shoot stuff is just not. It just does not understand pro wrestling. And even when they're good, even when there's a good worked shoot promo, it never lasts and turns into anything good. It's just like you get the one. Even if you liked Vince Russo on the second show, like even if you're like, you know what, he cut that promo with fire and passion. It was well delivered. And if he said that to me, I wouldn't disagree because it is well delivered. But it goes nowhere. It never goes anywhere. And they keep doing stuff like this.
I think it's because fans can immediately tell if something's genuine or not. And to do something like this with Ron backstage, people just aren't going to buy it. Like, when things come out from backstage and they're legitimate, that does get fan excitement. Like, how many years do people want fucking Riddle and Lesnar or Riddle and Goldberg just because they heard the backstage stories of Riddle? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's... not all the backstage stories are Riddle. But now it's like, if it's something that isn't genuine and it's something planned, especially with Russo on TV, you're gonna roll your eyes and not think it's real because you can have some modicum of critical thought.
So we've done like nearly an hour on Vince Russo already.
Yeah, well, let's get to Vince Russo's ideas.
But before we continue into the show, You've Got to Be Kidding Me is brought to you this week by HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get fresh, pre-measured ingredients and mouth-watering seasonal recipes delivered right to your door. Skip trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. And that's why it's America's #1 meal kit. HelloFresh offers 50 menu and market items to choose from every week, from vegetarian meals and calorie-smart choices to extra special gourmet options. There's something for everyone to enjoy, with the recipes designed and tested by professional chefs and nutritional experts to ensure deliciousness and simplicity. HelloFresh offers the flexibility you need to easily customize your order on the app within minutes. Easily change your delivery day, food preferences, and plan size, or skip a week whenever you need to. As somebody who's not particularly culinarily inclined, HelloFresh makes it a lot easier to approach cooking from a beginner's perspective without having to search through cookbooks to put together recipes, or without having to walk through the grocery store wondering like, hey, is that fresh? I don't know what fresh things look like. They cut all that friction out for you to make cooking easy and fast. So if you'd like to try HelloFresh, go to hellofresh.com/VOW14 and use the code VOW14 for up to 14 free meals, including free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/VOW14 for 14 free meals. Use the code VOW14. The other thing we're going to talk about, the other broad topic, Bruce.
Or as he's now known.
Yes, he's now known as Alan Funk.
The new Funk brother.
Yes, there's Terry, there's Dory, and there's Alan.
Well, Dory was on this last show as well,
Yeah,
so
Dory and-
I wonder if he gave permission.
Dory has endorsed this change by Alan Funk. So, Bruce has reunited with Lenny throughout this month. The Rainbow Express are back. Lenny returns. Mm-hmm. Then Bruce loses to Jorge Estrada after Bruce literally slips on a banana peel, which Lenny was eating seductively. While they're making their entrance.
Good booking.
Literally the first thing on any of these shows is an interview with Goldie and Bruce, where Bruce it reintroduces Lenny, and Goldie is jealous of his boots.
I mean, they were tremendous boots.
And they go to that match between Jorge and Bruce, which is a dire, terrible match. It ends, as we mentioned, on a count-out when Bruce slips on a banana peel at ringside. Not, like, figuratively, not falls over on the mat. He slips on a literal banana peel.
The funny thing is, they undermine their own rules because, like, the prior week, Bob Armstrong comes out and says that titles will change hands on a DQ. And here we are, Bruce getting himself counted out, and title didn't change hands. Miss TNA did not go to Jorge.
We never confirmed that the Miss TNA title was on the line during this match.
So, no, we did. The whole idea was that, like, Priscilla would win it if Jorge won.
Oh, yeah! Priscilla, the uncrowned Miss TNA.
Robbed by the rules that they did not follow.
Priscilla, the linear Miss TNA champion.
I like the way last week when I mentioned the Bob Armstrong rule change, you were like, and how long are they going to follow that? And I'm like, you know what, for a surprisingly long time. Then hard cut to the next week in which they did not follow it.
Was it all titles or just the NWA title?
Well, is Miss TNA an NWA title?
It's never said the NWA Miss TNA title.
It's true, it doesn't count.
So maybe it's just NWA titles.
So we go to the next week, where Brian Lawler hears moaning in the locker room.
Oh no, what could it be? I immediately assumed Sean Waltman had returned.
I think that it was meant to be Sean Waltman and they rewrote it for the sake of Waltman, because this was the show that Waltman no-showed, so they decided to turn Bruce in more senses than one.
Oh, this is so stupid.
So Brian finds April in the shower, where, like, if you watch the Impact Plus version of this, her boobs are blurred. But if you watch the original version, there is just, like, suds on her boobs. Her boobs are, like, fully exposed, but there is soap covering them.
Hell yeah!
Brian's like, hey, why were you making sex noises in the shower? And April's just like, I'm having a shower, leave me alone. And then Lawler leaves, and they cut to Bruce sticking his head out of the shower.
And he's like, who? What's going on out here?
He was presumably being pleasured by April in the shower, and we are... Pleasured indeed. Mike Today and Don West are aghast at the idea that Bruce, the gay man, would be in the shower with April.
Bruce?
It's a shocking development. The worst part comes the next week. I don't want to talk about this one the next week.
Best part, man.
So April denies being out there in
not that part. I thought you meant the other part. No, the other part.
No, there's the
Alright, let's go.
So the following week, April denies she was in the shower with Bruce before Lenny accuses Bruce of being a fake gay.
But it's like, as we're watching this, we're like, Lenny, wouldn't you have noticed something?
They are waiting for marriage. You leave them alone.
Ah, fair enough. The funniest bit of this whole thing is if you watch our live reaction to this whole thing, in which it clicks that they are turning Bruce babyface and therefore have to make him straight.
The man cannot be gay and a babyface. That simply cannot compute. So they do, in fact, have to turn him in multiple senses so that the audience can cheer him now.
It's so fucking funny.
Because we did this is on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22, in which we did the watch-along, which is available now on our Patreon under $10 tier, as we did come to that realization that, yes, in fact, they are turning Bruce. They want people to like and cheer Bruce, so he cannot be gay. But they like this gay character so much.
Yeah, that's the whole other level to it, is that they loved the gay character so much that they weren't willing to get rid of it, so they brought back Lenny Lane just to keep doing Bruce's shtick.
So Lenny wants to be the real Miss TNA because Bruce isn't really gay. Which leads us... Somehow this gets worse. It just endlessly gets worse. To the worst part of this, in which BG James faces Lenny Lane.
Which is like... I think most of our sentences in this podcast will be, and the worst thing happens, BG James...
So before this match, BG cuts what is definitively the worst promo in TNA history, where he refers to Lenny Lane as the F word, and he says he is going to have a gay bashing right now on pay-per-view.
Yeah.
That's... If I were watching TNA in 2002, it would be this promo where I stopped watching. It would be this is the point where I'd be like, I have never seen such open homophobia on a pro wrestling show as I did on this pay-per-view, NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22, where BG James drops a gay slur and then says he is going to commit a gay bashing live on pay-per-view. Like, in the entire history of wrestling, you need, like, there's veiled homophobia, there's veiled gay panic, and there is some probably outright homophobia. But it's never been part of the story in any pro wrestling I've watched, as it has been in this month of TNA. And it's just so disgusting and vile and stomach churning.
and just lazy and cheap and entirely unnecessary. And I just hate it with every fibre of my being.
And BG James is the baby face. He's the good guy. The crowd cheers this.
Like, I'd stop watching. If this was 2002, I'd stop watching. This would be the point where I'd be like, this company is so desperate for attention that they're willing to pander to the lowest common denominator. So desperate and pathetic for people to give them any time of day that they're willing to be like, you know what? The people we want, the people who we really wanted to be supporters of TNA are the homophobes. And that's who we're going to go for here.
Good fun stuff, huh?
As babyface BG James beats heel Lenny Lane after calling him a derogatory slur and saying he's going to commit a gay bashing live on pay-per-view. And if you wanted more, after the match, April, instead of leaving with Bruce or leaving with Brian Lawler, she leaves hand in hand with Goldilocks.
What does that bloody mean, Mike Tenay says? Oh, bloody Goldie and her seem to be close all of a sudden.
And that's a tease that also goes absolutely nowhere. It's just like, lesbians? It's literally, this is like a teenager. It's like, what if they were lesbians? Isn't that funny?
Well, first of all, we have to say that we stand bisexual queen April.
Damn right, she can have whoever she wants.
She's hardcore, she'll take both.
Yeah. To question her taste in Brian Lawler, but you know what? Some people are into bad people, you can't help it.
Hey, Brian Lawler's redeemed himself.
I don't know, this isn't a great Brian Lawler month after a pretty good Brian Lawler month last one.
I don't know, man. I kind of love him just crying. The next week, him just crying on the ramp, and someone says something, he goes, "So shut up," before quitting. Oh, do we want to talk about the Brian stuff here, or is that another broad topic?
No, I was going to spin off into it there now that we're done with all the gay stuff, because we are still on the April story.
Alright, yeah, April and Goldie, lesbian tease. Then we go next week where April's like, are you jealous? And then that's it.
Yeah, that's about it as we continue on this Rainbow Express story. And like, my favorite part of this month actually is when the Rainbow Express have a match earlier in the month. They're wrestling the Maximos, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, they're a great tag team. They're a super smooth, fluid tag team.
My favorite part is Don West on commentary, who's like, you know what? I used to really hate when they did the gay stuff. But that's them, and I accept it, and I quite enjoy it now. And like,
yeah,
Don. Don is learning and growing on this show in front of us, while this show descends into madness in front of him.
Don is an ally.
Don is an ally. So Brian Lawler...
Yeah. The GOAT. Surefire pick for most improved.
So now that we've covered the gay stuff, we have to go all the way back to Lawler against Six-Pac on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 20.
Yeah, that story. Let's wrap that up quick.
So Lawler loses to Six-Pac, then Six-Pac makes out with April, Lawler has a meltdown, and then fakes a heart attack. So instead of letting April leave with Six-Pac, Lawler clutches his chest, desperately gasps for air,
his heart was broken.
Falls to the mat.
Quite literally.
And fakes a heart attack until April has pity on him and returns to his side.
Yeah. It's a healthy relationship.
As the month goes on, that relationship deteriorates until at the very end of the month on the November 27th show, Brian Lawler quits to a giant babyface pop.
In a great segment.
It's a good performance, and then he goes backstage and he is consoled by Priscilla.
Priscilla, as you know, we mentioned before.
Yes, Priscilla, former girlfriend of one Jerry the King Lawler.
Oh, so they're just she's consoling him because they were in some way family, right? That's the story here.
Yes, consoling via Brian Lawler putting his hand on her ass.
Not. I hesitant to say on, and more appropriate terminology would be in, because my man was going hard on that.
Listen, he's jealous of his dad, I guess. I don't know.
That's the thing. Is like, those two definitely had some weird, spiteful interactions after this. It's so weird. It's skin crawling because even when I was watching it, I was like, no.
They can't leave Brian Lawler without being creepy with a woman.
But honestly, like, a way more age-appropriate relationship.
Whether gaslighting them into still loving him via fake heart attacks, or getting with his dad's ex. That's Brian Lawler's narrative.
Hopeless romantic, obviously.
He just can't go without love.
Yeah.
Good lord, what? Oh,
I would pay serious money to be the fly on the wall as Jerry Lawler watches that segment.
Do you think he cares? Do you think he's like, what the hell? Because they did have the line about him picking up girls in a school with candy like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So like this show is just patently anti-Jerry Lawler for some reason.
Oh, for a lot of reasons.
Well, that's true too.
But just the idea of him just sitting down, let's see what Brian's been up to, you know, he's in this company, click it on, he just sees his son fingering his ex live on pay-per-view.
Yep.
That's what you get for fucking getting worked by Andy Kaufman.
I love how many different directions this Lawler and Bruce story goes in.
They should all just unite at the end and get past their differences.
Just have one giant orgy.
Yeah. But a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
Be open with each other.
It's not built on heart attacks.
Don't bottle it up.
But that leads to heart attacks.
Yes.
It does.
Quite literally.
Alright, so we'll go to some actual wrestling, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I don't talk about that.
We've done like 3/4 on Vince Russo and then 1/4 on Brian Lawler, and it's just the most vile and horrible homophobia you'll ever see in your life. Let's move on to good tag team wrestling.
Yeah, the best tag team wrestling we've seen.
So we saw the kickstart of the AMW and New Church feud at the end of last month, where they did that killer angle where the New Church laid out AMW as their official return and drove them through some tables and dropped them off stages, and the New Church were like the coolest people on earth. So we come immediately back with AMW doing the best promo of their career on the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 20, where they're just fired up. They're like, I'm not a cowboy anymore.
He throws the hat down.
He does. He's just like, I am abandoning the shtick. I'm abandoning the gimmick because you made this personal, and now I'm going to kick your ass. And it's so good. It's like, that's pro wrestling. Why are you getting away from this? They got their ass kicked, and now they want revenge in a pro wrestling match that I want to see.
My favorite line, besides obviously for the first time hearing "Sorry About Your Damn Luck," which was like literally like I was like, "Ooh." He said it. The best line for me here is like James Storm. He's sitting there. He's like, "I'm one of the baddest, but son of a bitches," and I was like, "Oh shit, James Storm."
He's abandoned the buckaroos. He's abandoned the pew pew guns. He just wants to kick some ass. And for some reason, at this point, the crowd turns on James Storm first.
But it's you should have turned on him before.
It's very bizarre that he has abandoned the cowboy shtick, and now during all of these AMW against New Church matches, the crowd are chanting "Kill the cowboy."
I think like they were ready to turn on him, and then they didn't realize that he stopped doing it, and they're like, "Oh fuck." Well, we've committed. We bought all the signs. We have to do it now.
He's being like the biggest, coolest, fired up babyface on the show alongside Chris Harris, and now they have to boo him.
Pissing blood everywhere, all of them.
Yeah, they have a series of matches on these shows. They wrestle basically 3 times in a row. First, a DQ in which New Church were too violent on AMW. Then New Church defeated AMW to win the tag titles, and I think the best of the 3 matches. Mm-hmm. And then they did the return match where AMW were too violent. They did the NXT where AMW looked at their hands and like, why are we so violent? We're hurting all these New Church guys. But yeah, like,
Buckaroo.
For the entire history of TNA so far, the tag team division has been an afterthought. It has been like a vehicle for a Jerry Lynn and AJ Styles feud. It has been a vehicle for their worst impulses with the likes of the Dupps and the likes of the Johnsons. Like, they have not really focused on the tag division. They have not really had a real tag division. And now they found 2 teams, which are perfect polar opposites. You have the violent New Church and you have the plucky, fiery AMW. And they're the perfect like complements of each other to just have these killer tag matches and really invigorate the tag division and really, like, for the first time, lend some real credibility to these tag titles.
100%. And also, like, legitimately, it's nice to have another division to be excited about on these shows, because before this, it's really like, alright, just get to the X Division matches to actually show me some stuff. But now we actually have a pretty hot tag feud to deal with. And, you know, AMW turning into the tag team that Garrett says they are. So I'm excited to see more of it.
It's really fun to see, though. It's nice to see that they don't come out fully formed, because I like seeing that development, you know, of the course of the 6 individual months we've been covering so far, that they've developed from these nobodies, these kind of like blank slate guys who don't really have a personality, who they don't really know what to do with.
Excuse me, his personality was cowboy.
Yes, but no one wanted that.
Especially not his tag team partner.
Kill the cowboy.
So yeah, over the course of these months, we see them develop from this just like blank slate nothing tag team into like the best babyface tag team in the world.
I mean, 2002, I don't fucking know.
They're just so good together. There's fire. There's everything you want in tag team wrestling. They're the throwback to the kind of tag team wrestling people loved without, as I mentioned before, being pretentious about it.
You know, they kind of remind me of, and this is honestly one of the highest compliments I can give to a tag team. They remind me a lot of the Briscoes. Like, in that they come across very genuine. They come across as, they had very intense. They have that old school flavor, but with that new school style elements to it. It's just good stuff.
And there's so much blood.
So much blood.
Slash bleeds so much on all of these shows.
Yeah, it's great.
Slash is just like, oh yeah, blade. It's like, no one even touched you. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
It's still open from the week before, don't worry about it.
He just bleeds buckets on all of the... And it really helps the feud, and it helps the new church as well as these demonic cult figures who are just bleeding every week. But yeah, a lot of blood in these matches between AMW and the new church.
Of course, we've got a new churchian.
Oh, indeed. Well, first of all, we had Malice back, who did a couple squashes, one of which was a disaster. Because he squashed Chaos on the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 21, and then he squashed Corey Williams on 22, and he just completely fell off the top rope when he tried to do his King Kong knee drop.
And he was so mad.
He was furious, he was embarrassed. Apparently he threw a bit of a fit backstage as well, and they had to calm him down because...
No, it was a work, don't worry about it.
He probably was, to be fair. So yeah, Malice is back and not looking quite so good. But yeah, Belladonna is the other introduction to the new church, their female associate.
Just a bunch of derelicts.
She's a local Nashville or Tennessee wrestler who caught their eye. She did, I think it was a dark match with ODB. And then they...
Is this Athena?
This isn't Athena, no.
Who the fuck is Athena? the Athena signs are getting more and more prevalent. And I just want to know who is Athena?
It really felt like it peaked on the show we watched as well, on that number 22 on November 20th. There was Athena signs everywhere on that show.
The most hilarious part was Jeff Jarrett finally winning the NWA title, blood pouring from his face, standing up, and as he stands up, holding the title high, Athena right behind him, all capitals.
They wanted Athena to win the belt, not Jeff Jarrett.
Well, if I knew who the fuck it was, maybe I'd agree. I'm purposely staying away from it too, because if I don't even know if Athena fucking shows up. If it happens, I want it to be the biggest fucking reaction I've ever seen in my life. If these motherfuckers don't have a CM Punk returning-esque pop for Athena, I'll go back in time to 2002 and punch them all.
It'll be hot at the Asylum if they're not giving Athena all that love after getting her single-handedly booked.
So far, the Asylum fucking stinks. I don't have any reverence? Sure. I don't have any good reverence, is what I was looking for. I don't have any reverence for the fucking Asylum. I don't like it at all. I don't like the people there. I don't care for it.
It doesn't look visually pleasing. It's not a particularly hot venue. It's just the home.
And the fans are dickheads.
Yeah.
Just a bad place.
It is funny, we watched Chris Rock's Head of State for the Patreon, which you can hear a review of now on the Patreon if you'd like, at patreon.com/kiddingme. But it's funny to see how much better the Asylum looked in that movie.
And because they moved everyone to one side.
It's like, oh, so that's what this building could look like if it was shot with some amount of money.
The colours popped so heavy. It was so interesting.
It's like, oh yeah, this building actually looks pleasant to look at instead of like this drab kind of grey affair. Other stuff in the tag division this month, we had a little tag team tournament that was won by the Harris Bros, which they still haven't gotten their shot, so I don't know what they're waiting for there, but the Harris Bros are number one contenders, I guess.
Cool.
Because they did that tournament. Like, Maximos defeated the Rainbow Express, Harris Bros defeated the Hot Shots, and then Harris Bros defeated the Maximos. And then the last show of the month, BG James and Kurt Hennig got a tag title shot.
So what I'm hearing is you're really advocating for the Harris brothers here. Now, why would you be such a supporter of the Harris brothers?
This entire podcast is just going to become me grumbling at Vince Russo and me grumbling at you calling me a Nazi.
Whoa, no one said Nazi. You hear it here first.
So the Harris Bros are waiting in the wings, I guess, for a tag title shot. We did have that match between Hennig and James against the New Church. Kind of a boring match, again, in line with a lot of the Hennig and James matches. BG is terrible on these shows. I hate seeing
I thought Hennig was pretty good in this, though.
Yeah, because at least he didn't have to sell, mostly.
He hit his plex. Fun times. Okay, before we get off of the tag stuff, I mean, I assume we're done with the tag stuff now.
Well, you don't want to talk about the Briscoes?
Oh, yeah, we'll talk about the Briscoes, that's sure. I mean, the problem with the Briscoes is that, like, although I love seeing them here, I have no investment in them because I know they don't stay for any relative time, you know?
And they're doing pretty much nothing. Like, they're facing Divine Storm, who actually had a very good first impression when they wrestled Easy Money and Sonny Siaki the week before.
Like, I think, like, it was a really fun opening, 2002 indie match.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I would be a lot more excited about the Briscoes if they actually stuck around.
And the highlight of both the Divine Storm against Easy Money and Sonny Siaki match and the Divine Storm against Briscoes match was Trinity.
Yeah, of course. Trinity just killing herself.
Well, it's nice to have a woman on these shows who's not freaking trying to sleep with somebody and she's just kicking ass.
Oh, just you wait. I have zero faith in that staying that way.
You think Trinity's suddenly trying to get with Brian Lawler next week?
Oh, fucking next week she'll be, like, banging Vince Russo or something. Like, I have no faith in the treatment of women on this show.
Yeah, Trinity's hitting springboard moonsaults. She's hitting the Hurricane Ranas. She's basically Lita if Lita didn't die whenever she did every single move she tried. Lita does have more charisma, though.
I was gonna say, that's kind of adds to the aura of Lita, though, doesn't it? It's the Phoenix effect.
But Phoenix only dies like 1 out of like 100 times, whereas Lita dies like 99 out of 100 times.
Which is why it rules?
Lita and Trinity should merge into the perfect wrestler.
Linity.
Linity, indeed. The wrestler who can do the cool shit, but also has cool charisma.
Or Trita.
Trita? Yeah, you know what? Let's go for it.
Yeah. That's their Gogeta-esque Dragon Ball fusion.
So now that we have covered the rest of the tag stuff, what did you want to move on to?
There was some, like, charity thing going on.
Oh, yeah, they devoted the entirety of the gate receipts of... I took note of which of the shows it was.
It was the last one.
No, I believe it was 21, and it was more of them, actually. It was a bunch of them. They did a bunch of them in a row. But the Tennessee Disaster Relief Fund, which is the second month in a row, because they're doing the auction as well, which there are some promo videos for.
Yeah, the auction that I was referring to specifically.
Or there's a bunch of stuff up for grabs, like managing people or sitting on announcers or special guest ring bell. That goes to the stuff we mentioned last month, which is, I think, the DC Sniper Fund. I think there was an autism charity as well. But yeah, they also donated the gate receipts of the November 13th, and I think as well the November 20th pay-per-view was to the Tennessee Disaster Relief Fund. So it is nice to see TNA giving back to the community, helping out, not just being a selfish wrestling company.
It's all cool, very charity. But the more important thing is that there is one pre-tape in which Hennig says, oh yeah, blah, blah, I've never lost at golf, which is a fun little reference, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, and if someone can beat me and we get over $5,000 on the thing, I'll put my own $5,000 in. So, yeah, that's nice. But more important than that, BG James utters the phrase, I am a gamer.
Is BG James the original gamer?
He is the original gamer moment.
Yeah, he did have a heated gamer moment on these shows, so it's all coming full circle.
So, yeah, I'm gonna be trimming that part of that out, and I will be posting it pretty much 24/7. I think he says the words, I'm a hardcore gamer, too.
Oh, yeah, he's not into those casual games. He's not playing Wii Sports. He wants to play God of War.
God, I can't wait to spend $10,000 at the NWA-TNA auction to go play games with BG James where he calls me slurs the whole time.
Alright, this is November 2002. What games would you play with BG James?
Well, he said it was arcade, so whatever's in the arcade at the time. Playing some Street Fighter? I don't know. Let's go.
Yeah, well, there's all kinds of... You could play some Pac-Man.
Ooh. Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris.
One of the Time Forces.
Notable games released in 2002 included Kingdom Hearts.
It's not at the arcade.
Oh, you could play Mario Sunshine with them and you could torture each other.
It's not in the arcade, man.
The true revenge on BG for dropping the F word on this live pay-per-view would be forcing him to play Super Mario Sunshine.
No, because you just call me that over and over again while we play.
You would definitely refer to Mario as some kind of derogatory comment.
Please, BG James, I just want to play video games. Stop calling me slurs.
There was a Mike Tenay and Don West promo for those silent auctions, which was very good. They were doing a bit where Don went into the hard sell and Mike was like, Don, save the hard sells for later. And I was like, oh, the wholesome bit.
He's like, we already have 2,300. And he's like, 2,400, 2,500. It's great.
Oh, bless these two. Bless them with all my heart.
Bless this mess.
Let's move on to the X Division, I suppose, in which, again, you can't get away from it, Liam. 2 AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn matches.
Okay, no more. I'm putting a hard pan on this. No more AJ Styles and Jerry Lynn matches. But the thing that scares me is the blow-off, quotation marks, I don't know, involve cheating. So that makes me think there's going to be another AJ Styles Jerry Lynn match.
So yeah, on pay-per-view number 20, Lynn defeated Styles to win the X Division title, which they're really hot potatoing that X Division title around, by the way.
Yeah, but I guess that's kind of the point. It's the belt that's you're gonna get a title change every now and again.
Do they have to do so many of them, though?
I guess the idea is, like, tune in every week because you don't know if the X title will change.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Listen, I'm not saying it's good, but I'm saying that there is probably method to the madness.
This is the 6th title change since the beginning of this company.
I don't mind that. He got a title change. Got a title run, rather.
Jerry Lynn is the 2nd person to hold the belt twice already.
After...
AJ.
Yes, of course.
So yeah, they had their first match. Both matches were very good. I still think the best match they've had is like the final portion of the first X Division title match. I don't think they've lived up to that match since. They still had 2 very good title matches this month.
Yeah, I enjoyed both of these. I actually really liked the blow-off, quotation marks, until the end.
Yeah, they worked a very different intensity to it, didn't they?
Which was, like, because they have to, because they've run this match fucking 25 times on 24 shows.
There was this great moment where AJ tried to run off the steps to do a Rana, and Lynn just hurled him into the steel rail without any stopping. It wasn't like he caught him and he waited a moment and he hit him with the rail. It's like AJ jumped off the steps, tried to Rana, and Lynn just carried the momentum through to the rail. It rocked.
And it was interesting that, on the blow-off quotation marks, they did like a recap of each guy, and in that recap they chose to put in the Jerry Lynn being a mean vet guy. So that played into the more aggressive tone of the match, I guess.
Throughout the month we had the debut of Crimson Dragon.
Fuck off. Well, what a glow-up in 1 week, huh?
Yeah, because he went from... It was a Crimson Dragon against Jorge Estrada against AJ Styles match on NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22.
It was actually a pretty... Actually, no, it was a bad match. I remember I hated it. Don't worry about it. I'll take it all back.
You detested that match with every fibre of your being. But Crimson Dragon looked like he's like the prototype version of Amazing Red. It's just like, this was what Red should look like if Red looked like the worst, horrible amateur indie wrestler you've ever seen in your life.
He looked like when you make a creative wrestler, but you don't have a lot of time and you just want to fuck around with moves. So you have you spend like 5 minutes on it.
If you remember the TNA game, that story mode was filled with matches against a bunch of creator wrestlers while you were like coming up in Mexico.
Oh, that was straight up a 2K19 My Career guy that you fight at the start.
Yeah.
And on the indies.
It's just like, this is the indie wrestler in this game that they haven't bothered putting time into creating a different, decent creative wrestler model for.
But I like that they clearly understood, because this is a TNA gimmick, right? Like, this guy didn't do this outside of TNA.
He barely did it in TNA.
Yeah, they looked like... He's like, oh, he looks like shit, so they got him some good gear for the next show.
It's actually funny, in the Wrestling Observer, Dave Meltzer always mentions, because it's Chris Hamrick who plays the Crimson Dragon, not to unmask somebody again, but... Dave is mentioning how it's like, oh, going all the way back to the 80s, this guy has always been a good worker who can't get a break because of how he looks, so this was their solution. Put a mask on him.
Yeah. And to be fair, the second go of the look was actually pretty good.
He basically looked like a mini Super Dragon.
Yeah, he looked like Super Dragon meets Ultimo Dragon.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. It's kind of cool.
It's funny that I'd imagine the first week they're like, hey, you're booked. We want you to do this Crimson Dragon character. Get some gear together. And he's like, okay. And this is what he could desperately throw together. And then the next week he comes back. He's like, all right, I'm Crimson Dragon. I'm really going to invest in this character. I'm going to get myself some nice gear. I'm going to really commit to it. And he comes back. He loses to Siaki, but he has this cool gear. It's a perfectly fine little match. And then Crimson Dragon never wrestles in TNA again.
I would buy the Crimson Dragon gear if someone is selling it. The second version, of course.
On the topic of gear, because that Crimson Dragon, by the way, that first match was awful. He was so bad in that first match with Styles and Jorge, but he was perfectly fine in the second one, so...
Yeah. He did some cool shit, but it was just all sloppy and, a little dangerous.
But on the topic of gear, one of the premier gear makers in the history of wrestling, Easy Money, showed up on these shows.
Yes. And ruled the entire time?
Yeah.
Easy Money's fucking sick!
So yeah, Easy Money made his debut. He wrestled Tony Mamaluke. He wrestled in that tag match with Sonny Siaki against Divine Storm. He wrestled Crimson Dragon. And he had a squash against Alex Winters.
Actually, I liked Alex Winters too.
Sorry, Siaki was the one that wrestled Dragon. Easy Money wrestled Alex Winters. As I'm getting my X Division squashes mixed up.
I gotta say, I enjoyed the Alex Winters performance too.
Yeah, easy money, really good in these shows, hitting buckshot lariats and cool power moves. He's a power junior, and again, there's nothing better in wrestling. You can't beat a power junior.
Or as TNA was calling them before, a hybrid athlete that can go between the heavyweights and the X division.
Oh, he didn't use the word hybrid, he used a different word.
What was the different word?
He said tweener.
Tweener, yeah, that's what it was.
He's talking specifically about Siaki. It's like, Siaki is almost one of those tweeners, Mike Tenay said, referring to the well-known wrestling expression of the person who definitely moves between the X division and the heavyweight division.
Yeah. Which is, I thought that was a fun little nod. I wonder if it was a purposeful thing.
Where he's trying to, like, claim back the meaning of tweener.
Yeah. I wonder if that was ever, like, something they were seriously considering making, like, part of the TNA vernacular. Like, oh, we have these guys that go in between the heavyweight stuff and the X division, you know?
Because I'd imagine they were looking at AJ Styles at the moment in particular as a guy who's like, this guy is going to win the heavyweight title at some stage. He definitely is. So maybe we have to establish this idea that these people are on the level of the which is, to be fair, a thing they were doing with, like, the Jerry Lynn and Ron Killing stuff. Like, Jerry Lynn pinned the NWA champion.
Well, Siaki has been doing it too, but he also gets beat up a lot, so it's like... Was Kid Cash not on this fucking...
He did, yeah, he was. He was in the Elimination Tables match, which he won.
Which was insane.
As mad as an Elimination Tables match between Kid Cash, Jose Joel Maximo, Ace Steel, and Tony Mamaluke sounds. And then he also had the triple threat with Styles and Lynn.
Yeah, it was a fun little match.
Which, honestly, I agree, it was a fun little match. Veered on disappointing, though.
Also, I was just disappointed that fucking Lynn snuck his fucking way in there. I just wanted a cool AJ Styles Kid Cash match.
Styles was the one that snuck his way in there.
Oh, sorry, yeah, other way around. Yeah, I wanted the singles match with Kid Cash, and I remember I was really amped for it too. I was like, oh, fuck yeah, an X Division title match that has Kid Cash in it? Yeah, and Styles was like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I was like, no. Damn you, Mortimer Plumtree, and your great lawyering skills.
Yeah, he's a good manager. He's representing his client
you
well.
missed the nerd.
Oh, yeah, we have to talk about it. Now that we're in the X Division. So on the start of the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22, November 13th, AJ Styles comes out and he cuts a promo and he's talking about how he should be put in the X Division match. It's very weird, actually, to see these shows open with a promo. It's like very...
Yeah.
You feel, again, the Vince Russo influence seeping in with them opening with a guy coming to the ring and cutting a promo. AJ's in the ring, cutting his promo. He calls Mike Tenay for some reason Sugar Tit Tenay.
Hell yeah.
And then Jerry Lynn comes out, interrupts them, and he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses there, Mr. Cocks his head to the side, pauses for a moment. Nerd, is it?
That's right.
And yeah, Mike Tenay's like, that's right. And Don's like, yeah!
Honestly, like, the Mr. Nerd line is obviously tremendous. One of the best things I've ever seen in my life. But the thing that really sells that clip to me is Mike Tenay's emphatic, that's right. He's like, fuck yeah, that is Mr. Nerd.
You got him.
That is Mr. Nerd.
He has been owned.
That's right.
And the pride and satisfaction on Jerry Lynn's face when he says Mr. Nerd, it's so good. I love it so much. It's such a lame line, and Jerry Lynn makes it the best line in the history of the world.
Shout out to Jerry Lynn for responding to that tweet, too.
Yeah, Jerry Lynn responding to us on Twitter with a nerd gif.
He is the fourth... Wait, no, the fourth or the fifth? He's either the fourth or the fifth person followed on the account now.
Yeah, Jerry Lynn deserves it for his sick Mr. Nerd line, which is officially added to the intro of the episode.
This is our Hall of Fame.
Yeah, this is how we immortalize people in TNA canon.
Oh, you want to talk about Mike Tenay's best call?
Yeah, we didn't even mention the Mike Tenay call where Vince Russo unmasks himself. Don West drops a "You've got to be kidding me," because of course he does. And then Mike Tenay delivers the line, "Oh shit, it's Vince Russo," with like the fury and anger of everybody watching, and I believe everybody in the back.
Did Tenay know?
Well, he's not listed among the people that did know.
So that could have been a very real... Oh shit, it's Vince Russo.
A very personal, organic reaction from Mike Tenay to seeing Vince Russo on the television show that he has to work and call for the rest of his life.
Hilarious.
It's such a good delivery. It's such a good... It's the perfect response. You know, it's the times it's like, oh, could it be? You know, that kind of stuff. The inorganic, I'm feigning excitement. Where Mike Tenay is just like, oh shit, it's Vince Russo.
That may be the cleanest and clearest "you've got to be kidding me" too. So that might just be the "you've got to be kidding me" that we end up using. Also, thanks to Don West for giving us the soundbite of our podcast name. It's really helpful.
He is iconic. He's an iconic man. Well, that's the reason it was named. It's named after the call.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like we have infinite choices of clips to use if we ever need an audio version of our names being spoken.
I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're already up to like 7 "You've got to be kidding me's" through TNA history.
Once it's all done, we'll compile the You've Got to Be Kidding Me's into one giant video.
You see, the You've Got to Be Kidding Me name is a double entendre, Liam. It is both Don West's catchphrase on commentary and also what you say whenever you see something like Bruce being turned from gay to straight.
You've got to be kidding me.
Damn right.
You did the Mike Snake damn right. Hell yeah.
X Division stuff, that's about it for the month, I think.
Yeah, Key's gone. Red's got a bit more of a push throughout this time. They clearly like Red.
Yeah, they do the Red and Lynn title match, and there's a note in PW Torch.
Oh, banger.
The Jarretts are
Banger.
The Jarretts are very high on Amazing Red and feel that he could be their version of Rey Mysterio. So they see what literally everybody on Earth sees.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very clear that they think Red's a guy, they're investing in Red, because before that match they do a little sit down interview where Red is like the most timid,
He's so nervous.
Just he's a kid being interviewed there on stage, and Mike TNA does his darndest to kind of make him comfortable and keep him moving, whenever he gets stuck, but it's like, he's so nervous, he's so like still stuck in his shell at that stage.
As you mentioned during the watch along, Don West, absolutely professional.
Yeah, Don's like, this guy, he's so timid, he's so nervous, you don't really think that this guy could be so explosive and dynamic in the ring, and then you see him and he wins your hearts and minds. And it's like, that's commentary. Like, so much of commentary is like, he didn't get all of that, which I detest now, that he didn't get all of that. It's like, you're not supposed to make excuses for them, you're supposed to put them over.
You can say something along those lines without burying it,
Well, my favorite one is always, and it's happened like 4 times in WWE recently, where it's like, he didn't get all of that, it's the finish.
Yeah, I hate that. Like that one, because that's the risk you play too.
But yeah, Don's great. Mike and Don, I think this is really the month where they hit their stride, where they're both like great commentators, but they have the chemistry between each other. But then they're also like their own unique individual characters, even taking out the Russo stuff. Like Mike Tenay's doing his interviews, Don West is kind of owning his earnestness, and it's a lot of fun. I enjoy that team so much. They're so good together.
The best.
They are truly among the best. Alright, now that we've covered all the X Division stuff, we shall go show by show. Is there anything we didn't cover from pay-per-view number 20, November 20th, TNA Asylum, 800 there, papered?
No, I mean the Jarrett Hennig blow-off.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing that they still haven't had their proper full match together, isn't it?
Well, it's because it's the thing that you wanted really the most when those two came in. It was like, okay, let's get the Hennig Jarrett shit out of the way.
But yeah, they're just shooting angles instead. All their matches are angles.
Probably because neither wanted to lose.
Another great Don call during the AMW against New Church match. He's just like, get these demons out of the ring.
They are demons. No, they're not. They're not. We're not giving them that much credit. They're not spooky demons. They're just derelicts.
Yeah, DK are spooky demons. Oh God, the Brian Lawler thing. When Brian Lawler had a match on the show against Six Pac, and there's a moment where he's standing on the turnbuckle calling toward April, and he shouts at her, "Come here, you cunt!" I'm like, Brian.
Brian, no wonder she doesn't like you.
It's like, dude, cool your jets. Like, take it back a little.
Calm down on the C word, man.
Oh, while Jarrett and Hennig were brawling in the crowd, they brawled past this fan who looked just like Steve Austin.
I didn't see this.
I posted the still of it on I think it was my Twitter. I posted it too. But yeah, he was like, he bald with that kind of like mustache thing going on. He t-shirt. Jean shorts. It's like, he's just casual Steve Austin. He was even wearing a Steve Austin shirt. I'm pretty sure he's cosplaying as Austin.
Did he have the gold chain on?
I think he might have.
Holy shit. That's a look though, by the way. I'm stealing that shit.
Oh, you're going for the 2002 Steve Austin? That's your preferred look?
Yeah. Get long sleeve shorts, gold chain on. That's what I'm going with now.
I did quite
cap.
You and your young people words.
Cap? I meant like a
a literal cap, right?
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I was lying.
There was a nice moment in the main event during Styles and Lethal where Mike Tenay was like, "Yeah, we want a replay. Can we get the replay?" There was like some graphics on the screen as they tried to pull up the replay, and then it's like, "No, I'm afraid we cannot pull up the replay."
It was too high action.
Legitimately, before that, Mike Tenay was like, the X Division, it's so fast-paced, we can't even have time to go to replays. Once we go to replays, something happens. Which it was in the Styles-Lynn Cash match, there was a moment where Cash did this cool dive.
It was like a pin attempt or something, wasn't it?
No, Cash did this cool dive, and then they go to the replay of Cash's dive, and on the other screen, because it's like the picture-in-picture replay, you see AJ do a springboard shooting star to the floor.
It's just stupid shit. It rules.
They cannot keep up with all of this stuff.
Oh, Don West suggesting the Maximals are like Venus and Serena Williams. I quite enjoyed. Where it was like, this was during the Elimination Tables match, where it's just like Venus and Serena Williams, they want to eliminate everybody and get it down to themselves where they don't care who wins then.
Should we like quickly just go through like all the matches that happened?
I think we covered most of them already.
It's like Jorge defeats Bruce, BJ defeats Siaki, Six Pack defeats Lola, AMW defeat the New Church. Blah, 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 blah.
You've already gotten bored running down the match.
Yeah, I was like, oh god, just got a cage match.
See, this is the reason that I want to shift toward the broad topics thing, because it's just like, do you have anything interesting to say about BG against Siaki? No,
but we should let it be known that it happened.
Yeah, well, dude, that's the reason the show notes are there. You can look at results of these shows.
Ah, all right. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, fuck these guys. Go to the show notes.
Liam was like, you could give us your $1 to look at the show notes on Patreon.
I forgot about that. Go pay the $1 if you want to know what happened. There's all kind of scoops and stuff that we don't even get to the time to talking about. There's notes in here that we didn't even bring up.
This is the true hustle to sell you on the $1 show notes.
Yeah, and it's well written, you know? Has links.
I did reassemble the show notes this week because they were kind of chaotic in past weeks, so I've structured them a little better.
This is really just Garrett's play. He's eventually just going to release all of these notes as the TNA book that he's always talked about.
Yeah, not even context. It's just like literally just these notes. Oh, there was quotes about the X Division matches before Styles and Lynn, where Alex Marvez of current AEW fame
and Dave Meltzer of current AEW fame.
Oh, very good. See what you did there.
Thank you.
Alex Marvez of Scripps Howard News Service and Fort Lauderdale Sun Sentinel says, Styles versus Lynn gets my vote for Wrestling's Feud of the Year. Alex Marvez, a big TNA fan. Dave Meltzer's quote, Styles versus Lynn has consistently delivered some of the most outstanding wrestling of the year. They've co-opted the media, Liam. They've done what AEW have done beforehand.
By God.
They've won them over with their revolutionary idea of
Money.
good pro wrestling.
Oh. Sean Ross Sapp would be tweeting about how Sonny Siaki's got all this bright future. Jarrett's a great champion. He's nothing like Triple H.
The WWE toxic fan talking point, comparing everything Jarrett does to Triple H. Sean would have been, what age is Sean? Sean's in like 30s, isn't he? So he would have been probably teens during this era. So
yeah, he could have been posting.
He would have been posting through all of these TNA shows. NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 21. Any notes? Any fun stuff on that one? Jimmy Yang is now no longer an Elvis.
He's an Old Japan. That's what he is.
He looks more like his Young Dragons look, doesn't he? With the leather pants, the black leather pants.
And the straight up Old Japan bomber jacket.
Yeah, there's so many crowd brawls on the show as well. I think it's probably going to get worse, but there are so many crowd brawls. Or a weird moment at the end of the show. For some reason, they introduced Jeremy Borash at the announce desk at the very end of the show. After the Lynn's Cash and Styles match, they cut to the announce desk where it was Mike Don and JB there for a little bit.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember JB? He's talked about how good the match we just saw was, and before Don did the rundown of what we're going to see next week, they had JB there.
I don't remember this. JB obviously playing the role of the fan.
Yeah, so the fan can know what's happening. Which is, to be honest, quite hard to understand on the show sometimes, so maybe that's a good idea.
Maybe McMahon's right. Maybe they do need the announcers to just be fans and explain everything. Because on these shows, I don't have any clue what's going on.
We also had the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22. See, this is the reason Broad Topics works. We already covered everything. It's an efficient format. This is the show we did the watch-along for, so if you'd like to hear like 2 whole hours of us talking about NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22, you can head to patreon.com/kiddingme to listen to that. Actually, there is an interesting quote in Jerry's book about the gay stuff. Well, interesting might not be the right word, but
there is a quote.
So Jeff Jarrett was like, "Hey Jerry, you should email talent about stuff just so that they know what's happening and they have some concerns." And one of the concerns was the quote unquote gay content. So the quote in Jerry's book: Jeff advised that most of you feel that we have too much quote unquote gay content in the shows. I agree. My explanation for the past segments is simple. When writing a segment or match using a gay tag team required gay content by its very nature. Some gay people thought the segments were funny. I'd like to know who. Some gay people thought the segments were disgusting. Much more likely. My guess is that the opinions were equally split among straight people. Like, that's him addressing this is the week of the BG James gay slur, the week after, between those two pay-per-views. And we did mention that, like, the gay stuff was somewhat more tastefully executed in recent months, and then they went to the very dirt worse, to the extent that he had to address it. And they did actually apologize for the gay slur BG throughout. saying it wasn't scripted.
PG James, man, just...
But like, even if it wasn't scripted, the intent of that segment was like, oh, look at the gay bad guy,
Yeah.
BG's gonna beat him up. So even if he didn't drop the slur, the intent of that segment is he's beating up the gay guy.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me. Dearie me. That brings us to NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 23, which is all the Russo stuff, all the this show sucks stuff.
That's us reviewing it, not not Russo.
I did enjoy, there was a sign in the crowd at one stage that Vince owns entertainment, but Jarrett owns wrestling. And it's like, oh, you poor soul, what a bad show to bring this sign to.
It's not how you spell Khan.
The show where Vince Russo does the "this show stinks, I need to bring back sports entertainment" show is the show where you bring the Jarrett's own wrestling sign.
Well, to be fair, but that's the whole point, isn't it? That's the heat. The problem is like the whole Russo character is like meant to be the bad guy, but he actually thinks he's right. So,
but you know what the actual problem is, though? That the idea here is that TNA is meant to be this pure sports wrestling show.
I mean, it was for a couple of months.
But even when it was, there was bits of it that very much wasn't.
Yeah, but it's like it was little sprinkles of it. It exists. I wouldn't blame the fan for bringing this sign at like this point. If he brought it the next week after, I'd be like, come on, man.
But my big point is that like TNA, Vince Russo's version of TNA in this promo is this horrible sports-based traditional wrestling product. And he's going to bring the entertainment. That's what this show needs.
God.
That's what wrestling needs. It needs the entertainment. And, like, you've had the Dupps. You've had the frickin' Johnsons. You've had all of the
It was
Bruce
like
stuff.
3 months ago.
You've had all of the Bruce stuff this month.
The Bruce, and because I would argue that the only things recently that have been going on is the Brian Lawler and the Bruce stuff.
Which has been all over these shows.
Yeah, but it's one thing. Really. It culminates in one thing.
Bruce has officially given up Miss TNA. He's going by Alan Funk now. He's given it to April, apparently. We'll see how that plays out.
Probably won't.
I did quite enjoy, there was a video package before Styles and Lynn on the final show of the month, where they had this photo effect for Styles. Where they had this single image of Styles, and you know the way when they drop the photos on top, it's usually like, oh, it's a different image every time. Not in TNA, not for TNA video editing in 2002, where instead it was just different frames around this single image of AJ looking like a smug git. And I found it way too funny. I don't know why.
AJ's great. He's just got the most punchable face, too. Really
He
helps.
does. He's just a smug shit, and you want to hit him. I can see why Jerry hates him. Jerry's just like, I just want to hit him. I think last note I have is Dory Funk showed up. He did a little promo about the good old days, talking about all the old guys.
Did he do like a shoot interview? Because they did like a weird trailer for a Dory Funk shoot halfway through this.
It wasn't even a shoot interview. It's like, what if we condensed a Dory Funk shoot down to like 2 minutes? That's what we're going to put on the show.
For like a second, I was like, did they do the Ring of Honor thing where they just like release their own branded shoot interviews or something?
It wouldn't have been the worst idea.
Yeah, like you get some guys in there and they get Jerry Jarrett to go talk 2 hours and then release it on DVD.
It was a nice little segment though, talking about the good old days.
I like seeing Dory. Still wrestling. What a bad man.
They asked him about Russo, and he's like, oh, Russo, what a piece of shit. He's like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry, guys. It just came out. Ugh. The final note I wanted to mention, November 29th in Jerry's book. I spent the morning working at home on show number 24. This show reflects a lot of segments suggested by Jeff and Vince Russo. I really have no opinion as to how good or bad the show will be received. It is a great deal different from our past shows. My concern is that the fans might feel there is too much backstage content and too little in-ring action. If the backstage segments go well, the show could be exciting. My other concern is the show is building to a match between Jeff and Truth against the Harris Bros, and my fear is nobody will care. The Harris Bros get a great deal of negative criticism from the internet and this podcast.
Except for Garrett.
Stop it. Leave me alone.
What? They're your guys. You're the one who keeps talking about how much you love the Harris brothers.
You were the one who said that if they weren't Nazis, I'd like them. So you were the one who was on the hook for liking the Harris Bros.
If they weren't Nazis, I would like them. You like them because they are.
Liam!
I was going to drop it, but you make it too easy.
You're a bully. You're a bully and a mean person. But yes, that's a foreshadowing for what is to come. The further Vince Russo influenced content, which we will cover in 2 weeks on the December 2002
I can't wait
episode.
for these shows to get way more difficult to watch.
To be fair, they'll probably be more interesting to talk about. For all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but it takes me 2 hours to talk about them. It takes me 8 hours to watch them.
That is November 2002, a very happening month. Lots of Vince Russo, big world title change, some good X Division stuff, some horrible gay bashing stuff. TNA.
Yeah, sounds about right, huh?
If you'd like to support the show more, you can support us on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme. I would suggest you wait until Wednesday to do so, because you will be charged now and charged again at the start of the month. So do not subscribe until the start of next month. That is my advice. I'm giving you that warning right here.
My advice is subscribe right now.
Liam wants the double money. Liam is horrible and selfish,
Wow.
where I am out for the interest of the fans.
I don't care. Give me your money.
Patreon.com/kiddingme, where you can get a watch along of NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 22. We also did a review of Chris Rock's Head of State. We also did a watch along of WrestleMania 26. Plus, next week we will also have the episode 6 of Monday War Games. So that's all the Patreon content you can look forward to. Support us at patreon.com/kiddingme. You can follow me on Twitter at Garrett Kidney, TAORETTKIDNY. You can follow Liam at Twitter, yes, at the Gleet Muta.
Follow me at Twitter.
Yeah, Liam runs the Twitter account.
I run at Twitter. I am Jack.
Yes, you are Jack. You can follow Liam on Twitter at the Gleet Muta. You can follow our podcast on Twitter at TNA History Pod. We'll see you in 2 weeks as we cover December 2002. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Fuck. Didn't prepare anything.
Really got to come up with a goodbye.
Oh, wait, how about, oh shit, that's Vince Russo.
Oh, you nailed it.
Oh, no, what's the other one? This product sucks.
TNA is the best wrestling in the whole world. Oh shit! It's Vince Russo! Whoa! Hold your horses there, Mr. Nerd, is it? That's it.
Welcome, everybody, to You've Got to Be Kidding Me, episode number 7 from December 2002. My name is Garrett Kidney, and I'm joined, as always, by my lovely, wonderful co-host, Liam Jones. Liam, hello.
I thought you were going to call me your wife then.
Listen, if you want to be, I wouldn't object.
We're podcasting husband and wife.
You are my podcasting wife.
Great.
I do speak into a microphone to you for, on average, like 4 hours a week, so...
Funnily enough, it's less than like it was in our proto years of us talking to each other when we would speak literally 8 hours straight a day playing Overwatch with people.
Like, we did some very, very long TEW sessions.
When I was living on campus at university, and there was like no reason for me to be up the next day, and it would literally go from like 10 to 5 a.m.
We booked like 2 years worth of TEW in a single night.
Even like, and people who play TW will know how like fucking ridiculous this is. We would do WWE brands and having, 2 shows a week that were 2 hours long and then a pay-per-view, and we'd get through like 4 months in one session.
You gotta have the very deep attention to detail, my Terry Funk death angle and the Mick Foley redemption thing, all of that stuff, very important.
What was our stables that we had?
Oh, you had the Evolution that had like Sean O'Hare and Chuck Palumbo.
Yeah, wasn't it called Game Time?
It was called Game Time, yes.
It was Game Time, and it was Triple H. Oh fuck, who was in Game Time?
I think it was Randy, O'Hare, and Palumbo.
Palumbo, yeah, because Palumbo was a big part of Game Time. I think there was someone else too, but I can't remember. And then you had Team Shrek.
Oh, I forgot about Shrek, yeah.
Because I remember we did when we did our Survivor series, and we had 5v. We were so ecstatic that we got to do a 5v5 Survivor series match with our 2 big heel stables.
For people wondering, Shrek is Shelton, Haas, Rhino, and Kurt. Team Shrek.
Yeah, did you have Edge in there too to be the Ek?
I think I did at one stage. So
Yeah.
full. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
I think it was like World Class Tag Team Rhino.
Oh, it had Christian, yeah. So it had all the letters of Shrek.
Because it literally spelt out Shrek.
It had more letters than Shrek has.
See, that's the thing, because I was pretty sure I had whatever the equivalent amount of people was on mine as well, because we did the full thing, but I can't remember who else was in Game Time. I have all the photos on my laptop somewhere. I should go through and see if I can find them.
Our old booking notes. I still have I think, notepad I booked those shows on when I wrote down my shows. So I'll also probably still have that.
Rest in peace, that save. That save was good. That was like a 3-year save, and we had our superstar shakeups.
Yeah, you basically cancelled the file when you lost the brand split.
No, okay. You played like a little bitch, first of all. Like, that's what I'm saying right now. We have the rule where it's like, oh, your champions can't be drafted. Then you'd purposely just stack up all of your champions with guys you didn't want to lose.
Yeah, I put the tag belts on Randy and Kurt so that you couldn't draft them.
Yeah. And then you like... and you know what it was? I was fine with it until on the draft... The guy that I had brought up from fucking nothing, I made Eddie into a fucking star, and then boom, you just took Eddie. I spent a full year with Eddie, redeeming him from how you treated him. And you just came in and took it away from me.
Hey, it was a random draft. I don't think I even picked Eddie, did I?
That's why I think I was mad too. It was randomly got Eddie. I remember like there was a big moment in our last year where Triple H, who'd been like the ace of my brand for 2 years, went over to yours, and it was very weird.
I was thinking for the Patreon we should do a draft of each year of TNA when we're done. So we'll put all the talent who appeared in 2002 TNA into a single game, and then we'll draft our rosters, maybe book a show, and then people can vote on who's better.
All right. Well, we could even do it like just outside of the game and just do it like how the wonderful Omakase drafts are, where we just like fantasy book it outside of the game and do the draft outside of the game.
Yeah. So people can decide that I'm a much better TNA booker than you are.
It's gonna be really embarrassing if you lose, huh? It's like your whole thing. I guess it's my thing now too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've inflicted this on you. You're a TNA guy now.
I guess I'm a TNA guy now. Jesus. Actually, no. If anything, from this month, I'm a sports entertainment extreme guy. And I know you want to use that as a wonderful segue into the stuff, but
you're not going to let me.
Make note that this is, of course, our 500 follower show, guys.
I think the more important note is that the podcast Twitter has officially overtaken your personal Twitter.
I tried to make it a fun thing, and then you brought it down into the depths of depression again.
And it's dramatically overtaken because your personal Twitter is on 485. The podcast Twitter is now up to 523.
No, wait. You did not have to say it like 485.
the meager, small, tiny number of 485 followers.
I mean, it's a pain, but I understand it. Like, just tweet GIFs and videos. It really works, guys.
Yeah, especially if you find like a little niche that people aren't serving. Like mine was TNA. Like people weren't doing TNA clips. So I would post TNA clips and they would do really well. And now it's not even like the thing people know me for anymore on the internet, which is kind of
now
weird.
They know you as the guy who hates WWE.
Yes, which in fairness is a personality I'm equally on board with. So
that's the thing is though, if I just stuck to Joshi, I feel like I'd do way better because all my Joshi tweets bang.
I do find it interesting how there are people on the internet who have never met me, never talked to me, do not know me, but who hate my guts because I think WWE is terrible. Like, viscerally detest me. Because there's some people who's like, another shit take from Garrett Kidney, and I'm like, I don't even know who you are.
You've gotten to that stage now where it's just... But the real thing will be like, if one of your tweets get like sent to me from someone who doesn't know about the connection at all. That'll be like the moment.
Oh, that actually happened to me with a college friend recently, where he just DM'd me on Twitter. I haven't talked to him in years, and he's just like, oh, one of your tweets popped up in my Reddit feed. It's like, what?
Shout outs to the Reddit. We love the Reddit.
Yes. I don't think the Reddit have ever mentioned our podcast, so do we love the Reddit?
They mentioned Wednesday War Games.
Well, they probably hated our NXT takes.
Yeah, it was first of all, they thought we were Joe and Rich, which was very funny at the start. And because we sound exactly like them. And then it was really funny because the first, like, the original post was like, oh man, these guys always shit on NXT and love AEW. And then one of the ones in the comments was like, oh man, I hate these guys. They always talk about NXT being great and shit on AEW. And I was like, oh, wait a minute.
We can never win.
It's in the same thread.
And listen, we are now a week before NXT is rebranded, so who was right here?
Yeah, we're going to start covering the new NXT, obviously.
NXT 2.0, baby. They're actually calling it NXT 2.0, even though it should be 3.0.
Really?
Yeah, they've said NXT 2.0 on SmackDown.
That's really funny.
Which means they're bringing back Ever-Rise.
They wish they could. Did you see the media scrums where like someone was like, oh, Cole's the first big NXT poach, and Tony's like, how dare you? Put some respect on 2.0's name.
Hey, what about Tay Conti?
Hey, I'm saying you didn't jump in for Tay Conti's defense.
Yeah. So can I finally be a segue?
I mean, I've done 8 minutes. you might as well move on to something related. Like I keep forgetting that, like, this is a real deal podcast now. Like, it's not just talk 30 minutes about Gamescom and then we go into our NXT thoughts for 5 minutes anymore.
Listen, if you want to talk about Gamescom, you can talk about Gamescom. Do you have anything to say about Gamescom?
The PlayStation stream was like the best one in a while.
It would be nice if they showed any of the games that looked good.
I mean, I'm equally as happy with something like that Wolverine announcement because like it's Insomniac and it's gonna be good regardless.
Yeah, but it's going to be like 3 years away. Like, that's the thing, PlayStation, and it works for them, so I understand why they do it. But they did this in like 2015 as well, where they're like, oh, we're doing God of War, we're doing The Last Guardian, we're doing all these games. And then like every showcase for the next 4 years are those same like 5 games on a loop. And it's going to be the same thing now, where it's like the next showcase is just going to be, and now we have another update on Insomniac's Wolverine.
And also Devil May Cry 6.
Hey, that's an Xbox reveal. Don't Xbox usually have the DMC marketing?
They had it from DMC 5.
Yeah, so if you're going to get a freaking DMC reveal, it's probably going to be from the wonderful Phil Spencer.
I got some beef with PlayStation.
Oh, go on. Do you have a PS5? Are you trying to get a PS5?
If we get enough Patreon subscribers, I'll get myself a PS5.
Patreon.com/kidding me, or if you'd prefer, TNAchat.com. Get to the same place. If you would like to subscribe on Patreon to help Liam buy a PS5.
Yeah, please. I really need it. No, my main gripe with them right now is I tried the PlayStation Now service, right? It didn't work at all. It wouldn't even let me log into the app.
That's the streaming thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's like, I would have liked to have done that because there's a lot of PlayStation games I would like to actually play, but can't because I don't have a TV.
So I assume your internet's not good enough for it?
No, it's not the internet, it's the app.
Oh, it just doesn't work?
It just doesn't work.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the reason I wanted to go on the PlayStation Now service is because I wanted to play the first God of War that I never got around to.
I assume
the first of the remake.
Yeah, I was going to say 2018 instead of like the 2003 game.
Yeah, I played the original and 3, but yeah, because all I have seen from that game really is that first boss fight, and that looked sweet, so I was like, if that game is more of that, then I should give that a shot.
I think that's about as far as I did play in that game. A little further, I went past the first boss fight, but I'll get to it.
And especially since, like, you know, now that game is like an $8 game, I might as well try and track it down at some point. But yeah, can't play it on the PlayStation Now, so...
I'm pretty sure it's in the PS Plus thing on PS5, isn't it? The PlayStation Collection deal? Isn't God of War in that?
Probably.
Feels like it should be, if it's not.
Well, I don't have a PS5, so I can't confirm nor deny.
I haven't turned my PS5 on in like 3 months.
You should send it to me so I can play God of War, then I'll send it back.
Alright, we'll get into things. We are talking about TNA in December 2002, the final month of 2002, of course.
The end of the year.
We're wrapping up the year, indeed. So there's actually not a ton of notes from this month. I'd imagine because it's December and nothing's happening. So they're just going through the motions. So there's a couple small things, but there's not like a big story to cover this month. Which is almost kind of refreshing that they're settled into now we're just the company running shows. There's not like the company's on the verge of going out of business or being bought out or some stupid big nonsense going on this month.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I feel like we're going to not have these big 2.5 hour marathon podcasts anymore, but I say that and then we had a show that had 2 weeks of TV and we were like, oh, 2 hours still.
Yeah, it is worth noting there is only 3 weekly pay-per-views this month because the Wednesdays would have fallen on Christmas Day and New Year's Day, and TNA aren't monsters, so they gave everybody a day off, so there's only shows on December 4th, 11th, and 18th before they take the 25th off for Christmas.
I hope on the first show of January, Russo comes out and he's like, the TNA office, they didn't want to pay them on Christmas, and they didn't want to pay them on New Year's, so they're a bunch of fuck...
There was actually a story in PW Torch about how like there is some issues with being paid because it used to be that they got paid on the night that they worked. When they changed that to you would get paid on the following show, that you would get your pay for the show you last did when you get.
What if you went booked for the following show?
That's another issue. But like the issue here being everyone who worked the December 18th show is like, wait a minute, if we're getting paid in the following show, that's not until like the second week of January. So,
and this is probably like a lot of these guys' best paydays too.
Yeah, so they were like, hey, mail out our checks.
And they said, no.
You'll get your money in January. Yeah, they launched a new logo, which you would have seen on the show. It's actually not prominently featured on the show until January because they incorporated it into an angle we'll talk about getting rid of the old logos. But yeah, the red and gold logo that I know you love so much.
It's the best logo in wrestling history. I'm so happy to see it. In fact, I went and watched like the first 30 minutes of the first January show already, and I'm like, I'm all in. I love this show. Just from this new aesthetic, I have fallen in love with the show now.
Just from the logo?
It's perfect. Like this, come on, you have to recognize this. It's such like a perfect wrestling look.
I don't think that's my favorite version of the red logo, though.
Yeah, I also think that's fair. Because there's like the one that has the way more like yellow in it that I'm thinking of too. That's probably the best version of it. But like this is the reason I like TNA. This damn logo.
They've finally gotten rid of the old school NWA blocky letters.
You know Russo hated that logo, right?
Yeah, well, he did tear it down with an axe, so...
But yeah, we got a nice little Easter egg for the new logo on these shows where you can see it on posters in the background.
Yeah, and it is weird that like they launched the new website with the new logo because the big thing was the people who made the logo were actually suing the company, which we mentioned a couple of weeks ago. So that's the reason they wanted to change the logo. There was a story about how they weren't doing much merchandise at the time. AJ Styles was the only person who had a t-shirt because they were afraid of putting their logo on the t-shirt and then being sued. So that's a big reason why they weren't doing much merch. That's the reason they changed their logo only 6 months in, because they were in a lawsuit over the current one, so might as well move on to a new one.
And what a one they moved on to.
Yes, what would be the defining TNA logo, that red color scheme.
And, I think it's just, and I know this isn't fucking the best analysis in the world, but it's like, there's an X in it too, because of the X division being the main prominent thing of this company, huh?
Whoa! It's like when the Impact logo has 6 sides dotting the eyes. It's like, whoa.
It's a little, that one's a little less subtle.
Or it's like when the poster for this episode of You've Got to Be Kidding Me has a little Go Red Go coming out of Don West's mouth. These are the touches, Liam.
Wow, you really had to give that one to him, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just putting over the poster. If you'd like to see the poster, it's on either my Twitter or the podcast
The posters are so good.
They're the best thing about this show, honestly.
We should release them as actual posters.
Yeah, we should sell them on Patreon. There is a Patreon tier where you can, they do posters for you. We might actually do that. We'll see.
Can I just do them for me?
Well, if you want to print it and put it in a frame, you can.
No, don't tell them that. Don't tell them that.
So, yes, new logo, new website. Listen, there's going to be, for the next probably 8 months of this podcast, a lot of Vince Russo talk. It's unavoidable. Not only is he the main backstage presence, he is now also all over these shows. So I apologize in advance for how Vince Russo heavy this show is going to be, and how Vince Russo heavy pretty much every show is going to be for a while now. That's just the nature of 2003 TNA. I'm sorry.
You know what the joy in this is, though? You guys only have to listen to 8 episodes of it. We have to watch, I don't know, 40?
Yeah, 40 weekly pay-per-views heavily featuring Vince Russo.
Yeah, but to be fair, the on-screen Russo stuff is probably more tolerable. I can't even say that because, so far I think that, but I don't know what's yet to come.
There's also some really bad stuff with Vince Russo this month, so...
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it's the nature of the beast, because I was doing broad topics for the show, and I realized looking at these cards that there is, a gravitational force for Vince Russo on this show. Pretty much everything is slowly sucked into that sex orbit, as it tends to be.
The sex orbit.
The sex orbit, indeed. As more and more of everything that happens outside of the main event programs become increasingly influenced by Sports Entertainment Extreme. So it will be unavoidable. There's going to be a lot of Vince Russo on this podcast for a while. I'm sorry. Again, blame them for doing it freaking 18 years ago. So TNA officials continue to claim that Vince Russo is not involved in the creative process, but simply works as an on-air character. The company claims that Russo has not been involved in booking matters since the company went on a 3-week hiatus in September. Now, if you remember, the last note we had on the November episode was a note from Jerry Jarrett in his book about how a lot of the content on the first episode of TNA in December, the December 4th episode, was particularly influenced by Jeff Jarrett and Vince Russo. So we know from Jerry's book that this is all just a bull-faced lie, and it's been a lie the entire time since before the company existed, and they're still doing this dance. And it's like, oh, he doesn't work for us. Well, he does work for us, but he's only on air, but he doesn't have any creative capacity. But here we are again in December with them denying it again.
Well, it's like what we said on the last episode, and also talking about the stuff which got them kicked off Spike. If this guy is someone you have to lie to everyone about being in creative control, then there's probably a sign there that this guy shouldn't be involved in the creative.
Yeah, and like the follow-up note, it's like nobody in the company knows what to believe since the Jarretts willingly deceived them for the sake of a storyline when Russo returned as Mr. Wrestling 3. So they may still be deceiving people in order to avoid the baggage that Russo brings with them. There are several wrestlers and personalities who refuse to participate in anything that Russo has creative influence over. And there is another note in the PW Torch later that month about how like the wrestlers just don't trust management anymore because they keep on lying to them about Vince Russo.
Which I feel like is a commonality that we're going to see throughout like the entire history of this company until like the more recent iterations, you know what I mean, where it feels a lot like there was just never an environment of trust backstage. It's something that we can see at this point. It's something that we'll see over the next year, and it's something that we'll even see in that we're seeing in the 2010 shows that we're watching on Patreon.
And it's, I think, by design in some element, because it's like, oh, we can work the boys, we can do these worked shoots, it's such great content, and like...
It's so nothing, though. There's no point to working the boys.
No, there never is. It never goes anywhere other than making people feel unhappy and, like, unsafe at work, really.
And especially in a business that's so thoroughly based around trust, and trusting the people in the back with your body, with your livelihood. It feels so counterintuitive to the whole ethos of what wrestling should be.
There's another fun note. The TNA auction lists this for sale a day working with Vince Russo on production. Despite the fact, of course, that they're saying he is only an on-air character.
Coming soon to the You Got to Be Kidding Me auction. Working with Garrett in production, where you get to edit the show for us.
Yeah, I'll sit here while you do all the work of editing our 2 hours into a tight, pithy 1 hour 40.
If you pick the right week, you can also do the watch along with us.
Yeah, you can sit down and watch the January 22nd episode, which is the watch along we'll do for next month, or the December 18th episode, which is the one we did the watch along for on this week, which you can find at tnachad.com.
Well, you can't be with us on that one, but in spirit you can. You can talk along with us, I suppose. I guess that's the whole thing you can do.
Listen, I paid for tnachad.com. I'm now going to start using it for the Patreon plugs forever.
Of course.
Because Chad did make a return on these shows.
I am not convinced it's the same Chad.
It's 100% the same Chad. He just has facial hair.
This is an Ultimate Warrior scenario. The original TNA Chad died and was replaced.
He did go missing for like the bones of 2 months.
I'm saying he started talking to that girl. I'm saying they ran off and they realized, we can't have a bloody NWA-TNA pay-per-view without TNA Chad in the fucking thing. So we have to go send out Proto Chad over here.
It's just Chad. It's evil Chad because he has facial hair. That's the way the world works, isn't it?
Dun, dun, dun.
It's Chad's evil twin.
I don't know. I don't know if Chad was a lawful good force
That's true.
in the world already. So
wait, what if this is good Chad then?
This might be good Chad.
So TNA workers are hoping Jeff Jarrett is able to talk Sting into working some TNA dates because one of these shows opened with Jarrett going on his WWA tour. You were surprised. There's like some brief highlights of Sting wrestling on those WWA shows on one of these shows, isn't there?
Yeah, I was thoroughly confused and then extremely excited to note that this is Sting's first TNA appearance in history.
Yes, in B-roll in passing, Sting technically made his debut this month too.
See, I have like zero knowledge of what Sting did between the closure of WCW and showing up in TNA.
Well, now you know he did some World Wrestling All-Star shows where he wrestled Jeff Jarrett.
Wow. I'm going to go track him down.
So yeah, they're hopeful they can get Sting at some stage, a story we will continue to monitor into 2003.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, don't you?
Nah, I don't think Sting's ever going to show up.
Ever.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put some money down on that one.
In a Jeff Jarrett radio interview, he defended lying about Russo's involvement in the company to everybody because wrestling needs more realism in its storylines.
Does it?
This is always my problem with the work shoot stuff, because you're basically admitting that you are so bad and so terrible at telling like coherent stories that you basically have to fake real stuff to get by. Like, you can't get people to invest in your product by telling like a good emotional story, a work of fiction, that you have to desperately cling to like the real stuff that's happening in the world to get any drama in your show.
But also, like, there's a difference between, hey, we're going to hide Russo out back so he comes out and it's a big surprise and no one knows about it, and, hey, he's also going to book the show while he's doing it.
Yeah. And we're going to tell you he's not booking the show as well.
Yeah, like, I have no problem with hiding someone to do a surprise. That's wrestling. Like, AEW just did it with fucking Danielson. Like, you think I care about, like, that's fine, but, like, the idea of also lying about someone's involvement with the company at the same time is just kind of gross.
It's like, yeah, Bryan Danielson's here, but he's also being booked by Vince McMahon still, but we're not going to tell you.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Danielson's here and it's a big surprise, woohoo, but he's also booking Elevation. Just...
Which, to be fair, I don't think you'd want to hide, because I think people would be interested in Danielson booking Elevation.
Well, it wasn't like he like heavily instrumental in SmackDown's booking over the last year or whatever?
I think heavily instrumental is probably putting it a little too generously. I think he was involved in some way in SmackDown.
He was in the
booking.
meetings.
Yeah, so...
That's cool. I'm pretty sure Danielson not working in the NWA-TNA though.
No, he never did, despite, as we mentioned, there were those little rumblings that, oh, they're looking at bringing in American Dragon for the X Division, but it never happened.
Alternative reality, huh? Where like their guy was Danielson instead of AJ?
Well, AJ was always going to be the guy. It's too late.
Hey, he got that contract day one.
Yeah, but it could have been AJ Danielson again instead of AJ Joe, I guess.
But Joe I don't even know what year Joe comes in, to be honest.
Well, you're going to be waiting a while.
Aww.
Back to that Jarrett interview, he compared the Russo surprise to Austin versus McMahon and when Hall and Nash invaded WCW. He said he loved Tenay's reaction to Russo's return. He said Tenay really dislikes Russo and called it great realism.
It's not great realism, it's real.
Yeah, he does actually dislike the man.
Oh shit, it's Vince Russo.
The Jarrett and Sean Waltman saga continues. Jarrett and Sean Waltman had further discussions about Waltman returning for one final match and to cut a promo against Vince Russo. Like, this is the thing. Like, Waltman is legitimately upset about Vince Russo being creatively involved in the show, so he quit. And, like, at the end of November, the company released a statement being like, he was unprofessional, we're never working with him again. And then Waltman released a statement being like, nah, fuck them, I hate Vince Russo. So their instinct, again, is still to be like, we need to get Waltman in. It'll be such a good promo, it'll be such good realism, quote unquote, for him to finally come in and cut this promo. Whereas apparently Waltman wasn't interested in expressing his honest disdain for Russo if that meant him helping get over in the current storyline. So he didn't want to get Russo over because he doesn't like the man.
Fair enough. I honestly respect Waltman for sticking to his guns, because he could have just come back for the money and done the shot, you know?
Yeah, I was wrong last week when I said it was 2005 when he last returned. He did do a one-shot in 03. So it's like 6 months down the line, so it's nowhere near this, and very little to do with Russo. But yeah, he doesn't return, well, he basically never returns full-time to the company, I guess, but doesn't return consistently to the company.
Excuse me, he won his contract in 2010. I've been watching.
Yeah, my sincere apologies, yes. But 2005 is when he makes his consistent return. Later in the month again, the company's also expressed interest in working with Sean Waltman again, but no deal has been reached. Waltman wanted to get in with New Japan, even though that never happened, but apparently he was tight with the office, but apparently not that tight.
Yeah, he's a friend, but he's not getting the invite over, you know.
No, he would like, who was in 2002 New Japan? Who would he have been working with?
Liger.
Hey, Waltman and Liger would have been a good match.
I mean, maybe Otani. I don't know. This is the era of New Japan I'm not the most well versed in.
But it does fascinate me. As I said, they released that statement at the end of November, being like, "We don't want to work with him anymore. We hate him." And then, like, before, like, we'll talk about it later, but Jarrett kind of buries him on one of these shows. But then the entire month, they're just like, "Oh, we want to get him back. We really want to get him back, so we can cut this promo on Vince Russo. It'll be good shit."
I don't even think it would have been that good as shit, you know?
No, it would have been the same, because the whole idea was to get like guest people coming in every week to cut this promo on Russo, like Piper does it in the show, which we'll talk about. But the whole idea was to get multiple people in to talk about how they really hated Vince Russo, and it would be shoot promos every week with people talking from the heart.
Great, that's the content I love to see on my total non-stop action.
Yes, indeed, all the talking and shooting. Crystal Ball was backstage at the pay-per-view for the first time in several weeks. They're cutting costs. He's apparently trying to sell the show to a major network. Fun little note, Jerry Jarrett was apparently extremely frustrated with how tight the budget was, which a lot of people noted that Jerry Jarrett has been famously tight with budgets of wrestling companies he's run through the years, so she was on the other foot.
Yeah, well, it's not his money anymore. Of course he's going to try and get more budget.
Yeah, he's spending Panda's money, so it's just like...
I mean, isn't that literally what you'd be doing? Like, I don't have to, front the bill for this. I'm obviously going to try and get more money for the show.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's like, it's not out of my pocket anymore, so of course I'm going to push to try and get Goldberg money.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't you? That's just business.
Yeah. TNA officials have expressed interest in using Mike Awesome,
Fuck yes!
so you can look forward to that.
Hope so.
BG James apologized for his gay slur in a production meeting.
I mean, cool. What do you want, man? BG James. Like, BG's lame, am I right?
Got him. And there was no actual news story about this in December, but I felt it was worth mentioning.
Oh my god!
What's wrong?
I literally almost died because I read the Bruce news.
But yeah, Bruce is done with TNA. He has no more matches in the history of TNA. He claims TNA didn't want to use him anymore after he got injured, got his face smashed by a bot split-leg moonsault by Sonny Siaki while wrestling in Finland.
I'm devastated. I had no clue.
So, like, we built that entire thing last month about him turning in multiple senses and abandoning the Bruce character and being Alan Funk. Never seen again.
Holy shit. I can't believe I actually almost died because of that.
Yeah, you really reacted viscerally to that news.
I choked on my own tongue. I was gasping so abruptly.
Yeah. So, yeah, Bruce, done, gone, forever.
That's disappointing. Let's do a little Bruce retrospective here.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the problematic and terrible segments at times,
Yes.
as a worker, I thought Bruce was one of the most enjoyable parts of these shows. I was legitimately a big fan of all the stuff with Bruce and, well, not all the stuff, but the in-ring work of Bruce was great. And yeah, like I was saying before, Rainbow Express was weirdly one of the best tag teams in the company history for a while there. So yeah, I'm bummed to see old Bruce go, but at least maybe this will tone down the homophobia.
There was zero homophobia, I believe, on all of these shows, which is quite refreshing.
Yeah, so that's a nice change of pace, I guess. There was, oh no, you know what it was? They traded away the homophobia for a lot more assaulting women.
Yes, in many different ways. I also believe that's the end of Lenny Lane in TNA.
After that big comeback.
Yeah, he did his big comeback. He got the gay character back, and then they fired him.
Well, good workers, but I'm not gonna be missing the segments themselves. I'm pretty sure.
You just did 2 minutes on how you loved Bruce so much.
Yeah, I love Bruce. I just meant I'm good with not having BG James call people slurs anymore.
Well, to be fair, he might still do that, just not directed toward Bruce or Lenny Lane. Oh dear. So that is more or less all the big notes. Again, not really big notes, a bunch of small notes this month. Nothing really, no big news story coming out of TNA in December.
Keeping it cash.
Yeah, keeping it nice and normal. Again, it's, as I said, it's kind of refreshing to have a month that's just they mostly just did some wrestling shows this month.
Calm before the storm.
The James Storm.
Sorry about your damn luck.
The Johnny Storm.
The Hungry Jack Storm and ice cream that you can buy in Australia.
The Divine Storm.
Oh, fuck. The Quiet Storm? Huh?
Well, yeah, I'll allow it.
Yeah.
Which brings us to these shows, NWA-TNA pay-per-views number 24 through 26 on December 4th, 11th, and 18th. We'll start with broad topics, of which there is only one, really. But, listen. We had, in the month of December, the birth of Sex, Sports Entertainment Extreme.
Hey, you want to talk about broad subjects?
I see what you did there, Liam, because he abuses women in this show.
Alright, well, obviously the biggest part of the Vince Russo stuff of this month was we finally got the debut of Athena.
Yes, after all of the signs, after all of the build, after Liam being like, who the hell's Athena?
Who the fuck is Athena? I'm still not entirely sure.
We did finally get the debut of Athena, where she was standing ringside and then Vince Russo called her into the ring and then started demeaning her and started asking her to show her tits.
It just harassed her immediately, and it was like, This person that was like so over was like, we're not even going to try to do anything meaningful with her.
We're just going to use her as a prop. We're going to get heat off her, brother.
Ugh.
To be fair, she does then bring the Road Warriors to TNA. So
Yeah, Road Warrior Athena.
what they really didn't know is Athena's clearly very well connected. And it's like, you going to mess with me? I'm going to bring the Road Warriors to beat up your nerds.
And you know what? That rules. I don't know if the Road Warriors are even going to show up ever again. So.
It's a very fun thing if you go watch our watch along of that show. Liam's reaction to the Road Warriors just randomly showing up during a tag team match is quite good.
Maybe I'll put it together with the reaction in the video and post it to the Twitter.
Because like the match is just this random AMW against Harris Bros against New Church 3-way tag, and they're just doing their match, working away. Then Athena runs out to confront the Harris Brothers for a segment we'll talk about in a second, and then just the Road Warriors show up. It's just the Road Warriors, and they kick ass. They do a Doomsday device. Hawk does a giant splash off the top. They cut a promo about how Vince Russo is shit, and that's it. It's the Road Warriors. What more do you want?
Sounds like a perfect Wednesday to me.
The Asylum is not known as a particularly interested crowd at the best of times. People don't get pops for their entrance in this company, you know?
Yeah, no. Well, also, can you blame them? They see the same people every week doing the same shit, so...
Indeed, but when the Road Warriors came out, that crowd went nuts.
Yeah. That was, felt like a big moment. But again, I'm pretty sure I'm never going to see them again, so...
Well, you'll be wrong about that. You'll see them in January. Spoilers. Wow. Then you'll never see them again. No, you'll see Animal again, but not Hawk. Just kind of sad to think about, but still. So yeah, we had the debut of Sex. So on the December 4th show...
I'm so excited.
The December 4th, 2002 show opened with the debut of Rowdy Roddy Piper.
And some guy.
Bart Sawyer. I looked this up because he's not addressed. Roddy Piper just randomly calls him like the future of the business. So that's Bart Sawyer. He's like a local indie guy who had to retire in 2004 because he had a stroke. But there you go.
Well, shout out Bart Sawyer.
So even though Roddy Piper called him the future of the business, it went nowhere. So this promo...
It's a bit rough.
Listen, that's the way this company works. Roddy Piper's like, you're the best, and then he's never seen it. I think he does one match in 2004. So like 2 years later, they're like, yeah, we'll bring that guy Roddy Piper called good back, okay.
I was gonna say, well, to be fair, Mike Tenay does the same thing like the next week, and I'm like, I don't think they have the future of the business, Mike.
So Roddy Piper comes to the ring. Roddy Piper's here as part of his book tour. He's written a new book, so he's promoting his book. So he's cutting a promo about how Vince Russo has killed wrestling and how he's there defending traditional wrestling, and Vince Russo's inventing sports entertainment, and he's killed the business. And then things take a turn as Roddy Piper decides to mention that Vince Russo's style of wrestling is what killed Owen Hart.
Woof.
And the crowd goes very quiet. The crowd is very confused. The crowd is like very enthusiastic otherwise about like he's Roddy Piper, a legitimate pro wrestling legend, a legitimate A-tier star right here in the NWA-TNA. And then Roddy Piper says that line about Owen Hart and people are kind of confused and a little kind of in shock that he would say something like that. And I do kind of get what he was going for, that like that brand of entertainment that led to the Blue Blazer character, that led to the Blue Blazer entrance, instead of letting Owen be a wrestler. Like, I see what his point is there, but...
That sports entertainment ideals in a roundabout way may have informed decisions that led to the untimely death of Owen Hart.
Yeah, and... I don't think there's any way you can make that point without it seeming in poor taste, especially while cutting a promo on a pro wrestling show. And like that, I think that is the thing. Like if Roddy Piper, because I think he talked about wrestler deaths in his book. He had a shirt on his back about wrestler deaths. Like a big thing he was talking about is that too many wrestlers are taken before their time, which is a perfectly entirely fair point to make. That thankfully, I think we live in a wrestling world where fewer and fewer young wrestlers are taken before their time, and that's very good that the wrestling industry has moved on from all the wrestlers dying in their 30s and 40s in very tragic fashion. But there is no way you can link that to the dumb sports entertainment extreme story without it seeming extremely distasteful.
And it's just like, I don't know, what does it really add to any of this too? Because in the context of doing this sort of promo in a ring as a part of a show, it kind of demeans the things you're saying. Like, if this is something you talk about in your book, I can understand, like, where you're coming from. You have a very valid point to be making, but to bring this kind of stuff into the ring to pursue a storyline, and to, especially a storyline that's just with Vince Russo's group, which is called Sex, it just feels like, I don't know, a little distasteful, a little unwarranted, and obviously something that didn't go down well with the crowd there, because this obviously didn't garner much of a reaction. It was more confusion, and even like Piper started getting booed
Yeah.
when he was bringing it up too. So it's like clearly the crowd wasn't into this at all, and it leaves me. I don't know how people backstage could have seen this segment, seen the reaction or lack thereof that it received, and gone, yeah, we need to do this weekly with more people. They need to come out here and do shoot interviews about Vince Russo, because it died a death, didn't do well, didn't bring the storyline forward in any meaningful way. There was really nothing that came from this. So it's, I don't see how this is the idea of like, yeah, this is how we're gonna get the Vince Russo stuff over. Because like, I get doing the Vince Russo stuff from a storyline perspective, because, you know, as an on-screen thing, it works, and obviously the crowd's somewhat into that. But bringing back these shoot segments, it just feels like an unnecessary addition, which is going to muddy the waters of a very simple story and also make it a little too real at times, and then not garner the reaction that you want.
Yeah, and like they mentioned after the show that like obviously this wasn't a scripted line. We didn't tell him to go out there and mention Owen Hart, and like by all accounts, Russo coming out to confront him like was quote unquote a shoot, as much as a shoot you can get in this worked shoot company that like Vince Russo.
I'm doing a bunch of air quotations right now.
I did quite enjoy the moment where Roddy Piper refused to give him the microphone and refused to allow him to speak. Good stuff.
It's like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, when you send people out there without like guidelines on what to say, without like here's the story we're trying to tell, just say you don't like Vince Russo, go out there and tell us why. This is the kind of stuff you get, and this is not the first time TNA has had to disavow a comment or something that has happened on the show. We had last month the BG James gay slur. We had like 2 months before that the Harris Brothers t-shirt, and like each time I would believe that they did not send like Ron Harris out there with that t-shirt. They did not send BG James out there to say the gay slur, but they did send BG James out there to treat a gay man as a heel he should beat up. And they did send Roddy Piper out here to cut a promo on Vince Russo about how he really feels. And this is what happens. Like, you just get things that shouldn't happen and have no place on a wrestling show if you give up that much control. And you're just running a sloppy shop at that stage.
And also, clearly, there's no ability to learn from any of this being shown, because the same things just keep happening over and over again. It's like, it's one thing if something bad happens and then you take it on board, adapt to it, and move on from it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a whole different thing. To just keep making the same mistakes over and over again it's fucking stupid. I was going to do the whole Far Cry 3 insanity bit, and then I was like, no, it's fucking a really dated reference now. It's just dumb. It's fucking stupid. And you should be able to learn from these things. And maybe that's just, you know, a bit of... But the thing is, though, it's like, am I completely 100% sold that any of this was actually a shoot? It's like, I don't know. This company is real confusing with that. And could I believe that they all talked about it beforehand and said, yeah, let's go make these points? Yes, I could 100% believe that. Could I even believe that they knew about the shirt and didn't give a fuck? I can believe that too. Because of what this company has established itself as being so far. It's a company that's all about lying to both the workers and the fans and to the people online and to the dirt sheets. So why would I trust anything they do? Why would I give them the benefit of the doubt on anything they do?
Because even Piper's appearance was a surprise. Like, by all accounts, you see that show opens with Mike Tenay and Don West just doing their standard intro, and then Piper's music hits. By all accounts, Mike Tenay didn't know. Like, in the format of that show, the segment was listed as something like, you know, unlisted surprise or something like that like the surprise was coming. So, like, they knew something was in that segment, they didn't know who, and then Piper just walked out. So, like, why are you working your announcers?
Why are you working anyone involved in the show?
Every single person, like, involved in this show, except for, like, a small group of people, didn't know Piper was there. And what does that serve? It's like, oh, it's a big surprise, but you didn't sell any pay-per-views. Good job.
Yeah, and again, I think there's a whole added thing about pay-per-view versus TV and the value of doing surprises. It's like, I get doing it on TV, but you're trying to get people to pay for this shit weekly. I think that's the problem too, is they don't treat these like weekly pay-per-views, they treat them like television. Mm-hmm. And even to the point where fucking Russo in one of his promos called it TV.
Yep.
It's like, well then you immediately tell like that's the mindset they're going in when booking these shows is that they're treating these like television.
I did like a fun note that Piper was in Nashville on that particular day because he was dropping off his tour bus after he was on a book tour. The tour bus, which belonged to Billy Ray Cyrus.
Huh.
Of Miley Cyrus's father and Achy Breaky Heart fame.
Everyone knows who Billy Ray Cyrus is, thank you.
Yes, he's the father of Hannah Montana.
Of course, that's where I knew him from. I would love to be there for a Roddy Piper, Billy Ray Cyrus conversation.
Pulls the bus up to Billy Ray Cyrus's house. It's like, oh, here to drop off the keys, Billy.
Yeah, and they just talk, how was the book tour? Yeah, it was good. Gonna go do this TNA thing tonight.
Oh, here's my, 12-year-old daughter, Miley.
Oh, hello. You're gonna become, the biggest star in the world for a solid 3-year period. That's crazy.
Yeah, because Piper knows he can pick those kind of stars.
Oh, Piper knows a star.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with all these shoot promos is, Piper doesn't come back for a while. This isn't his only TNA appearance, he makes a few more. But, this was a one-shot, he's in and out. So you do this thing where he cuts this promo on Russo, and, even if people are interested in this idea of Roddy Piper and Vince Russo going face-to-face, Piper's not here next week.
Well, see, that's the problem, too, when I was talking about before, is none of this is here to actually serve a story. It's just to get over the Russo perspective, which I feel like you don't need to do. I think you're complicating a simple-ass story.
And then it makes even less sense to do it as a surprise if he's not going to be back. Because it'd be one thing to be like, oh, Roddy Piper, big surprise debut, but then he's going to be there next week so you can see Roddy Piper every week. So then you tune in. But no, it's like, you didn't advertise him for his one appearance, so no one bought the show. And then he's not on the show after that, so no one bought the show.
Maybe they were hoping that people were going to think he's going to show up as a surprise again.
And I do think that was legitimately a selling point they tried to go for, that you never know who's going to show up on these shows, which I think is actually one of the more fun elements of the shows. But I think they would have sold more pay-per-views if they said, hey guys, Roddy Piper's going to be here.
Especially, at the time, for sure.
So later on that show, Vince Russo comes out because Roddy Piper did not let him do his rebuttal. So there's a match and then Russo comes out the segment after that.
That's the classic NWA-TNA Russo structure.
Yeah, they do it multiple times this month, where it's Russo opening promo match, Russo second promo.
2 matches, Russo back again, Russo backstage segment.
Russo doing something in main event. That really is the structure
Russo
of the show.
chops down logo.
So yeah, later in the show he comes out and he starts cutting his promo about how dare Roddy Piper invoke the name of Owen Hart to beat him with a stick, and then he creates formally Sports Entertainment Extreme, or SEX, if you will.
Hell yeah, baby. Or as he says, Sports Entertainment Extreme. Spell it out.
Yeah, he doesn't even say the word sex, but I did find online a Sports Entertainment Extreme t-shirt during the week, which I have since bought.
Fuck you! I was the one who wanted to buy the Sports Entertainment Extreme t-shirt.
Listen, you gotta get there quick.
Ah, bastard.
Now the proud owner of a sex shirt.
I'm gonna bootleg it.
We should make our own. Just steal the t-shirt.
Yeah. Why not? Everyone does it now.
This is the segment where Russo calls Athena into the ring and he starts demeaning her and says you're only tits and ass, and not even he starts mocking the size of her breasts and saying all she should do to get attention in this industry is show off her boobs. And yeah, that's your healthy dose of misogyny for the month.
This is the weakest sex show so far. Sex was much more prevalent and much stronger in the last 2 shows of the month.
Some weak ass sex going on here on December 4th.
Yeah. Listen, and as a sex addict, I'm gonna keep note of when the sex is good, when the sex is bad. Get ready for 8 shows of this.
Listen, that's again not our fault.
It's right there. You can't not do it.
So yeah, Russo cuts his promo. He's the thing. Russo clearly thinks he's the coolest guy on earth here, which I think makes it all the worse.
I think, comparatively, he might be. He might just be the biggest, he's like a dirtbag uncle. Who, when you're 8 and don't understand ethics, you're like, oh man, this guy's cool as hell. He drinks beer and drives cars.
Yeah, and there isn't a ton of really good promos on these shows, and say what you will about the content of what he says, the delivery is also always quite good.
Yeah. That's the problem too. It's sometimes he'll have these one-liners, and you'll be like, ooh, alright, that was pretty good. And then you're like, damn it, no, don't praise him.
And I think that's like the most frustrating thing about this entire angle. That like there is a version of this story that is probably really good and works really well. If they can like rein it in, if they're not doing all the work shoot stuff, if Russo is just this invading force trying to introduce this sleaze and debauchery to wrestling, and you get the likes of Piper and the likes of the Road Warriors standing up to him being like, no, that's not what wrestling is. But then so much of it is just like, all right, we're going to demean Athena, and we're going to talk about Owen Hart, and we're going to talk about what happened in WCW, and we're going to talk about what happened in the WWF, and all these behind-the-scenes antics. And that's where they just lose the thread. It's like, now it's just not a story anymore, even if the core idea of the story actually isn't that bad.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about when we were talking about the Piper segment. It's just, you have a very simple, effective story there, and you're muddling it up with a lot of stuff that doesn't matter.
And like the strangest part is during this Russo promo where he's introducing sex, he talks again. Listen, we were going to be saying the words
when he's initiating sex.
He is in fact initiating sex. We're going to use the word sex so casually in sentences that it's just going to.
It's just a bit of casual sex.
It's kind of become second nature. So like he's cutting this.
Listen, you never want to come second with sex.
God damn it. So he's cutting this promo, and he's constantly mentioning the old man in the ivory tower and the old man backstage who doesn't want you to see this and that and the old man. And again, like, we've never seen Jerry on this show. In fact, there's a note in the Wrestling Observer that like Russo, Mike Tenay, and all these people are actively told never to say Jerry Jarrett's name. Like, what's even the point of them cutting all these promos if we can't even say the words Jerry Jarrett?
But, like, even in the event that you do, what's the payoff here? Is Russo gonna wrestle Jerry?
A non-wrestler against a 60-odd-year-old man.
You're like, yeah, there's no... That's, I think, what the problem with the whole Russo thing in general is like, I mean, you're not gonna get, like, some big blow-off with Russo wrestling anyone. Like, it's not gonna be good if that does happen. Like, it feels like there's a lot of aimless talking, and that there's... I don't think... Alright, I'll pose this as a question to you then. Do you think as of December 4, 2002, they have a plan for how this whole thing is going to blow off?
No, not even close.
That's the problem. If you don't know where you're ending up, you don't know how to fill the space in between. Mm-hmm. Like, you have a story, you get your broad outlines of the story, you do, here's the hero, here's the thing he goes through, here's the achievement, and then he comes back to the start again. Like, that's the whole point of telling a story. You need to have a clear direction of all the major points, including the end, for it to actually come across as a story.
Yeah.
With cohesion.
So later in the show, we get Jarrett against the Harris brothers in the main event before BG James does a big swerve and he joins sex.
He swiveled the hips and joined sex.
I cannot believe that we would have a swerve on this wrestling show. Though I guess it makes more sense, like, given he hated Ron on all of these shows, then he comes out and he hits Ron with a chair. So I suppose it's consistent in a way.
And, you know, there was a decent amount of tension heading into it where it's like, oh, you know, I'll side with Jarrett because my dad asked me to. So it's like, oh, alright, at least... See, it's weird. It's like, this isn't a company where you would expect, like, any levels of, like, nuance to anything, but it's like, oh, of course he wouldn't just, like, accept to be the tag partner of... Because, like, the WWE thing would have been like, Jeff walks up to him backstage and says, hey, brother, I know we don't like each other, but we should team up tonight because the Harris brothers, they're bad. And they'll be like, alright, blah, blah, blah. And then he swivel the hips. At least they went to the extent of having, like, well, why would he team with Jarrett? Well, if he's that ass, you know?
Yeah, why would he even go out there? Because, yeah, the show is built around Bob Armstrong asking Jarrett Killings and BG to be like, I want you to be my soldiers in this war against sex. Listen, we know Bob's not anti-sex. Look at all his kids. So,
yeah,
he's a hypocrite here.
Definitely, like, the rival of sex should have been abstinence. And then make some giant acronym.
That show then ended, by the way, with Paul Bearer coming out.
I guess.
He has joined... It's very weird that, like, Paul Bearer, who goes by Percy Pringle in TNA, the demonic cult leader man who leads The Undertaker to the ring, is one of the defenders of tradition in the NWA on this TNA show.
Yep.
Don't think that makes a ton of sense, but listen, he's not around very long, so I guess we'll go with it.
Hey, if I get like one segment of him and James Mitchell talking, it'll all be worth it.
Yeah, it's weird. The Harris Bros, when they joined Sex, they cut this promo about like how we've been held back. We're not given the opportunities we deserve here. It's like you lose most of your matches. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the point that we didn't even really get into with the whole Vince Russo stuff. It's like every single one of these promos too. They're like WWF this, WCW that, WWF this, WCW, WWF, WCW, WCW. And also, this show sucks. So it's like, not only are we only going to talk about a company that doesn't exist, a company that's way out of our league, and then we're also going to say at every opportunity how bad the show is that you pay to see weekly. Not even a show you get for free weekly. A show you have to pay to watch weekly.
Feels like a recipe for success.
It feels like a recipe for fucking something.
So, what happened on the next show with Sex?
Tony Mamaluke defeat Jason Cross before Sex.
That is a sentence in the show notes. So yeah, the big thing about this one is that Russo's not there, so like BG is the stand-in for Russo, but then it turns out Russo is there when he costs Hennig the world title main event.
Fucking swerve.
Which is a fun story because, again, they did the thing where they worked all of the fans and the audience for no reason whatsoever. So Russo was telling friends he was really mad on the December 11th show because Jarrett wanted to swerve everybody, so he had Russo sit in the car in the parking lot all night so none of the wrestlers would know that he was there and he wasn't allowed out of his car and into the arena until the end of the show.
I like how he couldn't even go to like a Waffle House and just eat something and then drive up and walk in. Jarrett's like, no, stay in the car.
Like, you can't leave the car. Somebody might see you outside, know that you're here, and we'd be lying.
Go hang out with Billy Ray Cyrus for a bit. Jesus.
Everybody knows when you're told somebody is not at a wrestling show, you know they're actually at the wrestling show. Like, everybody knows this. But they were like, oh, we gotta work not only the fans, but the wrestlers again by pretending Russo isn't here tonight, and they'll all be shocked when he shows up.
If this was happening in 2021, you 100% know Russo would have faked a COVID thing.
Oh, no.
And been like, oh, I'm not on the show, I've got COVID, I can't be. And then he'd be like, I'm here, I never had COVID. Doesn't even exist, Don't know if he's an anti-COVID guy.
So then the last show of the month, there's once again a lot of sex. So...
Hell yeah. Sex up and down the card.
Kurt Hennig comes out to open the show because he's really mad about the fact that Sex cost him the world title match the week prior. Elix Skipper, Christopher Daniels, and Loki return to officially join Sex, where then Vince Russo later
Triple X
does a promo talking about how, like, TNA didn't want to book around Loki's 0-1 schedule.
Which we know from earlier episodes of the podcast.
Indeed. So they're incorporating fact into the story. It's almost like it's a worked shoot.
Being as we are so heavily dissecting what's happening in the background of the show, little things like that I actually appreciate. Because I'm like, I knew that.
And like, those are the kind of things that, like, because wrestling always does work reality in some ways. Because wrestling is like 1/3 sports, 1/3 scripted drama, 1/3 reality TV. It's like those three genres mashed together into this weird mishmash of those ideas.
I think the problems arise when it's two of one thing and then one of another and none of the other thing.
When they lose that balance and it just ends up being too much like not wrestling. But
yeah.
So, like, there's always an element of reality. So when you include things like, oh, the company's too cheap to fly Daniels in from LA because that's an expensive flight, I'm okay with that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, all right, that gives like a character motivation as opposed to something that's just like, oh, and Daniels was screwed in WCW, you know?
I also think it's interesting to note that this is stuff that I think delivers better with 2021 eyes looking back than stuff I would have been watching at the time. I don't know if I'm watching like, NWA-TNA pay-per-view 26 live and I'm like, oh man, that's cool. But like actually, doing it in a structure like this where we're digging deep into what's happening behind the scenes already, that's the kind of stuff I appreciate. But like, if I didn't know the stuff, would I like these segments as much? Probably not. But I think I would still like them more than the wow WWF, wow WCW, wow stuff.
Well, speaking of the wow stuff, Jarrett comes out.
Wow.
It's literally a theme song.
There you go.
So the big tension here is that, Russo wants Jarrett to join Sex, but Jarrett is reluctant to join Sex. if you remember the NWA title match, Russo revealed himself to be Mr. Wrestling 3 to cost Killings the title to have Jarrett win the title. On the December 11th show, Russo once again cost Hennig the title match to help Jarrett retain the title, and even Russo helped Jarrett retain against Killings in the title rematch. So Russo has been repeatedly helping Jarrett despite Jarrett's insistence that he doesn't want Russo's help. So here we go again. Jarrett comes out, he cuts a promo. Russo offers him the spot in sex. Jarrett turns it down and cuts a promo about how, like, oh, back in WCW, Goldberg and Shawn Michaels in WWF wanted to rip your guts out, but I talked them down, and it's all this, like, WCW and WWF insider baseball shite that nobody could possibly care about.
And like, the thing is, like, you could almost forgive it if the crowd was going nuts for any of this, but as soon as the other companies are mentioned, they just don't give a shit anymore.
They just completely, like, zone out.
Yeah, like, when it's stuff that involves TNA, they're into it. Like, it's like, oh, sports and entertainment in TNA, better than this wrestling shit. Like, people, they pop for that, but, like, as soon as you start deviating into the other company stuff, beyond just, like, I'm gonna say the words Degeneration X, and the crowd goes, woo! Like, beyond that, you're not getting anything from them, either.
Yeah, and it's so strange. Like, the crowd reactions are so all over the place for everything that happens on these shows, because if you go back to that Athena segment where he's, like, demeaning Athena, which he's meant to be getting heat for, because, like, he's a man being bullying and disrespecting a woman. Like, when he's like, do you want to see your tits? Like, some of the crowd are like, yeah. It's like, oh.
That's the thing, is like, well, from the start, you always knew there was going to be that kind of dynamic with the crowd being into the Russo stuff, because he goes like, you guys want to see fucking beating up women? And the crowd goes, fuck yeah, we do!
And the last major sex segment of the month. Loki, Daniels, and Skipper defeated Amazing Red in the SATs in the main event of the third show of the month, the December 18th pay-per-view, in honestly probably one of the best matches in TNA history up to this point.
Absolute fucking banger.
It's just such a great match where it's like Loki, Daniels, and Skipper are back. 3 exceptional wrestlers. Red and the SATs are like the perfect underdogs, and they just do this great match. It has one of the best heat segments I've ever seen in wrestling, where they're working over Red.
I was going to say, like, you obviously have all of the X Division high-flying shenanigans that you'd hope, and you'd have the crispness of your Daniels and Key in there as well. But the thing that's most notable is just a tremendous heat segment on Red, where you are living and dying by it. And it helps that, you know, you got Don West climbing on top of the announce table and screaming in support of Red the entire time, because you believe that it's legitimate, and you believe that this dude is, like, living and dying by Red right now, because Red is his favorite wrestler in the whole fucking world. So you have that aspect playing into it too, but, like, just tremendously worked match this.
Yeah, that Don West moment where he loses himself in the match as Red is, like, making his comeback, and he's just chanting, go Red, go. He gets up on the announce table and he just emotionally loses himself in the match. Is such a wonderful moment that you don't see on commentary. You know, normally they do try to be like, commentators are supposed to be the unbiased observers here who are supposed to call the match down the middle, as opposed to Don West, who's just like, this guy rules, I love him, this match rules, it's the best thing I've ever seen in my life, I'm just going to go bonkers for it. And he spent like the last 10 minutes of the match standing on the announce table.
Well, you know what I think it is? I think bias on a face commentator can be endearing, while bias on a heel commentator is annoying.
And the interesting thing is, like, they do bias in the heel commentator way more than they do bias in the face commentator.
Because it's cheap. It's easy to do. Because to do it with a face commentator or announcer, you need to have goodwill with the audience. They need to be liked already. They need to be charming so that the crowd doesn't turn on them for being obviously biased. There's a whole lot more factors in doing it, and it only works for certain people. It works for Don West, it works for Mike Tenay, it works for Tony Schiavone. Like, you need to be exceptional talents in that kind of way for it to play off. Otherwise it comes off as, like, disingenuous, or even makes the face announcers look bad because they're taking sides. The problem, like, and the reason it's so abused with heel guys, is just you can just have any dickhead out there say, oh, I don't like this guy. Like, and then there's nothing at risk there, there's nothing at play there, it's all surface level bullshit. With a face, you have to kind of dig in and add some layers beyond that, and you have to work for it a little bit, which I think is why it also comes across much better when it does work.
Yeah, if the entire sex angle was just matches like this, matches like Loki, Daniels, and Skipper against Red and the SATs, like giving a framework and emotional investment into matches featuring very good wrestlers, thumbs up. Sadly, wasn't always matches like this, as illustrated by the person who debuted after this match, the big new member of Sports Entertainment Extreme, David Flair.
I mean, just hilarious, right?
Yeah, David Flair comes out because Hennig comes out at the end of the show to try and beat up Sex again, but then David Flair, son of Rick, makes his TNA debut, gets Hennig in the figure 4, sits there for like 2 minutes. It actually it popped me because there's a ton of people like around him brawling and fighting and all that, and he's just still sitting there in his figure 4 for 2 minutes.
And then Jarrett beats him up and puts him in it, which is great. I don't know. I'm not going to shit on David Flair being brought in for this. I think it's funny.
It is, but like the problem is, it becomes a lot more about wrestlers like David Flair than it becomes about wrestlers like Low-Ki. And if it stayed being about wrestlers like Low-Ki, it probably would have been a much better angle than David Flair and some of the people who will follow David Flair in the months to come.
So David Flair is a Russo guy, I assume?
Well, I'd imagine so. He's in Sex.
I mean, sure. But then anyone can be invited to Sex. That's not like a restrictive policy.
That's true too. Look at the group of people they already have.
They're very open in Sex, you know.
Open relationships up here at Sports Entertainment Extreme.
Well, as we see with Every Man's Desire.
Indeed. We'll talk about that when we get to the X Division. So the last show of the month ends with the symbolism of Vince Russo and Sports Entertainment Extreme destroying the Asylum. They cut up the banners on the guardrails, they attack the ring aprons, and most famously and most notably, Vince Russo gets an axe and starts chopping down the TNA sign.
I really thought it was going to fall on him.
I hoped it would have been so funny if it fell on him.
I really wanted it to fall on him. I thought that'd be so fucking funny. Or even if it just bumped him on the head.
Yeah, him as a heel should have been like, oh, let it fall on me and then I'll do a little pratfall.
Yeah, but him as a coward.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta be a cool guy on TV all the time.
Yeah. See, honestly, I think a lot of this like sex stuff would be more tolerable if Russo was willing to fall on his ass a little bit more. And not just be cool, serious shooter guy all the time. Like, if he was just, oh, you know, I get beat up and I look like a dope. I feel like it would deliver a lot more.
Yep. So that's all the sex stuff for the month. It ends with the very clear symbolism of Russo chopping down TNA with an axe.
R.I.P. to the OG logo.
Sex, the original Nexus.
Sexist.
Or the original, what was the name of the Mustafa Ali angle?
Retribution.
There we go, yeah. The original Retribution. Sex.
Well, actually, if you want to talk about like the original Nexus, like literally Russo goes, you're either with us or you're against us.
Yeah, so literally they stole Nexus from Vince Russo.
Wow, he truly is right, a visionary.
Maybe he was booking NXT at the time and no one knew.
No, that was Ed Ferrara, obviously.
Oh, of course.
Maybe Russo will do NXT 2.0. He does have that rumored WWE job.
He did, well, it's not rumored, it's him saying that he's doing some kind of collaboration with WWE. And
Yeah, I choose to believe it, though, because it's funny. It's really funny.
Vince Russo is not a reliable narrator for what Vince Russo had for breakfast, never mind anything else. Yeah, hopefully he's booking NXT because it would be funny.
It'd be so fucking funny.
So that takes us, we've done a whole hour on Vince Russo.
I mean, we're going to do many more, so...
Yep, so we'll go to other things that happened in the month of December. We mentioned it basically, but there was a bunch of surprise debuts in the entire month of December. You had Roddy Piper, you had the Road Warriors, you had Percy Pringle, and you had David Flair all show up throughout the month.
And Athena.
And of course, yes, the official debut of Athena.
And Jason Cross.
Yeah, and you had like returns of David Young.
Who actually kind of had a good month, so I'm not even going to shit on David Young coming back.
Well, yeah, he had one match. He was in that gauntlet match where he did some cool spine busters and stuff because David Young's a pretty good wrestler.
I was going to say, didn't he do a tag as well? But I think that was the January show I watched.
Hey, how dare you skip ahead?
Yeah, unlike you, who has zero knowledge about TNA ahead of this this month.
I'm context free, obviously. I know nothing that happens after this.
I had a whole point to make, and I realized it was about the January show, so I was like, shit. So if you want some big Tony Mamaluke theme revelations, wait till January's episode.
That's a big hook for 2 weeks away when we talk about January 2003.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, it becomes a defining feature of TNA during this period that every week has some kind of surprise, some kind of person that you don't expect to show up. And I do like that.
It's the AEW at Daly's Place factor.
You never know what's going to happen.
Random people would roll up.
And even after Daly's Place, you might just get a Hoovy match. Who knows? Oh no, that was at Daly's Place too, actually. Damn it.
See, told you, Daly's Place, it's the place to be. daily.
So yeah, you had all those people showing up. They're mostly stars, so that helps.
And also,
And David Flair.
Roddy
Yes,
Piper.
David Flair's there too.
yes. But I literally have like some zero reference for David Flair, so I'm coming into this David Flair stuff with an open mind.
You were giving him the benefit of the doubt. This is your first real exposure to the wonderful talent that is David Flair.
100%.
As we move over to the X Division, it was a big, amazing Red month. He beat AJ Styles in a singles match, a really good singles match. I prefer the other one, but this is still a really good singles match.
I like the other one way more.
Yeah, the other one was, because this one was more AJ just beating down on Red for the vast majority of the match, and then Red made like a 2-minute comeback at the end and won. Which I still think worked pretty well for what they were going for in terms of like Red winning a match against AJ and kind of being elevated somewhat. But yeah, the first match is better. Though the finish of this match is better because they go up top and Red hits a super Frankensteiner where AJ does like a full 450 splash rotation and lands on his face. And it's incredible.
It's a great sell from it.
AJ, very good wrestler. Who'd have thunk that this AJ Styles kid has got it?
Speaking of AJ Styles.
The interesting though, that's basically AJ's last match in the X Division.
Ever. He never goes back.
No, never, ever, ever. Because the week before he did a double elimination match with Easy Money against AJ against Joel Maximo against Kid Cash, which is I didn't even think it was a particularly good match, but it's mostly interesting for the fact that they tried to elevate Joel Maximo of all people, who had like the miracle run in that match.
Yeah.
Because the story was that Styles beat up Red before the match to take him out, because Red actually had a bone spurs in his ankle, I think it was, something like that. Oof. So he couldn't compete.
This is a big SAT month, and I'm including Red in that as well.
Yeah, it's a big SAT period, because as we mentioned, like they've been all over these shows for like 2 or 3 months now, which is quite nice to see, and quite sad that this is basically the end of it.
Well, see, that's what I was saying in the watch-along. I was like, forgive me for saying at this point, the SAT feel like staples of the NWA-TNA. So, not, with my 2021 knowledge base, to know that they don't become staples of the company was it's surprising to me, but I guess we'll see how that unfolds. And I guess this kind of goes to a broader overall point that I was going to save for later on, but might as well do it now because it kind of works. You'd think that the X Division stuff would be like Russo's wet dream wrestling-wise, because it's dynamic, it's fast, it doesn't lend itself to traditional expectations. It's out there, but it really just seems like Russo just hates everything in the ring. Like, you think that, like, hey, these guys going out there doing their flips and going 100 miles an hour, bucking tradition in the face would be his whole jam when it comes to wrestling, but it seems like not even that tickles his fancy.
No, he just doesn't like wrestling. I think that's just what it comes down to. He just doesn't like wrestling. Because I think he's one of the kind of guys who's like, oh, look at these small personality-less geeks. Because that's the issue. Like, these are good wrestlers. They're not Vince Russo's idea of what a wrestling personality should look like. And that's the reason he hates them all.
That sucks.
Yeah, so Red has a good month, especially with that main event on the last show of the month, as you mentioned, where he has like probably the defining performance of his TNA career so far. And as you mentioned, AJ, like, he's done with the X Division. He's moving into the heavyweight division now.
Yeah, feels like, I mean, I don't know. My watching of this, it feels early, but I'm sure it'll work out well for him. I don't think this guy's going to have a bad career when it all wraps up, so...
But his elevation to heavyweight was very awkwardly done.
In that it wasn't done? It was just he showed up one week beating up Jeff and was like, alright.
But even the way they did that, it's like Jarrett beats Hennig to retain the title, and then Styles runs out at the very end of the show for like the last 10 seconds, lays some shots in on Jarrett, and they're like, we're out of time, we gotta go, and the show goes off the air.
Well, I think the idea there was that it was like, oh, is AJ joining Sex? Tune into next week to find out if he joined Sex.
But even that tease is completely null and void because they have to go off the air literally as he gets out to the ring. And they do the same thing the next week where Styles runs out, attacks Jarrett again, and people are like, oh, has he joined Sex or is he just attacking Jarrett? And that is a question we will have for weeks to come. Because they blew off the whether or not Jarrett was joining Sex, so they immediately had to start up, will AJ join Sex?
God, who will join Sex?
So much sex going around on these shows.
Too much.
Yeah, we haven't even had the Sports Entertainment Extreme entrance or this theme song yet, because they do the entrance where they come out the side and go over the guardrail, but they come out to no music at the moment.
Yes, and I have no idea what it sounds like.
Have you never heard the sex theme?
I had never heard the sex theme.
Well, you can listen to that in January.
I hope it's the Sean Morley theme.
Oh God, don't you mention Sean Morley on this podcast.
One day, huh?
Until 2010, when we have to mention Sean Morley on this podcast.
God, we're gonna have to review that match one day.
It's not like we haven't already talked about Sean Morley.
Yeah, but we didn't have to watch him.
That's true. But you can hear us talk about Sean Morley's debut at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com, where you can hear our review of the January 4th, 2010 Impact on the Sort of Monday War Games. So there you go.
Wow. Our best series we've ever done.
Except this one and any others you listen to and like.
No, I think the other one's better. You should go pay for it and find out if it is.
We had a big X Division debut, as you mentioned, Jason Cross, a bizarre debut where he faced Tony Mamaluke on the December 11th show. Had a good little match. He hit his crossfire legs drop. It looked like $1 million because it's like the coolest move in the world. It's a shooting star leg drop. What more do you want in wrestling than a dude doing a shooting star leg drop?
Exploding all of his lower spine every time.
The thing was, he hit the move, he hurt his leg, and then Tony Mamaluke tapped him out immediately.
Which, to be fair, like, I didn't hate as a finish. It's just a weird choice when you're going to make this guy the #1 contender the next week.
Yeah, it's a very strange that, like, on that show, he does lose to Tony Mamaluke. Then they go the next week into a gauntlet match with Shark Boy, Jimmy Rave, Tony Mamaluke, Kid Cash, Ace Steel, both Maximos, David Young, and Amazing Red, where you have Jason Cross win that gauntlet. I think he goes the distance in the gauntlet, doesn't he?
I believe so.
And then he wins the gauntlet by completely missing his crossfire leg drop.
Yeah, it looked real bad.
As opposed to, like,
Poor guy.
the first one looked fantastic. It looked everything you'd want that move to look like, and then he missed the second one. So, yeah, very strange choice to have him lose and then win.
There was a really fun moment in the Mamaluke match where TNA says something along the lines of, we've been seeing Cross on Explosion recently, and he's been showing up, so if you can get it, I guess go look for it. It's basically the summary of what he says. If you've saved it on your VHS tapes.
Someone in, like, with an attic full of explosion tapes somewhere.
Please send it to us.
And then the other big thing coming out of the X Division this month is, of course, Sonny Siaki wins the X Division Championship.
Not the best X Division champion ever, eh?
Like, Siaki is a man who is charismatic, and he looks like $1 million.
And I don't blame anyone for trying.
Yeah, he's the guy who you look at and hear his promos, and you look at, and you look at, and then you're like, yeah, we'll push him. So...
yeah, we'll give him a shot.
He just doesn't work particularly interestingly.
I don't think he's awful, he's just not very compelling.
Yeah, unless he's working with people who are dramatically smaller than him, and he can throw them around like they're nothing. Then he just becomes like your standard, like, headlock heel. So yeah, he defeats Jerry Lynn on the December 11th show to become X Division champion after you mentioned Desire makes her debut, or as she's currently called, Everyman's Desire.
Or as she will be called, Miss Sex.
Well, Vince Russo does state that he will get everyone in sex laid twice a day, so...
Yeah, like, this dude's a pimp. That's his character, right? Like,
he promises this.
He, like contractually, it will happen.
So yeah, Siaki wins the belt, and he defends the belt the following week against Easy Money and Jerry Lynn in a 3-way, before then joining Sex.
You know, straight from the 3-way.
At least Siaki makes... oh, God. My brain didn't process that joke. I was just like, oh, move on. It's like, oh.
I like that for half my jokes, your process is, alright, moving on.
Well, yeah, sometimes it's just like, yeah, I'll let Liam have his little joke. It's like, you know.
Let me. I'll give him his little jokes.
I'm a very generous co-host.
Yeah.
So he's a member of Sex. He does fit in with Sex, at least.
Sure.
And the weird, I guess when you look at the weird smorgasbord that is Sex, I guess everybody fits into Sex.
Well, we don't kink shame.
We certainly do not. Tag Division had a little bit of a light month this month, didn't it?
Yeah, there was some New Church and AMW stuff. Then there was the Road Warriors, obviously. There was like a weird little Divine Storm push that was happening with Trinity landing on her own partners every time.
Yep.
And we're, you know, wrapping it up all nicely. I think there was something that we did talk about that I think is, you know, interesting enough and does incorporate AMW, was we got like the... Wait, I realize I'm talking about January again. Ignore me. I seriously, I can't watch the next month because it's just going to be whatever's stuck in my head.
Yes, please don't do that from now on.
Yeah, I know. I clearly can't handle the responsibility of even watching 20 minutes of the next month because it will be all I want to talk about.
You cannot keep the timeline straight in your head.
Anyway, you look forward to the first January show where there's a State of the Union address.
As you mentioned, Divine Storm are getting a push. They win a bunch of... They beat the Maximals and they beat AMW on these shows in two good little matches.
I like the AMW one a lot, actually. I think that one It was a banger.
And like, not to discredit Divine Storm, who I think are actually quite a good team. That's again AMW just in their full babyface like swing, kicking ass.
Yeah. Divine Storm are kind of like the complete opposite of a Sonny Siaki, where there's a lot of sizzle there, but not a lot of substance. And otherwise, there's a lot of substance in Sonny Siaki, but there's not a lot of sizzle.
Yeah, which I guess is why they have decided to put Trinity with them, to kind of spice them up. By all accounts, they're like, Trinity is the star of this team, and that's the reason we're pushing Divine Storm, but we're also looking at putting Trinity with someone we're more interested in pushing.
I wonder who that is.
So yeah, Trinity clearly the star of the team. As you mentioned, New Church did some stuff as they continued their feud with AMW. On the first show of the month, they did this thing where Chris Harris wrestled Brian Lee and James Storm wrestled Slash. Both Harris and Storm won to earn a bull rope match with James Mitchell.
As we like to call it, guaranteed EW booking.
Hey, how dare you suggest that all my builds to tag team feuds are just singles matches between the tag teams?
Is this where it comes from?
I've never done a bull rope match. As a result, I'll have you know.
They haven't been trying hard enough, clearly.
So the big thing for that segment is that James Mitchell excuses himself from the match because his doctor, Dr. Kevorkian, which is a good bit, Dr. Death himself, has excused him from participating in this match due to medical reasons. So Belladonna takes his place and they do a little schmoz where Mitchell does get involved but then doesn't get involved again, and AMW eventually beat Belladonna.
See, I really thought this was cool in theory, and then the babyfaces just beat up the woman.
Yeah, 2-on-1.
Like, oh.
These lovable men just attack this woman 2-on-1 while they have her tied to a bull rope.
Yeah, I actually thought, like, I was like, you know, it's cool, you know, he's the devil and he's sending out like basically a defenseless woman to go fight these two jacked up fucking cowboy motherfuckers, and then it's just like they just did it, and I was like, oh, okay, that just makes me sad.
They just attacked this woman because they could.
They just like crushed it. It was bad. Yeah, and and I was like, oh.
Yep. And end of the month, as we mentioned, AMW beat the Harris Bros in the New Church after the Road Warriors interfered. So yeah, I think we had a very good November for the tag division because we had that's when the AMW New Church feud was in like full swing, and here Sex has sadly overruled the tag team division.
Sex rules all.
So shall we go show by show? That's all the broad topics I have.
Yeah, I think that's really it.
If there's anything else you'd like to talk about from the December 4th show, Liam. I did quite like it. Opened with this recap of the week before. Well, I didn't like it. It's terrible. Or after they went off the air of the Killings and Jarrett match for the last show of November, they showed Killings and Russo getting stuck into each other. And then they did like a 50-50 brawl where like Killings takes down Russo and you think, oh, he's going to beat him up. Then Russo turns it over and starts...
Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's what what I was talking about earlier about how like Russo needs to show us more. He needs to be like a dork. Like he shouldn't be going 50-50 with Ron Killings.
So yeah, he turns him over and starts laying down blows on Killings. And it's just like, dude, you're like the non-wrestling goof here. Why are you going 50-50 with the former NWA champion?
Yeah, that's stupid.
And that was meant to be Killing's babyface turn, by the way. That moment where he like jumped Russo was meant to be his babyface turn, where he gets turned on and then beaten up by Vince Russo.
Yeah, that's stupid. I mean, like, it makes no sense for him ever to lose a fight to Vince Russo within the canon of this unit.
After the Roddy Piper promo, Don West, they cut the commentary with Don and Mike, and Don is just like, you know, Mike, I have absolutely no idea what they were talking about.
Me too, man.
Don is most of the audience.
Don is the representation of the crowd there.
He's just like, I don't know, man. I guess. I don't know. Russo continues his run of threatening people on these shows as well, where he threatens JB on this show.
He flips him off in an act of defiance.
Indeed, for the perfect meme that you posted to the podcast Twitter.
The best part about it is it doesn't even look like his face. Like it's a real weird photo of JB.
But again, it's the second month in a row we're covering that Vince Russo's like, I'm going to kick your ass if you do something. And I'm like, again, I'll take my chances.
Well, he kicked Ron Killing's ass, so...
Oh, the death sentence on Belladonna, by the way, in that 2-on-1 match. Like, Harris basically came down and, like, kicked her in the side of the head. It looked like it killed her.
Yeah.
And also, I'm pretty sure, like, that NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 24 on December 4th is so far the worst pay-per-view we covered.
It's the worst one by far. It was awful. It was boring. Nothing happened. And then you got, like, the really cool segment of the guys we like beating up women.
Yeah.
Just a bad show.
It's not great. Not great at all. You have any other notes?
Nah, that show. I washed it out of my brain.
NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 25. I think my favorite thing on this show, during the Divine Storm and AMW match, Don West starts talking on commentary about how, AMW are used to having somebody at ringside because they're used to dealing with Belladonna with the New Church.
Ah.
So they'll be perfectly prepared for dealing with Trinity with Divine Storm. And then Mike Tenay's like, oh, that's a good point. And then Don sheepishly, yeah, I stole it off your notes. They have a nice little chuckle together, and it's very charming.
I see, like, and when Mike Tenay said that was a really good point, it was him saying, like, oh, that was a really good point.
Yeah, sarcastically knowing he just yoinked it off Mike Tenay's notes. But it's so, I like that they have a very good-natured chuckle about it, and it's really, really charming.
Yeah. I guess my only real thing from this show is I'm very concerned that Jorge's going to leave any month now.
Oh yeah, Jorge is very sad. He's literally, they're doing a promo about how he lost his smile because apparently Bruce has stolen Priscilla and never come back. So poor Jorge.
Poor George.
Yeah, he's all by himself. The Elvises have all left him behind and abandoned him.
But yeah, I'm legitimately very worried about Jorge's future in this company. I just think every time I see him, it's going to be the last time.
Oh, we didn't even mention the tag division stuff where technically the Harris Bros won the tag titles for a brief moment.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that.
We don't need to because they reversed the decision, which is very weird that like Percy Pringle is the dude who's like reversing this decision. And like the coolest thing about that segment is it's like James Mitchell and Paul Bearer in the same segment, which is quite cool.
Yeah, that's just like, it's a fun little nerd thing.
Just to have those two like demonic cult characters in the same segment, but then it doesn't really go anywhere.
Well, they don't really interact either. Like, they're just both in the same vicinity of each other.
We had Ron Killings and BG James in a chair and chain match.
Banger.
Now, if you're wondering what a chair and chain match is, you've seen a chain match before where the two wrestlers are tied at either end of the chain. And TNA are like, what if in the middle of the chain... What are you typing? Liam's adding frowny faces to the show notes. But TNA are like, if we took the chain and if in the middle of the chain we tied a chair to it, that would really change the dynamic of the match.
You know what's dumb? I kind of like it.
I do, yeah. I'd actually think it was their better match because they had a match the next week as well in a Falls Count Anywhere. And the chair and chain match was better.
Stunk. Yeah, I like this.
You should do more chair and chain matches.
Yeah, I want someone else to do it. Like, that's an NXT match right there.
Oh, yeah.
Big bloated epic with them, like, both reaching over the chair's, like, undone and has a logo with, like, their face on it. And they're both climbing it, putting their hands on it. And then they both put their hands in the middle at the same time and they grasp each other's wrists.
Wrist control is very important in a chair and chain match.
And then Rainmaker, because Okada's there. Rainmaker onto the chair in the chair and chain match.
BG is conflicted about everything that's going on with his dad because he does hit.
Who's Rudy?
Rudy Charles. I did have a note about Rudy Charles in the last match where there was a ref bump in the last match where Rudy Charles was taken out and like he goes and starts counting a pinfall at one stage and then just stops, rolls over and pretends to be hurt again because I'm pretty sure he realized there's like, wait a minute, I'm not supposed to be counting this pin. Oh no, I'm hurt again.
Good stuff.
But yes, back to BG. BG hit Bob with the chair and is quite sad about the fact that he hit Bob with the chair. He is conflicted.
It's hilarious that not even Russo's own stable can be free of inner turmoil.
Because the next week Russo's like, I want to see no conflict in this stable. You're in or you're out.
They said no sympathy. He wants no simpy.
I was going to make the Steiner joke, so well done.
That's why I'm here. The TNA fan.
There's a Jeff Jarrett sit-down interview on this show where he decides to address the Sean Waltman stuff because as we mentioned, they desperately want to get Waltman back in so they can do this shoot stuff with Waltman as well.
Oh, this will bring him back.
So yeah, they decide, how do we get him back? We're going to have Jarrett come in and we're going to have Jarrett just call him a coward and a bitch for running away from Vince Russo.
He should come back in and like shoot on Russo in the ring. He does kicks for reals.
Yeah, if he does his karate kicks and just nails him in the face, that would be very good stuff. Kurt Hennig's title matches. Kurt Hennig's matches in general.
I don't remember a single thing about any of them.
They feel like, you get wrestling matches that go long, that go 30 minutes, and like the first 10 minutes they do nothing, and then they start building up. All of Hennig's matches are that first 10 minutes where they do nothing, except then the match just ends. So it's like the feeling out period, the exchanging holds, and then they just do a finish. And you're like, what?
If you're one of these guys that are like, the first 10 minutes of the New Japan main event is actually the best part of it, you'll love this fucking Hennig run.
2002 Kurt Hennig will be your favorite damn wrestler.
Yeah.
You're like, why couldn't they get him in New Japan? He'd teach them how to work.
I hear Waltman's friends with the office, maybe.
He should have gotten him into 2002 New Japan so he could work with Yuji Nagata, which actually, honestly, is a match I'd probably watch. And have you heard there's a good chance Yuji Nagata against Kurt Hennig happened in WCW, so I should look into that.
Yeah, maybe it just exists.
That's a match that definitely maybe happened in worldwide at some stage.
The AEW rampage of its time.
I actually mentioned that on the WCW 97 review I did yesterday, so we're perfectly in sync.
And I would never listen to that, so...
I would respect you less if you did listen to it. If you keep up with my content.
Yeah, no way.
Jose. Which brings us to the last show of the month, which I think we already covered basically everything on, so I think we're done.
Yeah, we did. It's called our watch-along.
Yes, indeed. If you would like to hear every single thought that came into our brains while watching NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 26, you can listen to our watch-along at patreon.com/kiddingme, or as I mentioned, tnhad.com.
Of course. Yeah, we literally, I think, touched everything. I mean, yeah, the World Tour... Yeah, I think basically fucking everything, yeah.
Yeah, there is one small note from Jerry's book, which, by the way, this is the last time we'll be mentioning Jerry's book, because Jerry's book ends in 2002. His diary book ends in December 2002.
No!
So we'll have no more Jerry's book notes, unfortunately, but one of his notes that Russo's promos went long, so he had to cut 3 videotape segments, so...
Damn.
There was a bunch of other stuff on the show that you didn't see, because Vince Russo kept on talking.
The TNA story.
Indeed. So that's 2002, Liam.
What a year.
It's an interesting year where you see TNA's identity shift a couple of times, where like it starts as this kind of like weird WCW retreat, and then it becomes kind of a traditional wrestling company that also still has Vince Russo elements. And now as the year goes on, as the months go by, we see it increasingly become like the Vince Russo style wrestling company that we all know and don't necessarily love.
Speak for yourself. I'm a sex addict for sure.
Yeah, so it's weird to see this company work itself out. It's weird to see, like, the biggest problem they had, and they always had, is they, from the very beginning, did not have an identity for what they wanted this thing to look like. And, like, they, in fact, had 2 conflicting visions of what they wanted this thing to look like, and those 2 things always clashed, and then they turned that clash into the main story on the show, which I think, honestly, was their plan all along. So maybe it's actually high art, and we should commend it. But for the most part, like this year, like they do work out who their stars are. Like they're like, all right, AMW tag team, Styles X Division, those are our guys, and obviously Jarrett's the heavyweight guy. Like Killings comes good. A lot of the people who show up in the early days filter out. Like if you look at the number of people who aren't on these shows anymore, like Buff Bagwell or Ken Shamrock or Bruce or Apollo, or all the people who were like
Hall
or Monty Brown, all the people who were like fixtures through the early days. Even this is a fully Brian Lawler this month.
Disgraceful. Hence why it's the worst one.
Yeah, because he's selling his quitting angle, so he's not here for the entire month.
I was kind of worried he wasn't coming back, so...
You will get more Brian Lawler, don't you worry.
Thank Christ.
So yeah, it's weird to see the roster like shake itself out, and they're settling down onto the people they actually want to focus on. But even then, as we mentioned, like the Maximals, who are very heavily featured, especially in the later half of 2002, slowly just get phased out. 2002 TNA, it's a strange identity-less year where they're throwing everything they possibly can at the wall, seeing desperately what might perhaps stick, realizing, I think, none of it is sticking.
I think that's the funnest thing about this year, is that each month felt like they were trying a different aspect of the show out to see what would be the best point of action. Like, November was the weird, like, X Division showcase month. The week before that was, like, traditional wrestling show. The week before that it was, like, more extreme, like, Vince Russo kind of segments. So it's like, it really felt like every month had its own identity, which was an interesting development. But now I'm interested in seeing how the more settled style of Vince Russo permeates throughout 2000.
Actually, yeah, when you look at what they didn't do, it's like there's very little like real hardcore stuff in the early days of TNA.
Yeah, I guess the closest you had was the Dup Cup.
Yeah, which was played for comedy more than it was played for actual like violence. And we'll see a lot more of that in 2003 as more of the old ECW names show up.
What?
The shock of all shocks. We mentioned Mike Awesome already, so it is, you know, it's of the 3 major companies that were there before TNA. You had ECW, WCW, and WWF. This company so far is very much leaning toward what the WWF and WCW did, and very much not what ECW used to do.
Well, I'm looking forward to that changing.
So that's the things we can look forward to in 2003. We're going to do a full 2002 year in review on the Patreon, where we'll probably crown some awards like Rest of the Year, Tag Team of the Year, Match of the Year, stuff like that. So you can look forward to that sometime over the next 2 weeks. We'll bang that one out. Patreon.com/kiddingme. That's December.
TNAchat.com.
Yes, TNAchat.com, of course. So that's December, a strange month where it's like, again, as I said, there's a gravitational pull to the Vince Russo stuff, that everything begins to revolve around what he's doing, so that everything else kind of feels like background noise, and it's because it is.
It feels like a Vince Russo vanity promotion.
Because he's clearly designed to be the star of this company this month, which
He's the fucking ace.
he really is. It's the reason he's getting the better of Ron Killings in a fight.
Yeah.
At least you had cool debuts.
Yeah, I mean, really. I mean, to be fair, I didn't hate most. The first episode sucked, but the other two were pretty good. So.
And yeah, you clearly liked it so much that you desperately wanted to move on to January, so...
Yeah, exactly. I was pumped up. I was ready to go. We got the good logo, man.
Alright, we'll be back in 2 weeks, so Liam can finally talk about January 2002, or 2003 even.
Oh, my Tony Mamaluke points.
Yeah, all his Tony Mamaluke points, all his logo points. He can give you all that in 2 weeks when we talk about January. If you would like to follow us on Twitter, you can follow us at TNA History Pod. You can follow me at Garrett Kidney. You can follow Liam at the Gleet Muta.
Please.
Yes, so perhaps he can overtake the podcast account again.
If I don't even need to overtake it, but if I can just hit 500, I'll be happy.
Help Liam hit 500 followers on Twitter so we can have the next episode be a different 500 follower celebration.
Yeah, if I don't hit 500, I'm not coming back.
Support us on Patreon at patreon.com/kiddingme or tnachat.com.
Buy me a PlayStation 5.
So Liam can buy himself a PS5. My WCW 97 retrospective began this week, so the January 1997 episode is up now, so you can hear all my thoughts about January 1997 WCW. We also did an all-out reaction, and then you get your usual slate of content, where the NWA-TNA pay-per-view number 26 watch-along is up now, and we'll be doing the January 22nd pay-per-view for the January watch-along. Plus, Monday War Games back next week.
I like that we're sprinkling a lot of miscellaneous stuff in now.
Yeah.
Whenever we feel like putting other stuff in, and I like it.
You're trying to give people their value for money, trying to give them more than they paid for instead of less.
Well, you never know what you may get. Could be some Gleet takes.
Ooh.
Could be some AEW takes. Could be, what's another company? Fuck.
WWE.
Oh, never. NXT 2.0, obviously, when the return of the Wednesday War Games. I can't promise that. I don't want to do that.
Whatever Liam comes to mind, he will of course do. He'll do his Stardom podcast on the Patreon.
I mean, maybe.
We'll see you in 2 weeks for the January 2003 episode. Thanks for listening, and bye-bye.
Support TNAchat.com.